Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the Showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
When you bring in new players, you bring in new IGL, then you're going to be doing a lot of new things.
I think this is exactly what I would have done with the team myself. I would have gotten a European coach and a European IGL right away. I think these 2 solutions are the best way to improve the scene the fastest.
The goal is to field the most competitive roster. We have several competitive players. There are a lot of options for us if we feel like we need to try some different combinations.
Eventually, they have to win a tournament now. We have 15 players to choose from.
There's a lot of benefits to actual practice schedule. There's a lot of opportunity for players. Now bringing Hexed in.
Bringing up Hexed is a good sign because that's somebody that everyone in NA has been talking about for a bit. He's kind of like the Oboe or the Stewie of yesteryear.
I'm bringing excitement and a hunger to grow.
So every time I asked a player, hey, what's one person you shout out from NA? Almost every single one has said Hexed. Just super sound decision making, solid mid rounds, just a good rifler. Really sharp, and I think people are excited about him.
The biggest reason why we wanted Hexed is that he talks a lot, he has a lot of energy, he wants to take initiative.
My goal is to be comfortable within the team and hopefully bring the team some trophies.
That's a shot and a half.
It's a big step for him, playing Tier 1 tournaments. He's not really afraid of anything, he's not scared. Milan comes from the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene in Europe, and he's been used to having to grind a lot. He's a pretty young IGL, and he's been in-game leading for some big names.
I think the combo of him and Vorborg might be cool, especially if they had Valens watching the demos and saw good ideas coming out of K23. Then I'm interested.
He's comfortable and he's used to taking charge no matter if they're like very strong opponents or he has very experienced teammates, so he's used to this. But he's also coming with in-depth knowledge of the meta of Counter-Strike. I think that's a lot of what he's adding to the team, some like new ideas ideas, fresh ideas, to some of the more experienced players that we have. So far, I've been very impressed with them.
I'm rooting for EG. I think they made a couple of sensible moves. Unilin is a great stepping stone. IGL, hopefully Borg feels comfortable directing people and telling them what to do. If those two things come through, I think it's going to be fun to watch EG play.
I think having that mix of experience, but also that eagerness that comes from a more inexperienced players is a very nice mix.
From being the #1 team winning a major to then losing your in-game leader, normally you have some kind of a drop-off, and that hasn't happened for Navi at all. I'm super impressed with Electronics in-game leading, especially because it happened so quick. Coming in and winning his very first event in Lisbon was an incredible feat.
Но я считаю, что мне предстоит большой объем работы в любом случае, потому что роль ГЛ — это всегда сложная роль для любого. Когда проигрывает команда, чувствуется больше ответственности на тебе, как на капитане. Ты думаешь, что ты мог бы помочь тиммейтам разыграть лучше. Наша цель всегда — это постоянно побеждать на турнирах, показывать максимально хорошие результаты и радовать болельщиков.
I think he's still adapting. The amount of time he was being in the role of a player is too big.
Андрей старается во многом помогать мне, давать некоторые советы, как мне лучше скоординировать в ту или иную ситуацию.
When you consider that Blade is one of the first real mentor voices in Electronics' career, that's going to be a huge benefit for them moving forward.
И, соответственно, мы проводим с ним много бесед по поводу Counter-Strike и делимся мыслями между собой.
For myself, I see like perfect picture. The perfect image for me is having a player like Sam Young doing a lot of important things in the game. My expectations of how good he must be is not satisfied at the moment.
He seems to have a very good mentality. Basically, all he mentions is Blade and some of the other players constantly pointing out the mistakes that he's making. And he seems very receptive to it. And I feel like if you're constantly talking about your team pointing out mistakes you're making, that could piss you off pretty quick. But SDY seems to have a very level head about it and a very good approach to it.
Но я думаю, что Вите стало гораздо комфортнее играть. Он чувствует себя увереннее во время игры и, соответственно, проявлять больше инициативы.
I'm not trying to be very harsh. I know that it's hard for him. He has a lot of time to reach his goal. The future is very simple. He is playing with us the major. I mean, this is a line at this moment, so we don't look further.
I have to think that this Navi team could reach a higher ceiling. All the changes that were made coming into 2022 to challenge that Navi team worked if you think of Faze's perspective.
They are still like beatable, and the way how we beat them in last Lisbon was also a sign for us.
I don't think Navi needs to change anything. I think they're going to be just fine.
I think if we would play like 2 more months with SDY, we could beat them in the grand final.
For Navi, it's just a matter of sitting tight, keep incorporating SDY into the team, and start looking towards building up towards the Rio Major. For all the individual talent they have, we didn't kind of really see it shining. It wasn't really put in a position to succeed.
His structure did not really fit the play style we want to have as a team. I think we also just failed to create a foundation on how we want to play as a team. We never created our identity. The reason why we picked up Hoxie is I think he reminds me a lot of the style that Kerrigan is using in Faze. He looks like the guy who is leading by the example.
I think it's more excitement and that I'm ready to go, and obviously there's pressure from the outside, but from the inside I don't feel like there's any pressure, so that's what makes me comfortable.
Look, it's a big task for a new in-game leader to come into a team with established personalities and established stars and be able to kind of set his philosophy in with the team. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can pull it off.
I've always wanted to play for a tier 1 organization. It's going to be a lot of challenges, obviously, speaking English all the time and new people, new ways of thinking.
I just feel like his style is gonna fit our play style basically. I think he can utilize all the individuals in the team.
And I think with a young player like Monesi, it's probably a hard battle to grapple with when a coach kind of wants you to be more individual and an in-game leader is kind of trying to rein you in and make sure you're not kind of making mistakes before he's ready for you to do something.
This move is really risky in the sense of roles and JKS's stock and Hoxie only calling for this one team. I want it to work because I like both those players. I like the lineup as a whole. I think they play exciting CS. I want Hoxie to be the caller to save G2.
We never had an anchor that you can rely on. We never had a pillar on the team that's gonna like deliver no matter what.
He can just be like a turret.
JKS is spot on.
It was probably my best offer, and it's one that I actually really wanted to take just because of the roster. It's a really big deal for me, and whatever they need, I'm going to try and fill in. And of course, I really want to play good myself and keep that individual up, and because I know that I still can. So.
His skill ceiling's obviously incredible, but I don't think that's the reason he's been brought in. I think it's just that consistency and reliability that they're going to really, really enjoy. When I think of Hooksy, I gotta wonder, is he going to be able to straight up implement all of his kind of ideas that he wants to right out of the gate?
I definitely think that with such talented players that I have to work with now, that it's just about, like we talk a lot about freedom. With freedom comes a lot of responsibility as well, and I think that's where we have to go. As long as a player like Nico gets to do what he likes to do, then he will be comfortable, and if he's comfortable, he will win the game by himself sometimes.
As I said, we are a new team. It's not going to be a huge disappointment if we fail at this one. It's going to take a lot of time, but it's just about being on the right path and keep learning.
I think to take us to the next step and being able to be a contender of the top 3 best teams in the world, I think we needed a change. Everyone can be friends, but in the end we're all here for one purpose, and that's winning tournaments. If you don't perform, and if the team doesn't perform, then you have to make changes sometimes.
I'm super hungry to work with the boys, and I think all of us feel the same.
I think it's a lot of uncertainty, but I also think it's really exciting, and it's going to be really fun to get started again.
The chemistry is pretty good. We're having a lot of laugh, and the team is doing a lot of work to make me feel comfortable.
Keeping themselves competitive. Spinks just pre-firing that, and it's a great double kill. Goes for more and hits the headshot on Plomsky.
I think Spinks has been an awesome player to watch in ENCE throughout this year, which was a little bit of a bummer for me seeing him depart that team.
I want to be hesitant with how excited we get about Spinks. It was such a meteoric rise this year, and there is the idea that you could get your stock so high that you're overrated a bit.
I think it's important that you don't put that kind of pressure on him from the beginning. If 4 people is already integrated into a system, playing together, it's important that we give him time to get into our systems, but also for us to get to know him so we can maybe change the system a little bit to actually benefit him.
This kind of transition to an international lineup, I think, has really thrown a lot of those veteran players for a loop. And I think they have so many awesome players and cool players that I'm excited to see if Spinks is able to kind of revitalize the energy within that team.
We definitely want to be number 1, right? But we are still new team. Definitely it could be really good when you have honeymoon and all this kind of stuff, but it can also go kind of bad.
I think it's also the most important right now that we get the team to work, and I think from there we can start to look at our goals and what's possible, what is not possible.
He seems like the guy who's going to get good really fast in new spots. This will be a fast transition, and Vitality should be playoff bound at every single tournament for the rest of the year.
With a new lineup, with a new player, nothing is for certain. We need to play our best to be able to deliver the best results, so the most important is that we get the team to work right now.
Let's start work and let's show them what we can do.
So for me, CS has always been about getting connected with other people, having the same goal, overcoming hardships.
I think I love to play Counter-Strike so much because I'm a really passionate guy.
It's like an accidentally perfect game on some sense.
I think Counter-Strike is the balance between having the possibility of winning on your own, and on the other hand, you have this whole team spirit experiment where you bound with other people. You create something that is bigger than just yourself.
as a sport, it's competition, it's camaraderie, it's legacy. It's about accomplishing.
There's incredible moments of build-up and incredible moments of action. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
Well, there, Bonnicy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
They say you have 2 deaths, and the first time is when you die, the second is when people stop talking about you. And it's for that reason that I don't think Counter-Strike will ever die.
Is the love of the competition. It's the competitive drive.
I think we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the community.
I love competing, I love winning, and Counter-Strike gives me the motivation to do so.
I'm living and breathing this game from the moment I touched the game to now.
There's a million games. There's nothing quite like CS.
Let's roll.
The day of making it to the full finals and the legendary Royal Arena saw Astralis face off against OG. Astralis with all the pressure on their shoulders and OG riding high on their victory over Faze, 2 teams in completely different positions mentally. Starting on Ancient, the T side of OG was too much for the Danes to deal with, and even though they started to battle back, the buffer of the rounds was too strong as Flames and Dexter were pulling up the numbers to make it work. Mirage usually being the stomping ground for Astralis, the one map where BlameF is in charge, the one they've had their success on before. But OG were not messing around, pulling off the most crucial rounds when they needed it the most as Nexa jumped into the mix to slap them down and secure the 2-0 for OG and the first full final spot. Next up, we went to see if the younger Danish brother could do any better as they faced off against the ferocious new Liquid lineup. Starting off on Vertigo, Heroic were able to secure the opening rounds, but that was all they would do. After that, Yakinda and OC were in their element and nothing that Cadian and his men could do would work. A brutal 16-6 thrashing was served by the North American side. Moving on to Overpass, Heroic were expected to bounce back with confidence, but it seemed that all the confidence had been ripped from their bodies back on Vertigo. Yakinda was bullying his way around the server once again, with Nitro and Naf thriving, eventually closing out the game 16-8 and making a mockery of Heroic. To round out the day, we got the epic clash of 2021, with Na'Vi going up against Vitality with their new addition Spinks. Electronic led his team to a confident victory without too much of a challenge, even without Simple showing up. The second map would be Mirage, where the individuals of Na'Vi were shining, with Perfecto playing consistently throughout the first half to give them the edge by 1 round on the attacking side. Moving over to the CT side, Na'Vi were looking to close it out early, but Vitality refused to go down without punching back just a little bit. A decisive 1v3 clutch from Simple would help add to the tally and be enough to hurt Vitality's momentum that they closed it out with Simple back on top and Vitality left with a sour taste in their mouth.
Our first 3 names to grace the stage in the Royal Arena. Today, we must double the count as it is the final chance to make it out of the Blast Premier full groups alive. Joining myself, Freya Spears, to find out all the action today, I've got Pimp, I've got Matthew. Because, gentlemen, yesterday, I thought it was going to be a marathon day of Counter-Strike. Turned out it was a sprint.
Yeah, it was kind of a short day indeed. We had a lot of 2-0s. I guess we started the day with the surprise, OG making it straight to the full finals. They were facing Astralis, who had what a day. What a day they had for Astralis. There was so much on the line. Unfortunately, they couldn't grab the ticket straight to the full finals quite yet, but they made it to the RMR. So for them, half a loath is better than none.
It was still a successful day for Astralis yesterday, let's put it that way. Of course, losing to OG, that's not, accounted for. It would have been nice for a win to warm up to the RMR games, but they qualified for the RMR, and that was the big goal for Astralis. So I think they can come in, a little bit less pressure today, and hopefully we can see a better version and a better face of Astralis.
Yeah, obviously Liquid and Na'Vi joining the likes of OG, making it straight through to the Royal Arena. And speaking of OG, we've got a couple of players in our CS Money Player of the Day. You guys have been voting over on Instagram. So let's count it down. What is at number 3, Jacob?
Well, number 3 would be our boy Nexa, in a clutch here, coming in with the AK-47 and spacing it out perfectly in a 1v3, making it look easy against Astralis. Very important round as well, because they ended up winning the T side on Ancient and winning the map as well. Well done to Nexa.
We stay with OG and the man of the hour yesterday. He was a hero. That is going to be Flamesy now with a Deagle. Massive Deagle impact right here in that what was supposed to be an eco round. 2 quick headshots. You see that second one. The opponent had no time whatsoever. Then goes on for the third kill with the AK, and he's going to even be closing it out. Although lack of Kevlar, not a problem for Flamesy. Huge round.
Last but not least, the jewel of the crown. No other than Simple turning it up yesterday. A 1v3 with the AWP, like we see it all the time. Look at this position. Look at the second kill through the box in Saivu, destroying his opponent, going in there for the duel, and making it look easy as ever before. Simple didn't have the best years yesterday, but a clutch like this always gets you excited.
Yeah, he was really powering up when he needed to, as he said in the pre-game interview. Just has to turn up, just has to win one best of 3 to be making it to the Royal Arena. But today is incredibly crucial, as 3 more teams will be joining that list.
I hope that I'm gonna be able to show up and play out the best Counter-Strike I can.
Make a nice headshot. Glaive gonna keep going for a third headshot.
He was the best Danish Engelwitter.
Through the smoke as well. What an absolute madman!
We're working really hard. Feel like we are prepared.
1 versus 3. Glaive is coming in. He's already low on health and red.
Our goal is definitely to lift a big trophy. Yeah, we'll see what they bring.
Searson caught with a nade out. Oh, stout!
Honestly, we are focused 100%, all of us.
Nico emerging. What? Nico! Even better double third.
Damn!
I think this is an amazing feeling to play in front of the crowd, so yeah, I'm gonna give my best like always for that.
The grand stage awaits once again as we once again return to the Royal Arena from the 23rd to the 27th of November. And we already have 3 names on the cards as we rounded up yesterday in those crucial best of 3 qualification matches. Maybe some surprising names on that list. I don't think anybody was expecting OG to be making it through that flawlessly, considering they placed dead last in their group last week.
You are correct. I underestimated them. I think most people underestimated their chances moving in straight to the fall final, and they didn't have to wait to punch the ticket. We could also argue that Liquid was a little bit of a surprise. Not that we couldn't see them there, but he did it quite dominantly. And then Na'Vi, but why would we even doubt Na'Vi? No. Half a second. Simple come in, best of 3, ticket for Copenhagen, life is good.
Just one game for Mr. Simple, right? Straight into the finals. A pleasant surprise it is for Team Liquid. I don't think a lot of people expected them to go through, but the fact that we have Liquid back at a level where we can count on them to be a force to be reckoned with perhaps in the future. Yekin playing well, Elise playing well, the team playing well. I'm excited to see how Liquid is going to turn up to the fall finals.
And obviously, as we saw on that previous graphic, still 5 question mark names ready to be filled, and we'll be filling in 3 of those names coming into today. Of course, moving on to the showdown, just 1 name from both the EU and NA side of the bracket, which is even more dangerous when we're looking at the names in that last chance.
It is insane. That is the message that we have to convey to the people between Astralis, Faze, Vitality, G2, Heroic, and NiP. For sure, 2 of these names will not make it to fall finals. That's just quick math. That's how it is. 3 names will make it, and then only 1 could, and could being the operative word, there is no guarantee. 1 name could potentially make it through the EU showdown, which is turning out to be an absolute jungle of a fight.
Let alone the showdown, right? Teams can qualify. Everyone, you and I, everyone in the world can qualify for the showdown.
You want to try?
Yeah, we could try.
We do an open qualifier together.
Let's do it. My team would get right in front of us. I know they're ready for it. ENCE can come in through the qualifiers as well. Cloud9 could potentially be part of that as well. So there's so much quality in the showdown that it's going to be insanely tough to qualify throughout the European division.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute bum fight. You do not want to be dropping to the depth down there. But unfortunately today, 3 of these teams on the list will be, of course, rounding out with that crucial rematch. G2 taking on Vitality to be ending out our day. Not before a Heroic take on the likes of NIP. But first, it's the world #1s of Faze facing up against the Danes of Astralis.
Faze out of the player break seem to have lost their winning ways. Without the roar of the crowd, the best in the world have slowed down.
Brokey is there. Through the smoke. What an absolute madman.
They need to pull it together as the showdown looms. Astralis are tumbling down the stairs of doom, taking fights without even a boon.
Close up at the SMG, gonna pull the trigger, they line up.
What a round from Config.
The Royal Arena awaits their kings, but they may never take their place. So Blame F, first thing I want to ask for, pressure has gone a little bit. Congratulations on making it through to the RMR.
Yeah, thank you. For sure, I think the pressure is off a little bit now, because that was like the biggest thing for us to qualify for. Obviously, Astralis has to qualify for the RMR. And we had 4 chances, and 3 of them we didn't qualify through. So, yeah, we're happy that the last one went better than the other ones.
And what's your schedule look like? Because you've been at Blast, right? EPL's just around the corner as well, and you've been doing the RMR. These days must have been nuts for you.
It's been some long days for sure. Like yesterday, for example, we started playing at 1, and before that we were always doing anti-strat, so we were up at like 9 and doing anti-strat for OG, and then as soon as we came home, we did anti-strat for the Los Congutos match, and then we played at 18, and then again 19, and then we played at BO3 at 20 or 21 or something, and we were done around midnight, and then we had to stay up and do anti-strat for Faze, and then we had to wake up early and go through it together with the team. So for sure it's been some long days, but I think this is the last long day, I think.
There we go. We're nearly at the end of the road, right? But it's certainly a tough game for this one. I also just want to ask you, though, do you think during this RMR period, do you think this is the most pressure you felt?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think pressure from outside matters as much to us. I think more like the pressure from ourselves as well. Like, obviously we want to qualify for the RMR, right? And also just like me individually, like of course it would feel like a huge disappointment if we didn't do it. So it's more like, yeah, I think it's the first time in my career where I feel like, okay, like I'm close to like disappointing big time, you know? I think always you could lose tournaments and there's gonna come another tournament right after, right? But if you don't qualify for the RMR, that's like a big chance you're gonna like glip out on. So yeah, it's for sure some pressure we'd felt this last couple of days.
And in terms of pressure going just into normal games at the moment, it's no shame in saying that Astralis have not been up to the standard even at these bigger events, but we're seeing better performance. Cologne, how you performed in the group stage here. But how much of this do you feel like at the moment is on your shoulders when other players don't perform? Because you seem to be just the one consistent key right now.
I mean, I don't feel like a lot of pressure in that sense. I feel like I'm just trying to play my own game a lot. Also, of course now, like I haven't been for a while, but I'm not calling Astralis, so it's easy for myself to like play more individually and all that. I think you see a little bit of the same with Glaive, because on Mirage, where I'm calling, I feel like Glaive has been putting up some better numbers later. Yeah, so I definitely can see that like it's a burden to call, like it's hard to call, and I'm doing a lot of preparation and that stuff as well. So in that sense, maybe a little bit, but I feel like I'm just trying to play my own game, and I don't worry too much about like, oh, I have to play good or anything like that, because then I feel like then you set yourself up for failure.
I saw your tweet. You were unhappy with your own performance. You said you're going to go put that extra bit of time in. So what's that look like these past few days? Have we got the beast rain back?
Well, I did my best. Hopefully I'll play a little better than I did the other days. But it's the start of the season still. But I'm going to put on a better show today than what I did at other games for sure.
What'd you do? Just go individual practice a little bit more, some extra DM? How'd it work?
Yeah, a little bit less matchmaking, a little bit more deathmatch.
Okay. I like that. Now, in terms of when you last faced Astralis, it was back at Cologne, and actually, okay, it was 2-0 for you guys, but it was a closer series. They put up a fight. Now they've got no pressure with them finally getting through on that RMR side of things, and you guys talking about obviously not being at your full strength. Do you expect this to be a more competitive game this time around? Do you think you could potentially like bleed to these guys?
Well, it's going to be a competitive game for sure. They have a lot of great players. It's a great organization, and a lot of great minds in Counter-Strike. You know, Glaive and BMF can probably pull together some stuff. So it's going to be a close game, but I think we're going to win this time.
I think we're going to win. I haven't got this full confidence out of you just yet. You're smiling, which is a good sign.
Early in the morning.
The morning interviews, all right, we'll take that. Hopefully awake for the game for sure. But what we were looking at when we were looking at the veto of this, last round, right, Overpass came into the mix as well. Then we had Mirage as well as the decider for it. Do you think they might go pick into a Mirage this time? They might change something up with this?
Well, I already know the vetoes.
Oh,
so.
go on and tell me.
Should I tell you?
Yeah, you can.
All right, Inferno, Ancient, Nuke.
How are you feeling about that? Because obviously Ancient's still good for you, Inferno's always been solid, and the Nuke Decider, obviously a good map overall for both teams.
Yeah, I think this tournament is the only time we lost Inferno twice in a row in the entire 2022. So I think we're not losing a third one. I think Kerrigan's been sure of that, and Ancient's always been strong for us, and we're going to start on the Seeds side. So unless they have something really big in their playbook, then they're going to be tough for them.
And how important is it to make sure someone like Config doesn't get the momentum? Because in a similar way like you, right, he can come out there and say, if my games are not looking good, my individual level's not good, he'll want to put the extra time and he comes back fired up. Is that something to shut him down? Because I feel like in all the other pieces you have, I'd put Faze above him, but it's Config and Blame F you guys need to be a little bit more cautious of.
I mean, I think Blame F is always going to get the kills, right? I think it's rare I see him go negative stats or anything, right? I think it's just about, in this team, it's about Config, how well he performs and how aggressive he will be on the day. And I think if we shut him down early, it's going to be hard for them to compete.
Well, let's see if we can do it, Rain. Thank you very much.
Two Danish minds clashing in a battle for a place on home soil. Of course, a spot at the Royal Arena up for grabs and the last chance to be getting it through the plain sailing of the groups and avoid going down into the depths of the Showdown. And perhaps one of the biggest upsets that we've seen thus far in the tournament, Faze actually dropping to OG. Same situation for Astralis though, but for them, it was maybe a story of stamina coming into yesterday, as Banks was alluding to in that interview. They had a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike on their plate with the RMR qualifiers.
Had a very, very long day. And you can argue that maybe focus wasn't entirely and solely on the first game against OG, which is completely understandable. As BlameF said, you know, qualifying for the RMR, qualifying for the qualifier of the major was goal number one for Astralis. It would have been an absolute disaster if they were not to make it. You see it right here. They went down against OG 0-2. You know, you could argue that the game was slightly closer than the scoreline suggests right here. Astralis had a couple of opportunities, but overall OG were the better team. And then they were struggling a little bit in those RMR games. I was, you know, watching them with half an eye, and you could see two close best of one scenarios, but once you got into the best of three, once you got into to get it decided, I guess Astralis were a better team, and I guess we're all happy on behalf of Astralis that we get to see them at the RMR.
Oh yeah, I mean, Counter-Strike is better off with Astralis at the RMR, that's for sure. I'm sure the community was rooting for them in that competition.
Certainly.
I'm just hoping that a weight has been lifted from their shoulders, and I'm hoping that some individuals will shine and strike onto Faze, right? Because that was the issue. I think Rain was right on the money. He said, you know what? BlameF is always going to deliver, but who knows if Config shows up? If we shut him down, that's the end. It has been the story of Astralis now for far too many months. When we said if player XYZ, would it be Config, would it be Farley, doesn't show up, then it's not going to happen.
Yeah, because that was the issue coming into yesterday's game as well. When we look at Config, he was the lowest rated player on the entire server with a 0.82 rating coming out of that game yesterday. Just not good enough from a player that we're really looking for the full confidence going forward.
And you know what? We can talk about the negatives, we can talk about Config going missing, but I want to spin that story and I want to give praises, because in an hour of despair and doubts, Glaive freaking showed up.
Yeah.
He showed up in the last 24 hours. He did so much for that roster. Even BlameF alluded to it in the interview as well. Glaive had a monstrous day when he was needed the most. As a captain, when his team was navigating troublesome waters on the brink of not making it to the RMR, becoming the clowns of the Counter-Strike, he stood up. He had a great performance. You can see his numbers right there. And that to me means a hell of a lot when your captain steps up when it matters the most.
Leading by example is Mr. Glaive in this scenario. You're right. He was the best performing player against OG. Doing the RMR as well, he was doing an awful lot for the team. He was calling well. Astralis looked better in those games in the best of one scenarios. They looked better against Illumina, where they won 2-0. So yeah, you're spot on right here, Matthew. The fact that you see Glaive, who's been under a lot of criticism lately for his individual level, stepping up when it mattered the most. He even said to Danish TV yesterday that, right, I've been in 4 major finals. I've tried everything Counter-Strike has to offer, and this is probably the most pressured I've ever been. That is a statement and a half, and he stepped up for the occasion.
Yeah, that underscores just how the level of pressure for Astralis coming into yesterday's matchups. Do you think that mentality shift, knowing that they qualified now for the RMR, do you think that maybe gives them a leg up coming into this game? I mean, particularly it's going to be against the world number ones in Faze.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that between today and the Astralis players that we have in front of our eyes and yesterday, it is going to be night and day in terms of mentality. Yesterday, they were taking spaces. We could see them here getting set up. They knew what kind of day they had ahead of them. They had a possibility for the full finals against OG, and they had to fight for their life in the RMR, possibly in the back of their minds. Today, none of that. None of that. They're going up against the best team in the world. They've already secured their spot in the cycle for the qualification of the major. Less pressure, more fun. possibly more headshots.
It's a coin with two sides, no doubt about it. You can argue they're coming in with less pressure. They're coming in, with a weight lifted off their shoulder. But you can also argue that it's been very, very exhausting to be an Astralis player the last 24 hours.
Sure.
They're even playing some placement matches tonight for the Armar qualifiers. So
it's not done yet.
Exactly. They know they have 2 games. So
more CS.
I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't necessarily, be too surprised, to be honest, if Astralis fall a little bit flat in this game. If Faze gets off to a good start, how much energy is left in this squad? You heard BlameF talk about it. They were playing and anti-stratting and going to bed late, waking up early, anti-stratting again, and now going straight into a game. It's exhausting for a Counter-Strike player.
Flipping over to the other side of the ring, obviously they're going to be taking on Faze in this crucial matchup for the final placement here in the Royal Arena through the full groups. I think the story coming into this with Faze, obviously falling to OG, that was an upset, but we weren't too worried considering they do have that large chance. Has that maybe changed for you now, that narrative?
I don't think it has. I think it has been a pattern for Faze in the entirety of 2022, and every single moment we've seen these kind of blips on the radars, we got worried. We got concerned about FaZe Clan. That was the time in Dallas, of course. We saw what the hell is happening with FaZe. In Lisbon, we didn't exactly see what we wanted quite yet.
Yeah.
But whenever it matters, they have always showed up. You could look at their 2022. It's almost spotless. Right now, they have a spot at the fall finals or the Showdown. There's quite a lot on the line, and I'm expecting a much different Faze than we've seen yesterday.
I guess the biggest difference we've seen so far in Faze is the disparity between the members of the lineup, right? We talked about a lineup who maybe is a contention for the most well-rounded team out there. We kind of split up the players within the lineup right here. You see Kerrigan and Rain, they're struggling a little bit right now, minus 44 in KD, whereas the 3 stars of the lineup are doing well. They're performing. We've seen it with Brokey, we've seen it with Robs, we see it with Twist. Usually when Faze is playing well, that's when they have 4 weapons. That's when Rain is up there, right?
True.
The MVP winner, Rain, who showed up massively, who had a great start to 22. He hasn't really been here, and he even said it himself. He's not feeling that comfortable. He's not putting up the output that he would like to. And we saw him, Freya, sitting in here warming up by himself before everyone else came in here. So there's some meaning behind those words. He's here to make a statement and I guess step up a little bit, because it could be a problem for Faze when you have that big of a disparity, between the best players and the worst players.
He's going to be the difference maker. He's going to be the X factor. We had his tweet, of course, after that loss that they suffered. He wasn't happy. He wasn't satisfied, and rightfully so. That wasn't the great Rain that we've come to see in 2022. I almost feel like, and I'm not condoning, I'm not excusing, but I almost feel like his performance is a good barometer of the importance of the game Faze is playing.
Yes.
Is Faze having a game that they can afford to lose? Is that a tournament that is secondary to their objectives? It's possible to see Harvard just go down and just kind of stroll back to his level where he's a bit more passive. Whenever shit hit the fan, then he's going to bring the fire. So today I'm hopeful.
We'll see.
I'm hopeful that this is the Rain we're getting, because that's a difference maker instantly.
Because there is a hell of a lot on the line with that spot at the Royal Arena up for grabs. We did see the map veto rolling in earlier. Inferno going to be the pick of Faze coming into things. And Danny has a moment flipping it back to that OG game where we saw some issues arising for Faze.
Yeah, that's correct. So we saw Faze. They played against OG on Inferno last time. And, it's a little bit more than just aim, which is why I think they're struggling. So I have a round here where what we're going to see is first from Flames' point of view. And if you saw this on the broadcast, you'd kind of think that this is a highlight round. Obviously, he gets 3 nice kills here coming out from the apps. And he doesn't get that last kill, but Dexter finds this last one into Brokey. Now, something here that, although this is a highlight round, there's something key that was missing from Faze here. And let's see if you can spot it out. But if you don't, I'll explain it. So what we see here, initially, we're going to see Twist and Brokey. They're going to come here towards this short position. 2 players coming from the apps, Rops and Rain. They're going to come from the apps like this. That's going to be the play here. And what you'll see here is that Rain, he's going to drop a Molotov into Pit. He's going to drop a Lurk Smoke. And one of the things that's clearly missing here, if you look at the inventory of all these Faze players here, is that they have no flashes at all. Not a single person here has a flash for the short take, and taking short on Inferno can be extremely difficult if you don't have any flashes, because there's just so many crossfires that can be created on the site. So that's why you see here Twist, when he comes in through short, he has to check like 5 different angles at the same time, and just the fact that he even gets Nexa in the first place is extremely fortunate. But he gets that first kill, but you can see that for everybody else it's not that easy. Rain, he jumps out because it's not a flash, he gets eliminated immediately. Rops, he at least has a better time, he can jump, he can at least get through the doorway, but the moment he drops into Pit, he also dies to Flames. And then lastly for Brokey, when there's these 2 players in the site, he has to manage both these angles perfectly, and it's just very difficult to pull that off. So that's why when you come in towards a short position, if you don't have a flash, it's going to be so difficult to break this potential crossfire from the site, a player coming through Moto, as well as a player from Pit. They can basically all zone in on this one angle. If you just have a single flash, what you could do, like I mentioned in a previous segment, you can throw a flash that pops just above this balcony position, and you can also throw a flash that bounces off this box here. If you have just one of those two flashes, you'd be able to eliminate at least 2 of 3 of these players here and not make them a threat, ultimately giving more space for these players through short to come through, as well as the players towards apps. So this really just comes down to the fact that Faze didn't necessarily manage the utility in the best way when hitting the bomb sites, and this is something that I hope to see a little bit better for them this time.
Excellent work once again from Danny. We call him the big brain, not just for the way he dissects these plays, because I believe he's also leading our Betway predictions. I'm just going to pretend yesterday didn't happen, but I guess the scoreboard is also not pretending that didn't happen. Also, is CS Unfortunate going to happen once again with this Faze pick?
I think there's a chance. I'm not going to say Astralis will make into or will be a peasant in that best of 3. I think there's a conversation to be had. Faze is the favorite, and that reflects on our soon-to-be CS Unfortunate moment, of course. And yeah, the green room is about to be a real battlefield right now, because there's a lot on the line.
I think it's one of those games, if you look towards Faze versus Astralis, where you'll know within the first 10 rounds whether or not Astralis is showing up right. If Faze is getting off to a good start, if they look like they're a commanding force on the server from the get-go, I'm having a hard time, you know, thinking to myself and visualizing that Astralis will fight back. I think it's an exhausted team. I think it's a team that got what they came for yesterday in qualifying for the RMR. Whereas for Faze, we talked about it, Matthew, it's a team that always steps up for the occasion.
Looks like Astralis are hungry right now. They survived the fire yesterday, Freya. They barely survived. And for now, the Faze, their mortal enemy is entitlement. If you're Faze, you cannot allow yourself to think that you're entitled to the Royal Arena. You are not. If you play below your usual level, you will lose. If you don't have flashes, you won't get kills. They have to play their best Counter-Strike. Otherwise, we might have an upset.
Yeah, Pimp, your heart was in the right place, but I don't think they're exhausted with the screams that they're belting out there. But it might be a difficult challenge as they are beginning on Faze's map pick of Inferno, bringing it into the ring as a potential chance to be catapulting themselves to that Royal Arena. It's going to be going down with Anders and Moses in just a few.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is a new day, the final day, in fact, and we've got our first best of 3 coming up.
Yeah, we do. Astralis taking on Faze. Astralis, the devs just went over it. What a day they had yesterday.
It was...
God bless.
It was a little mixed bag, a little bit of everything. The odds, obviously, are going to be favoring Faze. I don't think that's really surprising. At least they made it through. I was watching some of those qualification games as well, looking real nervous at some points, but
yeah,
they got there at least.
Yeah, it's been sketchy. It's been a bumpy ride, but we got there. That's all that matters. We're happy for them. Now they get to come in the next day, once more into the breach. Another long day form of Counter-Strike, which all of us have grown up playing, so it shouldn't be any big issue, except they've got the best team in the world. Second best team in the world.
Little hiccup here.
Yeah, just one final speed bump for him at the end of the road.
Was it OG that sent Faze down here?
It was OG, so thanks for that, OG, you dicks. But here we go. Winner goes to the Royal Arena. Loser goes to the Blast Showdown. They got to return and play a few more games and go through that gauntlet right before the major to see if they can get the final opportunity to qualify over to the Royal Arena. Here we go. As the desk mentioned, Inferno going to be the first and starting map in this series. Faze losing it twice, obviously taking a bit of hit to their pride, I think, with Rain's interview today.
And they haven't looked rock solid either, Faze. I still don't think that's enough to make Astralis the winner here, but man, what a surprise it would be. What a way to start the day if somehow that did happen. It feels unbelievably unlikely, but let's find out. Astralis going to be on the CT side and Faze on the T side. And one flashbang sip.
Yeah, but I think actually Twist is looking like he's just going to be lurking this round behind the half wall, looking for the push, right? Because all the other players for Faze are over towards mid, where Glaive and Farlig very aggressive as well with these dualies. And Twist is just hoping somebody gets lackadaisical and just meanders into his crosshair.
Yep, Sip ready for it. They have no sign to go. That's going to be a counter flash instead. And, well, that flash does nothing. His teammate's unfortunately dead, so...
We didn't even see. We were watching Zip hold the flashbang. It was Kerrigan's flash that blinds Config. I thought it was a team flash for a moment. Rain's already up, and these poor dualies. That one kill onto Config pulled this stack away because BlameF had just rotated over. Farlig had been paired up with Glaive, and then obviously nobody home. What a round from Faze. Clean win.
Yeah, well done. I mean, if you're Sip and/or Config and you're sort of trying to get the timing down, you need something for the timing to work, right? You need a footstep, you need a flash maybe at the bottom of a banana.
Yeah.
Anything to go off, or maybe Config, you know, seeing a shoulder somewhere, that could help. But yeah, the first warning was to flashbang in Config's eyes, and then he's dead, and then...
Yeah, the only information he got was being blind.
Yeah.
Rops is even... Oh. Rops is never going to go for a knife, is he?
I guess not. You want him to, because it is just funnier, but BlameF has got the dualies, and he is backed all the way into the B bomb site. They're out hunting for him a little bit here. Well, I mean, why not? You're just not risking a lot on the T side by doing it, and they'll find him, Brokey, right at the end. Good start for Faze. Nothing too complicated, really. Just, you know, winning that fight, and the one over towards Arch. That's it. That's what did it. This one.
Nice and basic. I mean, just have that first kill pulling everyone away from Glaive. He had that has to feel so crappy when you have this setup that's going to be the correct one, and you just get pulled out of it. Rough. Pistol round for Faze. Yeah, this could either... I feel like this game could be... You know, there is that kind of interest if Astralis can make it interesting and turn it into an upset, but I think the more than likely outcome is nice, quick, dominant victory for Faze.
That feels much more likely. It really does.
There's a heavy lean in terms of the odds of that happening.
Obviously, looking at the world ranking is one thing, but looking at the individuals on the Faze side, right? The way that Twist and Brokey have been playing, Rob's obviously having some games. There are some shining individuals on this lineup that it feels like even in a bad day, they're still doing a good job. They're still coming out with a huge performance. And on the Astralis side, there's so much that we're lacking right now. We haven't seen Config at all this tournament. It feels like he's not even been here.
That's a really good point. Yeah, the Dash showed it as well. The step up came from Glaive yesterday.
That was insane. That was sick.
Yeah, both in Blast and in the RMR and in the qualifying matches. So, ooh, good flashbang there. Good investment. Not going to win him the round, but it's at least got him a Galil for the moment. Farlig can actually pull that back for the next round. Oh, dear. That's a nice swing and headshot.
I was going to say save the Galil, but I guess getting another kill there. Add to it, and maybe still Sip and BlameF could find a way to rescue that little rifle. It'd be nice to have in the third round.
Yeah, it would be, especially if you can pass the Deagles over as well. Yeah, don't take that fight. Just save the weapon. You have armor and Galil. You can pass a Deagle over to a teammate, so you have some real cool weaponry to use in the next round. 2-0 in the favor of Faze.
Do you reckon if chickens were
Jesus Christ already
were elephant size?
Yet.
That's why we're doing it now, Jason. Think if they were elephant sized, they would have been used as war animals in the past?
Probably. I feel like an elephant-sized chicken would be a pretty ferocious sight to see on the battlefield. You're thinking like ancient Greek warfare, Macedonians.
Yeah.
Isn't it Alexander the Great that used the elephant?
All you have is like spears and arrows. Brain is tiny, really hard to kill it, even if you hit it. Like it's gonna keep on going.
And then one elf comes in, slides down the chicken, cuts all the ropes off, destroys the giant chicken.
It crushes their own troops suddenly. Yeah, that whole thing.
Cool.
I could see it working out.
I could too. Well, let's see what they can do with this. Galila is going to be on Zip. Deagle is passed over to Config. Pretty good recipient for it. And BlameF still has his from the previous round.
What it will take for the defense here, not in this round particularly, but maybe in the next round to come up with something great. If we're looking at just the defaults, or a little bit more drawn back, or if they need to go fight on Banana and try and be a bit more aggressive with it, Galila's going to get taken down. What's your opinion, Jason? What do your goblin eyes see?
Here we go. Pushing into the A-bomb side, excuse me. Twist and Rain with a pair of nice headshots. Nice and easy. I see slaughter. I see...
There's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Meat's back on the menu.
Jesus. We're going to turn this into a whole Lord of the Rings thing? We can.
Yeah. Every once in a while, you just have to go back and rewatch those, don't you?
It's a go-to on every flight.
It's a good time. All right. Here we go. 4th round coming up. Immediately on Farlig, and the rest of them with the M4A1s. They have a fair bit of utility. They don't have they do have a couple of diffuse kits. I was lying. Almost caught lying.
Almost caught lying. But you corrected yourself. We won't take any points away. Off in the hands of Farlig. Glaive behind the smoke. Gonna dodge some spam, dodge the nade. BlameF without a whole lot of pressure put on him in Banana. Just some utility. Blinded and backs away, but smokes all up Banana, prevent anyone from progressing.
Not very aggressive. Astralis on either side of the map, really, at the moment.
No. Just content to play behind the smokes, at least at the start. No bullets connecting, and Rain's going to take the advantage to step forward, controls the spray, handles the crab walk as well. Farlig, he's the next one up. Missed the sitter. Kerrigan, he's going to take him down. 2 misses from Farlig, and Config is just a tiny little cubby to hide in. And he's got no idea what's coming.
Whew, yeah, no chance there. Don't know what would have had to have worked out for Config to make it a kill. I do think it looked to me like Glaive emptied the entire magazine of the M4A1, and it feels like Rain knew that, so he's like, I'm just gonna walk through the smoke. I'm ready.
Sure.
I mean, if you come back, I'll win that fight.
Yeah, he's saying when you reload, you're gonna go back into cover. It gives me the opportunity to make this step as the smoke fades. It was, perfectly played.
Risky stuff.
He said he was gonna have a better day than what he did in some of the previous series. He's up to 7-2 already.
Calling it out before it happens is always key to looking cool, isn't it?
Yeah, you do look way cooler if you call your shot.
That's yeah, take note, kids at home, you know? If you're gonna run into the middle of Mirage, shoot someone in the head with the deagle, just say it before you do it. Yeah. Sounds better.
And if you don't get it, no one's gonna remember. They're gonna forget
true.
it in like 2 rounds. But if you do get it, they'll remember it.
Yeah.
Maybe for like a week.
Or you can call them lucky, or
sure,
say there was lag or someone else. There are a lot of ways out of it.
Good point. You being a master of this particular move.
Yeah, I got a little notebook at home that I just check, like.
Oh. Which excuse have I not used in a while? Let's bring that one back.
It's a full moon, so gravity pulling on my mouse a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, definitely. Scout shot misses. Kerrigan's up Banana already behind the flames. Follow-up Molotovs from both sides prevent any kind of further aggression, and they'll call a stalemate. Brokey looking for a follow-up push.
Awkward weapon situation already on the Astralis side. So, not that they can obviously make it work, but this is the kind of round where I would really expect for maybe an attempted trick. You don't have to be aggressive straight off the bat, but actually they'd have no more flashbangs either. But I was going to say this is kind of round where I'd want to see them try and retake Banana, maybe at 50 seconds or something. You wait, you hold 1 or 2 flashbangs, you go with like a 2 or 3 man push, and you just hope that it works. Because playing what looks like almost a default here, maybe a little bit more B presence, that feels so risky. hard to make work. And they have none of the rifles over at the A-bomb site, so if anything happens there, it's probably not going to end well. Glaive making his way back with the scout. So now they have the 2 M4s. Maybe that makes sense. A little more sense than earlier. But still, no more nades at all on anyone on the CT side. Kerrigan first through, not quite going to beat Sip on that one, and the boost on the other side could get a kill, but he's going to back off it, and that leaves Sip entirely on his own, but Rops with a smoke on the headshot makes it an easy round for FaZe.
Yep. Bust open that bomb site. Glaive's going to see what he can get at the end, and as you mentioned, no utility, no way to really get out safely to save this M4. Twist challenging. Glaive's going to go down. That's the rifle hitting the deck. It's just Config and Farlig with Deagle. So 5-0 for FaZe. Very quick, very easy. No complications, actually. They've pretty much had everything they wanted.
You know, I had a dream tonight. I had a dream that Liquid did one of those, you know, one of those movie sponsorships they've been doing in the past, but it was for like a new Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay.
Movies, and they dressed up Yakinda and they made him say Yakinda like a pirate. It was awful. It's an awful dream, Jason.
I don't even know.
Close to a nightmare.
I don't know where to take that one. Yakindar.
Yeah, I have to experience these things too. So
why is that your dream? There's got to be something better that you can manifest as you fall asleep.
I try, but it's obviously not the best.
I can think of it.
Not the best night.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. Okay, little run boost across, little hoppity hop. Farlig not going to go for the shot.
Did he go too far? Is this?
I know, a little bit too much mustard on that hot dog.
It feels like it.
Glaive's been in the gym, so maybe.
I like it anyway. I like the attempt of it. I want to see. Oh, I like this even more. I don't even know if Flamev has any idea how much damage he did there, but that is great. But still, I want to see Astralis try things like this. I want to see them, yeah, run boost someone in with an AWP, try and go for a little bit more aggression. Even this bottom banana play, just spraying through the smoke. I feel like they need something to dictate the pace of this game just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, and especially in these first 5 rounds, FaZe has been able to get, as I mentioned, everything they want. They haven't really been challenged for map control. Even when they have been forced back by utility, it's been a well-played T-side so far. So this is a great start, obviously, with a kill and heavy damage on a Brokey. A must-win round, essentially. It feels like with this kind of an advantage. Zipix recovers his shot. Twist with a response. BlameF is the only one here for a little bit. Config's rotating over, but he's still a hot minute away.
Yep. Up on the sandbags. Nice early kill, and he's going to keep it going. A lot of confidence standing up here in the open. Obviously, a lot of risk, too. If they pop the right flash around the corner like they did in the pistol round, you could just be dead almost immediately.
Yeah.
And he's going to be backing up. But yeah, it's a calculated risk, I suppose, and if this time it works out.
Brokey tossing all the guns over the fence. No recovery. No AK-47s passed over. No AWP with his 4 health.
Kind of petty at one point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I can admire that kind of pettiness, though.
Like, I don't want you to have any. He should have thrown the P250 as well and tried to knife him.
Yeah, just run in, knifing the wall. Like, I don't even care.
Yeah, there's no inheritance here at all. I've spent it all.
Spent everything.
All right, nicely done. Astralis with the first round on the board. A little bit of aggression, and that's all it took.
It's all BlameF. It's all BlameF. Triple kill that round, including the opening and the massive damage that pretty much prevents FaZe from even executing a tactic. That whole round was recovery for FaZe for the first time in this game. Round number 7. Nice thing, too, is money builds up on the Astralis defense.
Yeah. Still a lot of money, speaking of which, on the FaZe side, even losing that round without the bomb plant. Still 8,000 on Rain, almost 6,000 on Rops. So they have a little bit of a buffer even if they lose this round.
They got some cash flow. Gonna be a mid-take. Let's see how this stack works out. Farlig with the op underneath. Glaive up top, playing anti-flash. Burning now and blind. Farlig has 2. That's excellent. And Glaive just had to bail out. You can understand why. Rops is calling it out. He's waiting for his moment. He's gonna peek. A little bit of a stack on the entrance as his teammates come from below.
3 versus 4, and you're right. They're starting to see if they can create a little bit of an opening. Flash around the corner. Rain wants to set it up. He runs straight in there, but there's 2 people waiting. Glaive gonna get the kill finally as well, and Config has gone down, but it's just Rops on his own. And he goes to fight, maybe a little bit aggressive on Glaive, but wanted to play himself back into the game, I guess. Nice double for him, and a good recovery for Astralis, because I've got to say, that was a nice mid-take otherwise from FaZe. That Molotov that was thrown by Kerrigan, it lands perfectly. Glaive is playing anti-flash, got his back turned. And something that, you know, Danny hasn't pointed out yet, but I feel like I should inform people. turning your backs to flashbangs is really great, but it doesn't really work for Molotovs. Like, I don't know how many people are aware, but they still burn, Jess.
Okay, they still light you on fire.
Little life hack for you. Doesn't work, you know.
That was a real limp wrist Molotov.
Wasn't it? Maybe a little carpal tunnel, you know.
Yeah,
like,
just my bad. Farley got that great double kill in the previous round on that mid take. He's gonna look for another kill again here. It's 3 rounds straight with the opening kill to Astralis.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he failed 2 pretty big shots earlier at
in the first gun round, yeah.
Yeah, quad side of middle. So good little individual recovery. It's good to see that not getting to him too much. Pressure has been on Farley since minute 1 of joining this lineup. So
I feel like every opper joining Astralis is gonna have a lot of pressure put on him for obvious reasons. Zipix and Banana alone. Farlig rotating over. Molotov gonna buy the op time to get into position. That's actually a perfectly timed piece of utility, so Farlig can peek down, but he's gonna hop up on top of the half wall.
Flashed off, but Sip has another smoke, so a lot of pace behind this one. Carrigan feels like there might have been a weakness, and if he would have caught one of them, he would have been dead on right, but the smoke will slow them down 40 seconds, and they're going to come walking right through. Brokey, no chance to get the scope out in time, just couldn't make it happen. 35 seconds, there's already 3 people here. There should be no world in which they're going to be able to actually get this round. 2 versus 4 now. They've backed on out a little bit. A twist falling into the Molotov. Slightly painful. BlameF just throwing bullets into the bomb site. Rob's going to try for the bomb plant. Fakes it. 18 seconds. And he will get the headshot. Hold the phone.
Yeah, this is very doable. These are the 2 players you'd want in this situation as well. Config on the flank is maybe an X factor, but Twist, unfortunately, is locked into first oranges. He can't go anywhere. Let's see how they pull this off. This was a 2-on-5.
Oh, it starts with a headshot. Glaive goes down. Rob's re-peeking from the coffins to take down Config, and Sip is on his own. That is a disgusting recovery. Faze 2-on-4. They had, what, 18 seconds maybe once the smoke cleared to the corner. Even getting the bomb plant down would have been difficult.
Man, that kill from Rops onto BlameF is so massive from Coffins, because that flashbang was thrown perfectly. Twist was completely blind. He couldn't be involved in that fight. This is a good opening. Quite obviously, Twist gets things started. This kill right here, flashbang goes off behind Rops, and BlameF is swinging for the fight on Twist at first oranges. Huge kill to get to save your teammate and keep a strong position, and then just all headshots from the young stars.
Nice! Let's go! That's how we play. Fucking good.
That's how we play.
Yeah. So that's these are exactly the kind of rounds from Astralis' point of view that just become very painful.
I mean, these are the kind of rounds that's a perfect encapsulation of why FaZe is such a dangerous team. Like, even when you have them beat, even when you've got such a huge advantage, they've got all the players required to work themselves out of the situation. 6-2.
You could even say at the start of this, when there's a smoke down before the bomb plant and there's 2 players from the Astralis side near coffins, they actually make a somewhat reasonable choice to not try and fight for the smoke.
Yeah.
Which, like, all right, hey, we can retake it. It's 2-on-4. Like, let's not risk it. And they still lose the round anyway. That's rough. Sip charging down, and again some aggression on Banana, netting them an early kill. This time on Carrigan.
4 rounds straight now. Opening kill goes to Astralis.
Good stuff.
Good trade. It's of utility in Banana. Farlig waiting around the edge of this smoke, hoping someone's going to swing, but Rops is being patient. That's not a high percentage fight, not one he's going to take quite yet. Config relegated to only a deagle, but he's got utility. If he feels pressure, can drop a smoke, obviously, in the choke point for Halls.
Still plenty of time here. But not that much utility, really, on the T side. 3 smokes on the Molotov and a flashbang feels like you could end up at the B-bomb site with this kind of a setup. Maybe clear out top mid first. They've got 50 seconds on the clock. Smoke going real deep towards the library. They haven't cleared out Banana, so that's a huge issue, obviously, if they wanted to go back to it, so...
Yeah, that's what's allowing BlameF to stick around here. Be a 4th player on defense. Rain's just quietly going to take the risk and march over as his smoke is about to fade. Another one goes down into library. He wants that peek. Config not showing himself. 2 players in the site. BlameF neutralized for the moment. And Rain's going to backstab as this hit comes in.
Nice headshot from Twist. They spin around. Rob's trying to get the spray. He's eventually going to go down, but Twist to the double. And just like that, 2 versus 2. He's picked up an AWP Twist. He's low on health, so going to try and see if he can snipe some away through the library. No one's coming that way, but they might start to cross into it. And they don't have any nades to get rid of him. They can't flash him off this angle. And he's got Rain down in the pit behind him, so they creep right in. Oh!
That's weird.
Yeah, didn't sound like he fired the gun at all. Rain gonna try and peek it, but Sip will take him down. Good double, good retake, maybe assisted a little bit by...
Whatever curiosity happened to Twist.
Yeah, weapon malfunction.
Yeah, lag.
There we go.
Full moon, remember?
Exactly. We've got a whole long list of things.
Yeah, did he switch away from the op, like quick switch, before he actually fired the shot? That
Could have been.
Yeah, let's check it out in slow-mo.
Maybe, yeah.
It feels like he like hit the, whatever happened. Even Robin's confused. He's like, huh.
Okay.
That's not how these things work. Timeout taken from Faze. You know, outside of the incredible 2v5, these past like 4 rounds that Astralis has been working with, Faze has gotten away from themselves a little bit, a little discombobulated. Like the 2v5 is excellent, but what we miss in that is that round did feel a little bit disorganized going into it in terms of the resources they had left, and they eventually attacked the B bomb site.
I've got to say, I really admire though the timing as Rain is pushing library.
Yeah.
The first smoke fades, and they meet that there's like a second smoke landing right as it fades. Like it couldn't be any better for him to keep going, basically.
Yep.
Because if you miss that timing, he has to kind of stop, and then like that was cool. But you're right, there is something missing here a little bit from the Faze side.
Well, also, I mean, the real bummer is that's probably a round win like 19 out of 20 times. Like Twist hitting that's the shot that he's gonna hit, and then you have a 2-on-1, and that was also a 4v5 for Faze. So recovering in a disadvantaged situation, although still obviously losing the round. Astralis, 4 rounds straight with an opening kill, looking to make it 5 here.
Everyone's poor right now. No money on really any team. Rain charging forwards, being heard. Config in the corner, and he's so flashed. Otherwise, close enough range for the MP9 to have a big impact. Bomb was on the ground, and Robs nearly followed it there. It's going to be left on 16 health, but if he would have gone down, that would have been a disaster for the Faze side. Now they can pick it up, they can go straight for the bomb plant. Twist is holding the middle, so they know nobody is coming that way, and Astralis might just have to back out immediately.
Yeah, they're calling it now. Farleg's running away. As you mentioned, everyone poor, nobody wanting to risk the entire loadout. Off in his hands. Here's the entrance. Config just gets so blind. Rain even does a double take. He's like, oh, there actually is someone there. Good trade from Rops as he swings out from Boiler. And the defense could not hold. They started 3 at the B bomb site. And that's it. 7-3 for Faze. Starting to rack it up.
In spite of everything, 7-3 was a really, really good scoreline, and maybe could have been a little bit more. So, in the grand scheme, still doesn't feel like the completely overpowering Faze that we used to seeing, but it seems to be good enough for what they're aiming for here in the first half.
Yeah. Even their B level is good to run up the scoreline on teams.
Yeah, exactly. And they need a catalyst to get them back in. Something to spark this team back up. They've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike in the last 2 days.
And they got a lot more to go.
I know, yeah, it's crazy.
It's wild. That was a cool quote from Glaive as well, saying, you know, I've played in 4 major finals and I've never felt more pressure than I do now during this qualifying stretch.
Yeah, how horrifying is that? But I believe it. Nice boost. Kerrigan losing his life early in Banana a couple of times. This time, though, going to be finding Sip. Quick assemble boost down at the wood log there, and that's going to be it. 4 versus 5. All right. Twist. I wanted to stick around. I could understand that. Backing off slowly.
Yeah.
Puts pressure on the Astralis defense.
Well, Config's going to rotate over to A. 3 players here. Glaive burns down to 68. Falling back, this can be heard by the entire Faze team. Hall's pop coming in. Here's the flashbang. Rain gets taken down, but Glaive, due to that battle, is completely blind. Rops can't take advantage of it. Good cover from Farleg. Swinging his aim over, and now Config's going to add on top of it, and Kerrigan's going to go down last. Last but not least, and Astralis is back on the board.
Some of these rounds, Farleg has really had an impact with the AWP once they show up to the A bomb site, so seems like that's something they can at least try to rely on for a minute here. They need all the rest of the rounds, really. They need to get to 8 at this point in time. Yeah, good catch.
I mean, that's a Hall's pop, but they never actually get out of Halls in any clean, meaningful way. Obviously, Glaive with the first kill takes a lot of the pain out of that hit due to it's allowing everyone to kind of set their feet after the flashbang. 7-4, 3-round lead. And Faze is back on pistols, back on deagles, which means Farley can get frisky. Sees a shoulder, but not able to connect the shot. Swings into the M4. Glaive's going to take an easy kill, and Blame F now has control of Deep Banana as well. So many things taken away from Faze, and they're in a 4v5. Oh!
Just keeping everyone nice and awake. Brokey lightning fast in that one. I haven't seen too much out of Brokey, but he's had some amazing games throughout this tournament so far. So don't sleep on him.
No, he's just chilling right now.
Yeah.
Twist leading the way with 11 kills for Faze. Rain's up there with 10 as well. Over on the Astralis side of things, it's Glaive with 9 and Farlig with 8 as the two top fraggers for the defensive Danes. They're going to get their 5th round on the board, so closing the gap and keeping this competitive at the very least.
Yeah, real important. Especially if they can keep all 4 people alive here. And they can. Blame F able to take that one.
If you put an animal into Overpass, what would it be? You said Ancient would be Scarabs. Chicken-sized Scarabs.
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like the problem is they can't, for ethical reasons, they can't really be like animals we, you know, we have emotional attachments to. Okay. I was gonna say it's a German map, so I was gonna like a little schnauzer or something like that, but that's not gonna work out well.
No, that would work out horribly. What's wrong with it?
Yeah, no, I'm saying no, you know. Hold on, I'll think about it. I'll come up with something.
Okay, cool.
Ooh. Lame F. Nice recovery. That's actually very difficult. There are friendly flashbangs. Zip was, I think, assisted on one of them, and or maybe both.
I mean, those flashbangs from Zip allowed Blame F to actually turn that corner and actually get into those fights. You could see Kerrigan was completely blinded with that MAC-10. He was going to go for a hard clear, but good utility usage from Astralis. They really, the first 5 rounds of this game was just FaZe being able to steamroll them in the start of every single round. And then, you know, once Astralis got a little bit more comfortable with money, started getting some wins and building up cash, you've seen they've done a much better job both in middle and banana of handling some of the early pressure.
3 versus 5. A minute left. We've seen FaZe recover around similar to this one earlier, where it's a 2-on-4, admittedly to be bomb site, but still, hopefully a reminder to Astralis right now that even though this round looks almost certainly won, you have to be super careful. They got 3 people over at the B bomb site. It's the right move for what FaZe are doing. They're setting up some basic smokes. They've got a single flashbang, and they're going to try and come through. But again, if that flashbang lands right, they get 1 early headshot. It's on. It can work, although that is a very annoying spray. Rain is like, come on, at least give me a chance to get through the smoke, you know?
Yeah, slowed him down and everything. Oh, there's another one. Good find from Config. Just down to Rops.
I'm going to say pigeons.
Pigeons.
There's like a...
True. Rats of the sky.
Yeah, exactly. And also we have, there's like this whole little, there's like an ice cream feel to it, you know, like they've got a little
picnic
cafe.
Area.
Always pigeons around, you know, you drop something on the ground. So I feel like pigeons, but not the kind like on train that you could fly away on. We have to make sure people can't.
I forgot about that. That's old school.
Yeah. Gotta make sure people can't escape the map, you know.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
But pigeons, I think, would do a good job.
Yeah, nobody minds if you blow up a pigeon. Well, they actually probably would in real life, but...
Probably would.
Yeah.
But you could probably reuse even the chicken animation for it and just put like a pigeon skin on top.
Okay.
You didn't
so you're thinking efficiency for the developers, too.
You have to.
There's layers to this decision.
You have to think about that.
Okay.
But I don't know what kind of... They can have the pigeon sounds, but I don't know what kind of sound a pigeon will make if you shoot it. That's one of the... I don't have that expertise at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
More stuff for the developers to figure out.
We'll leave that to them. Second timeout taken.
I feel like this recovery for Astralis is great. It almost feels like it's happening a little bit late in the half, having already allowed FaZe to get up to 7. It's not that the map is lost, but man, it's a hard map to win now.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's okay though. I think they're doing just fine. I mean, especially look at this run that they're on. That's actually pretty impressive. 6-2.
Yeah.
8 rounds, so that ain't bad from Astralis. I just imagine where they'd be if they didn't lose a 5v2 or 4v2.
Yeah, that's probably what they will eventually, one of the, you know, at some point during the day, remember and think about. Kerrigan is 2-9, so he's having a tough game at the moment. I think Glaive was 0-5 at one point, maybe 0-6, and he's made a nice individual recovery. So that's cool to see. And not a lot of money either on the FaZe side, so that 8-7 dream is not completely out of the question. Didn't retouch too much on this. Oh, wait a minute. They tried a whole swap earlier. They're going to try it again now. Deep flash already in this. Maybe not. A little bit slowed down. There's the smoke there. They don't have another flashbang. That's a little bit interesting. Molotov to slow them down on one side. Ooh.
Yeah, that first kill is everything. And even Config adding on top of it, yeah, they don't have the utility to really pull it off. That's a bit of a miscue. Danny said he wanted to see them looking cleaner with utility today.
I don't like anything about that.
Okay.
Brokey, I like this. Can we get another? Cannot get another one. Farley will end the fun. But I don't understand. I feel like they threw... Maybe I'm crazy, but it feels like they threw the flashbang and then they threw a deep smoke. And then at that point, the flash doesn't really do much of anything, obviously.
Yeah, there was no real like activation of the tactic, was there?
Yeah.
There was no, they didn't actually like execute it in any meaningful way. Astralis is right back in this. We're all tied up at 7.
We didn't touch too much on this, but obviously for Astralis to make their way into the Royal Arena is critical. It's ridiculous how many Astralis fans there are in that arena. So they're fighting for a lot of things.
I would say there's only Astralis fans in that arena.
Feels like it sometimes, yeah, true. So for them, there's added pressure, right?
Yes.
Again, more pressure all the time.
Shout out to the 20 North fans who are sure to show up. Config burning.
That's North. Stupid, I'm sorry.
Look, you already did your Yekandar thing. It's not like you're starting from some place of high humor.
I don't know. I think now that I think of it, there's something to work with.
Hopefully the Liquid content team, someone's tuning in because that's an idea.
We already have, you know, Captain America, but it could be there's a Captain Jack Sparrow. Like I'm just saying there's a lot of things to build on.
All under the Disney umbrella.
Yeah, why not? 40 seconds left, and Faze, they kind of cleared up another. That's a good start, but what will you do with it? You have not that much time left. You haven't even really cleared out top mid. Farley, though, the timing is so unfortunate. Just as he checks that left-hand wall is when they walk out the middle. Nice little lineup here for Config, but he might have to do a little bit more. Only 7 bullets left, and there's no one else there. He goes down to Brokey, and the bomb is going to be planted, and they're miles away.
Yeah, but it took Config, well, as you said, like 7 bullets to take down Kerrigan. In that time, he managed to get a one-tap off on the side of Glave's head. Config's able to get a cleaner kill there. He's got a teammate to actually defend this bomb site.
Yeah.
So Faze in a 4-on-2. Looks like they're going to be taking the advantage. Twist is coming up with a late lurk up mid, back towards brackets, and that's not even going to matter. Rop's going to clean them both up. 8-7. It ends in favor of Faze. Looking to take this in the last chance games today. We're off to a halftime break. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Inferno.
So we have 0 points, thank you. Great question, because I don't even know myself. I don't even know if it's right. Great success. If I could buff a weapon, which weapon would I choose? I wrote it really small. 3, 2, 1, up. Is it up? Yeah. So I put Krieg. Now it makes sense here. I put it because of your tweet. Yeah, I know. I realize now. What's my best highlight? Great question, because I don't even know myself. Kind of hard to answer, I guess. I think. Really? Oh, I haven't wrote anything. What? My head's not working so good right now. Just choose one. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the one that I actually think is best. I don't know. I'm just gonna put some random highlight. That's not even the best highlight. Okay, so then I lost. How do you know what's the best highlight? I don't even know which one. I don't know. Then you need to know your best highlight. Did you say USP 3K? No. Yeah, definitely not the best one. Then why do you ask? No, I'm just asking. Cheating now. You lost. Take away your points. Take away points from the other game. Okay, ready? That's 2 against MIBR. What do you put? I put 1v3 versus G2 on 14-15. It was in Pro League Finals. Nice. So we have 0 points. Thank you. That was a good guess. Who do I think is the better CSGO player? Me or you? It has to be out of 2 of us. Yeah, me or you. Yeah, I already know what you wrote from how you wrote it. 3, 2. Yeah, you wrote yourself. We need points, bro. I knew you were gonna put me. We have 1 point.
Too nice, apparently.
No, I would put you if he had more than 0 point. No, more than 1 point. Since we have 0, I have to
Oh,
put
true.
me.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm trying to win.
Yeah. I understand.
I would never put myself.
I can help you win.
It's just a trick question, I said. Okay.
If there's one meal, the last meal in my whole life.
There's no way I'm getting this.
I don't even know what I would eat though. Well, I'm vegetarian and vegan, and some of the things that I would like to eat again are things that I should not eat again.
It's last meal anyways.
All right, last meal. Oh wait, I actually know.
Yeah, I probably didn't get through. 3, 2, 1. Burger.
French toast.
Yeah, okay, dude. I'm not from America. If I could bring any CSGO map back into the pool, what would it be?
Let's go.
Yeah, go.
3, 2, 1, jump. Ruins. First, second.
I'm on it.
Second end.
Ruins,
You can
go.
plant. Flashing about coils.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm in
Smoke
the
ruins gonna fade first.
One.
Dead. Planting.
One more.
Zipex kill me. Zipex ruins too.
CT. Could be, what? Get coffin. Yeah. They saw me. He's on some first. One dead.
One more ruins. Zipex kill me.
Oh,
Just kill me. Ruins.
I'm gonna peek spawn again.
Yeah, do it.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have up.
That's how we play. Good Good trades. Crisp shots, man.
Thank you.
There's something so wonderful about Kerrigan getting hyped up and saying, that's how we play. That's how my two teammates that I'm watching. Those headshots from those two guys, that's how I play.
Yeah, yeah, take some credit. You can do it. You can get away with it, I feel like. No one's going to be able to complain, you know? Great stuff. 2 on 5. I actually thought it was 2 on 4, and I just forgot about it, I guess. 2 on 5. Great. Now we're in the second half. Astralis are on the T side, Faze are on the CT side. We're still in the opening map on Inferno. Ancient second, Nuke last. Oh, that's a great map to finish on. Let's get there. I really want to. Config trying to see if he can find the kill, and he nearly does on Rain. He's down to 7 health, so that's uncomfortable. They have some flashes inside, so a similar setup. Trying to see if they can get the timing down right. Even if they do, it's just Config here. It's not the whole team that's going to be flashed, but still, nice way to get a kill. There's the flash, and there's the kill.
By the 7 HP player as well in Rain. That's just a mirror image of the pistol. Remember that they picked off Config and Banana.
Oh, look at Twist.
On their T side. Yeah, Twist pushing up as well. Ooh, be careful. Be careful. Blame F. Gonna turn the corner, firing away. Brokey, I don't think he realizes he got too close up. He does now. Off angle for him. That's the bomb. One close up in Halls as well. Rops under a lot of pressure. Kerrigan's shifting over, but this will all fall to Rops.
It really feels like it. Maybe Kerrigan could interrupt some of this over at the arch position. What a dangerous move for Rops to be walking out there. He's up close. Flashbang does nothing, but he cannot land the headshot. Now it's on Kerrigan, and he's going to get overwhelmed as well. Double kill for Glaive and leaving Rain on his own. They already know that he's low. Config will have called that in, saying, yeah, he's already been tagged up. So, smiles all across. All right. Did he fail the bomb plant?
Yeah, he got off it a little bit early. You can see him shaking his head. It's okay. There's more time. But that would be a way to lose a round.
That would be a little, yeah.
That'd be hilarious for us.
Kind of funny hitting this. Looks like Rain is communicating with the chicken. Every time it says something, you can see his little avatar. He's like answering back.
Okay.
I'm just.
You're having a day today. You're on one.
Maybe he is.
True. That'd be a cool superpower. Pissed around to Astralis.
Like Norwegian Dr. Doolittle.
Someone call Eddie Murphy. Well, at least they have the pistol. We can see what they can get started with the economic advantage on this T side. We know it can sometimes be a sticky issue for defenses to kind of get started on the right foot when they're lacking nades for the first four or five rounds. Saw Faze rattle off a 5-0 start to this as well. Astralis would love to have that in their pocket.
This suddenly looks quite doable, doesn't it?
Don't say it out loud.
I know. But tied up. At least it's a start. We've got Deagles. That one's CSET 75. That still feels like a more of a rarity.
It's like an archaic weapon.
I know.
It's like an old world style. Well, Rain's going to get the Deagle kill. Kerrigan provides the space and Takes the attention away for Rain to get a clean shot. But BlameF has a strong rebuttal.
Yeah, him and Glaive both have been having a pretty good game so far. Nice to see them make it work. Rocks, there's... Oh, it's so beautiful! He lined it up, you could see it coming. They missed that synchronous peak by maybe, you know, like a 1/10 of a second, and that was enough time for him to actually find both the headshots, and that's a big problem. Twist will close out the round. But what a craftsman he is.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just miss popping up at the same exact time, just one before the other. This is disgusting. One deagle to rule them all, and it's Rops. That's how you imagine it working in your head. It doesn't usually work that well.
Yeah, I know that feeling. You're like, I'm gonna stand here and, you know, the camera, like I have the little movie playing in my brain.
Yeah,
I know what's gonna happen.
I'm only gonna see their head. It's definitely gonna hit him in the head, and then it hits him in the leg.
Yeah. 9-8. And what a shock for Astralis, because this was going to be, like, we just went through the whole Rolodex of problems that maybe FaZe were going to run into, like a grenade, not having the economy, you know, all the rest of it. Good start for Astralis second half. Can take all that away now. Rain is so not even under any pressure here, even though they are running for him. It's a whole team coming at him, and he's already got 4 kills. 3 kills, sorry. BlameF going to be alone out here. There you go. I was reading the future too, Jason.
Yeah,
4 kills.
You definitely were. Well, I mean, these are also like the rounds mentioned a couple times. The FaZe just able to, I don't like if you're going to cause an upset, right? Like you have to win that 5-on-2. You have to win that round where you have an advantage against, you know, mostly deagles. And Rops takes this previous round away. They lose the 5-on-2. So those are the rounds that you just have to have if you're the underdog in a game like this. 8-10. FaZe in the driving seat.
Yeah, I guess that's maybe this is overall kind of like an interesting sign for Astralis. Not that it's good that they lose this last round or the 2v versus 5, but it almost feels like what we're really saying is if they can stop themselves from doing that, they're actually way more competitive with FaZe, which is interesting.
At least in this map so far, right? Like you know, like today at this moment, they're certainly contending and challenging. It's
just sometimes when you watch a team lose, you think, man, I don't have to go through like a whole exercise of figuring out just how much, there are a lot of things wrong. Like they're not getting any map control, they're winning none of the duels. Like there could be a million things wrong that make them be put in a bad position. But right now for Astralis, it feels like, yeah, but if they could do some of these things, actually, they'd have a they probably would be up 11-8 in their favor, maybe more even.
Sure.
But
well, now it gets difficult because not only has FaZe kind of taken the momentum away with that second round victory, but also they've got so much money. And FaZe is going to have a very strong defense, and now you're in a position, Astralis, where you've got to win 2, maybe 3 in a row before you get any kind of a reprieve. Deep nade, not going to... does tag down Glaive, down to 72. Nice nade.
It all helps. Phonic's taking a fair bit of damage. Some of them are clearing out the apartments over at the A bomb site. Sip. A little bit of an adventure. He's got a teammate with him. That's just like absolute nightmare fuel here for Rain.
Yeah, that was very close to disaster. That Molotov from Kerrigan came out a little bit late behind him. Gotta imagine Astralis is just gonna pause and wait for a moment and retake Banana. They're gonna start running low on utility. Only 2 flashbangs to help them force anyone off any angles. 3 smokes to work with as well.
45 seconds. Coming off the boost without making any noise, which is good. Don't want to be giving any kind of cues away. Seems like could be a bit of a horse pop. Farley is in the middle. He does have a flashbang, but also the bomb, and he's low on health. So, got to be a little bit careful. 3 out apartments is great, but if somehow they fail to this boost, this could actually be a nightmare. Flash is great and all, but they need to worry about that bomb right now. Nice shot from Robs, but he's still going to be going down to config, and the bomb did make its way out into the hallway behind him, so it didn't go into the middle. Trying to be a little bit more clever about it. Brokey's back with another boost, but this time over toward that Moto pit. It's now a 3 versus 4 with about 10 seconds left. Oh, and BlameF nearly caught sleeping. The bomb, we need to get it on the bomb side right now, and Farley, he's finally found it. Oh, Kerrigan is running up, and that is the round 1. Even if they had more players alive, that's all they needed. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, that really is. What a play from Kerrigan to run that route, but what a play from Brokey and Twist. Just constantly boosting, constantly being just a harassing force. This is a great shot from Config to open things up. But yeah, the bomb just never able to make its way in. That boost from Brokey was great, and Farlick planting at the only position they can't really cover. I think Blame F had repositioned due to the fact that he'd been tagged down, and he missed that flank from Kerrigan.
Otherwise, the setup for this round for Astralis is, it's all pretty reasonable. But they had a couple of small issues that kept haunting them. I even appreciate Farlick, you know, trying to stay out of the line of fire by going through for the apps, because that's obviously, that would have been maybe the primary way that they could have lost the round is just by losing the bomb. Then you're in pit, but you have to go back out and get it. Just a bit of a nightmare. Second timeout being used now on the Astralis side. But Faze winning some absolutely gut-wrenching rounds here, from Astralis' point of view at least.
Yep. Stuck a couple daggers in. Maybe one final to deliver for the finishing blow on Inferno.
Make it a tough game all of a sudden.
Yeah, extremely tough.
Picked by Faze though, the map, so.
Yep. Rain said, he talked about it, call it before it happened, said they weren't going to lose it 3 times in one event.
Well, they're living up to that right now. 4-round gap, 1 AK, some Tech 9s, a Deagle, a Glock. We got a little bit of everything right now.
Just need the kills.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, my friend. Oh, you do get one, and you do massive damage to Rain as well. He's down to 3 HP. That could have been way worse. Nicely done from Config. Unconfirmed damage on Rain.
True. Sometimes waiting that extra second in the Molotov, counterintuitive as it seems, is actually a great move.
I think also just the, this is going to be dark, but the acceptance that he was definitely going to die as well. He's just like, all right, well, I'm going to try and take one down with me.
Gave him some real mental clarity. He was like, I'm not gonna make it out of this round. Ooh, twist, overpowered at the end. Rops up here, mechanically unbelievably gifted. 2 quick headshots. Blame on his own.
Rain's low though. I mean, this is a winnable 1v2. He's gonna get the bomb plan. He'll have time as well to reposition. Brokey and Rain really slowing it down, making sure they know exactly where the bomb's gonna be planted. And Blame F has a decision to make. Tucks himself into pit.
They have a Molotov though. That's very, very risky. If they throw it in the right position, a lot of places to check, but smoke's already been put up, so they know he's not going to be up there. Flash around the corner. Molotov comes out, and it goes even deeper towards quad. So far, so good for Blame F. At least he hasn't lost to the nades. Flash around the corner. They have a little bit of time still with the kit there, and he's going to be sneaking in, executing Rain, and now it's just Brokey left with all the health in the world, but no time at all to take this fight. He's going to get the fight eventually. He'll spin around, go pick up the kit, and go straight for it, and I think he has the time as well. Wow, that is really close, but great job on Brokey.
Yeah, well done as well, just sending, splitting up as well so you can't get doubled up with that low HP. That was essentially Rain saying, I got 7 health. I'm just going to jump into the bomb site. I'm going to reveal the position. I'm going to let you know exactly where he is, and it's your 1v1 to play how you'd like, and Rain does exactly that.
And also, if he really was up in the A apps and they'd smoked it off and he goes straight for the defuse immediately, then Brokey's there covering the smoke. He knows he has to run out of it, so like there's a lot of different layers, I guess, to the way they play that 2v1. And I mean, if a solid attempt from Blame F, he was pretty close to winning it.
Yeah. Yeah, at a certain point, you just got to grab that. You got to take that fight. Off in the hands of Brokey now. Not a whole lot of runway left for Astralis on Inferno. 5-round lead, 13-8. 5 rounds in a row as well for Faze. Remember, they lost the pistol, won the ensuing second round, and they haven't looked back.
They're getting really close at the moment. But finally some more decent weapons on the side of Astralis, which is nice. Kerrigan deep. Hiding in this little corner by the tree. That could be interesting. See if they could leave him here and draw Rain back, or they could just use it as a classic 1-2. Oh, Rops.
This is...
What a mission that he's on. Picking off one, taking down Sip, and blowing wide open this T side.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do right now if you're Astralis? Good kill from Glaive. Oh, another follow-up from Glaive. That's huge. Brings it into a 3-on-3, but you still have to contend with Rops. You still have to deal with this chaos, and Blame F has him. He's found him. They think this is open, though. Oh, Rain, this is a perfect reposition. They'll have no idea of this off angle, or will they? Ready and waiting for the peak. Farlick's got that. What a round for Glaive to recover.
Kerrigan on his own walks right into the shot. Glaive with the ending kill. 17 overall on him, triple in this round, and recovering what looked like a 100% a lost round at the start.
Yeah, a 3v5, and you have, a CT just really destroying your back line, moving all across the map. This could have been really painful. Some maybe over-aggressive peeks down middle from Brokey and Twist to give Glaive the opportunity, but he certainly had to seize it.
A little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, surprising. Wonder if he's upset at Glaive or upset at Brokey for taking the peek.
Yeah, maybe himself, just for, you know, felt like I should have won that fight.
Oh yeah, could have very easily been upset with himself.
Brokey up close with the AWP and Boiler Room. BlameF down here. Molotov close, will spill down behind the half wall, so a nice little trick there. Nade will soften him up, but they're just playing. One anti-flash, Carrigan holding up close. BlameF does not have a flashbang, but surely someone behind him does. See if they're going to set it up to turn the corner. I think Glaive just waiting for the timing. Going to be Molotov as well. Still over a minute. Ooh, doing the boost as well. Carrigan, is he ready for it? He wasn't, but he still gets the kill. Rain on his own, trying to follow it up. Taking a little bit of damage, trying to slow them down, but he is so flash. Smoke just to stay alive, and that is not going to work.
Could have been an interesting flashbang.
Yeah.
Astralis had to battle to get to this position. Zipic still lurking on the other side of the map. He'll have a chance here. Brokey's just crossed over. Scope doesn't allow him to see. But Rops is pushed up as well. Should be a freebie. And now Astralis knows no matter where they choose to actually attack, it's a 2v1. Twist hiding at the back of the bomb site. There's 30 seconds. There's time to clear this out, but will they? That's the question, and the answer is no. They will not. All down to BlameF.
You have to assume as well, because of who they met out in Banana, they don't think Twist is going to be back here. BlameF on his own takes one. No, it's not even that. Could have nearly taken out Robs, but even if he had, he would have been shot in the back by Twist almost certainly. So,
yeah.
Wow. Nice recovery.
Would have definitely been traded. Good movement, good mobility from the CT side. Yeah, especially because these battles are, I mean, this takes a little bit of time for them to clear out top Banana.
I actually thought Rain underhanded a smoke to try and keep himself, but I guess it was Flash.
He threw the smoke towards half wall.
All right,
and then realized that they were going to beat it no matter what.
There we go.
Yeah, even if BlameF gets this kill, he's traded immediately from Twist, who's swinging off that contact.
If you're coming in from the Astralis side, you find Rain and Carrigan, you defeat them in a battle out for Banana. It makes sense you wouldn't look for Twist back there, right? You like... Probably you think those are the two B anchors. We're all good.
Yeah, you'd probably assume that there wasn't time for someone to get to the back of the bomb site on a rotation. You're probably thinking, as you saw, like they're smoking off, you know, coffins. That you think he's going to be stuck in ruins.
And if they would have been there in time, why weren't they there helping Rain? You know, so yeah, he just hit the perfect timing to get back there, and they just weren't checking for it.
17 kills on Twist, 22 kills on Rops, 19 on Rain. Powerful trio for the moment. Banana control, and Carrigan gets behind it, looking over the flames. Stepping in front of the follow-up Molotov, and he's got complete Banana control, and he's done it quietly. There's a little gap in that smoke.
Quietly and with limited utility, which is great because they don't have that much to begin with on the Faze side, so pretty good for them to get down there. Rain will pick up BlameF. One of the really heavy hitters here on the Astralis side. Huge loss early on.
Bomb still dropped way far in the back, and actually it probably doesn't even matter considering the kills that are coming out. Twist is going to be able to find Farlig as well. It's just Zip. Even if they had all the success in the world, they would have had to traverse the entire map and deal with Carrigan's flank. Nice shot from Twist at the end is going to put Faze on 15. 6 chances to close out Inferno.
There's a triple in that round for Twist. I think he was just upset the previous round that he didn't. He's like, I can win all the fights.
Yeah, I think he was upset, not that he lost that fight. I think he was more upset that he made the decision to kind of follow up and peek and be aggressive and give away another kill.
One of the big weapons, obviously, on the Faze side there. 20 on him, 20 on Rain, 22 on Robs. That's a lot to deal with. And we're just now starting in the 25th round. It is one more round here for Faze, and they'll pick up their own map pick. Auto shotgun on Brokey. Oh, I wish. There we go. Picks it up, but then switches straight into the AK to continue the battle. He's felt a little bit left out this game, Brokey. Wants a little bit more. Gets a couple of kills at the end.
And much like to finish the Mirage game yesterday where he went absolutely crazy jumping over, this time he's like, final round of the half. I'm going to go nuts. I'm going to just be hyper aggressive. And poor BlameF. Stuck into Lohac, smoke dropped on him as well. He's got to go for the peak. Carrigan gets the final headshot in Faze. Win a very good map. There were some struggles. There were some obstacles for Faze. They overcame them all. A big win, 16-9.
Yeah, huge victory, obviously. And Astralis, even though it looked like there was a chance at one point, they lost some critical rounds that hopefully they will not be doing on Ancient. That is the second map. It's coming up, but not before we go to a break.
I think in-game leader in CS definitely have to have like a feel for the game and you have to be decisive. You gotta trust your own gut.
People thought that I wouldn't be an in-game leader ever. No one trusted me. I mean, it's a big challenge, but that's what I'm living for. We are in Stade de France, which is the French stadium where the national team of football and rugby play. It's also our facility for 2 years. For most of French people, it's really known because we won like the first World Cup of France 23 years ago. I used to be an entry fragger for probably 10 years of my career. I love that role. I love playing for the team because the entry fragger, they dies first. Yeah, it's a hard role, really hard role. But I always on the side work for the team, like tactically, with nades, with coding. I've never been like that far from being a leader. For some years, I didn't do it myself, even though I could, because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
There has been some movement on Vitality, as we see here in the lower third. I mean, Alex no longer in the roster, and the team seems to be having its ups and downs.
And when Alex departed the team in 2020, my old coach Stas came to me and said, I think it's time for you. I said, okay, let me 2 or 3 days. I need to think about that.
A player like Apex now having to be that in-game leader, I think is a huge, huge change for him and a huge responsibility.
And then I came and said, okay, I think I'm ready.
It's everything in this game. Like if you don't trust your coach, if you don't trust, I don't know, manager, analyst, player, like why you play this game? Like it's all about trust. Actually, when he became a leader, I trust him like 100% because he has him in the blood. Like he can motivate, he can cry, he loves CS. He had a lot of emotion, so yeah, I like it. Yeah, you can be a good leader. And he proves every day.
Robin, you can't lose Inferno 3 times in a row, and things certainly looked better here. I'm going to start with looking at that. It was a 2v5, but it was a 2v4 on the bomb site. You know, we're seeing that communication come through. Are you noticing the difference?
Yeah, I mean, they played that situation perfectly. You know, they took their duels, they played it close to perfect. I mean, a very important round as well. I think Inferno is also a good map, even though we lost it 2 times before. I think we would have lost during that day, even if it was another map. You know, it wasn't the map's fault why we lost. So.
And now we're going into Ancient, right? This is another map where you guys have a lot of confidence on it, though. Are you expecting, though, some different style coming out from Astralis? Now the pressure's off from you, expecting something that maybe can upset you a little bit here?
No, not really. I think it doesn't really matter which map it is. I think we're focusing so much on ourselves to find our good form and to reach a peak performance from the whole team. And that's what's important for us, too, that we are playing to our potential.
And what did you say to them before this day began? Because I know you spoke about the studio environment. You know, obviously they've got their backs up against the wall. They don't want to go down to that showdown. So what was that talk like?
It's still hard. I would say that we're playing it probably right now at 70%. So we have a lot to improve, and we're still doing a lot of mistakes. But we just have to finish this off now.
Well, let's see if we can. Robin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
A bounce back for Astralis in the first, but clearly not singing from the same script as we came into that second half, because Matthew, that was a dominant CT side coming out from Faze.
Well, you know what? I agree with you. I agree that the defense from Faze was really much in place, but I would say that 16-9 is maybe a little bit harsh for Astralis. I think there's a little bit more than meets the eye in that scoreline. It's a very good start from Faze, 5-0 straight from the get-go. Then there is that heartbreaking 2v4 from Robs and Twist. There's that Deagle round from Robs as well in the second half. I think there were a couple of silly garbage rounds. I know you like that one. There are a couple of garbage rounds for Astralis that really put all their efforts in the bud, because they weren't completely far away from the truth in that first map.
No, losing the pistol round in the first half as well, and still getting away with 7 rounds. It was a very competitive game, you know, the first 15, 16, 17 rounds into it. I will say, you know, Faze on the CT side is a different beast, and the one weakness that we highlighted throughout this tournament being Rain and Kerrigan on the small bomb side, they figured that out pretty well. You know, they shut them down a couple of times. Clear to me to see that Astralis recognized that weakness as well, wanted to contest it, couldn't get it done. And from that moment and onwards, if you then go over to Brokey, you go over to Robs, you go over to Twist, you know you're in deep, deep trouble if you're Astralis. So I agree with you, 16-9, maybe a bit deceiving, but Astralis had to get a little bit more out of the first half where they actually were competitive.
Yeah, you mentioned Robs' name. I want to bring up a dirty deagle moment from him in our eco play, which is round 17, that kind of really broke the backs of Astralis coming into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, when you see Robs pull off something like this, it's tough, let's be completely honest, right? Especially because at this moment in the game, it's very competitive. Astralis winning the second pistol, and then you see Robs coming in, starting out with a trade back and forth here on Banana, a 4v4. Not really the most wanted scenario, but then you see it right here, goes into a 4v3, and all of a sudden, Robs is happening in just a couple of moments. You see him in here, pushed into Boiler, and the ability to do something like this against a team like Astralis, it is just so dirty, so clean. It's world-class Counter-Strike, let's be completely honest. At this point and onwards, Astralis fell forward to push up Banana, they get caught off guard, and all of a sudden, Matthew, they couldn't win anything.
It's a breaking point for Astralis, and for multiple reasons. First of all, as you said, it's 8-8 scoreline, but off of a very good end of the first half for Astralis, so they were flying in with momentum. They had the man advantage, and then they kind of broke the golden face hit rule of Inferno, which is you face off against pistols. Maybe don't mess around with the apps. You know, there could be a deagle waiting for you. We can't take anything away from Robs. These were two pristine shots, but I think that had Astralis won that round, then benefited from a full eco after this, built some money, we could have been looking at a different game, but just the rug was pulled from underneath them instantly.
No, it definitely was. We saw what was going down on the screen, but I want to hear what was going down on the TeamSpeak as well.
Rotate one. Yeah, rotate one and jiggle pool. Could be holding you.
Yeah. Absent. To the dab.
Nice.
Let's do a banana. One down mid.
Yeah, be careful. Could be holding. One coming.
Big me.
Lining up.
We lost. Can't go back.
Nice. Good job.
Insane, Robin.
Holy deagle, man.
Fanden gjorde han det der i kost?
Altså, jeg var en klar på ring.
Jeg spottede ham også.
Okay, sygt nok. Ikke nok godt.
It's just the pure disbelief from the side of Astralis.
How did he do that? How did he do that? I was ready for it. All right, then. You know what?
I guess not. I mean, Mr. Cool just living up to his name there as well. The fact that he's like, 1 adapts, 2, that's it. That's his reaction to that moment. You expect nothing less from Robs.
And you can see how Astralis reacts after that going on Banana. They're completely frazzled. Like, they have no idea how to react to this. They don't have any information. The map just closes off on them instantly. Walk into a trap. That's over. I was ready for it, man.
Sometimes you just have to accept greatness, right? When a player like Robs is pulling off something like that, you just have to accept it.
Yeah, and only one subsequent round for Astralis on the board after that moment, the miraculous moment pulled off by Robs there. I do want to throw one more name into the ring, though, from the side of Faith, because we were talking about the veteran himself, Rain, coming into this series. You talked about him being able to step up in these high-pressure moments, Maniac. We saw that coming through on Inferno.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He answered all our questions and concerns. That Rain was much higher level than what we have seen earlier in the tournament. As we can see here, obviously opening a couple of situations on the T side. We know him for that. He's one of the best entry fraggers we have in the game. And also, when we flip over to the CT side, he wasn't the liability that he and Kerrigan at times can be whenever Faze are facing issues and troubles on Inferno. That wasn't the case to be here. That was very solid, very disciplined from Rain, and very sharp.
A game with few mistakes coming out of Mr. Rain. That's what we want to see. As you said, he was the can opener in a couple of situations on the T side, sorry. And on the CT side, we spoke about it, even in the pistol here, finding a lot of impact. So to have Rain play at, you know, not at a level where he has to be the best player on the server, not at a level where he necessarily has to be the MVP of a tournament like he did during the major. Just having Rain show up like he did right here, that's enough for Faze.
Yeah, a reliable force.
It's when the roster just really takes its entire importance and magnitude is when Rain is playing that kind of Counter-Strike, then it is the deepest roster we have in the game currently. When you put him next to Twist, Robs, and Brokey, then he plays to that level. That quatuor is beautiful.
I do want to move on our conversation to the second map we're going to see coming in. This is the pick of Astralis, which we were having a kind of a tough time deciding when we were discussing this in the green room. We were questioning, you know, do we go back to Overpass? That's the last time we saw these two teams facing off. Dust 2 was kind of thrown into the mix. Ancient, though, comes out. My question is, are Astralis dyed in the wall picking into this?
Even Nuke could have been a possibility for Astralis in this one. I think that's the problem for them. They have nowhere to go with this video, right? There's no punish pick coming into Faze. It's almost like they're flying into the face of danger by picking into Ancient, a map they played twice already the last week. 2 losses. I know they got a win against NIP, who, you know, we spoke about it already. They haven't been looking great so far in the group stages. Had a rough loss in the RMR qualifier, had a rough loss against OG as well, and that's your map pick. That's where you go up against Faze with. it's rough for Astralis. There was simply no other way to go, I guess, but Ancient, it's not a map we have seen Astralis play at a high level for quite some time.
That's when we circle back to the conversation about having a deep map pool and strong maps, strong picks where you can put your opponent in a disadvantage. If you maybe roll back a few months, Astralis were one of the reference team that we had on Ancient. Pre-update, and we would probably be standing here saying, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. Ancient is kind of at the bottom of the ladder for Faze. They allow it against them, but they're not exactly experts, or Astralis is probably going to push us to a third. But the very recent results have been a little bit more grayish than that. It's been a bit more complicated, and it still makes sense if you play against Faze, but Astralis haven't had that high level that we've seen in the moment.
What do you think is potentially, or could potentially be, the win condition for Astralis coming into this one then? As they are only one map away from not making it in the straight road, rather, to the Royal Arena.
The easy answer is Config. He was highlighted by Rain, he's highlighted by Astralis, he's highlighted by himself. We talked to the, Astralis that played Ancient 2-3 months ago. We talked about Config being one of the best Ancient players in the world. He hasn't really shown up as of recently on the map, but he is the X factor. He's the guy that can cause a lot of problems for Faze. Without Config playing well, there's going to be no victory for Astralis.
Yeah, Config has been the name on our lips time and time again, and now is the time he needs to be shining. Otherwise, Faze will be clasping that spot in the Royal Arena hands on. It does come down to the grounds of Ancient, and we're going to find out how it goes down in just a few moments.
still lacking some teams to make it to the Royal Arena. We're going to try and find one more, or maybe a couple more today, in fact. One of them could be Faze, another one could be Astralis. Yeah,
to be exact.
Yeah, to be just on point. I like it. Good. Thanks, Jason, for keeping it real.
I got you. Odds are still very heavily in the favor of Faze. Song even more in the favor of Faze.
Yeah, they did win the opening map, even though Astralis looked like they had maybe some opportunities, but just Faze winning too many rounds that they shouldn't, and a lot of rounds that just look good as well.
Yeah, and then just generally, for the most part, Faze being Faze. It wasn't the cleanest game or day that we've seen out of them, but obviously getting the job done is all that matters. So they're up 1-0. Now looking to book that ticket back to Copenhagen for the Royal Arena event.
No. Faze, certainly, they must be there, right? It's the #1 team in the world. But then again, Astralis also must be there.
Number two.
All right. God damn.
It's so ridiculous. By a small margin. Fist bumps all around. You know what the music means. We're going to get into action. It's going to be Ancient coming up between Astralis and Faze. And Astralis must win it if they want to obviously make the Royal Arena, but also avoid the Showdown, continue on in the series. They then have to win Nuke as well. So Astralis just looking to stay alive in the series for the moment, while Faze looking to end things early.
On Ancient as well, who knows what can happen? I feel like I had a lot of trust in Astralis on this map at one point, but not so much anymore. I don't know if it's just because they've been playing OG and they're so ridiculously good on this map, but either way, I don't have the same confidence.
No, I think part of it too is, remember, like when you started having some confidence in Astralis, like they were figuring it out on this map as well as when Config was playing at his best. That little resurgence that Config had, that's kind of seemingly slipped away, but he's such a force to be reckoned with in middle. Attention taken away from Brokey initially, but brought right back. And Rops is doing an incredible job of keeping Kerrigan hidden.
Yes, he is. All the attention gone to Robs, so they don't even know about Kerrigan. He's going to sneak in. They do come off the plant at the very least. That could have been an instant death right there. What a nice shot. Picking it off. Another headshot to come through, and it's Blameth on his own. Should have no chance here, but he will still take down one of them. Glocks out. He almost has him. One more bullet to connect. What a scary moment for Kerrigan. He's out of the open. The flash doesn't quite catch him there, but the bullets most certainly will. And it's going to be Blameth with the 1 versus 2 clutch to start on Ancient.
Giving a little dance, throwing some shade over to Kerrigan after the fact. Nice pistol round from Astralis. I mean, man, I can't believe they survived this. 2 quick headshots from Kerrigan hiding behind the box. Felt like that should have been all she wrote, but a good duel for Blameth. 1v2.
Not today.
Not today?
Not
That's it?
today,
That's all he had for us?
Yeah, it's like kind of lighthearted, but I like it. I just love the fact that they can shout and, you know, try and get a little bit of trash in there. I like it.
Yeah.
It's good times.
It is wonderful. Here we go, utility. Now, Astralis did lose a round like this on Inferno. Zipix is going to get the opening kill, but Brokey's here. Aim punch ruins his day. Flying Mac 10s. For Config, double kill for him, and Twist is going to step up to the plate now, try and recover the round. They have no idea he's here. Ooh, if he could have got a clean first kill, might have been able to clean up the second player because Config was low. And Rops is left in a 1v4, so it should be a 2-0.
Did he tag both of them with 1 deagle bullet while they were mid-air with those flying Mac 10s?
Yeah,
really,
he might have.
It looked intense.
Close to turning the round, and Farlig spots 1. He's got 12 HP, so he wants nothing to do with the fight, but that really makes sure there's no more danger in the round, or of Astralis losing a player. The Blameth wants to give him a shot.
All right.
Didn't learn his lesson on Inferno?
No, he really didn't. Galil's been picked up. He could do more. Going to be finding Sip as well. So great. Couple of kills. Steal the Galil. Not going to be able to catch him at the end of it, think either. So that's not too bad.
No, unfortunately, rebuys are going to drop the deagle over to a teammate as well. So Rops now has rifle and armor, and that's the last thing you want coming into a round like this.
I think possibly they both got tagged. Either way, doesn't really matter. They're going to win the round. Deagles being upgraded into supporting the Galil. And silly as it seems, Astralis, they were struggling on Inferno to win some of these rounds. This is exactly how they got off to a bad start, even if they were about to build a good start. So I really want to see Astralis just come through this round without too much trouble and make sure they can get the 3-0 lead. Well, let's say that.
Yep.
And already Config's gone down. Blameth, though, due diligence there.
Yeah, we saw him do a hard clear like that yesterday as well on this map. So, I mean, Blameth just doesn't forget about that corner. There's that rifle on Rops. There's that deagle on Twist. There's that Galil back again. And it's gone from bad to really bad.
Well, that's the round. I feel like almost the sad part of some of this is there's so much silence, and you're just seeing like Astralis play creep around, and it's a single deal shot. Boom, done. There's no follow-up. No one can revenge anything. They just die on their own.
Yeah. I mean, just a ton of deagle shots. That Galil might have not even really been necessary in this round, but you could see even when it passes over, a good kill there, and the final kill from the Galil as well.
Prime opportunity for Karrigan to...
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, why didn't he shout back at him?
They're polite people. Unfortunately. But they're going to force into the round anyway, Astralis. I can't really blame them for it. You want to try and see if you can recover your dignity a little bit and just come back into the mix. But yeah, they have to stop losing rounds like that. This has got
to be a dry fight. There's not enough utility across the map to make to kind of have a standard like map control execute style round. They've got, you know, Molotov, smoke, flash. That's it. 3 nades for the entire Astralis round, and actually Config doesn't want the duel. And then Farlig just back away from that A bomb site. Mid control for Twist, and we know he's good at it. Rain is there in support as well. They've got a decent setup everywhere they go. Rain's kind of in a swing position to be able to help Karrigan and Twist, whichever one he chooses.
Classic Faze defense over the B-bomb side, isn't it? Rain and Karrigan just... They are experts at it. Very, very hard to beat. It's always seem to find a good timing. We'll see if Karrigan's going to be able to. Rain taking all the attention at first. Karrigan sneaking in and getting that kill on Glaive. And they trade pretty well. Nice nade to blow up BlameF down there. Last parting gift for Rain, and it's Config on his own.
Yeah, that defense worked exactly how it's designed. Nice job. Good first kill from Rain is everything to keep the attention towards the left so Karrigan can swing out and get one more. Config is, he's wary. He's clearing corners. 14 seconds left. Not going to go for the round. I don't even know if he's going to move forward into Rops's position. Just save the weapon.
Yeah, Config hanging out here by the ferns.
Between 2 ferns, some would say.
Yeah. One of the oldest species of plant life.
Oh, fun
in case you were interested.
I am interested.
Yeah. I don't know if actually anyone cares about this at a pro level, but I feel like I'd be so much more upset almost knowing beforehand what kind of setup I'm going to run into with Rain and Karrigan out there and still feeling like I can't stop it. You know, like Karrigan being aggressive at the bottom of that ramp is something, not all the time obviously, but it happens a lot. And you still lose a player to it.
Yeah, really kind of the only way around it with the utility that Astralis had was just winning that duel against Rain. The initial fight had to be a victory so that the follow-up players could address the Karrigan situation. Config's going to lead the way with an AK-47. Smoke in their face is going to slow things down, but you have to imagine they're going to go through. Config's going to be third one in. He's going to bait everyone. Looks like they want to come right through this smoke. Here we go. Rops spots the first jump and spots the AK-47. He's got Twist in support, who's handling business. Oh, he's going for the ace. He's going to get it. Nice and easy. All 5 kills for Twist.
That's really well done. Look at the awareness as well, apart from obviously the mechanical aspect of it, but it's almost like he understands the second he sees the first guy charging out that this is just a bait. So he tries to get the spray, but when he can't, he falls back and it's like, all right, there's going to be a second or third player that's just going to be aiming for me, right?
Yeah.
So, and that all happens in like less than a second.
And you're also pulling him into Twist crosshair as well. You're pulling him into the setup. So just really well played, smartly played from Rops and Twist.
Yeah.
3 rounds straight for Faze on defense.
There's some money back in the hands of Astralis. Not the most amazing buy. That could well be enough.
Looking for a smoke?
Car keys?
Ooh, that's the worst.
Oh, lost.
Oh dear.
Maybe a little toad, maybe a little pet toad or something.
Well, you got to be worried because it looks like that was kind of critical to the setup. Maybe looking for a smoke to drop a second smoke in middle, but doesn't matter when Glaive gets that entrance. Twist turns the corner. Glaive has that as well. 2 headshots for him. Rain steps up next, finally puts a stop to it. And nobody else can handle anything from Faze. It's Karrigan and Brokey against 3.
A weird round, but it's been working so far. They still need some space for the bomb plant. They don't know if they have control of Donut enough. Ooh, Karrigan. He probably should have been dead right then and there. Awkward timing. Does get naded down to 21 health, but they're not through on the bomb plant yet. That's the problem. Even though they have the bombs on it and have had it for a good 20 seconds, they still haven't really found the space for it. That doesn't connect, and finally they get to put the bomb down. So a little bit of a step in the right direction. Karrigan, though, sneaking all the way out, and there's that CC from Config. Going to be taking him down, so now it's time to escape if you can.
Yeah, oh, I'm surprised BlameUp didn't have a deeper angle to cut off that rotation, but Brokey's got to drop a smoke. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, give it to him.
I actually wanted him to run back.
Look at his little cheeky smile as he did that, too.
This is so stupid. He no-scope headshotted him from half a map away.
How mad would you be?
I would have bit the cord off my mouse.
Oh, there's the Molotov. Okay. Nice catch, observers. Yeah, this that's silly.
I would have headbutted the monitor.
He's like, yeah, what can I do? No scope, through smoke.
Yeah.
Even Rain. Look at everyone.
Might have walked across the studio to ask for an apology, like, you know, just to demand an apology. To say, like, can you at least say sorry?
Twist, blinded, still recovers to be able to get the 1 kill on the Glaive. 4-on-4, but that's a little bit of space in middle opened up for the Astralis side of things, and Config is going to occupy that space.
I'd actually love the comms from that previous round of BlameUp looking for the grenade in spawn. It'd be really funny if they just don't know where it is. This is another one of those critical rounds that they absolutely need to win, Astralis. I mean, they've been giving up some rounds that are just so important. Config, right position, good idea. Couldn't kill Rops, but he's got some confirmation. He's controlling a lot of the middle here, so not too bad. BlameUp taking down Karrigan and Rain on the other side, and they knew he was coming, but he still gets the parting grenade.
Yeah, and Rops did commit to that fight against Config, was taken down, but Brokey's coming in with the off. He knows the position, don't matter. Missed shot, and Config has a little bit of revenge for the previous round. Rain gonna try and pick up the pieces. He's got the first of 3. Transitioning over towards the A bomb site. Molotov holds him at bay. Doesn't want to go for the long rotation through Temple. He does have a kit.
Yes, he does, and they're both in donut. It's very hard to take this fight, although he really almost wins it against Farlig. That would have been huge if he could have turned it into a one-on-one. Up on the box, and Farlig, a little bit too open, goes straight for the bomb defuse here, not faking it. Sip doesn't realize, and he's going to get the defuse right in front of him. Oh, heartbreaking again. Oh, that's tough to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. Zip is just thinking, surely you're going to fake it. There's so much time left in that bomb. Why would you just stick it the whole way? And Rain just pulls a fast one on him. This is a good fight, although Farlig doesn't really need to be peeking necessarily at that angle, although I don't think he expected to hop up over the box, right? He's looking for the fight down low. And Zipix just a quarter of a second, maybe a 1/10 of a second late on that peak.
I feel like Farlig being that far out would have made more sense if there was some more utility on Rain. If he was, you know, dropping smokes or trying to throw flashbangs, Molotov, or anything like that. Maybe you want to make sure that nothing tricky is happening, but yeah, probably a little bit risky. And then obviously the straight 5-second defuse right in front of Sip. That's that's the kind of stuff that really will make a team feel like, man, maybe we just can't put it together today. It's not going to work. 3-4, and moving into the 8th round, we've got a Mac-10, we've got a Galil. Decent utility still on the Astralis side. Let's see what they could do.
What a way to lose a round. 1 round lead for Faze. 4 of the last 5 going in their favor. Astralis has quick control. Did he spot Karrigan? Did he spot that jump? Look at Rain's aggression. They're doubled up, and 2 quick kills for Astralis. They put a stop to any Faze shenanigans.
Good. Seems like just a classic Rain and Karrigan play right here, and they actually beat it. So that's amazing news. Rops has decided if it's going to be a 3-on-5, I might as well take a huge risk and try and just walk into the smoke here. Config bumping into him. It's almost a little bit adorable, but also kind of awkward.
Yeah, less adorable when there's an AK-47 pressed to the side of his head. Config, little death match going on. He's found twists. Config's starting to warm up in middle and starting to warm up into this map. He's got 10 kills, which is absolutely magnificent to see that out of Config if you're Astralis and you want to force a 3rd.
Don't tease, Jason. I really want Config to show up. He's getting there slowly, but man, it's a long road back.
Yeah, and if you're Astralis, you kind of want to take this op away, but how much do you really want to invest in the hunt?
Yeah, probably not worth it to throw rifles, too many more rifles into it. Sip, gotta be careful here. Brokey turning the corner, and I don't think Sip saw him either.
Nope, he's gotten away. He's going to escape with the ult. So yeah, not too much of a hunt. They have him. They think they have him boxed in. It feels still with Zipix. Slowly encroaching onto the B bomb site. They'll find it empty. Blame F might be in trouble later on in the round. But it'll be a fourth. It's going to be all tied up. And look at the money over on the Faze side of things. They ain't no cash no more.
No, they're absolutely broke. I didn't even realize, but you're right. I guess that, yeah, that last round did just cost them a little bit more. Rain with a 1 versus 1, so even if they won the round, it's kind of a little bit close. Well, there could be something here, and they might find this AWP after all. Bomb just now ticking, last couple of seconds, and they're all coming for him. Good trade. That's really well done.
Yeah, that's nicely done from Astralis. That's a beautiful find. Rips all the weapons out of their hands. So Faze gonna have a decision to make if they want to invest and force up. It's a little bit of a timing on this. That felt like Rain and Kerrigan's aggression was a little bit, maybe a couple seconds later than usual, as fast as it could have been, but they might have just been able to trying to catch them with utility to make those fights easier. Timeout or technical pause. That's what I meant.
It's a kind of a timeout, I suppose. Almost the same, except for the planning and the talking, but still.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. This is too early to call right now. It's hard for me to figure out. I feel like, in spite of the fact that we've seen Astralis give up some rounds that they shouldn't have, they're still in a pretty decent position. And with the economy on their side, I mean, they could actually build a really good first half right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The problem is, I mean, you know, they did lose that third round to the Deagles. Is there going to be another heartbreaking win somewhere for Faze? You know, are they going to be able to steal around much like they did on Inferno?
I know.
Right? You know, like
that's what you're worried about.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the whole conversation there, and even the desk mentioned it as well, saying 69 was probably a little bit of a harsh scoreline for how close Astralis, you know, played that by feel. And here again, there's his little dance. Going to his happy place.
Yeah. Not today. It's been some tough times here for Astralis for sure. And Faze still good chance here that they could close it out in 2-0 fashion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That could happen. If it does go to third match, there will be on Nuke. So I'm excited for that. I actually would love to see that. Obviously with Astralis, it's history on the map, but watching Kerrigan, you know, trick around and try to play especially that T side could be really interesting. So I would appreciate it. Timeout being called from Astralis out of the tech timeout. Did they fix it?
Yeah, I believe so. It would appear so. Glaive's speaking.
All right.
Mouth is moving. If you're just joining us here at Blast Premier, this is the final day of matches at the fall groups. Obviously, Faze, Astralis right now. All the matchups today are for a spot at the Royal Arena at the fall finals or to send a team to a showdown. So Faze, Astralis facing off here. Later on, the second match of the day will be NIP taking on Heroic.
That's going to be one hell of a messy game.
I got an even better one for you to end the day. G2 Vitality.
Nice.
That's a wonderful matchup. Vitality earlier in the event as well, able to best G2 in a best of 3.
Yeah, I still pick G2 for that one. I can't help myself. We'll see, though.
I did too. I did too.
This time,
I know the feeling.
Well, this is that round that they shouldn't lose. They must win it. I know we say it sounds a little bit like a broken record, but it's true. Like, yeah. I'm not saying that they are necessarily easy rounds to win, but if you want to make it, if you want to start to get into like the top 8-4 of big tournaments, then you can't give away too many rounds. They already have given away too many, and that's a good start. Rain and Twist are both going down, and a 3 versus 5. And they have the right idea. Kerrigan again forward down to the bottom of that B ramp, so they know what's coming. Brokey with the 1 kill and nearly a double.
Yeah, nearly. That was a bit dicey. Kerrigan decides not to push. He's going to wrap back around. He's saying, all right, you've killed 2 of my teammates here. You killed 1 in middle. Maybe you won't expect a 3rd player to come out of Jaguar. But Blame F is watching for it.
Yeah, he's got the right idea. CSGO still somehow going to win that fight. A little bit awkward. Smoke is being put up. AK recovered, and now Rob's feeling like, all right, now there's a lot of attention over on this side of the map. Maybe it's my time to shine. Moving forward with the Deagle, but Config has got the absolute perfect idea. And will Shut him down before he even got a look.
Yeah, good read from Config. So Kerrigan's going to be happy to save the AK-47 into the next round. No reason to go for this one, but Astralis, I mean, even with a couple players lost, avert danger, avert complete disaster in this round, and can start building upon it. They're going to take a lead. 5-4. How about them apples?
It's beautiful. And especially like the fact that, again, the Faze economy is just not going to be that great even in the next round. So,
yeah,
a lot of opportunity right here for the Danish side to really put a real half together.
And the unfortunate thing about that position from Rain, too, in middle is Twist loves playing that spot. Twist has played that a number of times in this half already, so Config's already seen it, and he's not going to let that one slip. So a hard clear on Rain's position, never had a chance in the fight. Round number 10 coming up. And as you mentioned, economy is just busted for Faze. Everyone's sitting around 2K. Kerrigan at least has the AK-47 with armor.
But you have to, first of all, they know that the AK has been saved. You have to assume Astralis are going to be real careful at the beginning of this next round not to run into a flash and a spray down. So wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try and be slow with it. And yeah, just be careful. One C set picked up to follow it, not a single flashbang purchased. So.
I think they're going to rush B.
Oh, okay, not careful.
I think they're going to say, whatever, let's not give you a chance to have any kind of a setup or a boost. Let's get into this bomb site nice and quick. Oh, that's not ideal. They actually back off the initial contact. There is a crossfire. Not enough great weapons for Faze, but it's working. This is dangerous. Blame F goes down next. And oh boy, this is taking a lot of time to get into this site, even though Twist is... Oh! That is salt in the wound.
It is, and now the flank is coming in as well. Rops is not that far away. He does see it. Config, I think, had the right idea, but those were their own flashbangs. I think those are friendly flashbangs that managed to slow them down. Sip with a kill on Twist. Finally, they find him, but now Kerrigan has shown up with the AK. They're almost lined up. Nice shot from Config. They needed that badly, and Kerrigan hits the ground. Now Rops sneaking through. They know where he's coming from. They have a pretty good idea of that, so... They should be able to find the kill on him here. USP in hand.
Oh, Config's not even looking. He's going to be... Is he tucked in?
Not that far tucked in. Oh, nearly the headshot. If he could have got a second one, it would have been a 1 versus 1 with a very low health Config. The idea was probably fine, but friendly flash to slow them down. And then Twist here, recovering a smoke to buy even more time and a double kill, of course.
It can't. That's just a weak execute on a B rush. To be frank, just no power to it. That Mac 10 is meant to create space with Blame F leading the way, right? Even if you're gonna die,
even if you flash, yeah,
you need to keep going forward. And he really kind of put the brakes on that rush.
Yeah,
let's try it again.
Yeah, one more time. Good flashes. This time he pushes all the way in, and that creates the space behind him. And through the smoke, no head armor on Kerrigan. He is dead for it. Trying to jump through Brokey. It's a heroic move, but he's going to have to get so much for it. He'd have to get those 2 kills and still stay alive for it to be even close to a winnable round. So, 7-4 is going to be the scoreline here. Astralis, I don't think they can lose this round. Even if they try.
Well, let's not put anything past them.
They have to really try.
They'd have to try really hard. You're right. Twist isn't even going to go for it. Him and Rop's going to save the weapons. So, 7-4. Astralis, this is, I mean, what a great timing to just hit a complete reset of the Faze economy, deliver that knockout punch, and just rack up the rounds off the back of it.
Maybe it was like a demonstration in last night. Let me show you how not to do a B rush.
And now let me show you how to do it.
Yeah, and now we get the... See the difference? You know, learning experience for all involved.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a real teachable moment for all of us watching. It's good. We appreciate that. They say education is important. I wasn't paying attention when they were saying that, but
well, at least it stayed in your brain somewhere.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of luck spamming through the smoke, but we'll take it. Rain and Kerrigan go down. 3-round lead.
7-4. Yeah, 3-round lead. 12th round coming up. M4's picked up, but again, the economy is so busted up for Faze. Wow, this is turning into a great first half.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Astralis can win this round, they're going to have a very, very good first half. You have to imagine they'll get at least one more against a weaker buy.
Nade around the corner. Does a tiny bit. Believe just here to make sure that no one's going to be sneaking through. Seen a couple of examples already of what happens if you let the CTs out from those A hallways. If they get to flank all the way into T spawn, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, hard to deal with. Extremely difficult. But so is a setup like this as well. Twist going to take a peek. Rops and him going to coordinate a double peek. Rops goes down. Twist doesn't go with it. Does get the trade eventually.
That is actually so important. Imagine if he either just can't find him anymore, then it's just a straight opening for Astralis. So back into a 4-on-4 at a minimum.
Yeah, and Config has shown presence as well. I believe Rain spotted him. So at the moment, the calls from Faze are that someone's out mid. Config's out mid. However, they are having a pretty gambly rotation over. Everyone evacuating the A bomb site. Everyone evacuating Donut as well. It looks like Twist is going to bolster this B defense with 3 people and leave Rain in middle to deal with anything that comes from that position.
Carrion going for the rare full-on auto spray jump peek. Don't see that all the time, and he didn't really do much anyway, so maybe that's the reason why. Sip goes down to Rain though. And you're right, that huge gamble towards the B bomb site getting softened up now.
Yeah, but it's taken a long time for Astralis to readjust across the map. So Rain's going to be here. Brokey's about to show up. He only has a deagle, but there's not going to be utility in his face. Perfect flashbang for Rain and an open sight line for Config. Farlick's going to rush forward and get the bomb planted. 7 seconds on the clock. Be careful.
Yeah.
Don't mess it up this time.
Really careful. They had Donut under control. Blame if it's in there, so they know that he's not going to get shot in the back. But still, a little bit risky, leaving it that low on the clock. Farlick's going to be found by Rain, and it's back into a 2-1-3. Nice headshot. Oh, Config. This is everything we would have wanted. Triple in the round and 16 kills. That is the power of having him on your team. Twist now, 1 versus 2, and Config, he spots him out. He knows where he is. Out in the open, though, and he's going to get the kill on the last one, too. So an absolutely sublime round from him. That's what it takes. That's what they need to win maps.
Quad kill, 17-5 for Config so far in this map. And that was kind of a talking point coming into this too that we had, which is just the confidence in Astralis on this map was really born and bred from the performances of Config and how comfortable he felt on the map. And now he's hitting some bangers. Now he's really coming into his own here in the map number 2. He's got them a lead. He's got them an economic advantage moving forward. And yeah, it's got to feel good having another great game for Config.
You can see why it's so hard to give up on the dream of having a consistent config, because it's so...
No, he just takes over games. Yeah, his influence on games when he's having one of his good ones is just unreal.
Yeah, really is. I think last time when we saw them when they were playing at OG, the problem was Flames was so good in the middle. The config couldn't have... They had no space to play with, and he got shut down.
Mr. Double kill himself.
Yeah. But it's working now. Deep Molotov, Twist, trying to see if he can do something to slow it down. Rain going to be jumping out on the other side.
5 in a row for Astralis.
Yeah. I mean, Faze are buying into the 13th round with not that much, kind of a half buy, I suppose.
Yeah, they'll have enough money for the next round as the losing bonus is fully built up as well. There's some dangerous elements here, but it doesn't really impact any buys in the future. Nice clear from Rain as the smoke is still up in middle. He's got the cover to make that kind of a jump, and Kerrigan chiming in with the CZ phase. In 5-on-3, looking like they're right back on track, especially with that kill from Rops.
Don't even know what to say, Jason. I feel like we've been here before. It's a nice move from the Faze side of things, again pushing up, taking that aggressive control outside of the B-bomb site. That obviously puts pressure on Astralis, but it's not that much pressure, and the whole team crumbles. Kill on Config, that is a good kill in the middle, no doubt, but
yeah,
they shouldn't be losing to Mac 10s or MP9s and CCs.
Well, I talk about it this way too, because when we just watched the first map on Inferno, those kinds of rounds from Faze came out in like really rough moments where Astralis is just starting to try and build momentum or getting their first win or starting to build up into this. You can handle a loss like that when you've rattled off 5 straight and you have, you know, a 4-round lead and you have some of the momentum in the game.
True.
Good response here to open things up. In round 14 for Config, another opening kill for him. Rain goes down, a little bit of revenge from the previous.
Rops. Ooh, yeah, Glaive feels like there's an opening here. Maybe I can sneak through, but he can't. Good kill. Rops on the double to take down Config second. And that brings it back 3 versus 4. And it's not even enough. There's not enough of a fight or a distraction that the other 3 members of Astralis could pounce on the B-bomb side and, ooh, there's something happening over there, let's go. it's just Robs, and then no one's going to be pulled that way. So tough recovery here for Astralis. They want to get that 9th round.
Yeah, not really coordinated all that well. Slowly coming through that smoke. Giving up the man advantage as well. Tough call to make.
Although, that was the last smoke on the B ramp here. There's not many more nades here on the Faze side. And Astralis still have a few grenades, so if they wait it out, wait for the smoke to clear, maybe they actually could do something. Farlick, that's scary. He's going to be taking down Kerrigan. Twist with a nice return and a great flick. Brokey shutting down the round surely. Sip in a 1 versus 3, taking down Twist. The bomb is lost up there, so he has to run up there and just fight.
Well, you've got Berserker config in this game. If you want to, you'd love to have Clutch Minister roll it back one last time for this clutch. He's got him out in the open. Good shot from Rops. Standing his ground. 2 in a row now for Astralis, and looking like they're going to recover right at the end of the half.
For Faze, yeah, you're right. They're still in a position where they can have a decent first half.
Ugh.
Yeah, you don't like to see it.
No, it's hard to be critical because those plays obviously can work. It just, personally, I don't always enjoy watching those. When you have a man advantage, that's the follow-up play.
Yeah, let's try and walk through.
It's just a risk.
It's so hard to say.
Yeah.
Obviously, you throw a flashbang and nobody's there. All you're doing is alerting them to the fact, and maybe they just shut you down anyway.
I would have liked to have just seen him jump through. Like, if you want to go for that fight, then at least play for the trade, right? Like, don't try and play for, like, the gamble. Like, look how much we'll gain if nobody's here. Meanwhile, round 15 is just dominated by, again, Astralis aggression.
Faze aggression.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
There we go. Either way, and again, it's just of such a similar caliber. It's just Rain pushing guys so relentlessly aggressive out there. Brokey got a kill on the other side. Kerrigan's going to be taking down Config, and Brokey's walking up. It could have been a great no-scope. Nothing that Blameth could do. Low on health from earlier. Completely discovered already. Didn't know where he is. It's going to be the last round. Going to the Faze side. First half looking very open still. It could go any way as we head into the second half, which is coming right up.
We do rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors. You have to go.
He is
lower. Way lower. You have better feeling than me.
Oh, this one is hard.
This one is a little bit tricky.
I think I feel like Apex was more. I'm gonna say Apex because he wasn't always IGL. He was entry fracking a lot of the time as well. What do you think?
I think Glaive.
You think Glaive?
Yeah.
So you want to go lower?
Yeah.
I might say Apex might be higher, honestly.
Apex is higher? Higher.
Lower?
You have better gut feeling than me. I think this is frags all life. It's like 8 years between these guys. It's all time, right? So it has to be Apex.
This is lower. Yeah, it's all time, so.
Yep. Do you feel this synergy between them?
Oh, this is good. This is easy.
So Rez is like 24 or 25, right? Yeah. And Tess is like 21 or 22.
He was playing like IMs in 2017 and stuff.
Same logic. Rez just played a lot more.
Rez higher, right? Oh, no, not this again. Not this one again. The teammates still have.
Yeah, I think so too.
This one you might be better than me at.
I will say higher.
You think so?
I believe in myself.
But I think this guy played more than you.
Yeah, right? That's true.
I would honestly say, lower here just because I think he's played more years, right?
Lower?
You have to believe in yourself.
Yeah,
so it's
of course.
Yeah. Do you still believe in yourself here?
No, this brother is playing too much.
Yeah, that's true.
Thompson is old guy. Always kill a lot. Obviously, age again. It's actually pretty unfair that we know that this is all-time kills.
Yeah.
And all the younger players just not gonna happen. That is higher. And obviously we end up with our boy Mike.
And sorry, get my last again.
And this one Thompson still higher.
Let us know in the comments which is the right answer, but I think everybody already knows.
So lower.
back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the second half, second map. We've got Faze and Astralis, and somebody is trying to qualify for that arena, the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, for the final, the real match, the season finale.
Hell yeah. That's a
Who's
cool
gonna get
arena to
there?
be in. Yeah, I mean, got to give it to Faze at the moment. Astralis, that's a good first half. Now they just got to complete things. Glaive looking at some final notes before things go live. But yeah, that's on the line in one sense, and obviously loser heads down to the showdown.
Saw those notes. Just said all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Good reference.
It's a classic. I've got to say, Astralis, this is, in spite of losing some truly stupid rounds, they actually played a great first half. Like, I mean...
Yeah, but again, it's like, I feel like Inferno, you could play like the what-if game so much over some of those rounds, and you could probably do it again here on Ancient, which is like, man, they lost the third round to Deagles and CZ, then they lost the one round towards the end to like CZs and MP9s, and man, it would just be good if Astralis could lose maybe just one of those two instead of both of them.
Well, let's see if they can do some more. If they can stop with the hiccups here in the second half, they can actually get us to a third map, which would be on a nuke. I really want to see it because there's been an interesting game so far. Nice start. Headshot to kill Carrigan right off the bat. USP doing all the work here. And we'll see. Twist trying to follow it up. It's a beautiful Molotov on top of Blame F. He had no chance trying to escape the fire. Sip will get one for the smoke, and that's awkward before the bomb is even planted. But the dualies have been recovered on Twist. Let's see what Van Dulken could do with those.
Yeah, I would say someone, if you put those in his hands, if anyone's going to deliver something special with him, Twist can do it. Brokey's going to wrap around Config. He's going to flank the flanker. It's got to be quick, though. Twist getting aggressive. He sees the gun barrel from Farlig. There's the shots. Transitions over. Nice quick headshot. Another headshot from Zip.
Yeah, I think he thought maybe he was far enough back, but he wasn't. Still a little bit exposed. 10-second defuse. Brokey trying to work the angle, but he's being double peaked, and Config will take the last one. Deep breath on the Astralis side, surely, because that was could have been a little bit close, but they win it.
Yeah, great round from Zipix. First kill on Kerrigan, and he was just a beast throughout the entire thing. Just a quick headshot here, repositioning, finds one, fortunately, through the smoke. That's even the bomb plant as well.
Yeah.
Didn't notice that the first time around, and even that response from Twist to make sure he can't build upon it. Both pistols now to Astralis in the second map.
But I think, they've managed to string 3 rounds together, have they, behind it? I feel like every time they...
Yeah, on Inferno, they lost the second round. Last half, they won the pistol. They lost the third round. So, yeah, they haven't really been able to get the full sweep after winning the pistol, the full benefit of the pistol. And that's a MAC-10 beating out an M4 in middle.
And very awkward.
Let's keep our eyes on that as well. Config had, what, 20 kills to end the first half?
Yes.
I don't believe I saw him get a kill in the pistol.
I think got the last one. So maybe 19,
so 19 kills in the first half. Good shot from Glaive. He's got more wrapping around him. He's got no idea. He's about to get trucked from behind. Ooh, almost adjusted. Almost came back into it. But now there's AKs in open space. Faze on the verge again of stealing the advantage of winning the pistol.
Heads up play from Farlig. Instead of pushing forward, slowing it down, allowing Robs to basically walk into his crosshair. That was a nice play. Good read. 2 versus 3. They're pretty close to it here. Flanking through Jonah as well at the same time. Farlig with a second kill. He might have brought his team back into this one. They're low on health, but still, Twist has no real estate to stand on. He's out in the open, feeling very lonesome, but fighting to the death, taking down Sip and Blame. If it's so low on health, he might have done a triple kill on Twist right here and hiding behind the box. Oh, he's so good. He's already seen him. And this is why we call him the Magician, the magnificent Van Dulken, sneaking out and getting the quad kill, clutching it for Faze.
God, there's really no clean way for Astralis to make those fights cohesive. Twist takes the initiative and finds Farlig. This is a quad kill in the round overall, but the 1v3, Zipix is trying to react off this, but tapping away, Twist manages the recoil perfectly, and then Blame F has no health for the 1v1, and no kit, and he's got the team hyped up.
Yeah, they love that. It just seems there's no pressure on him. That second fight against Twist where he has to tap away at range, it's like that's all he's built for.
That's his bread and butter, isn't it? Twist is a underrated clutch player in the scene. He's delivered another good one here. Config and Glaive, their aggression's been spotted out and neutralized and forced back. Remember, that all opened up with the MAC-10 entry onto Config in middle, who had the M4.
That whole fight was so awkward. It looked like there was plenty of time for Config to maybe reply, but I don't know if he was flashed.
He was flashed.
Yeah.
At least for a part of it.
So anyway,
back to this old chestnut.
Yeah, we're back here again.
Yeah, you've won both pistols, but how much does it really matter if you can't win the ensuing rounds afterwards?
It also feels like when it happens over and over again across the stretch of a whole best of 3 like this, and maybe even some of the other days where they've been playing, it starts to feel at one point like it's almost just destined to be. You feel like, come on, you know, it's not even funny anymore. Now we're just doing it again and again. So, Glaive
almost
found. Yeah, good checking by Robs. And now the SMG's chewing up the rest, jumping Mac 10. Still going to be finding a kill there, but ultimately it'll be Faze to win the round.
And that was a full investment from Astralis, Armor and Deagles. So they're going to have to sit the next one out. Other ability for those Mac 10s, especially on Brokey, to chew them up and gain some bonus money for the AWP later on in the half. And here we go, round number 19. It's all tied up at 9.
Molotov still in spawn.
Glaive with 5 kills, Farlig with 5 kills. That is obviously going to have to change.
Yes, yeah, that's an issue. They're going to be running out the middle through the smoke, right next to Brokey, overpowering him at the very least, but nothing else. Twist is happy to take another triple, putting him at 21, so building up the scoreline nicely for himself. Quick lead now for Faze in the second half. So 1 round lead, but still.
Yeah, this is actually, I mean, it's kind of cool. Glaive is essentially playing like a flashbang in that round, right? You don't actually have one to throw out and blind him, but he's the one just kind of rushing to his death to get the opening for the other players to come through the mid-smoke.
Yeah.
Obviously low percentage, and obviously didn't work in any way. But 10-9, 1 round lead for Faze.
Arrogant waiting for the flash to go through. It's a good idea, but Farlig is there to receive him. One of the 2 players you mentioned needs more kills on the board. He's going to get one there, and they'll back off the middle. So 4 versus 5 now, and at least a nice start to this round for Astralis.
Yeah, and Farlig's off was one of the important factors on Inferno that let them have a decently strong CT side as well. He delivered some really, really high-impact frags and sequences in that map, so obviously Astralis is going to want to get that weapon out in his hands as quickly as possible. Brokey shows elbow, BlameF starts shooting, but that's a tough fight to win. Zipic's feeling lonely at the bomb site, going to smoke off ramp and try and give himself some cover from behind. Rops adds a kill on a Glaive. He's infested the middle of the map before Config can take him down. And at least this hit towards the B bomb site has been stalled out.
Yes, it really has. I think Sip really underestimated how quickly they were moving up behind him. I think he felt like he had a lot more space to go smoke off the ramp and then turn around to take the fight, but I think he almost died just on timing.
Can Farlig? Can they get the bomb? This is interesting. Brokey's behind him in cave, not yet coming out just yet. Twist has flanked again, followed up towards middle, and now he's the only one. He might be able to catch Config from behind, but he's not really considering it. Wrapping around the B-bomb site, he's got 30 seconds left. Said he was an underrated clutcher. This one's going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, most especially with the time that's left here. 25 seconds. He has to run almost at the end of it here. I don't think this almost can't be done now. The bomb is just so far away. If it was in the cave right next to him, it would have been a little bit different, but this is a tough one. Gonna go for the kill there on Farlig. 10 seconds, and he's just running forward. But if they hide, they've won the round. So as long as they don't both fight him, it's gonna be all right. He gets 1 kill there. 5 seconds. Config's right around the corner. Gonna be a little bit careful here. Timing's running out, so at least they win the round. But man, who knows? If he would have ran straight into the middle, he probably had that 1 second to get the kill.
Yeah, that could have been interesting. It's obviously impossible to know. Look, even in a loss, those are great kills to find right at the end. We just mentioned Farlig wanted to get the op out in his hands. Even with the way it was, even when he just kills Farlig, it's like, that's good economic damage. That's going to keep things out of the way. You add 1 more onto Zip after the fact, and that's huge. What a great sequence from Twist and a losing effort.
And probably even go some way to just reminding Astralis that, yeah, even rounds that we win, everything is difficult. No one's high-fiving after that one. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank God.
It's just like, Jesus, that was way too close.
3 out of 4 timeouts used from the Astralis camp.
This is a conversation right now, how to manage this next buy, how to manage this next round with the tools they have, which probably isn't going to be too pretty.
No, it is some signs of recession on the Astralis side at the moment.
Yeah, 2 SMGs, No kits across the entire team. Decent amount of utility, but really, really labored. Astralis can use a clean win at some point. And there's another buy behind this for Faze. If you want to look at the reverse side. Kerrigan, hyper-aggressive, goes down first. Zipix able to kill him in coordination with the flashbang from Glaive and a Blame F peek along his side. 5 on 4.
All right, not too bad. At least they get the opening here. Sip drops low, but on the other side, Robs. That's a long shot to take down Farlig in that cave. We're in the back hallway there. Well done. Config, though, not lacking in confidence. Gonna go take the fight straight to him. And that is a very important fight for Config to win. That establishes the control over at the A-bomb side again. They feel a little bit more safe. Brokey has the right idea, but if he misses a shot here, he is definitely dead. Walks up, doesn't quite check the corner, and it's a double for Blame F. And this is another 1 versus 3 for Twist. This time with a lot more time on the clock, though.
Yeah, he's got way more to work with, but that smoke is going to delay things. Looking for the follow-up peak. Config is wrapping all the way around. Now, this smoke might actually allow Twist to just feel comfortable checking his back, but didn't have the timing. And Blame F with that double kill also gets the deliverance of an AWP at his feet. So gonna pass that over to Farlig. Great round from Astralis. They needed that one.
Yeah, AWP, 3 people alive. They go from basically a one-on-one with the times running out in the previous round that they barely win into this one. No more cash, really. There's a little bit of cash on the Faze side, but awkward buy if they wanted to put it together.
I was going to say, this time out, too, they can actually call and say, look, we're not going to go for a full buy, but we've got, 5,000 on a player, got 3,500 on a player. We can scrape together some things, drop some Eagles over, get some armor. And, I mean, again, we've seen Faze win plenty of these rounds in this series alone.
Yeah.
So looking for ways, and Kerrigan leafing through the playbook in his brain to find an effective call.
I feel like ethically, Faze shouldn't be winning any more of these rounds.
Okay.
That would be an ethical violation of sorts.
Sure.
It's already been too much. There's only so much a team can handle. Torturous if they pick up one more of these. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's exactly what can't happen to Astralis right now. Actually, they do fully invest in the round. Okay, so 2 AK-47s, a Galil.
Maybe that's what Carrion's thinking. What is the worst thing that could happen if I was on the Astralis side right now? Is they lose one more of these rounds? Let's try and do that. That's what we're aiming for. But initially, they are smoked and Molotov off all of the forward positions. Nearly. Rain has managed to get out here between the sea of flames in front and behind him.
Regardless of what happens here, this has been a really cool series out of Astralis. It's awesome to see them actually contend and fight back with Faze.
Yep. And Config's getting some kills even in the second half here. We talked about that a little bit. I mean, it's not nearly as insane, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, 4 or 5 kills so far in the second half.
Yeah, you can respect it. Smoke being put up to try and create a little bit more of a runway. Molotov in. Kerrigan leading the charge with the Tech 9, and he's almost finding Config. It's so close, and he gets the shot eventually, trying to escape. Perfect utility timing there. So flashed as he comes through, and now Kerrigan on top. Could he see the helmet? He can't quite. And no bomb plant here as Glaive will get one more through the smoke. But there is a flank coming from Rain.
Yeah.
See if they are going to be realizing that.
Yeah, if this round slows down, you have to imagine Farlig and Blame F. They haven't caught onto it yet. No alarm bells just yet. Oh, this is huge. Rain, trigger discipline. This is going to be, this is going to be so bad, but that took way too long. Way too long. Almost a perfect play.
Yeah, what an awkward moment, and especially maybe for someone like Rain, but yeah, he wanted to try and get the double, and in the end, just traded away, and that's what they needed, Astralis. That could have been easily the round going to Faze instead. And also, if Brokey hadn't got spammed down for the smoke, but actually got the bomb plant, imagine how powerful that flank is all of a sudden.
Yeah, that double kill from Glaive is everything to save the day. It delays the plan. It allows the utility, the smokes, and the Molotovs that were up to fade away and subside. That opened up the door for this round. Good find over the top onto Kerrigan, and obviously just get a little bit lucky spamming through the smoke to find Brokey. This is the one. I was actually surprised that Rain took the shot here at Glaive.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was
just going to continue forward and deal with Glaive later.
Well, easy to be the, what is it, Monday morning quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a term?
I love getting paid to be the Monday morning quarterback.
All right. Better than being the actual quarterback. You're always
Look,
right.
There's no better job than the third string quarterback on a football team.
There we go. You can tell I don't know anything about football at all. Rain already tagged up. More so now. Deagles across the board. 2-round lead for Astralis.
And Kerrigan saying, look, we had access to the B bomb site. Let's go back to it. This time, let's get the plant. Let's see what happens. At least, you know, if we know they're playing passive, at least we can get this bomb down in the extra money. Didn't work in the previous round, but here was just Deagles and unarmored. Ooh, Rops, get it planted.
Yeah, definitely try and do that. He's just faking it. Faye runs right in there and cleans it up. What a great one tap at the end on Kerrigan. And that means no bomb plant. They got a little bit greedy. They're like, maybe we can get the bomb plant and a kill before we do it. But not so. Glaive with a great cleanup. I also respect the fact that Farley got the kill, threw the Molotov, and then ran back. He's like, yeah. I don't want to lose this AWP. We're going to win the round anyway, as long as we're playing 4-on-5 versus Deagles. So let's just play it cool.
I'm really surprised Rops didn't go for that bomb plant. Yeah, that was the whole point of it. We could have used that extra 800, although they got, you know, solid buy here.
Yeah, they scrape it together. 3-round lead. Astralis 3 rounds away from getting onto the third map on Nuke.
We said Glaive and Farlig would need to kind of step up their performance in the second half when they were at 5 kills just a few rounds ago, where Farlig's had 4 since that moment and Glaive has had 6 since that moment. So nice little jump up in performance from them, and you can see the impact of Farlig's AWP. Out middle we go. Config, so blind, no safety anywhere on the map. Opening kill goes to Faze.
Strong start. Actually does tag off Blamef. Uncomfortable for him, but he still wins the fight, and he's going to continue to win against Twist this time. Kerrigan, knife out. Is he going to check it? No, it doesn't feel like. You could see, yeah, a little bit too much speed behind that one, and Sip will catch him. Brokey and Robs, 2 versus 3. Are they going to try and get through here? Grenade is nice to slow him down. Robs, though, and especially Flashed, is going to be dead. He had the right idea, probably. And another flashbang. Can't believe Brokey actually gets that headshot, but the supporting flashbangs there are godlike. And he's going to fake it and run away. Why not?
Yeah, why not at all? Rops even had the read. You're exactly right. He saw the trajectory of that HE grenade, so a little bit of trickery being brought in from Brokey, but Glaive, you're not going to fool him. Knife out, just gets the AK out, but pre-aiming a deep angle, and Glaive's ahead of it. Another round for Astralis, knocking on the door of that third map, knocking on the door of Nuke.
Really getting there.
14-10, just 2 rounds away.
These flashes are so good. Force up into the round. No bomb plant again. So even if they had enough in the last round, if they would have had $800 more from the bomb plant where Rops was with the Deagle, I mean, it's
utility in this round.
Yeah, adds to this one. Config traded right away, but does get the count on how many people are there. At least it'll get a count of more than a couple of people. And also probably Glaive hearing it here in Donut. Not going to be able to get anyone just yet. And the bomb plant, very fast this time. That's what they were lacking in the last round, and this time they're going to get it. Rain to take down Glaive, and it's a 3 versus 4, and a very
They're
awkward...
saving.
Yeah, they are.
They're falling back already. Blamef is already sinking over to the B bomb site. Zipix as well, just helping Farlig escape.
You kind of mentioned it, though, in the other round, that even in the round that they lost the first one here, they found out that the A-bomb site can be accessed.
Yeah.
And now they're just going back to it. Was the 3rd time now?
I was gonna bring that up as well. It feels like that's kind of a real weakness that Kerrigan's trying to take advantage of and just saying, fine, play it passively. Now this time Config was kind of up in their face, but I mean that's a rough play when all 5 players are coming right at you.
We get to save 4 rifles on the side of Faze and 3 on the side of Astralis.
And one interesting to note, an extra little factor of these B hits is, remember when Faze was on the CT side and Astralis was attacking into, or excuse me, these A hits and attacking into A, you know, it was Twist getting multi-kills from that entrance to Donut. When Faze is running these executes the A-bomb site, Glaive's backing behind the smoke. No one's really challenging. Config's not able to get clean fights. They've been able to spam a couple players down, so there's no real challenge from that second angle on the entrance to A.
Well, change of pace and a different look now for Faze, it seems like. Could be boosting up over the smoke, and that's a perfect play. Sip coming down. You see that smoke down from the CT side, and you think, okay, well, probably they're going to be aggressive behind it. So you just catch them. Using their smoke against them.
An old judo trick.
I think that was in the Art of War. Glaive. Yeah, worried about the flashes. You can't really blame him. Config is inside of the bomb site. It looks like Phonic and Blame F want to at least look into middle, find out what is happening. But Faze have calling just a slow. They had calling a slowdown. The second flashbang is amazing.
I think Glaive dodged about, like, he was 3 flashbangs that he dodged. He was looking into the wall constantly and just eats that one. That sucks. Config gonna go down as well.
That's the round.
That is the round, and now they got to be thinking about saving these weapons. Although, actually, hold the phone. Faze is...
No, sure not.
Yeah, Kerrigan's on an investigating mission over towards the B bomb site. He's going to see it's clear. He'll call everyone back.
Yeah, will he? If he wants to, he's going to do it right now because it is a long map to run through. But yeah, there we go. I was getting scared for a minute there. I thought, oh, hold on.
Yeah, hold the phone. There's actually, both defenders are here.
All right, good read, good call. They're going to have enough time for the bomb plant as well. And now the question is, how much do you hunt here? You've got some money on 3 out of 5 players on the Faze side, so you could.
That took about 20 seconds to get there. That could have been a little dicey if they waited longer.
Let's see, already spreading out. Maybe always leave one person at the bomb site, just in case, but...
Astralis need these weapons. Faze has one last wrinkle for this map. And it's right here as they've gained control down towards the end. They're going to lose both the guns. Farlick surely not going to survive this. Brokey's on the hunt. No scope doesn't connect. Farlick fighting for his life. He finds that. Rock's turning the corner. Just way too many bodies to deal with. 14 to 12.
Worth it. Even losing a couple of players at the end of Farlick, no problems. They take the rifle away.
Poor Astralis, man. One more test. Just when it feels like they've kind of got control and they're starting to run away, building the lead, just 2 rounds away from forcing a third map, and Faze fights back.
Nothing has been easy throughout these their run here during the 4 groups. It's just been a struggle. 14 to 12. They have some upgraded pistols. They've got the 1M4 there on Blamef. Kind of a half buy coming out here from the Astralis side. And leaned over towards the A-bomb site. So they're getting a sense for what you were mentioning 4 or 5 rounds ago, that maybe Kerrigan wants to put some pressure on the A-bomb site, trying to set up, see if they can catch anyone here. Not going to be happening as Rain will get the double opening, although close range. It's the 5-7 doing the work in Glaive. He wanted that nade, but he's not going to get it. It'll take down Sip as well. Brokey with a double to bring Faze right back in the round.
Oh, they give it up. They give up the advantage. That could have been huge. Blamef has got to make a decision. There's a smoke down. Does he want to challenge it? Does he want to go through? Brokey tapping the bomb at the corner, and that's too shallow of spam. Now he's giving away his position.
Yeah, they know bomb is going to be planted here. Blamef, though, with a real shot at it. He's right on top. Even without the kit. Oh, they're both fighting him at the same time. Rops is going to go immediately down, but re-peeking while reloading. He wanted to take a look, and that's what's going to get him killed. Huge round out of Faze.
Yeah, man, I really wish Astralis could have just slowed things down and chilled once they get the 3v2. These 2 kills from Zipix, the Deagle on Glaive behind him at the bomb site itself. At that point, just chill. You don't need to make these aggressive peaks. Glaive gets caught with a nade. Zipix caught in a 2v1. That could have been a really, really interesting sequence to see if Faze could have gotten that plant with 3 players alive on the opposition. 14-13. Guns are back. Op is back in the hands of Farlig.
Still could go either way. Quick boost to try and look over. Possible to get the kill, especially against the M4 back then. Flash to set it up. Not going to quick him. That's a very quick peek there, but they're getting close, and they're going to put the pressure on Sippis on his own here, and they'll find him in the corner. Nice aggressive move. And Brokey will take down Glaive, and they don't have the they don't have the money to throw away these rifles. Astralis, if they can't get it right now, they're already backing out. But Rod's there to catch one. Actually gets the last bullet on Farlick. That is huge, and it'll be 14-14.
That's such an easy entrance. Faze is just relentless. The boost up, they spot the position of Zipix. They know he's going to be occupied for a couple seconds, trying to put down a covering smoke so he can escape, and that gives them all the advantage they need. What a brutal way to take that bomb site. Glaive coming in support, had no idea what was coming at him. So we're all tied up. And there's no money on Astralis.
Yeah, none at all. If they lose another rifle here, that's a disaster. They need everything they can get. A bit of parting damage, but ultimately the scoreline will be all tied up. So, wow, you're right. It's a struggle. Nothing comes easy. Both teams 2 rounds away.
Yeah, Zipix knows he's in trouble. He's just like, I have to get at least 1 kill. And they're so deep into the bomb site, like Glaive doesn't even know what angle that he's got to worry about.
It's real tricky as well because even if he knows, if he backs out of that corner, he makes himself way more open to flashbangs, right? So it just feels like a lose-lose.
Well, and then let's just touch on, I mean, kind of the genius and the difficulty of playing against an in-game leader like Kerrigan. He's now been able to establish they can hit the B-bomb site with pace, with speed. They've now established they can get into the A-bomb site essentially whenever they want and at least challenge for a bomb plant. So he's had success at both extremities on a very wide map. So if you're Astralis, there's not really a good way for you to read what's coming in this next round out of the timeout.
No, it would be great for the Astralis side if they were able to say, okay, at least we don't have to worry about this part of the map. Like, that's on lockdown, but that doesn't exist right now.
They've even been able to neutralize your aggression, Faze neutralizing Astralis aggression by that boost up over the smoke and the double doors. So Astralis is not going to concede. A light buy on 3 players surrounding the saved AK and AWP. But you're going to need some really heroic performances, and they've even passed the op over to Config.
Rookie there. Just a patience battle. Config, not the most patient player in the world. Wouldn't be surprised if he loses. He's trying to edge his way into it. Brokey's got the right idea, though. Just waiting. Twist's going to walk right into the shot, so turns out Config more patient than I would have thought, and he gets the kill.
And gets away. That was a nasty little off-angle. Rain wants this challenge. 2 players in here, though. Flashbang in. Molotov onto Blame F. He wants the peek. He wants them to commit to the fight. There goes Blame F, and Rain's even aware. Rain's even aware, and he's not going to let it slip.
What a smart player he is. The Molotov on the one side calls in his AWP player to take that player down, and then just covering the other side in case Farlig wanted to peek behind it. Kerrigan up close, but he's going to be found in spite of the flashbang. It's Brokey. Quick switch into the AK-47, and Config, he can't find the shot there. Rain will take him down, and the light buy not doing Astralis any favors here. 1 versus 3 for Glaive. I don't know, 1 in 1,000, maybe 1 in a 10,000 round if you can win this one.
God, Faze just know perfectly when they've got a player trapped. I mean, even Blame F spamming, and Rain's just like, all right, he hasn't fallen back. Throws Molotov here, and he's going to be forced to do something.
Yep.
Yeah, where are you going to go? You have to swing for the fight. You have to try and run away.
And so from Farlig's point of view, it must feel like, okay, so I can't help my teammate who's burning alive, but at a minimum, if I don't peek, they won't check because, you know, if I was there, I would have helped. So maybe they just run in, I shoot them in the back, and like, nah, they're still checking.
Frustration from Config as well.
15-14, 30th round coming up, and Faze looking to close this one in 2 maps. Astralis, the light buy means they can buy in this round. They knew that. They wanted to at least have a chance to play for overtime, and they have it here. And Config deep in the middle already.
Oh, this is a fake. This is a fake as well. This is based off previous success. That's a huge kill. Glaive's going to have all the information. Farlig finds one as well. It's the B bomb site that's under attack. That's the bomb dropped as well.
Yep. He actually pushed forward into the ramp, Farlig, to check. Nice. So he knew. Config hidden in the smoke. Just Rain in a 1 versus 5. Oh, man, I can't believe they didn't buy that fake more, though. He got so deep in there, Kerrigan. I'm actually impressed that they didn't just straight up rotate everyone out of the B bomb site. Farlig went to check. Rain trying to see if he can still angle some more kills in here, but it looks like it'll definitely be overtime. 15-15, and Astralis get to live on.
Yeah, what an exhale. That's got to be frustrating for Astralis, though, to feel like you were so close. It was, what, 14-10 at one point? And Faze just went on a 5-round run.
Look at how close it is.
I know. Good stop here. Okay.
He almost turned that corner, switching into the rifle, and if he had, he would have been dead, and it would have been a real nightmare. But frustration, I mean, the whole plan was built around no one basically being there, right? They're all falling back at that point in time.
And that was also Kerrigan doing exactly what I kind of described, is trying to play with the success at both bomb sites, having an execute on A, setting himself in alone, try and get 1 kill. If he finds that kill onto Glaive, you take pressure off of that B bomb site. Obviously didn't come to fruition. Config just found a fight that he didn't like, which is a rarity, and backs away. Oh, Kerrigan. Oh, you complete cruel human being.
All right. Went a different route. Oh, Sip will find an end too. Kerrigan is all over the place. He's just opening up the map. 3 versus 4, but what do you do if you're Astralis right now? You just must be so confused. Where are they? Finding one there. That's a great gift.
Kerrigan's going to start wrapping towards B. Blame F looking for it. He's got the kill. Now he needs to adjust, and he's got a double. Huge step up from Blame F.
And maybe it could be a moment of real frustration for Faze, because you get those kind of openings, you think that's it. You know, there's nothing left to do, but somehow they slowed it down. They found the kills. They isolate Kerrigan.
That's absolutely massive. I mean, Config finding at least one in middle right after Kerrigan gets his double.
Ooh, Brokey. Almost getting the timing there. Config.
I don't
Did you
think
see
he
him?
Farlig definitely did. Half HP. Don't do that.
Yeah, definitely don't.
But Config has worked his way in towards Donut now. And Blame F coming from the other side of the map. I don't think Brokey's going to see what's coming. There's the peek. Oh, he adjusts. Somehow he does find it. Over to the B-bomb side we go. Utility spent. Farlig's going to hear that. But these footsteps, I believe Config could hear all of these. So, yeah, there's no trickery. There's no sneaking around anymore. 17 seconds.
Gonna run straight for it. It will be a miracle if he can even live through the first fight here. 10 seconds on the clock, just running out with that AWP. Oh my god! He still gets it! It's impossible! And now it's a 1 versus 1. Config has got to be sweating bullets right now. He comes in for it. Yes, the shot! An absolutely out of this world clutch from Brokey.
That should be an impossible round to win. Look, we said FaZe had some daggers left. We said that they just know how to inflict heartbreak. What? I mean, that is a missed opportunity. Blame F maybe missing some shots. I think Farlig just peaked a little early.
How does he even think about how many positions Farlig could be in on the bomb site?
Yeah, you just got to take a guess, take a risk. I don't know what it is about Brokey, but he seems to win unwinnable clutches with some kind of crazy frequency. How do you recover from that round? That started with the Kerrigan double.
Yeah, it did. Sip, missing the spray. No more bullets left, and he's going to get traded. Twist will take him down. Config all in the middle, and with a flashbang in his eyes, he's lucky to even get out of there. That could have been horrible. 4 on 5 to start this round with.
Not the hardest round to recover either. Look at the HP on guys like Kerrigan and Rops. That's easy multi-kill potential. The Rops is going to be a nuisance as a lurker. 5 on 4.
I think
FaZe pump the brakes.
I think if you bang your head really hard against the wall, you could develop like temporary amnesia. That might be a way to get over that round.
Yeah, we did. There was a moment there where we thought maybe banging your head against the desk was a nice solution to get yourself back in the game. Was that Glaive that did that? Dupree. That's right.
He did it, yeah, it worked. Twist, wall banged. That's at least something.
Nice shot.
Yeah, Config's here. It's not bad at all. 45 seconds. Goes back to take a little bit of a peek. Misses the second one, but that's confirmation that something is definitely going on. And they're getting more people in here. Config burning alive, but he takes 2 people with him. It's worth it. 40, not even that, 30 seconds here. Farlig sneaking into position. Very hard to clear if you're on the other side. Coming in with Rob's there. Almost his back showing, and he's dead before even realizing where he was. Rain trying to see if he clutched one of his own, and he gets one more headshot. It is so ridiculously close.
Dude.
I can't believe it.
That's not cool.
No, it's not, but
I thought he also is. I thought he was winning that for a second. I thought he had that. Oh my lord. 3v1s against this team, just so difficult.
Okay, man. It's now that we're in overtime and it's been such a struggle, it's hard to even know what happens if we actually go to a third map. Like, that's such a test of endurance for either team, but it feels like maybe even more so for Astralis. More than anything, I really want new.
Yeah, I actually really do too. This has been a really cool series to watch.
Config's got 31 kills.
Yep, 16-16, here we go through the smoke. Xipix is backing away, and they gave a lot of space up. Good nade kill, that's important. Now they need to establish some safety for this retake, but the deep smoke is gonna allow Kerrigan to be in such a strong position. Xipix gets one more, this time spam through with the M4, and Kerrigan behind that smoke able to take down Config. It's a 4-on-3 retake. Look how far Glaive is away though. They're gonna have to slow this down. They're gonna have to be patient and wait.
Really far away. And Brokey's in a position now with the AWP that's hard to clear. They don't have a Molotov or anything, so I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of Brokey that easily.
This is eating time off the clock.
Yeah, this could be a horrible round. Faze, even a man down. Real good shot at winning this one. Glaive walking straight into it, and it's a 3-on-3. Kerrigan not flashed, but shot in the back instead. Brokey, he's going to be blind for a second. Can't get the no-scope, and they find Rops at the same time. Not at all bad. That's going to be a very close call, Dan, but they'll get the defuse anyway.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit frustrating, but again, let's play the what-if game. What if you win that 3v1 against Brokey? Now you have a 3-0 run in the first half. That makes things so much easier. That one clutch from Brokey just changes the nature of this second half of OT that's coming up.
That's how many kills for Sip in this round? I think 3.
Yeah, the nade, the spam through the smoke, and that final one at the end. Good round. He's had some very impactful rounds when they've needed him, when he's been called upon. Hasn't really, it feels like, not necessarily put together. Oh, actually, he's got 25 kills. That's like a quiet 25.
Yeah, he's crept up there slowly.
Shout out to our boy Zip, the cyborg. The man with a million nicknames.
It's true. Don't have one for Carrigan yet, I feel like. Try to coin the idea of the accountant. He just have a degree in it. Fits with his, you know, keeping track of everything, what everyone's doing.
Yeah, Ben Affleck called.
Yeah.
Can't use that one.
There's a resemblance there.
Is there? 17-16.
Ben Affleck much worse at Counter-Strike.
Yeah, loser. Here we go. Brokey saw something around that smoke. I have no idea what it was. Took a shot, it was close. Took a blind one, that was close as well.
I actually would love to know where that bullet landed in comparison to Config. It just looked, for some reason, it looked like it was right on him. He's sneaking up though. I like it. Carrigan ended the T side pushing crazily. So it'd be fun to see Config try and do something similar. Get some space. Astralis need 2 rounds. Faze need 3. And Glaive is sneaking around forward on those A hallways. A little bit paranoid that someone's there with him, but they're a little bit further back into the site. No mid control though at all for the Faze side, so Astralis are getting a lot to try and split this map with.
This feels like they're going to pinch the A bomb site through Donut, and obviously Glaive in main, and then Config is going to be aggressively lurking to cut off anyone trying to cross over to the site, although he takes an advantage. He tries to get way more, bit off more than he could chew. That would have been a winning play if he could have crossed, but obviously shut down. Now 20 seconds. Opening kill provided by Glaive. That's going to send people forward. He doesn't need to progress. He's already secured the bomb site for his team.
And they get the bomb plant, not interrupted by anyone. Good headshot from Glaive as well. Rain going to be dropped next. Brokey and Carrigan. Not much they can do in this particular round.
And off the back of Glaive, shout out to him. They mentioned him on the desk as well, the man who's stepped up so much for Astralis recently. He's gotten them what they couldn't get in the first half, or in regulation, which is 2 chances to actually close out the map.
I think for Twist he was playing anti-flash. He had his back turned to the hallway, so a little bit unfortunate. Easy kill for Glaive to start with. I think you're seeing it probably, just his back turn, not quite ready for it. No flash came though. Just Glaive walking into it. Beautiful round out of him. 18-16. 1 more round for Astralis.
And then we got Nuke.
And then we got Nuke. Which we deserve it, I feel like.
We deserve so much. Rop's aggressive in A with the AWP. 1 more round. It's good defense for it as well. Rain's the only player at this B bomb site, but Astralis not yet pulling the trigger. BlameF investigating. Does he want to go in dry or does he want to flashbang? There's the crouch peek. Rain takes him down with no real issues. Ooh, that smoke didn't go anywhere. He wanted it, so he's going to have to bail out.
Ooh, nice nade and the follow-up wall. Bang, and a Farlick will take down Carrigan. Oh, that is... what a recovery from losing the early engagement and then still making up for it.
Yeah, but big boy Brokey's here. Stepping up to the plate. It's quiet on the map.
What Brokey's been subjecting his enemies to in the last couple of days has been nothing short of ridiculous. Maybe he could do it again. Force that double OT. 40 seconds. And Astralis have given a lot of rope for Faze to do something stupid with, which they haven't done. Really slowing it down. Not moving. Eventually, they're going to try and go for it here. And there's a lot of grenades left on the Astralis side. So they might be very difficult to hold this bomb site for Brokey, even if he has that AWP.
Yeah, because it's been so quiet as well. Faze hasn't been able to cheat an extra player over. Only now do they realize where it's coming. Brokey, that's 1 kill for him.
Right in next to the Molotov. This time, running deep into it. He almost has the shot, but not quite. And now they're behind there, getting the bomb plant. Farlick's tagged low, but I don't think it really matters. They should be able to escape and get a little bit further back. Still, a Molotov on Config and a single smoke on Rob. So, some utility to watch for here in the after
Flashbang on
plant.
Farlick. Zippix could call it out.
You're right. He's just waiting for it right now. And they're slowing it down. Sip gets dropped, and that's unfortunate. Still a 2-on-2. That smoke, not on top of the bomb. And surely Config is thinking about that on the other side of the smoke in the cave. AWP not found. There's the Molotov, and it's a nightmare now for FaZe. The pressure is on. They have to find these remaining players. Farlig shooting Rops in the back, and it's 1 versus 1. Twist, he tries, but it's not enough. The wallbang not connecting either, and he's out of time. He gets the kill, but it will not matter. We're going to be seeing Nuke in overtime. Astralis managed to put it together.
What a battle. What? Give credit where it's due. That is a grindy game that Astralis somehow find a way to win. Beautiful. Beautiful response to everything FaZe threw at him. Map number 2 to Astralis. We're off to a break. We're going to complete the series when we return, and as you said, it's on Nuke. Don't go anywhere.
I have no idea where he is. He can go B.
30 seconds.
Oh,
you have the bomb.
Oh, you have to run.
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Kill you guys. Oh, didn't.
Do
we have time?
Kill him. No, I don't have time. I think. Just try to kill him though.
We're coming.
Oh,
I'm clearing B.
Coming tunnels.
He's tunnels, I think. T-spawn, I think.
Likely, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's wrong, I think.
I'll tap B.
Just scout him.
Thanks, God. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We win the round.
Ready? I smoke.
I will be able to resmoke fallen. More conscious house.
Smoke. B, minutes.
Mid.
Maybe split. Window. Blind.
Window, under, stand
back. That B.
Nice, that B1. Let's go mid B.
Go B.
Go mid B.
That B second.
That B1 more. That mid, one more mid.
Last mid.
AK
window, nice!
AK window.
Let's go!
Nothing second. No, I'm picking.
Wait. Let's go close.
Mid pushing.
I'm a peek second mid.
All in 3.
Could be Vietnam.
Second mid. Boiler pushing. I need help.
Where?
Boiler. Apps and second mid.
Coming.
One more here. Slope.
Fall back now.
Apps one. Apps and second mid. Apps.
Banana. You left too short. You left deep.
Can be boiler.
You run way along.
I will follow. I can still do apps smoke, guys.
One more mid.
One more second mid. The far back. Careful, he's going mid.
I'm in boiler.
I'm good B. I have smoke.
It was long corner, Jackie.
I'm adventuring.
Boiler.
Yeah. I left apps, okay? I'm flanking holes. I'm peeking long now.
Want to go long?
Boiler.
Mid. Boiler.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
I don't see anything. Something kill. I don't see city.
There's.
I'm
okay,
deeper.
jungle.
Can we push this down?
Let's pick stairs together, guys. You ready?
Wait a bit. You ready?
Go. 3, 2, 1.
Dead.
One more stairs.
Dead.
Go city now.
We have city.
Get ramp. I'm only ramp behind.
Yeah, should be one
City
episode.
dead. I'm pushing city.
Upper jungle.
Nice, guys.
Don't take up, Madden. Okay, take it.
Trace, a crazy game there for Ancient. You were up 14-10. They get 5 back in a row. They had to get to the 15th mark just before you. But what did it take from you guys to be able to push that back? Because that was a crazy back and forth.
Yeah, well, they made the classic fake comeback, but it was really tough. Like, I can't even remember the rounds. I felt like we should have gotten the rounds, but they got us hard, and I'm just proud that we made the comeback again.
And are you impressed with just the endurance your guys are showing? Because obviously you've had this crazy run all week long, right? The RMRs, then coming into this, and also just the fact that like they're having to push mentally as well as physically in all of this.
Yeah, it's amazing actually. Like, I think we've had, like, when we finished today, we had like 3 days from 9 to midnight, and with preparation as well for all the games. So it's been extremely exhausting, and it also shows in some of the rounds that, like, yeah, we make some communication errors and stuff like that, but obviously it's going to happen. But they're very happy we managed to take this one.
Brokey's 3v1 though, they didn't break you. What was the conversation within the team after that one?
No, it hurt so badly, but it's just like, you just gotta keep going. Just forget about it. Next round, we had some good T rounds as well, so we knew we could make the comeback. So yeah, just forget it and keep moving on.
Now, I think all of us who are Counter-Strike fans are very excited to see Nuke go down, especially with Astralis playing like this. How confident are you for that one?
We're confident. I mean, they're a very strong new team, but I think we are as well. One of our best maps and one of their best maps as well. So it's gonna be fun.
What's it going to come down to?
Just going to wreck them out of the server on this one.
Ooh, look at the confidence. Thank you, Trace.
Thank you.
A battle until the bitter end, but Astralis are the ones to deliver the finishing blow. Apparently just a cosmetic comeback, according to Astralis' coach. I didn't think so, because at Faze, they had to deliver some heroic rounds to even be staying in this map of Ancient, but a props to the mental fortitude of the Danes to close this one out.
That has to be the one topic of this map, Ancient. You're correct, Freya. The mental fortitude from Astralis, surviving all of these silly, frustrating rounds that they lost along the way. It was almost like Faze were inflicting death by 1,000 cuts to Astralis. We're talking deagles, we're talking clutches, force bug. We're obviously going to bring it up in that segment. There were plenty of occasions, plenty of opportunities for Astralis to give up, and they didn't.
They didn't give up. You know, they showed a bit of resilience. They showed a high level of Counter-Strike, I would say. All the players we talked about coming into the game, you know, stepped up as well. The unlikely hero in Sipnix having a great game. Config, I think the last thing I said coming into it, no Config, no win for Astralis. He was all over the server to begin with. So all the win conditions played into the favor of Astralis. And as you spoke about, all these clutches going the way of Faze, yet they still managed to hang on. It was a very good game of Counter-Strike, but also for Faze, a little bit disappointing they couldn't get it over the finish line.
And the resilience totally exemplified for Astralis when we're just looking at their route here as well. They're not just focusing on the full groups. Of course, we saw them having an absolute marathon of the day yesterday, managing to qualify for that RMR. But I do want to throw it back to some of the frustrating, silly rounds that we saw kind of going down. Happened right at the beginning of the game, because we're going to see double in this eco play.
Indeed, self-inflicting wounds for Astralis. We can load our first eco play, which starts by having Astralis handling their first anti-force buy. I'm going to give them prompts for that, but you will see here just a little bit of silliness coming out of them, allowing Robs to get that one tap. That's already a weapon that's on the ground, courtesy of BlameF. He's going to pick up that Galil and even add one more to the tally. What does it do? It puts Astralis in a financial situation of pressure. They don't exactly have a lot of bank right behind them. And of course, what else but Deagle associated with Faze to put you in the ground right here. A couple of trades, a little bit disjointed on the side of Astralis, and the famous Galil, this infamous Galil that I was talking about, strikes from Robs, and is going to be one of the main reasons why Faze win that force fight right there. And for Astralis, that strike a really bad beginning of the map.
In this game alone, Faze won 4, arguably 5 force buys, right? That's what it took to keep them into the game. We also have a Brokey clutch I may as well want to throw into the mix straight away. An amazing play coming out of Brokey, where he single-handedly, you know, almost destroys the dream of Astralis. Look at the scoreline right here. We're going into overtime, and Brokey starts off by putting off this round. I thought that this was going to be enough. The fact that Faze even pulled this game into overtime was not good enough for Astralis. And the fact that the very first round in overtime goes like this. Brokey with the AWP, we've seen him time and time again play these clutch scenarios so well. He is so good at these close combats, right? When he's moving around, when he's getting in close to his opponents, reading the round well right here. No idea why Farley's peeking.
That's a mistake. We have to talk about it later.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous, right? Take your hands off the keyboard, you win the round, but that's what it is. Brokey continues. He's also going to find Config here. And when you have an X-Factor like this on the server, and when you win a round like this in the first round of overtime, you are poised to win the game, yet Astralis still stayed alive.
It's spectacular from Brokey, honestly, this 1v3, but what the hell is Farley doing in that situation?
Yeah.
With 9 seconds on the clock, you either fully hide and you play the time, or you play an off angle. You surprise Brokey. You're not sitting in the exact position where he indubitably is going to be ready to pre-fire. He has to cross your line of sight. He's going from spawn to B. Of course he's going to look at cave. What do you think he's going to look at? So why do you... Anyway, that one got me a little bit frustrated, a little flabbergasted, but hey, no consequence. They push it to a third.
Yeah, of course. I believe the belle of the ball, I think we need to crown him. Config, he was the man we were putting on the spotlight coming into this one, manages to deliver rather. But it does breed the question, when we're putting this man into the spotlight so frequently,
it's not a question anymore.
Consistency. Yeah, maybe it's not a question.
No, it's not a question anymore. It's a known quantity that Config will have a game once in a while where he pops off, where he once again reminds us how good he is as an individual Counter-Strike player, how good he can be when he's feeling it. He's a momentum player. He gets off to a good start. You know Config will have a good game. He gets off to a bad start. Well, we saw yesterday that he can get started in the middle of it, but more often than not, he's just going to fall flat. That is the problem with Config. We talked about it with Flames as well for OG. If those two and those types of players can find consistency, they can dictate the game. They can be the difference maker on the server. Unfortunately for Config, we don't see it often enough.
That's the thing. You say he's a known quantity. Yeah, we know that we don't know.
Exactly.
We know that we are not able to know. When the hell is he going to show up? That said, we've been trying. I have been trying mentally to understand what the hell is going on. Is it map related?
What's hurt?
Is it momentum related? I just cannot figure it out. We know that every once in a while he's going to pop off, and when he does, then yes, his magnitude is unmatched on the side of Astralis. Only BlameF can really put up that kind of kill. But is that going to be the case on Nuke? We're not even able to tell you. I cannot even tell you that this is going to happen because of the incident we just seen.
Yeah, consistently inconsistent, unfortunately, for Config. I do just want to give some quick props to Zip as well. Somebody who we were really questioning coming into, the beginning of 2022. Obviously saw that huge resurgence coming into Cologne as well. But great to see him pop off in some key moments for Astralis.
I feel like Zip were a point of conversation in terms of, who should we switch out from this Astralis lineup for a long, long time. I think he's now, gotten into a period in his career that we can actually argue that he should probably stay within Astralis. I think he's done well doing Cologne. I think he's starting off this part of the season okay. He's no longer like the issue, let's put it that way, right? Sometimes you want to see more from Sipnik. Sometimes you want to see a little more impact, a little bit more consistency, in terms of fracking output as well. But I think Sip deserves a lot of credit for actually, I wouldn't necessarily say he's bounced back to his old level, but he's getting better and better as we go along.
He changed the narrative. I think he's a very good example of a player who had almost the entire community against him. Everyone was calling for Zipnik's head. They wanted him to be removed. They said it was a disgrace to have him for so long, blah, 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 4 years contract. But actually, event by event, map by map, he's earning his place again. He's earning his stay. And yeah, I agree with you. He's not exactly the one I would point the finger to right now. I think he's silently but quietly doing his job. He has a couple of odd maps here where he actually pops off. Hell, for me, that's enough. As a fourth player, that's great.
As James aptly said, every Counter-Strike fan is so excited to see Nuke going down between these two sides. Question is, gentlemen, who's going to be taking it?
Oh, damn. You know what? Astralis pushed us to a third. It's in Copenhagen. They might as well do it. They might as well push it to a third and take us to the World Arena.
I'm starting to worry for FaZe Clan. I'm not going to lie. I would give them the benefit of the doubt in the sense that, yeah, they'll show up when the pressure's on. They'll show up when there's something to play for. But we haven't really seen FaZe play well so far during Blast. Not at a level where you expect them to win. So I'm going into this one with no expectations. I think FaZe should win. But as you said, Astralis may as well do it.
Taking risks, are we?
Yeah. Well, flippity-floppeting from your
Flippity flops.
predictions.
What about you, Freya?
Jacob? Well, your job is to analyze. My job is to throw to a break because we are getting into Nuke very, very shortly. Indeed, the deciding map between FaZe and Astralis. Can the Danes do it on home soil and claim their throne? We're going to find out in just a few.
We're back. It's the final map that's coming up. We're on Nuke. What a blessing it is. It's Astralis up against Faze. And who knows what will happen right now. It feels like it will be anything. Odds are a little bit more even, still favoring Faze. I mean, that makes sense. But still.
Look, this has been like a really cool series out of Astralis. They've fought back very, very well. They've been able to contend with Faze outside of some of the insane clutches and obviously the deagle, the half-buy rounds that Faze has been able to bring out. Astralis has been going blow to blow with them. So yeah, whatever preconceptions we had before the series began, I know we were even kind of joking that the likeliest outcome was a 2-0 blowout on the part of Faze.
Yeah.
Like, that obviously ain't happening. So just forget what you came into this with and enjoy this third map of Counter-Strike. We got Nuke, baby. Astralis, Faze, one of these teams in the Showdown, one of these teams books a ticket to the Royal Arena right here, right now.
It's been a fantastic way to start the day with some beautiful Counter-Strike, and we're going to keep it going. So let's just get into it. Nuke is coming up. It'll be Faze on the CT side, Astralis on the T side, and we're already off to the races. It's Glaive with a smoke, Molotov, actually a couple of flashes as well. Gonna blow open the door, throw a little bit of a Molotov behind it, put some pressure on it, while the rest of them go towards the ramp room and try and take the fight to a little bit of a crossfire. Brokey getting one a chance to reload. Now his teammate can't cover him, but he can get the kills.
Peace. Good shooting from Rops. Glaive still has a smoke, but what the hell are you gonna do with that one? Rops falling all the way back as well. Farlig knows he's got to go get the bomb. They need that smoke for the lower bomb side, I feel, so you can't really use it to apply safety in ramp room. Glaive's getting pressured upon. One more, he snaps over. Kerrigan wants nothing to do with that fight. There's a chance. Just barely for Astralis.
Especially given the fact that there's a minute on the clock still. So tiny little gift there for Glaive to get the kill. Maybe they could do something.
Some of the more tricky options have kind of been taken away from them. Rops is positioned to prevent anyone from going up the ladder, although I don't know if he really has a whole lot of stopping power with low HP. Farlig is investigating. Here's a chance.
The stopping power surely is in the off position here.
Yeah.
It's just way out in the open. Oh, but he still goes down. Good reaction. That's actually hard to do.
Now you force Faze to make a decision. Look at Kerrigan, has to push lobby because he knows he can be wrapped upon from above. So that position from Rops was a sticky situation. Twist already being downstairs is a bit of a dicey situation, although he's going away, so he's shifting to try and cover what Kerrigan can't. Glaive drops the smoke, gonna plant the bomb inside.
And dangerous if you're on the Faze side, even if you were nearby, if you just start spamming through the smoke, you could get found by the second player, so you want to be careful about that too. 2 versus 2 now, and Astralis trying to recover this pistol round. What a win it would be if they could.
Ooh, this is an odd position.
Yeah, it is. He's got to be careful he doesn't get shot in the side of the head, almost. Door might open behind him. First engagement, but Kerrigan ducks right under and leaves Farlig 1 versus 2. And they're already on that defuse. 10 seconds, though. They come off it again quickly. Oh, nice shot from Kerrigan. And that's going to win them the round. Again, if he could have lived maybe just a little while longer, 10 seconds is a long time to go.
That's right, Glaive. Something was messed up with the cable. It was in your way.
We know that.
Yeah, make sure it's plugged in. It was really distracting.
Ooh, this is...
Yeah, that's dirty. That took so long. Again, like, Astralis gets kind of stopped in that corridor, in that choke point, without actually swinging out wide. Nobody was able to escape that crossfire, so it took a long time. Good reaction from Kerrigan, although he did see a shoulder before the full-blown peek out of Farlig. And Faze take the pistol. I was thinking before I saw Glaive messing with his cables, I was assuming that we had a little bit of a... That's a death slam, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been.
He's going to want that entire fight back because he played that round so well. Astralis played that round so well considering the obstacle that was put in front of him due to Rops.
And maybe in fairness to Farlig's point of view, it's kind of hard to know if they have a kit or not. So we can tell it's 10 seconds and he can play it real slow, but Farlig doesn't really know that. So
well, also, I mean, the difficulty of that fight against a USP as well. Trying to manage that U-Haul.
Yeah, it's not great. Tech timeout.
Everyone double check your cables.
Yeah, make sure everything is all good to go.
Little soy milk latte for Rain.
Whatever it takes. Getting into the pumpkin spice part of the year, aren't we?
Ooh. Yeah.
It's got to be something to look forward to when temperature dips.
That stuff's nasty. Don't do that.
I don't even drink coffee, Jason.
Really?
No, never.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm not really a grown-up like that. I just probably should.
It'd probably help you with the kids, I feel.
Yeah, maybe that's how it starts.
Coffee in the morning?
I'm like, oh, get it. Okay, get woken up before they do.
No one scream before Daddy's had his coffee, please. For the love of God.
That should be a rule. All right. It is only the first round, of course, but FaZe winning it on the CT side could make for a nice little platform for them to build the rest of the half off. So we'll see if they can.
Yeah.
Fist bumps are back.
And that's something we'll keep our eyes on as well. Twist rotating down to that lower bomb site. We've seen FaZe on this map a number of times. He can be a real force to be reckoned with in that lower bomb site, catching some interesting timings. With the plant and with the kills, Astralis going to go for a second round buy. 3 Galils picked up. 4 Galils, excuse me. A Deagle on Zipix, and actually pretty decent utility, all things considered, for a second round. So few more toys for them to play with. Smoke wall outside. That's all their smokes.
Yeah, so they better get something for it. You can see already Rain is kind of jumping down below with the MP9. And they've got a couple of people shooting through up here. Astralis might have expected that there was going to be a flash pop through or something like that. And someone running through the smoke, which can definitely happen. But since there isn't, they're slowly going to make their way down.
And remember, if this strategy's going on, like, you have to get some clean wins in these fights. This would be a good first one to have. Rain's going to drop a smoke. Ooh, Glaive doesn't want to challenge. He was just trying to spam for the fallback, but that's going to delay things. Like, if you're going to actually go down to the lower bomb site, even though most of the forces are actually up in lobby right now, those fights would need to be clean because you don't have any more follow-up smokes and Molotovs to defend to help you get into the lower site itself. And what do you do now? You got 1 flashbang.
Yeah, and you're not really deep enough on the map to run the final distance. They got a second player down below. This could get really awkward now. Trying to get through. Nice headshot from Glaive. That's an opening right there. Twist coming in to try and bring it back, and he will. Double kill with the M4. Rob's out here. A little bit of a time to take that first kill, but he's back in safety, and it's a 2 versus 4.
And the spacing was off a little bit. No ability to trade for BlameF. That was basically a 1-for-1. BlameF came a little bit late. Now you got Twist that you know is down in the lower bomb site already with a double kill. You only have this single Molotov to protect yourself and to help you get in and get the plant. The door's open, so that's awkward.
Yeah, very awkward. Guessing, hoping that could bring them into a 2 versus 3 if they find someone with a Molotov, but they're not going to be able to. And even a bomb plant probably not going to be possible at this point in time. BlameF goes down. Sip trying to take the fight, but with only 8 seconds left. He actually probably needs to find a way to die right now, or he's actually going to be in way more trouble. Oh, this is now very, very awkward. He dies maybe the last possible second there, but that was scary.
No real chance once they get to that lower bomb site. FaZe played that just about perfectly, not giving up any of the critical kills that would really secure the site itself. Nice double from Twist. Config trying to bait Glaive a little bit. This is the one right here. Swing from BlameF comes a little bit late, and Rops is already in some cover.
Yeah, and it even took him a minute, Rops, to maybe find a kill, so there could have been a sort of revenge. Deagles are out, 3 of them, and Glocks on the rest. Astralis probably going to have to concede this round without too much. But at the minimum, it's not like FaZe are getting... They're not building an enormous amount of money.
Not yet. Let's see what these Deagles can do. They know one's dropped down onto the roof. That's Farlick. Glaive out at red box, and BlameF up on Silo. Or Twinkie, if you're old school.
I like that. Oh, yeah, so that's an iconic name. A little bit of damage on the Twist in this round. But otherwise, no real pressure on FaZe at the moment. Really nicely covered out in the yard. 3 people here, so... Yeah, if you walk into a deal shot, maybe it changes the calculation outside, but otherwise... Yeah, they're just dug in, waiting for Astralis to make their move.
A lot of M4s at range here for these battles. They're getting tagged, though. Need to grab a kill. There's the first. Farlick can't get anything done up on top of the roof, and no one's working the courage to swing and take the fight, so Astralis just getting whittled down 1 by 1.
Yeah, kind of an uneventful round, but at least it also took a long time. So, we've got that. But the good news is that FaZe are up 3-0, so they're feeling it. Oh, this grip makes me so uncomfortable every time.
It hurts my fingers.
Yeah, I know.
I can feel the arthritis.
Yeah, but it's working. He's getting the kill, so, you know.
Oh, yeah,
At the same time, just let him keep doing it.
Yeah,
you know?
don't change it. Just maybe don't put the camera on it.
1 map away, both teams from securing a spot in the Royal Arena. Let's see what Astralis could do. They've really had already one hell of a struggling day.
And they got a lot more struggles coming up later on.
I know, it's so ridiculous. MP9 on Kerrigan, which... Remember how he played an Ancient, like how active he was? I feel like sometimes on a good day, that's where he could be one of the most frustrating players to be up against, just because he's, you know, finding crazy openings that maybe you wouldn't expect, even on the CT side. So we'll see if that's going to be a feature of this round. Rain worried that someone could drop down. Usually see the shadow beforehand if someone does, but the rest of them looking to see if they can crunch the B bomb side once again. They feel like Glaive and Conflict, last time they ran into Twist, maybe this time they could do a better job of it. They're going to get the opening kill like last time, and Twist isn't here, so far so good.
That pulls Rops down. Rops instead of Twist. Two very mechanically gifted players.
But they're still in lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they're applying some pressure. They want, I think, a few more rotations, and obviously Rain's going to make them bleed for it. Farlick goes down. That's the bomb drop. So now, I mean, information should be passed over that at least the two players downstairs don't actually have the bomb with them.
Yeah, and because Sip went and took a peek against Brokey, I think they're running out of time as well. And look at Twist running up behind him. This is so scary. If they hear him, and maybe they did, I think Blameth realized, but Twist at the same time also realizing, wait a minute, they're not running forward. 20 seconds on the clock, and Twist is going to be found, but Rops at the same exact moment getting another kill down below. He's the only defender here, although Rain is just now showing up. He was quick to drop, even quicker than I thought, and a good couple of kills. Low on time, and in a 2-on-2 at the end, but they managed to do it.
Yeah, that can be really nerve-wracking. What a good round. And yeah, I think Twist might have just taken one or two extra footsteps. Blameth caught hint of something. That was a good timing for that push into lobby, though. Good opening kill here from Config. This is the kill on Twist flanking. And yeah, I mean, Faze in perfect position to put a stop to this. Just Astralis does a great job neutralizing everything.
Yeah, 2-on-3 in fact, yeah.
Staying composed.
Interesting.
Some giggles coming out. First round on the board for Astralis early. It's 3-1. Faze out of money. This would be a great reset round.
And that kind of round, even though there was some hiccups along the way for Astralis, that seems like there was a plan that you can replicate and try for again. Oh, very awkward for Brokey. They're up on top as well soon, I think, so he's got no real estate down here. He still finds a kill, and there's no revenge yet. Oh, they're letting him get away. I can't believe it.
Config tried to revenge. He tried to pop up on top of Silo, but Rain was watching from secret stairs. Good defense, and that, oh, jeez. Everyone from Astralis getting caught. Good aggression from Faze. Kerrigan knows he's running out of ammunition. Farlick outside, not able to connect with Twist, and it's Zipex left in a 1v3.
What a frustrating way to lose a round.
But you can also see, that's why you see Glaive like going back and forth, not really committing to the fight, because he knows the only way you're really going to have that aggressive op is there's got to be some supportive element to that play, right? And
yeah.
He doesn't want to swing and commit to a fight and get caught by an M4.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's definitely, you don't want to be that careless. But it's, you got to feel like when he misses the first shot, if you're on the Astralis side, you think this is it. Oh, good little pick off there. Still at 40 seconds. And with Brokey being low, maybe there is a way. Taking a little bit of a long way. A step and seeing if anyone wanted to bite on that one. but they're not.
Rops has so much time to get into whatever position he wants in the lower bomb site. I think if Zipex wants to win this, I think his only real option is to hop up the vents to the upper bomb site.
Yeah, like flash your way out, hope that Brokey misses a shot, and just try and go straight for it. I feel the same way. Down here, it just doesn't seem possible any longer. Door gets kicked open, and with 9 seconds, he's going to go straight for it, but he's going to be locked in here behind the silo. Not even waiting for it. Rops just runs straight in there.
Yeah, Rops knows he's got to commit to the plant. And Zipex had to take the risk that no one was down there. Great round. That flashbang doesn't even do anything, but it's still perfect. And this is Rain swinging out to make sure Config can't trade his teammate. Good support. And Kerrigan's just like, all right, if you're going to spam the hut like that, I would happily just come take your AK-47 from you.
Yeah. Thanks, bro.
Not today.
Not today. 4-1 in favor of the Faze side. We've got Deagle's back. We've got a utility, actually, for Astralis.
Remember as well, there's a little bit of an extra layer to this game on the Faze side of things, wanting to obviously cement a legacy, an era, win 2 majors in the same year, back-to-back majors.
True.
To come back and play the Showdown. The travel wouldn't necessarily have any great impact, but just that extra event right before the major, I think Faze would love to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, at that point, you probably want to be focusing on something a little bit different, so yeah, that's... Either way.
And how much would it suck to be one of the other teams in the Showdown and be like, oh, good, we have the...
Cool.
Yeah, we have to play Faze in a single elimination.
Yeah, there's one European slot, and Faze are hanging out. Yep, that's going to be tough to deal with. Rops escaping before too much pressure was applied. Rain caught looking the wrong way. immediately shut down, although it's a good return from Twist, just sneaking in the kill, keeping things level.
That smoke maybe just a second late. No way to really know it. Still a gun outside that can be recovered. Xyp9x is heading for that right now.
Again, gotta be careful about the time if they really want to go for it here, but 35 seconds. Bomb is over by the secret stairs. Farlig's got it picked up at the moment. And now down to 30 seconds, and they still are not really that much closer to a bomb site, although that's an interesting kill. Taking down Twist, maybe... No, they're still going to be going down. They still want to see if they can do it. Oh, Xyp with one more shot, but again, because the clock is so okay, they're going to bring it back up now. No one is on the A bomb side, although Broke is kind of close by with the AWP. Maybe he could shut it down. 10 seconds, and they lose Config. There's the run pass. They have to come off the bomb plant. It doesn't get any kills, but there's so much time being bought here. They're finally going to get that bomb planted. If he would have landed that shot, maybe that would have been the round. Now it's all on Rops, and he's going to go back downstairs.
He's going to save.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no money to sustain this for Faze. So Astralis finally able to return the favor. They've lost so many of these rounds in the first map on Inferno. They lost so many on the second map of Ancient. Finally, they get one of their own. An opening kill provided, and Xyp9x picking up the M4 does perfect work.
3 kills on him in the round. That's absolutely great. No kit on Rops, so he can make it expensive, but I can't really win the round at this point. BlameF. Yeah. Close enough by that he could stop anything weird from happening. So, a little bit of a cleanup. They lose more rifles than probably they would want, but they win the round, and that is the most important thing here.
Yeah, ooh, Rob survives with 1 HP and is able to get the AWP.
Oh,
okay. Fair play. Calculated.
Yeah.
You think he knew?
He's been studying.
Rops would be the kind of dork that would know exactly where to stand.
Yeah, why not? You got like a, you know, you've already been on the server for like 7 hours. You're like, all right, let me just check out.
If I take one step to the right, it's only going to do 72 damage on the explosion. Yeah.
All right.
A little lifeless. We mentioned, we kind of brought it up on Inferno, which was a big win on the scoreline for Faze. It was 16-9, but it didn't really feel like Faze was playing their best game. We kind of described it as, you know, Faze with their B game was able to kind of handle things on Inferno. It still feels like we haven't had peak Faze yet in this series.
No, but we had some peak individuals, right? But yeah, the team as a whole definitely lacking some things.
Which is, I mean, a perfect recipe if you're Astralis. That's exactly what you want to be going up against today.
So quick, isn't he? 2 openings, one of them Kerrigan charging again the lobby. He's done it before. And again, he's successful. Twist up close with a deagle. Oh, sneaking it back on Glaive. This is one of those phase rounds again where they have almost nothing to work with. And still they're making it an absolutely great round.
You can see what's so difficult about it, though, too. I mean, outside of Kerrigan, every element of aggression has had, like, a follow-up piece behind it, right?
Yeah.
Like, nice shot. Farlig with the bomb, gonna drop down. Molotov to prevent anyone from chasing him, at least for the moment. He's got Twist to contend with. And, peace.
My God.
Deuce.
He's another one of those fast players. Okay. Attempt at the end, but yeah, this drop from Kerrigan is how it all gets started. So right when Astralis have carved out some part of the game here that really could have worked for them in terms of winning that last round, you get joinked right back. 5-2 now instead, and they're back to Tech 9s and a single AK. Tech 9. Thought there were going to be more.
Okay.
I was excited.
Yeah. Tech 9. Ah. Let's see if they have another one in them.
I feel like buying a single Tech 9 is almost
pointless?
Yeah, heretical even.
Okay. Yeah, that's a better word. Well, Deagle's going to lead the way. AK-47 going to come behind it. Rops might get a little bit surprised. Ooh, that's tough to track. Tries to pre-fire. Tries to recover.
Oh, yeah, Brokey. I was going to say, don't give up another one.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, that is the bomb.
That's actually,
no.
I don't know if Farlig realized he had it, but this is going to be really tough to manage. BlameF is not happy about being put in this position. He has recovered the bomb. Now he can drop down. It's Twist who's here. They do have smokes. They've got 2 smokes to block off these windows, and Glaive is going to try to get in position to lurk.
It's a good idea. A little bit late to try and, you know, sneak in there. Could have maybe caught the timing against Rain, but Twist is now close. Actually, a little bit scary, but he gets the timing right to at least turn the corner, and he'll get a second one. It looked like maybe he took it too long against Config, but
I feel like Astralis that round was really like, wasn't really assertive with their decision making, like with the utility.
Yeah.
Thought they would kind of head down into the lower bomb site, but they kind of just stayed huddled on the ramp, maybe talking things over a little bit too long. It gave time for Faze to be in position to start being the one to dictate the action and make the plays.
1 versus 3 for Sip here. I'm going to be jumping straight down.
Please nobody be at the door. Please nobody be at the door.
At least give me a shot here. When they do open it, how quick can he get? They don't have any more nades either. And they do have a kit, at least on Brokey. Walking too far away from the bomb is also could be a big mistake. So it's already lived longer than I was expecting. Spins around. That's a good one. But he's out of bullets. And the Tech 9, he can't find the shot with it. So an expensive round for Faze. But they win it.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's all good. That's you're going to be pleasantly happy with that one if you're Astralis. The plant and 3 kills, you're kind of setting things up for the future. But again, you got to get that win to really seal it. Oof, this was a dicey situation. Incredible shot put Astralis in a weird place to have to go recover the bomb. Glaive couldn't sneak in time. And this is the one where it's like, all right, you're kind of, I guess, waiting for Glaive to kind of follow up and get in position. But you're given time for Twist to walk all the way through that lower bomb site and find the fight he wants.
10 kills on Sip right now. He's having himself a pretty good game, but he needs some more people from his team to start to show up. 4-round gap building. Faze with no money, even in spite of the scoreline here, so that's something that has to change. Oh, wow. Kerrigan is still alive in here. Glaive has made it through, and he's going to be able to take down Twist coming through the smoke. It's still a good opening, and they'll find Kerrigan as well. Oh my god, what a run through. He got so far in before the flash actually showed up. 3 versus 5 now. And Faze might have to save.
Well, they're going to stick around and see if they can get any kills before this bomb gets planted. Ooh, out in the open, almost, but Config's covering it. Rops from up top just pierced straight down. Nobody able to punish that whatsoever. So pause button again. More time to see if Brokey and Rops can thin out some of these Astralis players. There is utility. There is a Molotov and plenty of flashbangs to work with, but Brokey with the op. Ooh, he's missing some shots in this game so far. Shots he was nailing on Ancient and Inferno, and it's down to Rops in a 1v4.
Yeah, doing a little bit more damage. Gonna steal the AWP and just run for it. So
this map is an economic battle more than anything so far. Astralis just like constantly Faze hasn't been able to build enough money to really sustain a loss. But Astralis themselves haven't been able to gain any kind of realistic and effective momentum. 3-6. And you have to imagine Faze is going to buy in the next round, as we saw previously. This time they'll have an op, and Rops can even rebuy himself at M4, so they'll have at least 2 rifles.
I mean, if you know that Astralis' economy is going to be busted up, then yeah, you probably just want to keep the pressure on. And you have so much evidence already that you can steal these rounds away from Astralis that you probably feel like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, but maybe this op is not going to be saved at all. There's a nice kill, but scary because he's so low on health already. They're not going to find him, though. And 6-3. I still can't believe that entry through that squeak door.
Yeah, Kerrigan,
very interesting.
He caught a flashbang at the worst possible time. Good work from Glaive.
Yeah.
That's a huge kill on Twist. That kind of secures the advantage in the round in the upper bomb site for Astralis throughout the entirety of this round. Kerrigan a little bit frustrated. Timeout taken. Team's going to talk things over.
Slow it down and figure out how to get back on top. When you have this kind of an economy battle at the start of a half, it feels like sometimes if a team decisively wins it, they just get such a nice stretch of map to cruise through, where they just win 3 or 4 rounds, and it's just they're never up against anything really dangerous. So maybe that could happen as well to one of these teams. But no one's established enough control yet for it. Keeps being close. Yep, forced up like you mentioned.
M4 and Rops up in the hands of Brokey. 2 SMGs, and that CSGO on Kerrigan. Previously, they won it with a aggressive bait setup towards Radio Room. And a push with the SMG from Kerrigan and Hut. This time, we see nothing of the sort. Farlug's already across to Secret. Kerrigan's down there with the CZ. Rops is down there for backup as well. Little crossfire setup.
That actually might be a hard position to clear if he's up that close into the corner. I wonder. If they have nades, it's going to be easier, but there's a crossfire as well. Rops is down here. You might walk right into a headshot. Oh, it's a good boost, though. Are they going to be able to see him? They will. Nice kill. But the CC at least will get 1 in return. Still worth it for Astralis.
Yeah, and this can also activate Config and Blame F. They're starting to get real frisky in their lurk positions. However, because there's 2 lurkers in this round, there's actually only 2 players at this lower bomb site. I don't think any of them really have worked up the courage quite yet to move into the site. Config's on the hunt.
Got to be real careful here. that you don't give away this kind of a lead. Config's got the right idea, and he'll defeat Twist no problem. Good timing on BlameF. And any danger in the round is evaporated for Astralis. They're going to get the bomb plant down, and so far 4 people alive. Wow, this could be a huge turnaround.
Yeah, it really could be. This is a wonderful round for Astralis. They're loving this. Money's going to build up. They finally string together 2 rounds in a row. For the moment, 4 players surviving. Although Brokey might have something to say about that. BlameF waiting for this exact push, but could be a tough angle.
You know, something else that we maybe didn't even really talk that much about just because of how unlikely it's felt that they were going to be able to bring down Faze is on the flip side. If Astralis do take them down, they get to defeat the best team in the world and qualify for the
Second
Royal
best
Arena.
team in the world.
Come on. and also, you know, like what a momentum boost suddenly. You're like, all right, whatever we're doing here, like there might be problems, but
yeah, it's interesting. The entire conversation around Astralis at the moment is a really odd one, because for me, I know, like, going into the player break and coming out of the player break, I felt like that performance, the top 4 they got in Cologne, was a little bit of like an overachievement. I thought that was going to be like a trap performance that made them have a little bit more faith in the lineup than they should. But then, you know, you start building upon that, and that kind of changes the nature of the conversation. As much as it hasn't always looked good, and obviously the whole RMR thing hanging over their heads was a rough conversation piece around them as well. Yeah, this would be an incredible series to win.
Yeah, I mean, the problems in the lineup are they're really obvious. There's some rounds that they just can't afford to lose, but outside of that, there's still something to work with. You know, like it's a
yeah. Outside of the rounds they lose, they look pretty good.
Yeah, when they win rounds, they get points on the board, and that's actually that's what you need. Just USPs. P250 on Brokey. And Astralis trying to be real careful. Who can blame them?
Yeah, they're probably thinking there's, like, you know, deagles around every corner at the moment.
Yeah, so worried.
Good find from Farlick. 1 player behind Aircon. It's Rops. And he did. He did get a nice little dink onto Config. Down to 32 health, but 5-on-3 with rifles in control. Towards the upper bomb site we go. This is where all 3 players are. This could get a little bit spicy, perhaps. That's going to make it a little bit spicy. 1 more player's taken away from the upper bomb site. Oh, don't do it. There's not even deagles.
Come on. There's no way. All right, here's the flank. That's it. That's what you needed. Twist on his own. 1 versus 3. And he's already got 2 headshots to bring it into a 1-on-1. He's looking for it. Farlick is closing the door. Hiding. Oh no, it's going to be a bomb plant at the minimum. And he's got all the health in the world fighting against Twist. But he gets caught. Nearly already taken down. He's got that pistol out now. Oh no! It's another clutch. Twist with the quad. And he steals it back. That is so ridiculous. How is it happening, Jason, please?
I have no words. I have no words for this one.
Oh my god.
It's just astounding. What a disgusting shot on Config. But these are the ones. These are the rounds you just can't lose. This is now 2 low economy rounds Faze has won.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, it's after we just start singing a few praises of Astralis, and that's just a round you can't drop. That's a P250 and 4 USPs they just lost to. That's including a flank wrapping around of heaven from Config. And that takes so much wind out of your sails. Like, not only have you given the round win over to Faze, not only do they get to start, you know, getting right back into the groove of things with a solid bye, but just morally within your own team. It's that's the kind of round that can shut down creativity and communication.
Yeah, very, very difficult, obviously, to... even if you try to force it, it's going to sound hollow and fake, right? If you're like, all right, guys, just, you know, keep moving on.
Forget about that one. Not a big deal. Except it is a big deal, and we all know it.
It is a big deal. That round right there, along with a few others, could very well be what cost them the spot in the Royal Arena right now. They have to go play in the Showdown instead. Brokey back on that AWP. They're able to buy at a minimum here for the Astralis side. So that's, you know, at least they don't go straight back to saving themselves, but what a nightmare.
Upper exec. Kerrigan and Twist to defend in the upper bomb site. Rain is pushed up outside. That could be a real difficult thing to deal with. He's hearing those footsteps. He's calling ones dropped in towards Mini. Communication got there. Twist from on top of the hut behind the smoke, and there's Rain pouncing. Nothing going the way of Astralis. They're deleted.
Nicely done. Sip 1 versus 4 here, and yeah, absolutely great call coming in from outside. That's not bad.
It's so hard if you're that player coming in through Mini as well, especially when you don't have any teammates kind of streaming out just yet to find this guy, especially with that smoke there.
Say a
prayer for Astralis.
Yes.
This feels like I'm really curious how the rest of this half is going to go. I really do think that USP round is just backbreaking.
It has to be.
I don't know if they'll get another round on the board for the rest of the half.
Well, especially we look at the economy too, on top of everything else. Twist is up there at 14, Rob's at 11, Brokey at 11.
If you go to like the round before they win that USP round that Twist clutches, FaZe were the ones with the frustration and heads in hands and rubbing their eyes, and
Sure,
they were
yeah.
the ones kind of being like, "Oh my lord, how are we letting this go?" And now it's laughter, now it's excitement, now it's energy. Astralis really let him off the hook.
Yeah, they have. Nice little tap away from Rain. They're going to try to get up close, but he was aware. Good read, and he doesn't reload. Brokey will help him on that one, but, you know, an early reload there could have got him into trouble if Brokey hadn't been there. So 2 versus 5, and FaZe, even when they were winning rounds earlier in the half, they still struggled to build a real economy. So getting 4 people alive,
now they've got it.
Great stuff. Yeah, and obviously winning a USP round will help a lot too.
Yeah, it really does. 2 rounds left in the half. Astralis trying to get up to 5.
What wouldn't you give to be, you know, a fly on the wall inside of the
TeamSpeak?
TeamSpeak, yeah. Just
fly with a pair of headsets on.
Yeah, exactly. Just to get a sense for exactly what is going on. Round number 14. And we have got FaZe with a solid 5-round lead. And Astralis probably, if we just forget the scoreboard for a minute, just probably trying to recover whatever they can, like mentally. Something to get back in this game. Sips had a really good first half.
Oh my lord, that nade is perfect. Lands right at Config's feet. Smoke in the way. It's going to start fading at some point. A lot of utility being spent at the upper bomb site. What a find.
Boom.
Rops can't even react. Kerrigan's going to get aggressive. This is trademark. Flame F. Ready and waiting inside door. Heard the footsteps anyways. Brokey wants to deal with him.
But also risky. Rain gonna get traded right away, so this is looking good. Missed shot, and Twist is on his own, and this time, no clutch is gonna be allowed for. Nicely done, Astralis.
Yeah, way to hold on.
They need that.
They needed that very much so.
They need a lot more of it too.
9-5. 1 round left in this first half. It is just so weird. Like
it feels like you're almost out of breath just watching the game.
Yeah,
it's so stupid.
It actually is like it's also I really do have to. I mean, it just goes back and forth with who you're giving props to, but for Astralis to recover from that round is wonderful. Let's see if they can get a 6 on the board. That would be magnificent. Config gonna get dinked early. They know Rain is aggressive. He's gonna fall back, cautious of all the gaps in those smokes. And Glaive's gonna cross over. Here, here's Rops. He hears Rops. He's ready and waiting, but can't connect the shot.
Yeah, just outdone by the M4 there. The moving accuracy of that gun is still really tough to deal with sometimes. Rain, real far back. Might be hard to check. I mean, they can obviously flash their way in there, but that also gives away a little bit of a tell of what's coming. Smoke up, though, in Mini might make Rain a little bit uncomfortable because that means they can actually face him straight up without worrying about getting shot in the back. He's out for the fight, and he could have maybe almost won it there. Still a 3 versus 4 with Config low and Rops is low.
1 kill for Rain, 90 damage on the Config for Rain, and 58 damage on the Blame F as well. So he's done good work.
Yeah.
2 very softened up players for what's coming next. And Farlig's just looking for a mistake with this ADVP, hoping somebody peeks through Mini. That ain't ever coming. Kerrigan's in a good position.
You know, they're going to be worried about the time, too. 35 seconds. Even if they're kind of close to the A bomb site, they still need They need to be able to change their minds if they find a stack here, which there are a lot of people nearby. Oh, and a missed shot. Carrigan charging forward the FAMAS. Going to be taking 2 kills, because again, config was very low from earlier. And BlameF, not much that he could do. 1 versus 4, but the problem is he had to go and find the bomb first. Doesn't have it on him, otherwise maybe he could try for some trickery, but it's so far away. So Faze looking to take the last round of the half, and they will. 10-5 in their favor. That is a magnificent start. What a tough recovery it'll be for Astralis. If they can't do it, it's going to have to be in the second half. It's coming right up. Who's your favorite CS player of the last 10 years?
Mine is the GOAT.
The GOAT.
I love that the most about them, how calm they are.
We're all gonna get hate comments for this segment. I thought a lot about the sort of the 10-year thing. That changes things. You have to sort of think back quite a bit. For me, partly some 1.6 probably bias, and partly just the fact that he's an AWP player. So I picked Fallen.
Oh, it wasn't Markelov.
It could have been. It was tempting for a minute. I have a soft spot in my heart in general for AWP players, but especially the style that Fallen does. The kind of the ability to sort of, you know, fight close range with it at the best of times.
Fallen will be swarmed, killing the short player, knowing that the second was still up on Grave. He waits, he wins.
I think it's so exciting, and it's like there are players that play a more crazy and sometimes even more entertaining version of AWP, but usually they kind of fall flat on that. Like it doesn't have the same like return on investment over time.
For me, he's like the second most inventive and successful IGLs of all time.
Yeah.
In terms of like basically creating maps, like the way people play Train after the like Luminosity SK days, all because of him. And he was doing it as an IGL opping, which until the point that he did that, no one believed that that was the right thing to do.
He's definitely hit some points that no other players have.
Yeah.
You know, where he's best player, arguably, and IGL and Opper, and creating the meta of this game in 2016.
I think for me, there are some players where even if you put them in like a 1 versus 4 at like the worst of times with only 20 seconds left, like there's some part of me that always thinks like he could still do like this could really still happen, you know?
Yeah.
And Fallen is just somehow forever in that category.
It's my favorite CSGO player. It's always been Neo and Forest, but obviously Neo, he is still playing, but he's not been playing in a tier 1 LAN in a while now.
I think it's tough for me to say, but I think Forest and Neo, one of those two, because they also made the transfer from 1.6 to CSGO, and I feel like the way they are as human beings, I love that the most about them, how calm they are. Every time I talk with them, I just feel like it's a friend I have for life, you know. And
We have one more half ready. It is Nuke to decide who goes to the Royal Arena and who gets to go to the Showdown instead to battle it out in a grueling format down there. Nobody wants that. Astralis, they have had an insane day once again here. They only got 5 rounds in the first half. I don't know if they can recover. I don't know if they know either, but they're going to have a chance at it right here in the pistol round.
I mean, throughout this series, they've answered the bell pretty frequently whenever Faze has thrown something in their way. So let's see if they have it in one more time. Molotov going to be on the top of the hut. Nobody's going to be there whatsoever. However, one player is behind the vent where that Molotov will force Config into some action. And he's blind. And he's burning. And he's dead.
He just wanted 1 second for a shot, but he couldn't land it. Dooley's back here on Glaive, and he's got 2 kills already with it. Looking for a third, and he'll find it. Taking down Brokey. That is a solid defense, and he doesn't even need to reload yet. He's still got 14 bullets left. What a luxury. Now he's just battling out in the open. And they're low on health here. Glaive gonna hunt him down. Quad kill, looking for the ace, but it looks like Sips maybe gonna be the one to do it instead. Oh, he's almost got it. Finally, that reload is in. 1 versus 3 for Robs, and no bomb on his shoulder. So he's just gonna be backing out. They have that lockdown to the back of the bomb side. What a lockdown for Glaive.
Yeah, that's huge. He stepped up massively today and yesterday, but this is incredible. That bomb site was on the verge of being lost before he gets this quad kill. And with all the rounds Astralis has lost, you almost feel like this is very doable for Rops. He is going to get shut down at the end of the day. Pistol round for Astralis. Now, previously in the series, when they've won the pistol round, they have not been able to convert the other 2 rounds.
Don't say it.
So let's find out, what is it, like 4th time's the charm?
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. I feel like...
We've never seen him win rounds 2 and 3 after winning the pistol.
It feels like if 3rd time isn't the charm, the universe just doesn't want you to win anymore.
Yeah, they just hate you a little bit.
Yeah, but there's an Org on Farlik. I like that. I think the Org is a little bit underrated sometimes. Could be good to mix things up. Finding Twist.
I think Twist realized he was exposed. This round, a huge advantage, although that's how it begins.
No.
That's how it starts.
It isn't.
The AUG misses its moment. Rain has crossed over to Secret. Kerrigan's down low. Twist is taken out already. Oh.
Okay. Good stuff. Still... Oh, they're moving around a lot on the map right now, and it's a 3-on-4, so just calm down on the Astralis side. Make sure everything is covered. It's fine if you're worried about your flank being open. Maybe you want to call that into somebody and say, are we sure no one's here, whatever, but so many people running makes me a little bit worried. It seems like there's a good read, though. Glaive, not going to allow Rops to get in there.
I think he knows both are out here as well. So he's ready and waiting for Brokey to make his play. Deagle just tucked behind the vent, so Brokey's going to hit the pause button. Maybe someone walks into him, going to allow Rain to start making a play up Secret. But Config's got that covered.
Yeah, and as you said, Glaive probably with a pretty good read right here. Oh, could have been a magic, but just the 1 kill. They lose 2 players. They'll take it. I think they're absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, yeah. At this point, whatever it takes to win a round like that. This scared me too. A little bit of a lineup. You never know. Maybe a tag on Kerrigan gets a tag and his teammate takes him down. That could have been weird.
Yeah, easily could have happened.
Just thinking everything that can go wrong for Astralis feels like it's always on the verge of happening. 7-10 as they start coming back into this game. 3-round gap. Teagles again for Faze. This time with no armor.
Look at the clustering of kills on the Faze side. Everyone's kind of like right there. Somewhere between, what, 15 and 13, 12, I guess, on Kerrigan, but still.
Yeah.
That's a nice clustering.
A nice team spread. BlameF, he's gonna spot it out at the end. He's grabbed the last player. That's Twist, who can't make it. That's a bomb as well. They're gonna have to come back for it.
And maybe that even that might get found as well. Config's here, ready. A couple of beautiful headshots. That bomb turned out to be their undoing, just not able to ever get back out there. Rob's hoping. It's awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit. Blame just trying to tap at the timing. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is awkward.
I think it's actually almost better that he didn't spot it and didn't feel the need to go for that kill. Hold the trigger. Okay, gonna take the clean, easy shot. My deal would have missed.
Cut the sip, was looking the other way. Wait, what? Oh, nicely done. Rob's eventually going to be found. That it's a good cleanup quad kill, I think, at the end for Config.
Yeah, but in a 2-on-5, those 2 kills that's a good thing to leave with when you're in that kind of a situation. A little bit of economic damage, nothing crazy. But just a nice little addition to set things up down the road. So if Astralis do it, they convert all 3 of the opening rounds of the half off the pistol.
2-round gap. Now the real question is if they can win this next one, Astralis. Then actually the game is open again.
Yeah.
They're right back if they can do it. So much on the line. Early nades deep into the A-bomb site, trying to put some pressure on Config, but between the nade and the wallbang, he only took 15 damage. I thought that would have been actually a little bit worse.
Yeah, it's not terrible. A lot of pressure applied to that upper bomb site, perhaps just setting up later on in this half for some kind of an upper bust, upper exec.
Yeah, you throw that pattern of grenades a couple of times without following through, and maybe those A players start to think, okay, it's fine, it's no problem. And then, you know, 3rd or 4th time, they show up.
Blame F aggressive at red box. This might catch him off guard, having someone aggressive in this position this late in the round.
Kind of like the boy cried wolf, but in return. If the boy was on the wolf's side, Jason. Now that's a story.
Yeah.
Rain.
We never heard that half.
Kerrigan's gone down already, but Rain's out there trying to work something. Almost finding, but the flashbang is pretty decent. Blame if I wonder if he actually saw it. I think maybe he does. Nades coming out, and Rain trying to save himself, but instead gets caught Good opening. 2 kills, and none of them returned by Faze.
And then the lobby portion of this hit from Faze has been just completely stalled out by utility, so they've been sitting in here twiddling their thumbs. You got to deal with Glaive. He's on top of the hut. Tough position to clear out. Brokey over at the vent. Glaive's going to pop up. Nice, easy headshot from him, and even one more as he drops down behind Rops. There it is. Astralis catching fire to start the second half.
That angle looking straight up and having to track someone down as they fall down must be one of the most impossible ones to do.
It's kind of, that's break your wrist.
Yeah, I don't even know how that's possible. But yeah, nice round. Astralis, they're right back 9-10. They win this round. They get to keep 4 rifles alive at the end. It's great. You love everything about it.
Great forearms.
It's got that good.
It's got a nice sheen on it.
Yeah, and he's
glistening.
Good support, you know, make sure his wrist isn't being put under any pressure or anything. Important. This time we have Tech 9s. 4 of them, in fact. Flashbangs as well to follow it up, although already shut down slowly.
That's fine. Good call from Zipex to get out of that danger.
Yeah.
Surviving down low. He's got a teammate there with him. Blame F is already down secret. Farlig loves that fight. We'll take the head clean off Kerrigan. So Twist is left to lurk in ramp room, hoping somebody's going to come up the ramp or come from underneath heaven. His teammates are going to come back and join up with him from lobby. Rops and Brokey. No utility on the 3 of them. They do at least have control of the bomb. But not a whole lot of win conditions that you can see at the moment for FaZe. I think there's going to be a timeout after this round. FaZe going to want to talk things over early on this offensive half.
Yeah, you have to assume so. Money's starting to look pretty decent as well on the Astralis side. And the fact that, you know, if they take the ramp room, but they make it like a 3-on-4, so they at least get 1 kill, maybe that puts some more pressure on the Astralis defense, and they can find something else. Good headshot from Brokey. It's a start. The Twist gonna get caught off. Scary reload, I've got to say.
Yeah.
2 versus 4. Oh, nice opening of the door, but with the bomb plant, almost just save the M4. I know there's nothing to do here, surely. Maybe you can make it expensive, but you're not gonna be able to stop them from getting the defuse with this little health. Gonna be blowing open the door to avoid any tricks. So if you want to fight here, then you're gonna have to really go for it. And he's gonna get found by BlameF. So yeah, still pretty something. Bomb plant and 2 kills. It's not that bad.
Yeah, limiting what they can. And we're all tied up at 10.
You're getting close now, Astralis. Tied up. Ooh. Here's Johnny.
Another Shining reference, eh? 2 in 1 day.
It's on my mind, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, in the book, the labyrinth that's outside of the hotel has like these labyrinth creatures, like minotaurs that move around as you move inside. It's great.
Cool.
Worth reading. It's really cool. They didn't put it in the movie for some reason, but maybe they didn't have the technology. Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Enough about minotaurs. Back to FaZe at Astralis.
Back to the fact, Jason, that one of these teams, well, both these teams are 6 rounds from making the Royal Arena. That is close enough that you can smell it at this point.
Certainly.
And Astralis have won 5 in a row.
And boy, would they love to be there after the year that they've had.
Oh. Good pick-off.
Good patience from Brokey. Up there for some time. BlameF gave him the exact look he wanted. Man advantage for FaZe. They're going to start working the way. Ooh, gap in the smoke, though. Rain goes down for free. That's Glaive. And then he's going to jump in towards safety. That's sketchy. Doors blown open. And Zipex couldn't line up the windows.
Nope. Smoke just made it a little bit awkward, so unfortunate. Very forward position with the AWP and Farlig, and Glaive wanted to use that to move up, but this is being read. They see it coming. Robs is watching the one side, and Crossfire diagonally going across the other side. I think it's Kerrigan up there already waiting. Oh, they're going to be found. Kerrigan is there for the kill on Config. And now it's fallen apart here. 2 versus 4. And yeah, wide swing for Rops. Farlig not quick enough for that one. And Sip in a 1 versus 4 instead. 30 seconds. And yeah, he's running them down. But I don't know if this is ever going to get close to happening. Bomb is planted. And they know where he is. He's still going to go for it. Feels like maybe he could. Gun barrel showing. They'll force out a couple of shots there. Trying to see if he can use the nade to help him out, but it's not going to work.
I don't know where that communication went of the position of the player on top of the blacktop, but Config not even clearing it at all through the ladder hole coming out vents. He was just being overly aggressive, so maybe they didn't think he would stick around there, but you know, I think Astralis was actually in a decent enough position on this lobby crunch to actually bring this round back into their favor, and not being able to find Rops up top was brutal. Third timeout used by Astralis. Faze, don't let him take the lead.
But at least this is a regular round loss for Astralis. Not against pistols. They have bank to keep fighting.
Not much. This is just the bank for this one round. This is where those constant 2 kills in a plant on Faze's eco rounds come into effect, because they're going to be fully bought up to the end of their wallets here. I think Glaive was even already at 0 in that round to begin with. So, yeah, they're on the verge, and man, you would hate to have that just as soon as you kind of get back into the game and tie up the scoreline already. Getting your money ripped out of your hands.
Yeah, you're right.
Big round for Astralis. This is like the difference between Astralis trying to recover for the rest of this half or just, you know, sustaining and moving forward.
Twist, he's got the right idea. Glaive already tagged up a tiny bit. And AK versus MP9, you'd have to assume that Twist is going to be coming out on top of that one. Ropey taking a little bit of a lead on the scoreboard. Oh, what a lineup.
Back-to-back rounds. Faze starts with the opening kill. Brokey with the off last round. This time Twist with the spam.
Frustrating, no doubt. I was going to say Glaive is tied with Brokey for 18 kills, but now he's out of the round, so a chance for Brokey to take the lead. And what do? This, I feel like, is the real problem if you're on the CT side of Nuke, is losing a player. It opens up a lot of different spaces. You have to start to move people around a little bit.
Well, Blame F, at least that the wall of smokes actually allows him to move out of his position as well. Ooh, good spam, good damage done. Oh, almost found. Config was almost able to get Rain. Can he get any more damage?
Yeah, close to being a kill out there, which would have been a nice way to get back into a 4-on-4. Farlig there with a shot to bring down Kerrigan.
No one's down low. Nobody's shifted at all. Everyone's up top.
No, because they're going to go crunch the lobby, which they might find Robs, but then so what? If the bomb is going to be planted, that's still a huge problem. And instead, Robs is going to go find them. Nearly could have lined up a couple of kills.
That gives them time to actually come in for the retake, though, if they actually want to go for it. But this is huge. Astralis could lose everything here. In some ways, this is exactly what FaZe want.
And keep your eye on that one defuse kit on Config. If he dies in the wrong position, it can absolutely determine the round. Nade, not that much damage, but soften up Arena a little bit. Nice grenade in return, though, and they're quick with it here. Straight headshot from Rain. Farlig gets one more. A double in the round for him, and Rain is able to trade it. He spins around and sprays down another 2 players, leaving one alive for Astralis.
He didn't pick up the kit.
No, he didn't. It's lost back there somehow. Oh, no. And he's so low. He has to just run for it.
Farlig was in the way of allowing Blame F to go for that trade kill onto Rain. That's why it took so long. That's why Rain was able to double up, and that's exactly what Astralis wanted. A round within Astralis' reach to go for that retake, but they have all the advantages of the bomb being planted in that lower site. That's brutal. Finding rocks was the best thing that could have happened for FaZe.
So this is the spin around kill.
And look, Blame F is wishing he could get by.
That's Config with the kit. That's why Blame F can't pick it up, right? It's on the he can,
it's on the other side, yeah.
He doesn't have that much time.
No, not enough time to consider it and readjust.
And the money, like you mentioned,
it's gone.
Not deep enough. 12 to 10, 23rd round, man.
Another piece of adversity laid out in front of Astralis in this series.
If there's any justice in the universe, Astralis will win this round with just, you know, some pistols.
Yeah, but we know there's not.
Yeah, that's true.
Spoilers.
Yeah, if you don't know, we're gonna rip that band-aid off right now.
There's no Santa Claus either.
Jason. Well, Kerrigan is forward at least with an AK.
Interesting thing to note too in that previous round, since we've got some time in a round that seems pretty much done. Off the rotation of Astralis kind of heading towards the lower bomb site before Astralis really realized, Config had a decision whether they wanted to shift Zipix downstairs, and Config could have gone towards ramp room. Instead, they called for the lobby crunch, so he went up the ladder and joined them for the lobby crunch from that angle, which didn't allow anyone to get down lower to actually defend. That's one of the rotational choices you have in that moment.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a really hard call to make.
And you could see it almost felt like he was shuffling between the 2 options.
Yeah, and that shuffle in the previous round almost gave Robs a huge opening. I mean, that even could have been another way for them to lose the round. Nice return. They at least get a couple of rifles that they could maybe run away with here, although one of them kind of stolen back. Bomb planted already, so the round is won by FaZe here. It's a 13 to 10 scoreline just about. Question is if Astralis can, salvage, scavenge for some guns. That would be helpful, but they cannot. Brokey will not allow it. Triple for him and 22 kills.
Yeah, he's taken that advantage. He's taken over the kill lead in the game. As you mentioned, tied with Config just a few rounds ago. Now he's firmly in control. For whatever that matters to an individual. And Faze firmly in control of this game, 13-10.
Yeah, they're getting there. 3 more rounds, and they will be in the arena. Great for them. Tough news for Astralis, but maybe also great news for a bunch of teams in the Showdown who might be thinking, oh god, no.
Yeah, please.
No Faze. No Faze.
Don't do this to us.
Here we go. Some early nades. Smoke there might keep Brokey a little bit wary that someone could be close, but doesn't seem like it's really bothering him all that much. Config will take down Rocks with a smoke. That's a good headshot to begin the round with. Astralis needs some momentum back. They won 5 in a row, and now they've just lost 3 in a row. So there's a swing back here for Faze. Started to get control in the second half.
And in the previous 2 gun rounds, Faze was able to open up with the entry frag, with the opening kill to play 5-on-4. Astralis finally at least prevent that from happening, so they get to play with the advantage. But Faze have complete control of outside.
Lame F. Gotta be careful. Looks into the shot. Brokey wants to readjust Farley. That's a very tricky position to clear if you're coming in from this side. Although, if there's a third member of the Faze clan that actually walks out here, then maybe they could find another angle on him, but I doubt they're going to be able to check it. Yeah, Rain goes straight down, and Brokey, he can't recover it. It might even be hard for Rain to call out what's going on.
Yeah, with the silencer, they have no idea what his position was, so Brokey was actually looking towards CT spawn, thinking he was going to be at the spawn boxes. Tough position to be able to get your attention there quick enough. 3-on-4. Here comes the exec through mini towards the upper bomb site. Farlig and Glaive to defend. Early damage. They still haven't seen the position of Glaive, and actually coming up the vents might prevent anything from working out. Config is not letting them have an escape route. It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Glaive is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my god, Brokey! You must be kidding me!
Rain even knocks his monitor over. How much can Astralis take? Surely that's the end of him. Surely that's it. Yeah, wipe your brow. This should be impossible. How is he given this?
He's ace clutched Astralis right out of the tournament.
Just witness the magnificence of Brokey.
He was... he was using the door, Jason, to wave goodbye.
Oh my lord. That's not even reasonable. Yeah, Kerrigan's turn. He's been waiting the whole time to get back at Blame F. Another impossible clutch. That's it. Just get him out. It's done.
Oh, that's an experience that nobody wants to have.
You don't recover from that.
Well, Rain's taking a dive with a Mac 10. Config trying to make up for it. That's nice. Little push. Gonna get one in return at the very least. And Rain and Twist are low on health, so SMG's doing the best that they can. Although Config's gonna get caught. I don't know if they really knew that someone was there. Nice, up close. Rob's not checking behind him. They're down below, though, and they've got the bomb with them, so a 2-on-3 should be a chance for a bomb plant here for Brokey. Yeah, no one interrupting him.
I don't know what happened in this round. I'm still thinking about the clutch.
Yeah, I
have no clue.
I'm gonna take a moment to get my brain back online, too.
Oh, my lord. Well, there's a chance here. Rain is low. Twist is extremely low. They don't have a kit. Molotov on Twist position would pretty much kill him. But they don't get it off.
Yeah.
And you can't track that kind of a drive-by.
Another triple for Brokey. He's up to 30 kills now. Still in regulation.
If he only had 4, it's worth it. Or 5, I guess he had in that round.
Yeah. So absurd, isn't it? Yeah.
You just see it happening. You see it building.
If you get one of these, one of the clutches that Brokey's had in a tournament, that's really impressive. That's really something to think about.
He's at 2 in this series.
I know. That's so stupid, isn't it? Round number 26 and a 15-10 scoreline. Faze 1 round away from the Royal Arena. Can't say they don't deserve it the way they've been playing. 31 kills on Brokey. He's not satisfied yet. Hungry for more. Conflict's down there, and he's finally going to put an end to him in the round, but more people are coming up behind him. It's a pretty decent setup. A little bit of a double for Config, and it's back into a 3-on-3, but Rops has taken over the A site.
Yeah, he's already in here. He's already chilling, calling his teammates over. Kerrigan.
Ooh, twist.
With the bomb over towards Secret.
Maybe thought he was going to get caught. It looked like Lave was near enough behind that maybe he could catch Twist, but now he's on the site. Kerrigan still the one with the bomb, and he's quite far away. That's a minute, though, so they maybe just call a freeze. See what happens.
I don't think anyone knows really what to do in this round to avert danger. They've kind of lost information of where everyone's positioned on both teams. Going to be really hard for Kerrigan to cross against a scout and an SMG. Xyp9x is just going by timing, but Glave's ready to pounce behind Credit. Or behind Blue Box, excuse me.
Yeah, this is... If someone else had the bomb, Kerrigan's position, even in an afterplant, would be amazing. But how did they get the bomb back from here? 30 seconds. He's probably starting to wonder, well, no one's moving. Where are they? If he walks out here and loses the bomb, this could actually be a little bit of a recovery for Astralis, perhaps. 23 seconds, and Rops is coming in. Oh, what a jump down!
No.
The superhero move at the end to get rid of Sip. Absolutely cruel punishment here for Faze. And Astralis now down to a single man. Blamef in a 1 versus 3. They're already dead to see him coming. He's going to take down Kerrigan, but he's been found out. No kit, no grenades. Has to walk into a crossfire, has to volunteer himself, looking for the opening. Gets shot in the back of the head, and it is Faze making their way to the Royal Arena, taking down Astralis on the final map.
It's an off day for Faze. Let's make sure that's well known. It's an off day, but the individual stepped up. Brokey with an incredible third map, an incredible clutch, and that is so brutal. Faze is going to make it to the Royal Arena. Astralis is going to be in the showdown, and what a way for it to happen. That's just got to be so stressful. Astralis had their chances. They let Faze off the hook a couple of times, let him back into the game a couple of times overall. Still a good showing from Astralis, but what a gut-wrenching fashion to lose the third map.
Yeah, you could make a really short list of all the rounds that if Astralis win them, this is their victory instead. But some of these clutches and some of the rounds they lost are unbelievably heartbreaking.
Throughout the whole day, they couldn't handle the clutches, they couldn't handle the eco rounds.
Yes.
Those are two huge factors in any game, and obviously Faze able to capitalize on it. We've got James Banks down and ready for what should be an exciting winners interview.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, because we've got to say welcome to the clutch on these ones. Brokey, how do you keep pulling off the things that just seem that it should be impossible, mate?
I think just enemies are giving me the kills. They're doing mistake, and I just get the kills and I win the round. That's from their mistakes. I think that's the reason. I get through the smoke. One was close to vents me. I kill him in the smoke, and then I just kill everyone else. Same on Ancient as well. They just peek on 5 seconds and give me a round.
They really do. And do you think they fear you a little bit?
I don't know. Maybe not.
I think they should, that's for sure. Thank you very much, Brokey, on that one. Now, Kerrigan, I see you reacting every time he's doing this. Even Rain lost his screen when that was going down. What is it like to witness this and watch this? Obviously, we know the skill your team have in general, but in moments like that, it's crucial for you.
Yeah, this is the moment where you feel this elimination game, right? A very important game, and you can see this first time this tournament we've been fired up. And yeah, I mean, the clutches he did, I think, like I said, they're doing mistakes, but he's also forcing the mistakes. He's doing a high-risk move, and he's really fast. So yeah, without him and the clutches today, it would have maybe been a different game, but I feel we won control on the T side in the end on Nuke has been one of our best maps this whole year.
Now, you just said to me you were fired up, right? And that's been the conversation around this being the studio environment, not feeling that same mode. Robin said to me, though, he still, even with this game, right, didn't feel like you guys were at 100%, about 70% or so. Where do you put you guys after this one? Because obviously Astralis actually put up a probably better fight than what most people thought.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when it came to Freight Map, you could feel it was an important game and people were there, we were communicating good, they're playing good. And yeah, like all this year, I feel like when the pressure's the highest, that's where we perform the best. And yeah, the pressure was high on Nuke in the end there. But yeah, I'm happy we came to do what we wanted to do. Could have been more clean, but I think there's a lot of things we can improve on for Pro League, which I think is good. I know myself, I haven't grinded so much. I try to take the break and make sure to take care of myself before we go into a very competitive season here after Blast.
And what's it mean to you as a Dane to get in that Royal Arena and not have to go to the Showdown and try and make your way there?
It means a lot. First of all, the calendar looks way better now instead of a Showdown tournament. But obviously just secured that we are here in Blast Copenhagen playing in front of the Royal Arena crowd. So super happy about that. I still want to win the trophy here in Royal Arena once we get there. So yeah, I'm really happy we managed to pull through. And today it was fun to play today and felt exciting.
Well, there you go. That's a smile I think that's very dangerous. Carrigan, thank you very much, mate.
The world number ones get the job done. Despite being pushed the full distance in a 3-map affair, Faze are the ones to be stealing the spot in the Royal Arena. Carrigan once again gets to play in front of his home crowd, but he is not the man I want to dedicate this entire segment to. We have got to talk about Brokey, the absolute Clutchmeister coming into this one, and round number 24. Can we just replay it again and again and again? Because that was perfection from him.
That was amazing from Brokey. That was an amazing clutch from Brokey. The way he just dissected it. And if you're watching this clutch right now, and if your only comment is that it's just about Astralis making mistakes, then you just shut your mouth. You shut your mouth right here, because that is not true. It's not just about Astralis making mistakes. Sure, right here, Config is probably a little bit oblivious to the risk. He wouldn't have had to go out of the vent. That's a no-scope, but here, look at how quick that flick is. There's no time for adjustment positions. As soon as he gets the kill, he yeets the way out to the B side, because he knows the bomb was here, which means the CTs were there, and then he dissects that freaking clutch right there, closing the door, staying close distance, combat AWP style. You think Astralis made a lot of mistakes right here? He just atomized them. Huge from Brokey.
They made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes in this clutch. I agree with you. You know, it requires a lot for Brokey to pull off.
It's not just about mistakes.
It's not just about mistakes.
It's not.
No, I get what you're saying. You want to highlight the great play. You want to highlight Brokey as a player, and I fully get you. Not every player wins that 1v4 clutch. There's maybe a few in the world. Farley doesn't, you know. Brokey will do, but there's a lot of mistakes being made for Astralis. The problem for me is, and the reason why I'm highlighting this, is because we see it game after game after game. We saw it many, many times on Ancient. A map Astralis went into overtime to win. How many force spies did they lose? How many clutches did they lose? How many clutches to Brokey did they lose on Ancient as well? This is not, you know, something that happens once in a while. It's a systematic problem for Astralis. So I agree with you. It's a fantastic clutch from Brokey, but there's a reason why it's happening over and over and over again for Astralis, and they need to fix it right now.
Yeah, before we do dive into any more mistakes that we saw from the side of the Danes, I do want to hear how the teams reacted to that clutch.
Think about that one! Vote, guys. Vote.
I hope you didn't have your volume turned up for 100 for that one. Rain getting so hyped, knocks his monitor over. I know that's an apt reaction to that clutch.
I mean, Farley can eat his heart out when you see that kind of clutch from an offer. I mean, that's what an offer is supposed to be doing. Man, that clutch was sick.
It was incredible. We talked about the Astralis mistake, so I do want to flip it back over to the first half because we started off with some as well. You've put round number 11 under the spotlight in an eco pit, a round which they should not have been losing, Matthew.
Yeah, the audience is advised. This is graphic. What we are about to show you guys, we are talking about Astralis losing a 5 versus 3 against a P250 and USP. As you can see the scoreline here, round number 11, 6-4. Astralis had still a say in this game, and from that moment on, just have a look at the purchases. This should be it. This should be it.
So
P250 USPs, Jacob. How in hell do you manage? Do you manufacture a loss in that round?
You can't, Matthew. You can't. 2 kills come in. All of a sudden, everything is falling apart for Astralis. They're stressing as well. You can see how all the players are starting to move around one by one. Gets into a 1v2. You give Twist the opportunity of clutching it in a 1v1. Taking the time right here, Farley misses the jump, doesn't get up to the position. Again, Twist is low HP. He never even fires a bullet, Farley, in this one. It is not only one player, it's not only Farley's fault, but again, this is what I'm talking about. It's a systematic problem within the Astralis camp. They lose these rounds over and over again, and I have no idea how.
It's unforgivable. That round is unforgivable. It might have been the difference between Showdown and full final.
Yeah.
That's as simple as it is.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. Of course, Astralis will be moving on to the depths of the Showdown as well, which is just truly the biggest test for any team when you're coming coming into things, particularly when we think about we've got the European division and the NA division. Only one team from each side of the equation will be moving on to full finals, and there are already some huge names waiting them there, Jacob.
There's no doubt it's going to be a tough scenario for Astralis. It's going to be incredible tough for them to qualify. There's going to be a lot of good teams in the showdown. You see some of them already here. It's not all negatives, though, for Astralis. I think there's a few players we've highlighted throughout the day, throughout this week, you know, who's done well. Sipnix had a great game today.
Yes.
Glaive threw everything in but the kitchen sink as well, and really tried to power his team as a leader, go first, and perhaps, you know, make what was unthinkable in beating Faze happen. But at the end of the day, you go into a showdown now where there's only one team qualifying, as you described right here. And Astralis, do we really believe they have the consistency? Do we really believe they can go into a tournament, win 3-4 games in a row in order to make that happen?
Look at the RMR.
I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Astralis gone for Burton in the full groups. At least they will have a chance as they move on to the showdown. But we do have a few words from Glaive before his departure.
Glaive, I know this is going to be an upsetting loss for you, but I think you can probably have your heads held high considering the week you've had in terms of that. This one, though, very close. What is the feeling from you afterwards? Because I know there was a lot of back and forth. You could see it in between the games, like you're seeing each other, both shouting at each other. It was a lot of emotions.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's tough to say because I'm not sure if we played bad or if Faze is just really good at making us feel like we play bad. So that's really hard to find out. I don't think we played our best game, but I just think they're a really strong team as well. Have some of the best players in the world. You saw that Brogy won with his 4 clutch in the end, which really haunted us. Didn't have like the best T side, could have got a few more rounds. So yeah, pretty tough in the end, but I think they're probably just, I know for sure that they're a better team than us right now, but it gives us something to work on.
I will say as well, though, right, okay, in terms of you saying if you look bad or not, obviously Broky is taking advantage of some of those mistakes, right, taking a lot of risky moves with it for sure. What does that do to you when you go into the next rounds, though? Because I could see just your faces on cameras and you're just kind of like, oh God, how did we let that happen?
Yeah, that was, I think, on Ancient, 1 versus 3, and now he did it against us on Nuke, and I think they would have, I don't think they would have a lot of money if we won that round, so our CG side would have looked a lot better. So I think that's why it was really tough for us to, I mean, we tried to come over with it, but we also have some frustrations to come out with, like, what the fuck are we doing, guys, after that round, right? So yeah, that's not fun. But yeah, we just got to move on, I guess.
And when we're talking about moving on, though, positive signs, Config was definitely playing a lot better. You yourself as well, you were taking command. We were seeing you really fight for every single round there. Did you feel on that game, right, that you were fired up to, like, really compete in that sense, at least on, like, the emotional level from that? Because what I saw was actually positive signs in that sense, if we're talking about outside of the game.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't think, like, I could feel that we were not ourselves 100%, to be honest. I could feel that we have been playing a lot lately. We've been playing a lot of both the RMR and this Blast tournament, and it has, yeah, I think the batteries are pretty low at the moment. But I think we tried our best to keep our motivation and like our team spirit high, but I think it was pretty tough.
It certainly was tough, but you'll be in the showdown. Thank you very much for your time, Glaive, and good luck with the recharge.
Thank you.
Yeah, undoubtedly a test of stamina for Astralis, obviously yesterday and coming into today as well. We will be seeing those RMR seeding placement games going on later for them too. But that does beg the question, particularly as a Danish team, perhaps not making it to the Royal Arena if they can't survive through the showdown, does beg some questions for Astralis.
It's the never-ending story with Astralis, I feel, right now, right? They qualify for the RMR, that's a positive. They go in here, they lose to OG, they lose to Faze, don't qualify for the Blast Fall finals. That's a negative, of course. I can't help to feel that a change is needed within this lineup, right? We talked about it coming into the group stage. The biggest surprise to all of us was the fact that Astralis didn't change anything during the break. They didn't try to move in the right direction. I hate to do this, right, but I have to. I don't want to blame it on one player, but they need an
There's
AWP,
an obvious
right?
issue.
Farley
right now with the AWP is not contributing enough to Astralis to be a team that can contend to be top 5 in the world, and that has to be the ambition. They're paying a lot of salary, they're using a lot of money in order to keep this team running, and right now they're just the brink of a top 10 team in the world. At least that's what it's going to be like if they continue with this lineup. So really, really, really do I hope that Device is sitting out there somewhere and thinking to himself, let me come and help you guys.
Yeah, I would like to see the return of that man. Of course, just not guaranteed on the cards. What is guaranteed, though, is Faze making it to the Royal Arena. As we can see, they make it through that last chance qualifier along with OG on that bracket. But it is time to descend into the madness, which is going to be Heroic taking on NIP for the next spot in the Royal Arena. The tussle in their final best-of-3 opportunity here at the full groups. One of them will be making it to the arena and one to the showdown. It's going down in just a few.
Is it fine if I write something or it needs to be a drawing? Okay, yes.
Yeah. This is a picture of a CSGO match.
No.
You HUD.
No, it's fine.
It's the HUD.
No, it's fine, go next. It's not right, it's Pistora.
That's what I was gonna guess before, and then you drew the radar.
Yeah, I know. You need to think faster. Go.
It's not fast.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's hard for it to be fast. Like they think we're Picasso or something.
I am. 100%. What?
Chill.
What?
Chill.
It looks like there's a smoke, people shooting at the guy in the smoke. And he's trying to defuse the bomb.
But what's the word for that? What was he trying to do when he diffuses in the smoke?
Ninja? Yes.
This is a portrait of someone. Now I don't know. I was thinking before, but now I...
This is a bad drawing.
Okay, never mind, I understand.
Wait.
Choke. Liquid?
Yes!
Why would I have to say liquid? That's f***ed up, no. Why would they do that? Why?
Unlucky for you. Happens when you're from an A.
I just don't know why. I mean, it's kind of up, but it's fine. Could have said G2 as well.
Looks like chicken farm.
They're like symmetrically somewhat similar, I guess.
There's no way I'm guessing this.
You will.
Is this a flag?
No.
I see 2 shelves.
Bro, what have I done?
What are you drawing? I don't think you see the same thing I see.
How the stickman look, okay?
Bro, it looks like a trophy. Okay.
M. Team.
What team? What?
Chill.
Is this crowd?
No.
Yeah, okay, they are people, I understand now.
And who's the people?
I don't know, it looked like they're falling down at the start. I thought it's like heaven. They jumped out. I don't know.
Dude.
What?
We're major winners. It's Faze. It's Faze though. It's us.
Yeah, it looks like McDonald's.
Nip have been on the Counter-Strike roller coaster, not quite sure where their peak hit.
Sure enough, we've got Naf dead. Rez drops the bomb. He's got himself the last.
Now, with their backs against the wall, they must face a Scandinavian brawl. Heroic are yet to shine in groups, and now the pressure lay on their shoulders.
Low on health. That's the sort of stuff you dream of.
Tessa's on the triple.
KDM will need to rally the troops if they're to make it to the Royal Arena.
Stan, I want to start by the not so nice side of things. The Liquid game was really tough for you guys, but it was like there was kind of a lack of fight from you. Did you feel overpowered in that game?
I mean, I guess you can just kind of describe it as overpowered. I would say like we didn't feel like ourselves that game at all. We had a good start on Vertigo, but I would say overall was like our communication was lacking a bit, and like we didn't hold our agreements that we like set up before the game, I would say, and that kind of like messed with us a bit. And yeah, like we just weren't there yesterday.
When you say your agreements, what does that mean? Explain that to me.
Yeah, so like we always prepare for the opponent, and we agree with each other like what we want to do on CT and G side, stuff like that. And it didn't feel like that. We like the standards we usually do, like they weren't there that game.
Okay. Now, obviously, Yabby's come into the team, and I want to ask you if you guys expected to see improving performance straight away, and if you expected it to start off like it has, obviously, with Claude now coming into this.
I think it's hard to say. I mean, we wanted to do the change like a bit before the break, so we could like have like as you see now, like the other top teams was changed during the break and stuff like that. So we've had more times than those teams. So in that way, like I feel like we did a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I would still say like our performance has been okay this tournament. We just had a really bad off day yesterday, and hopefully we can like do really good today.
2 spots left up for grabs at the Royal Arena, and 2 teams going toe-to-toe for just one. For one, permission to enter the Royal Arena. For the other, the Blast Bouncer will be throwing them home. And when we look at Heroic's run here, they had an early end to their night in their game versus Liquid match.
Yeah, and that game left us wanting. It left us hesitating, wondering what is going on with Heroic. Their first signs that they've shown after the break were relatively positive, I'd say. When we were playing the best of one, we were satisfied, we were excited about what Heroic was bringing to the table. And then that shellacking they got from Liquid, where James used the word overpowered. I agree with him. I think Heroic never had a say in that best of 3. Left me wondering, what the hell? Was that just one bad day, or is there an issue?
Well, I hope so, right? Because it's a bit of a red flag, to be completely honest. You're right. You look down to the history of the Heroic, and they always strike me as a team that has stability as a core element into the way they play, right? They never lose out 16-5, 16-7, and then they did it.
That's rare, yeah.
That's the problem with it. They always make games competitive, but against Liquid, they were nowhere to be found on the server. So it's still early to conclude anything, but I'm with you in regards to that is a bit of a red flag.
One player that I do want to bring under the spotlight, as you kind of put up as a red flag, obviously the new addition to the side of Heroic. Has it been a yabby-dabby drop in terms of his performance, Jacob?
I think we all had high expectations, and he actually started pretty well as well during the play-in for Cologne. As you see, a 1.22 rating. He was one of the driving forces behind Heroic qualifying. Then in the group stage, he couldn't get it going at all. And so far here at Blast, hasn't been able to get it going at all. It's still early for Yabi. It's still, we discussed it a little bit, Heroic can be a bit of a big entity to go into, in the sense that it's a very well-drilled team, and finding a new role within that lineup can be tough. But let's be honest, they removed Refresh because they wanted to be better than a top 5 team. Yabi hasn't given them anything yet.
No, he hasn't. And honestly, I do wonder if Heroic as a team, when they decided to remove Refresh, I'm gonna agree, that he was a liability at times in some events. I can understand that they saw in Yabi a higher ceiling, they saw a better player, a more promising player for the future. I do wonder if they didn't lose track of their own shortcomings. I think maybe some of the Heroic players thought that replacing Refresh with Yabi would just automatically make them extremely better, and then there would be W's on top of W's. Yes, Refresh was an issue at time, but there are other things to be tackled, other problems to be tackled. If you just tunnel vision on that change and you forget, you lose sight of what you have to do better, then that's an issue.
Is this psychologist, Matthew?
Yeah, sometimes I just pull out my food sofa. Sit on the sofa.
Tell me all your problems. I mean, some problems that have been going on for both sides of the server. I feel like the superstars haven't really been showing up too hot recently, because when we're talking about NIP as well, obviously we're going to put Brolin under the spotlight, but they had kind of the, not the exact same slacking against Liquid. It was a much closer affair, but again, a disappointing performance from NIP.
I mean, yesterday we spent 5 minutes talking about how Stown is one of the best players in the entire world. Didn't really get to show it in that game, but that was more so, I'd say, a team failure for Heroic. No one showed up. It can be tough for a star player to show up by yourself for Stown, but overall, as you can see right now, both Brolin and Stown haven't really lived up to the, I guess, expectations that we set for them. Brolin was supposed to be the super signing coming into NIP, elevating them. Stown has the guy been elevating Heroic for the vast majority, so we have been a little bit less disappointed so far.
And what's worrying for NIP as well is that I think for fans around the world, even us for experts and pundits, we need a reason to be excited about NIP. We thought that reason was going to be Device. Obviously, we all know how history turned out, but now when Brolin is playing great Counter-Strike and you pairing with Rez, there's a conversation to be had. When Brolin is great as it's happening now, then suddenly the conversation kind of tempers off.
Well, moving back to obviously their opponents, which is going to be Heroic, we do have Danny with a particular moment that was strugglesome for the Danish side.
Yes, that's correct. So Heroic, usually they're one of those teams that's known to be one of those teams that like to play together, do things together, but recently they looked like they've been not really on the same page. So I have a round to kind of showcase this. So what we're going to see in this round here, initially just to bring some context, we're going to see a 5v4 situation with Heroic. They have 3 players here towards this mid position, 2 players at B, and their goal here is to simply put some pressure at A so that they keep 3A here and target this one solo player towards B. These players at mid, they're going to go through this connector water area while these players pinch from the monster side. So Stan, he's just simply going to throw a flash and then move over towards the connector. As that happens, Yabi and Cadian, they push through this monster position, expecting only one player. Now, as the rest of Stan and the rest of his team kind of push through towards this connector position, Yabi, he's searching for this player. He gets caught by Nitro. And right here, you see that Shush, he gets Molotov'd out from short, and he falls back. In fact, the entire team falls back out of this Molotov with only 29 seconds left. Now, the real problem here is this situation, because if if you look at these players here, they're falling back from this Molotov, but then Cadian, he's coming out here a lone monster towards the B bomb site, and he has the bomb. This mismatch is going to cause him some problems. You'll see that Cadian, he comes out, bomb out as well, gets caught by Nitro from the side, and just look at where the rest of the heroic players are. They're just so far away. None of these players are in position to trade. Nitro gets the kill, untraded completely, and it's only until after the Molotov that they actually decide to push in. Tess is watching towards that headshot position. Shush pushes all the way towards the site, but the problem is that the rotation has already come through. They've already come back towards the B site, so Shush, he gets eliminated immediately, and then Tess tries to push in from the side, and then Ston gets taken down from the right side. Now, the main problem here is that the fact that, sorry, it's actually frozen on my screen. The main problem here is the fact that what they decide to do with this Molotov is they're not on the same page. They actually have two options. The first is that Shush, he could use his smoke here, extinguish this Molotov, and they, as a group, push towards the B site with Cadian here to take it together. But the second option is that Cadian maybe waits here at this monster position, have these players come all the way back towards monster, and then they push the B site together. The fact that they chose neither of these options kind of shows that Heroic, they're not really on the same page, and that's why Nitro is able to get this kill and just fall back into the B site and let the rotation come in. So Heroic, they really got to work on these little micro moments where they have to make sure they're on the same page together if they want to win this game.
Yeah, that's a really great focus from Danny coming into this one. Kind of uncharacteristic from Heroic when we're looking at them as a team, you know, being able to play together quite solidly. I do want to move the conversation over to the side of NIP, though, because we saw Overpass coming up there. We saw them struggle against Liquid as well on this map.
You're absolutely right, and we can take the seat that Danny just planted here about disjointed T sides and being a little bit lack of inspiration. I think we have seen Hampus, the man on our screen as well, hit his head against the wall on the T side a couple of times on Overpass, not exactly finding his rhythm, playing a little bit of a too slow Counter-Strike, not leaving enough options in the last 20-25 seconds, which is a little bit out of sorts for him. So I guess it's going to be about of what IGL can actually get into the rhythm and shift that gear on the T side.
Yeah, they've been equally disappointing, to be completely honest. NIP has played Overpass T side 30 rounds in this tournament, only won 4 of those, averaging 2 rounds per T side. That's a no-no, and I'm curious how that's going to play into the Vito today. I don't think NIP necessarily is going to pick into Vertigo.
Well, you speak about the in-game leaders. We do have a few words from the man himself. It's Hampus with Banks.
Now, talk me through the Vito side of things. You guys went for the Inferno again. We see Mirage coming out from them, but your Mirage has actually been looking better, right? You almost had that comeback against Liquid as well. Do you feel like this is one where you can actually, you've won it out on the Vito a bit more? Are you happier with this?
Yeah, I'm happy about the Vito. We thought they were going to remove Inferno actually, but they didn't, so we picked it. So they obviously have some good prep on it, so we need to be ready for that. But yeah, Inferno is good. Mirage should be good if we played it. It was very good yesterday in Prague, so I hope we keep the Prague form. And yeah, Overpass third map. We like Overpass. It hasn't been the best for us. We picked it the last 2 games, but we can't lose 3 Overpass in a row, right?
Hopefully not, that's for sure. Now, when we're looking at that Overpass as well, your Overpass used to be the one we always rely on for NIP. This time around, it's not been looking as good, mainly down on your T sides. Yeah. What have you learned from that? What is going to be changing on your T side and you in particular?
Mainly is that we need to take more responsibility. Like, I can't tell everyone what to do at all times, and sometimes some players just need to take initiative. Like just better communication, all these like small details that we should do that we didn't really do the last time. So just up the basics and we should be fine.
Inferno, Mirage, Overpass, those are going to be the maps on the cards. Obviously, Overpass as a decider if we need it. Thoughts on Inferno coming into this one, gents?
Complete change of scenery. I think both teams diverging from what they had been doing in terms of veto pattern. I think it could be a conclusion of the leaders being a little bit dry on ideas and inspiration. So I like the fact that they're trying something new.
Back to the basics. Inferno, Mirage, 2 maps that both of these teams know how to play, love how to play it. And I think it's going to be a very even matchup as well. Inferno in particular, we've seen NIP do some good work on that, especially Hampus on the T side. Look out for him because he's the key for NIP. If he can find openings, if he can cause chaos, I think NIP have a good chance of winning Inferno.
Hampus under the microscope for NIP. Who are we looking at for Heroic?
Let's go out Stalon. I mean, we took so long to put him under the spotlight, under the microscope, to give him the praises. He hasn't delivered against Liquid. It's time for him to rectify that mistake.
Any final thoughts before we do dive into this one, gentlemen?
I just like the fact that there's some banter going on. I mean, I don't think we got that on cameras, but when NIP just finished their hurdle, they let out a couple of screams like, yeah, let's go. And Heroic was like, like making fun of them. I'm glad we're back into this like land element.
Let's not downplay how important this game is to Heroic as well. They've just seen the countrymen Astralis not qualify for Blast Royale Arena. You know what happened last year when they were playing against each other. It was like the entire arena went against Heroic. Now, if Astralis will not qualify for Royal Arena and Heroic will, I'm pretty sure that Arena will adopt this kid and make sure to root for Heroic. So, in their minds right now, they have a massive, massive opportunity of taking a dent, not only at NIP and qualify for Royal Arena, but also take a bit of a dent at Astralis.
Yeah, we saw a sea of Astralis jerseys last time around. Might be a sea of Heroic jerseys this time. I like this. The banter going back and forth between the two squads as well. That's very important when you're in a studio environment like this.
It really is. And also what strikes me when we see Heroic in a circle talking in that hurdle is the difference of character between Hampus and Cadian. I feel like these are such different profiles, but Hampus is a bit more laid back, a bit more silent, quiet, reserved, whereas Cadian is obviously shouting his lungs out, even when they're just warming up. Two very different characters.
Any final thoughts, Jacob?
I just want to get this game started, Freya. I think Inferno has the potential to be a good one. As I said, look out for Hampus. He's going to be the key opener for NIP right here. You can also look towards Cadian. He's had a strugglesome tournament so far for Heroic. CT side Inferno is usually where he gets his job done the best, I'd say. Likes to roam around with the AWP. You're going to see him on Banana. You're going to see him in middle. You're going to see him push apps. If he finds impact, that could be the difference maker for Heroic as well. So I think we should just get the game started, Freya.
Yeah, Cadian definitely ready to bring the heat in terms of the shouting. Is he going to bring it on the server though, Matthew?
Analyst, stop talk.
Yeah, let's start the game, guys. Of course, it is Inferno on the cards. NIP's pick coming into things. The teams are ready, the maps are cemented, and we are ready to get this show on the road.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the last day of the Blast Fall groups. We've had a ton of Counter-Strike. We've had some crazy rounds already. And now we'll have 10 fresh-faced players jumping into the server. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and we're ready to take you guys through NIP versus Heroic. Betway's got Heroic as the favorites. Understandable, I would say. But you heard it from Hampus. You can't lose Overpass 3 times, right?
that would, you know, sometimes you bet on the streak, sometimes you bet against it. I don't know if this is one of those situations. I don't know in terms of the odds exactly how I feel, because I think Heroic in peak form and NIP in peak form, I'm probably taking Heroic most of the time. But right now, Heroic are not in peak form. I think it was illustrated really well by Mahone in that mid between map segment.
As it always is.
So we'll see. We start here on Inferno. Got lots of questions about NIP actually on this map. Let's kick it off.
Time to get it going. We got the solo setup from Stown over on that B site. Smoking a kit for Shush. Utility on Esatag. No Berettas for once. Feels like those things, stock is on the rise. Lots of players grouped up in this A site though. Check out this counter. 2 inside a boiler room, 2 back over on balcony. Feels like they're just welcoming Hampus to walk through these apartments. But it's actually Stown with the first contact. So they kind of stutter step it in the boiler room. Shush body blocking.
That's toxic.
Yeah, gotta be careful, or else Yabby's gonna get killed. But they actually peel back from all 4 of those initial positions. Only Cadian sticks around, and they try to scramble this towards Arch, where Shush opens up the first kill of this best of 3.
They got real uncomfortable there for a second, but then Shush came through with the frag and all as well.
Good gush out of the defense here. That's going to make Brolin a little less confident in his ability to offer up much. Hampus in a similar boat. Stray shots through smoke, and Brolin emerges right in the crosshair of Shush. Esatag wants the bomb plant. At this point, grab a little bit of money. It's been left on the table by Heroic. Jabby not taking too much of a risk, as we do have 1 HP on Hampus in a 4v3.
I think this is quite a winnable situation, even with 3 players alive. Retakes don't come easy. Shush's smoke could mean a lot.
Plopsky versus Cadian could be important. He's the only one standing at this point. 3 more players to topple. Remember, Shush is the guy with the kit, but he's also the player with lower health. 1 second, he goes for it. Oh, Plopsky not too far off the mark with that. A stray bullet catching Shush, and suddenly NIP win T-side pistol, but not today.
Yeah, I would just like to also talk about Plopsky, because expectations, I think, are high today after seeing his recent games. I think in some of his anchor spots that aren't exactly glamorous, he's been doing such honestly amazing work, and I think he's been really good. And I'm someone who was calling for his head, you know, for the past year or so, just in terms of his output, his T-side problems and stuff like that, but he's clearly made a lot of improvements. And there's more focus on the other players of NIP, I think, at this point in time.
Little blind spray from CSGO. Brolin lucky to be alive. Rather well-equipped ninjas. Taking all that bomb money, putting it right into round 2. So there's questions around Ninja's Inferno, Launders. You got any other questions when it comes to the Ninjas in Pajamas, or anything that you think will be, you know, a solid, surefire element?
Yeah, there's some weird trends. I think in general for Hampus, he's never getting too few kills. There's very, very rarely you'll see him, you know, under 10 frags, but he has trends where he dies a lot more. And so I think we're in a period of time right now where he's kind of dying a lot. Even if he's getting 15 to 20 kills, he's sometimes coming out 25 to 25 plus deaths and so on. So there might be too many risks in his game at the moment. And maybe it's just his aim is not matching up with his aggression at the moment either.
Keep a magnifying glass on it. Shush takes down Rez nice and easily. We've got the 2 MAC-10s, Tech 9, and Galil still postured, but it's not like they've really confirmed all these players. So understandable that we get the 2 CTs still committed to B. Jabby will be that rotate. Arch side is under question. A duo of men committed to the pits. And with 20 seconds left, killing that close rotate makes things look good for the Ninjas. But can the MAC-10s follow through? With 1, they sure will. But Shush just outnumbered at that point, and so Ninjas, with the Arch kill, get through cleanly in this execution.
Kind of weird, but I mean, do you even go for this? There's no kit, you have no smoke. Even though you know you're going up against weaker players with bad guns, and you have a lot of time on the clock, it's this 1 molly is the last piece of utility they have.
It does burn Esatag, so at least making this one uncomfortable for a second. Gonna try to follow through in sight. CSGO just can't manage to finish off that kill, so 2 more come out of the Ninjas, and that is excellent. Off of a bomb plant and pistol, it gets them those extra bells and whistles, And here they have it, an early bounce back.
Yeah, it affects their buy so much, though. With the odds on that retake, it's kind of a situation where you're like, how could we not go for this? We're the ones with 2 M4s. We know some dinks have come in, but ultimately, you know, they don't have anything to work with now. And I think they should have taken the knee there. But either way, they'll force up. They'll have the Shush Scout. Not often we see the Shush Scout.
Ooh. Comes out with early impact.
Yeah, silent but deadly.
Instantly. He's very much alone over on that A site, so it'll help that he gets some damage. Maybe that can scare him off a bit. Three M4A1Ss as well. That's such an added bonus to the ninjas picking up that round. You know, you limp in with Mac 10s, you strut out with M4s. But another shot from the scout, so Shush definitely doing damage, doing what he has to. Still, no other presence though. As the tag's gotten out, 3.
Oof.
That's really well done. You know, this is one of those moments where like, damn, if you had 2 guys inside A site with pistols.
One pistol to pair with that. Just one pistol. I mean, that would have been an idyllic situation here for Heroic. But Ninjas did a good job of interchanging who was peeking, basically, to make sure that that kill could never come through. And we see the HP bars, but all Heroic see are 5 alive. So they'll fall back from this, hoping there'd be just elongated round that ended into their B stack. It isn't the case, but it's never a bad idea to save. Here's that first tag.
Just as Rez is getting into underground. Clean one from Plopsky. Helped out by Hampus, of course. It's a quick and easy assist. So the ninjas in pajamas to the 2-1.
There isn't much to say about Heroic on this map. So I think, you know, it's a really good place to go for NIP. I think we've got 3. They're actually... Oh, you know what? They're coming off a win versus Faze on Inferno. So that was one game that Heroic recently played that I just totally forgot about. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. Now that was a game where Jabby had, you know, I would say one of the few maps that he's had that have been good so far since joining the team.
Yeah, his best rating.
Yeah, and I think outside of that, he definitely does not look comfortable, which is unfortunate to see because I think he was one of the biggest prospects, of course, to come out of the Copenhagen Flames and just Danish CS in the last year. And I think there'll obviously be a moment in time where things click, but I keep drawing back to this point that it feels like joining Heroic is like trying to integrate into Furia. I mean, it might not be for everyone, and it is also probably really hard because the Flames play nothing like Heroic, and there's actually no other team that could prepare you for it. It's like fighting a guy in Southpaw, you know? Ooh.
Thought that nade would have finished off at.CEST, but he gets away from it. Stown won't be able to escape the wrath of Brolin. That scout's just over in the pit, so the what felt like nearly lethal threat in the last round. Not going to see anything this time.
I mean, they've nearly emptied the till on 3 players, but I don't know if that means they'll end up closing out here, especially if the exec comes in and Heroic misread the situation, start to dislodge from the site, lean towards the A, and yeah, it'll be a free plant and potentially another 5 alive round. Maybe some bullets come through the smoke. You never know.
Yeah, right. Take one down at least. Bomb's going to be sent in. Essetag and Brolin on the low health don't want anything to do with that stream of gunfire coming through the smoke. So all things considered, taking a ton of damage across these 2 rounds, but ninjas don't give a damn.
They'll hear about it in the demo.
Ultimately means nothing.
Yeah.
But finally, Heroic to fresh fields and pastures new. Gonna pick up some guns in the next round. See if they can change the tide of this early.
Gonna finish that sentence or?
No.
I can finish it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Early start to Inferno.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
He did all that, and then he just started drinking a coffee. You have not clocked out yet, sir.
Why use big words when small word do trick?
Small word and less word do trick. So that's clean so far from the perspective of the calling for Nip, the site picking, the entries, and just not dying. And that's a team effort right there. So Hampus is probably happy. He got contacts in.
Who?
Hampus. Because he's normally almost always wearing the Harry Potter glasses, right?
True. And then I saw when he got out of the shuttle today, he had some yellow shades on. But they look like, you know, those ones that
Gunners.
Yeah. No, the ones that when you go outside their sunglasses, you come indoors, their glasses.
Oh, damn it. Joey's probably like, it's this, and I can't remember what it's called. Oh, polarized? No, I'm not sure. Maybe. Potentially. I'm muting myself. Go ahead.
I got it. Ooh, Plopsky timing. He's just got to find Jabby. He's holding it to the left. Oh, exchanges damage, but Jabby comes out on top of it, and Rez, he was thinking about that mid peek. Could have followed through, seeing as the left side smoked. And he starts to move that way. Remember, Cadian's on a scout, so it's not a full set of firearms here on Arch side. That's not a person. It's a chicken. Better safe than sorry. Cadian's still stuck in that corner. And look, Jabby, he's starting to walk up on short side. Ooh, just pressing in close. Could Shush flash? Yes, he's got one in his hands, as does Jabby. He's going to stare at the wall and wait for them to walk round. 2 insta-kills come out from the ninjas. Scout is enough to shave off Esatag from the rear end of that attack. We get a potential molly for Hampus and an upgrade here for Cadian. But do you hold on to that op? Do you let this 4th round slide? We've got no kit currently on the play. We've got Stown looking for vision over top the smoke. Hampus should stay tucked in, and there's no reason for the guys on site to give over any openings. Shots come back. Bomb at the halfway point, and Cadian's still unable to find anybody. Now that he's lost his teammate, surely he goes for the save. So it's the ninjas off of the short push with those quick 2 frags to give themselves the 4-1 lead early.
So here's the first time that they're in the right spot and they have enough people, but when they lost both on lane at the same time, I mean, that's the only real issue. I feel like if they even traded there, Cadian has a much better timing to try to respond. But there's just, they immediately release all the pressure on lane with these instant 2 frags after Yabby gets an opening too. And then with that, I think Cadian feels pressure like, oh, well, no one's distracting for me now. He has to come in late. He can only get what's honestly an exit frag, and now we have Heroic saving again. So I think that one's just a matter of aim. They knew the attack was going to come in. They picked the right site, but they got outgunned.
Aggression. I like this. Stown doesn't see the player underneath, of course, but the pop-up's there. Great flashbang from Hampus. Deals with that mid-aggression, gets the 5v4, and of course, moves away one of the threats. We still got the op of Cadian, grandfathered from round 5 to 6.
Yeah, that was excellent support for Rez, and obviously it was somebody else who got the kill, but ooh, okay. Quick one, in and out from Shush.
Little pistol play, and of course, Plopsky, not a comfortable move to jump up there with the pistol, potentially close left. He's got no eyes deep alt mid, so he heard those footsteps for a second, but has no clue where Shush has really gotten off to.
Incentive to go ahead and get rid of this gun, in case it's actually priority of Farouk just to find it instead of win the round, but maybe they'll get to do both. We'll see. Yeah.
Oh, this could be 2. Jabby shoots the first.
Oh.
Didn't expect Plopsky to be walking up along the wall. But again, right? We know Shush got off to somewhere. He could be as far back as Pit for all they know, but Esatag, point-blank combat op. And we've got, again, an open A site. So the plant will come through, no doubt. And Plopsky seems to be able to tuck himself into the site as well. So man advantage here, Katie, and again, that op's going to be valuable. Can't help but feel like this one slips through their fingertips, but almost every round's got, like, you know, a moment where Heroic have some kind of footing.
Yes, I'm with that 100%. I think NIP, they've ironed their suits today. They look really good. And some of these rounds, I think, if they were just a touch more sloppy, Heroic have a way in, absolutely. So I think what we're seeing right now is definitely just the very best of NIP showing up and putting that pressure on Heroic right now. I don't know that the half is won by any means. They'll still be able to buy in this next one and come at it again. Of course, we just saw Yabby in the corner with a deagle. That won't be the case next round. He was so close to being in vision.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a good recovery from Plopsky.
Jump scares all around.
Yeah. Get the eyebrows. Do you have gamer face?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big time.
It's there's something about it. I mean, there's guitar face.
I'm kind of like Spinks though. Stick my tongue out very often.
Oh, okay.
Always, you know. I don't know.
Shout out to Squeaks. He often does that too and doesn't realize it.
It's just full focus, bro.
Mm-hmm. It helps. There's something weird about it. You're getting everything coordinated. All parts of your body on the same page.
Yeah.
Right? One with the flick. Or something. All right, full strength here. 5 straight for a nip. I think entirely possible for Heroic.
Ooh, a little smoke down at the halfway point. Tag thinking about the possibility of a push through that one, but it's actually towards Banana. It's down best Brolin.
He knew something was up. He had to put one foot in the fire to make sure.
Oh,
man, that's timing.com.
Poor Cadian.
It's like the most visited website this year.
I doubt that.
Right behind Reddit.
Oh, yes, of course. And Blast.tv.
And Blast.tv. The #1 way to watch Blast.
Shoutouts are by no means sponsored.
Did you say that, or?
Say what?
Oh, never mind.
The walk up again. Now, feels like a better setup with Shush over towards the graveyard stairs. They've already got a deeper line of sight. Oh, but Plopsky's so sharp. Oh, and point blank. The off misses it, and Yabby's got it pulled back. 3 kills in from Moto. He's got Esatag right ahead. And again, Esatag's op is sharp today. That point blank kill in Boiler. This one here to give Ninjas a chance at a 6th consecutive round. He's got Tess and Stown coming through that smoke soon enough. And I don't know if he noticed the feet that just came through.
I'm not sure he did, but okay, he's got the bomb planted in a way where he could take Boiler, go back towards the end of Halls if he wants to, and they don't tap. So this will affect the decision making, but they're trying to meet him where he's going.
He's worried about Arch. Oh, nicely done.
Okay.
I like the fact that they don't tap that bomb.
Yeah, so they can influence the fact, like if he tap, he's halfway down the halls, maybe he comes back, then they influence his rotation in that way. If they don't tap, maybe they read that he's going to go all around to Boiler. And either way, they cover both options, and they do it totally silently. That's pretty cool. You know, it's one of the like most of the time, the best advice is to always tap the bomb right away, draw that player out. Here's a good situation of when we shouldn't. Sorry, that caught me off guard. Just that Viking energy. That anime energy.
So that's that big moment, right?
Oh yeah, well, we got the moment from Jabby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly, right? Shush. Oh, almost set up Cadian perfectly there, but Plopsky will survive to fight another day. Or not. Dunked on by Shush. Oh, was that over the roof?
Oh, was that over the roof? That was you.
Excuse me? That's sick. That's sick. Wow. You're such an ass, dude. Hamp he's got that trade back on Banana. Oh. Another hefty nade. Now I'm self-conscious. I can't do this job now. What is this? That was genuine excitement.
He's on the roof. That's another scrawny line. That's a real reference. All right. Harry has the soundboard. Ask him for it.
Shoot. Tessa's walking it around in construction, so Cadian, you gotta be sharp with this.
Ooh, he is.
He would, yeah. got almost baited out by that little bit of a peek from Rez. Gave it a wiggle. Cadian gave him a snap. at.CEST goes down, 7 seconds. And unfortunately for the Ninjas, there's nowhere to run nor hide. Heroic, they're going to follow up off of that Jabby 3K pullback last round into 2 consecutive wins.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, they did that without seeing anybody at first as well. Containments inside of Banana and made sure there was just no space to work with. And yeah, you could see it coming a little bit. Like you were talking about how NIP, they look really good. And because of that, Heroic, if they were, you know, playing against a slightly worse team, they'd probably be winning some of those situations. I think we're starting to see them start to shine through. It's definitely not hope is lost here for Heroic. And they're proving that, but still a bit of bank to work through here. NIP pulling out another buy. One interesting thing that I thought could be analyzed maybe in the future is, I mean, I can't do this. I suck at math and hate stats, but if we looked at how many rifle round buys you get on T side of Inferno, because it's just, the op is basically off limits. Like you pick up an op if you find one, but you never buy one yourself. But I can only assume just because of the amount of money you have, not buying ops on T side, you're getting a lot more rifle chances in situations, you know, through a 15 round T half of on Inferno.
Nothing to be anxious about here, Brolin. Worried about any of these corners. None of them are occupied. Cadian does get over, though, before the smoke starts to fade. So we've got him and Stown inside sight. Bomb sitting on the cusp of top mid. 35 seconds. We've seen some great things from Plopsky, not only across this event so far, but specifically already coming in from this balcony. Completely deleted Shush in Graveyard just 2 rounds ago. Stown from the back site, catches 1 kill, but at least it's still majority CTs towards the B site. That's going to be a potential opening for Ninjas. TESS, 1 and done. Shush, nothing.
Wow.
And without that Jabby arch side help, you know, that's what kept them in it last time. His 3K from here in front of Moto. Ooh, Hampus hit by the dink. Wild spray almost getting the opening there for this 3v3 attempt. Jabby sends 1 over. Better stay tucked. Hampus crouched on headshot. A matter of millimeters. Bomb at the halfway point. Jabby and Stown with kits, but a flank in from Plopsky. 3 kills in a crescendo.
I think I'd like to draw attention to, first of all, Plopsky getting his kill, playing off the side of the doorway. You have, like, sometimes, you know, you've got to think, like, do I need to go faster here or do I need to go slower, in fact, because they'll make a move? And I think Plopsky read the situation really perfectly, where he's playing off the corner of the smoke, understands Shush is feeling a lot of pressure, needs to try to find some action. But with that kill at that speed, we followed a pattern of NIP getting all 3 kills in the bomb site. As soon as the rotators are like getting into CT spawn, there has been no ability for the A players to delay long enough, even for the rotators to come in and stop the action as it's happening. So we always have these like kind of plus EV situations post plant for NIP and getting their moto smoke down and making these retakes look unwinnable, you know, from the jump. We already know how hard they are. So this is really good stuff. When you think about the shoes that Plopsky has to fill being the Hull Zerker, you know, you're talking about players like Rops that play there, you know what I mean?
Standing on the shoulders of giants. at.CEST comes through with the op. Cadian's got 1 too. It's posted here inside the apartments. Meant to deal with Plopsky, who's been a nuisance. And now he's dead this time around. So, man advantage early here for Heroic. And important piece of the map as well, to the point that you've been making about this A site not really being able to hang on.
I mean, what a position now for Heroic. They make sure to catch anybody who's at the top of B. They aren't spotting it, but they have successfully got NIP to go back. Then they won Halls nice and early. Only thing up here for NIP is the fact that they've got lots of utility left.
Little crossfire setup.
Oh.
Jabby smoked off, but Shush, he's okay on his own. And then obviously with top mid smoked, very uncomfortable for the Ninjas to offer anything else through that. Maybe group back up, try to hit B. Bomb's heading that way.
He showed his gun.
Shush. Laser beamed in on Hampus. An error. Watching a slight gap over on the right side of his screen, he sees the shadow of Brolin, comes out for the duel, and this is just going perfectly for Heroic. Absolute law and order.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate just spotting like that with the crack spot looking into the wall instead of just, you know, raw taking the duel, which you can do, of course, but I think even if you stood there every time, it's such a hard pre-aim. When you give him a sliver like that, it makes perfect sense. So they pick one up. I feel like this one actually made NIP look a little sloppy, right? Because Plopsky dies at a minute 20, but they asked him to take a risk. They said, go clear halls by yourself, no nades. So he was trying to sneak up incognito. But as soon as that part falls apart, that part of the plan falls apart, everybody starts just doing individual things. Or they felt like they overinvested on the arch smoke and had to run through mid. And suddenly it feels like, well, everything was about Plopsky then. This one small risk they took at the beginning of the round. But there should have been maybe more layers, maybe more belief they could pull it back in a slower 4v5. Because again, they still had a lot of grenades.
Fun and games of the Ninjas coming to an abrupt stall. For now, it's the Galil and the AK and the upgraded pistols. It's down feeling like he's got the space to make something happen here. With the flash, he gets into wood, clears the alternative corners. Absolutely nothing there for him to deal with. Frag grenade chases him. He'll be on 80 health. Considering all the control that gives over to the CTs, they're happy with it. Oof. Roland going back. Just the Tech 9, and he nearly wins the duel. It's down just 7 health, but also 7 kills.
Yep. He's a very scary Tech 9 player, that's for sure.
Ooh,
love that.
That one's going to leave a mark.
Oh, he saw a little foot ski.
TSS, get around that corner. Yeah, before it fades. Everything that's left of the Ninjas, destined for TSS.
There's the one flash for him.
Goes out for the multi-kill, but nobody's blind.
Oh. Like they were all playing anti-flash.
Yeah, be ready for the pop-up. They're starting to close this gap. If the AK can nail a headshot, then they'll be all right. We've got Stown and Yabby dinked. Shush, it's going to be him that alleviates the pressure. Rez finally getting something in. Make it a second. We've got both players on site. Low HP on Stown. Cadian's going to try to come in from the Moto side, and Rez hyper-focused on Cadian point blank. Ooh, he goes out for the first fight. Sees Stown just as he tries to turn. And I guess they swapped weapons at some point. Stown onto the AWP. More importantly, Heroic with another round.
Yeah, he picked it up after that first duel versus Brolin. Nip make this one as hard as possible because of these res. Wow, no way he carries that spray over with a glue of all things. So that was a beautiful 2K. I'm kind of glad for Heroic's sake they actually just closed this because that was already a good start. And the one thing was they tried that flash to peek arch.
Yeah, TSS.
Sometimes that happens. You die. Sometimes people are playing anti-flash. But after that, they had the double pit setup, which is really strong. And there was no halls player for NIP this time around. There was no lane presence at all. There was nothing to put pressure on the pit players from moving. Like, normally you're going to molly, you're either going to molly big pit from either halls or lane. And so that opened up really strong angles for the CTs to just sit and wait in.
So a flash on S tag, huh? A bare bones buy. Put the Deagle at the front and see what Plopsky can deliver.
Who's your favorite player in the server?
Right here?
Yeah.
Shush.
Oh, yeah. All right. I couldn't answer that, actually. Who's mine?
Rez.
Not Rez?
Hampus.
Not Hampus?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, you got to tell us, though.
No, you stopped guessing. You gave up.
Damn it.
Don't talk to quitters.
Oof. Here they come. The headshots that we were all inevitably waiting for. And it's nice and easy here from Heroic. 5 alive. Stown?
Nice spray down by my favorite player, Stown.
Ah, that was my next guess.
Yeah. sometimes it's weird we talk about underrated and overrated because it's like, who doesn't think Stown is good?
Right.
But is he also underrated?
Yeah, kind
know
of in
what
a
I'm
weird way.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah, the discussion's maybe not around just how great he is.
Yeah.
But there's nobody out there questioning his ability.
Yeah. It's little shocks in my book. Little shocksy.
Nicely done from Heroic here to recover from that 5-round streak. Tie the game back up and potentially end this CT side with the lead. Heavy A emphasis this time around. Jabby again just pressed into the wall. Like he was on short side once when the ninjas rolled right through them. Also kind of understaffing the balcony hold, so gotta be careful. Jabby's ahead of the smoke. Oh, nicely done from Stown. Covers with the bullets through the smoke.
Did they even see him?
Jabby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It looked like he wanted to come out and clear it.
And they actually, yeah, they'll make their way back to B, actually. Look how spread out NIP are at this moment.
Things getting a bit too stringy. Cadian catching Brolin on the front of that B site. Bomb now second guessing whether or not it wants to commit.
Yeah, unless this is a double fake, the bomb is now in a position where he can't go B, so they'll continue this attack. A late smoke from Shush. This is oftentimes a death sentence. Can they wait this out?
We've seen the ninjas cut through this initial setup pretty quickly, and Shush, ooh, right on the side of the smoke. Hampus not quite following those silent tracers to test us from sight. Wall banged out by at.CEST. That's a very nice one, but at.CEST's gonna have to ace. He needs to kill everybody, and he's got 7 seconds. He's actually got a chance here. Cadian, he would have to run through smoke to stop plant. A slim chance, but there it is. Heroic follow through and just pressure him in that bomb site.
Yeah, that was damn close. A really good chance, but yeah, NIP got a little. I don't know if there was a
psyched themselves out.
Yeah, it didn't feel like an idea-driven round there. They kind of again just started trying things. That's a huge spam. at.CEST almost comes close to winning this. I mean, there's probably a part of Cadian that thinks, do I really want to try to push through this? But they have everybody surrounding him. Oh, they had 3. Never mind. They're totally fine.
And
7 seconds, and yeah, so they were fine.
But listen, it's one of those days, okay? We've seen Brokey do what Brokey does.
Yeah.
He's reminded us all every round. Ooh! Oh! What is that?
I don't think they balanced for that.
Hampus, the king of the Tech 9. Lineup meant to draw that back. Shush can offer nothing, and with 2 Tech 9 kills off of Hampus, they flood into this site. Yabby's gonna try to come through smoke. Will stop 2. How does he manage to survive that from Blobski? Oh, Rez recovers. Another Tech 9 shot. Just stray bullet finding its intended target. And then even the AK spam just softening CSGO before he can get in. So this one, we'll chalk it up to a little bit of Hampus trickery.
Yeah. Hold on. I mean, CSGO is really low. He has a bit of util. I mean, he's waiting for a blatant mistake, but I don't know if he'll find one. What a way to go. Your entire mid push gets dismantled by one $500 weapon.
Would have had time for that.
Yeah, he
How
would've.
many bullets do you think Hampus fired for those first 2 kills?
Ooh, 6?
I'm thinking the same.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, no
5,
way.
6, 7, 11. But the first 5 didn't really shoot at anything.
Yes,
so
that's
subtract 5 from the 11.
Those were just noise.
Of bullets shot at people.
Yeah.
6.
Sure.
We were both right.
Sure. I'll take it.
Numbers lie.
It was nice. It was a very nice play. That's gonna you gotta walk that off, that's gonna happen sometimes. Not often.
No pause off the back of it. So Heroic just gonna try to recover a smidgen of a lead here. Yabby, he's thinking about it. S-Attack lies in wait. I mean, fully stacked A site. How many more bodies can you just throw at this bomb site? Bullets zinging beside Hampus. CSGO, nice double kill there, predicting that Rez would come out from the boiler room. and now they can afford to move a couple pieces back towards that B site. And unfortunately for the Ninjas, there was nobody near Banana, so the timing here just works out superbly for Heroic.
Yeah, and they kept tabs on Arch, and then it was really great to have that. I'm sorry, who was it that just ran up and traded those 2 lane kills? CSGO. So we can watch that back, and this is, yeah, you can hear the bullets coming through, and CSGO is totally aware. Really nice multi from him.
We have seen these moments already. Sprinkled in across the half.
They have utility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's enough to at least draw in a post plant. Cadian clamps down on Brolin. We get the cross into the pit. So Esatag a little closer. Sidearm in hand. Last bullet kill first down. And Plopsky in a 1 versus 5 with 21 HP. No bomb control. And the second it gets picked up, Cadian strips it from them. So 8-7 at the end of the half. A 5-round streak for the Ninjas in the middle. But ultimately, it's the Danes with an edge. He starts to come back around the corner. Diha's got the defuse if he can't do anything about it. And Diha comes off.
Wait, what?
How does...
Oh, he got the defuse and then killed him.
Oh, and then the animation comes... Okay.
Wow, he just did that.
That was weird timing.
He just did that really fast, yeah.
I didn't like that one bit.
That's actually nuts.
He gets the defuse, then the kill.
How many frames is this?
What? What?
Yeah, that looked so nuts because it was actually instant. He's so confused.
They're tossing all of the grenades at him. He puts out the Molotov. It's a pretty good read right here. And he gets the one on Misuta, but he's going to have to do a lot more back here. He's a one-man army at this point in time. He takes down Magus, gets well and keeps going. Monesi, he's stolen the round from them. Saiwu is on his own now, and he just doesn't know where to find him. Inside of the smoke, trying to bait out that last shot with the AWP, but there's 10 seconds left. And Monesi, what an absolutely godlike round.
A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
It's not bad. A kill on a bomb plant with almost nothing at all. What's happening? What is going on?
They think it's down low.
There's no way. No.
They think it's down low. They're not going to lose. It doesn't matter, but...
They're not going to. They're still checking the bomb site. Jason, please.
This can't be possible.
What is happening? Please.
No.
Somebody.
You don't lose this round.
Anybody pick up the phone. They're not doing it. Oh, no. He's holding it. Is there time?
There's time.
There must be
Someone
time.
has a kit.
They have a kit.
Ooh.
Oh, my God.
Let's just let that one sink in for a moment.
Damn.
Here's out that B side. Good read by Nexa, of course. Just, you know, takes the data, assesses it.
Data.
I can hear production laughing at me. Everybody's laughing at me, and it's because of you, Launders. Well, they say the journey begins, but this journey's gonna end. This is the very last day of the fall groups. The winner of this series going to the fall finals in Copenhagen's Royal Arena. The loser to the Showdown.
Yeah, the Showdown. That's a fool's paradise. You go to the Showdown and you think you're gonna get out. You've got another thing coming.
Single elimination, online gaming. Ooh, it's a dangerous place to be. So, with Heroic and Ninjas locking horns here on Inferno, it's the 1 round difference as Cadian and Co take to the T side.
Brolin, I'm not trying to be toxic, but the 3-kill half, I would just like to pause on this because the CT side, I think, is where he'll be really important. I think with new Nip, him coming into the team, him on Inferno over on B site. I think he's strengthened the map so much for them here. So we'll have to see if he kind of recovers or just having a little off day.
Hadn't even noticed. But that is unlike him. Here are the dual Berettas. They didn't make an appearance in the first pistol. Brolin's got him pressed close to the top of middle. Head of the flash. Oh, so many backs turned. Brolin gutting him down. 3 kills with dual Berettas. Easy highlight clip for the pistols. And every single kill so far this round happening down towards the top of mid. Hampus could end this quick. If Stown gets this frag, there's a little juice left in this, but actually, never mind. 25 seconds, bomb so far away, and Hampus finally gets there. So the Swedes picking it up.
Yeah, he who buys dual Berettas, as they say. I think at this point, we're just seeing so many successful rounds that the only way to beat it is just to fight fire with fire and get them yourself, because they're incredibly hard to counter. And of course, there are protocols here to have someone clear Brolin where he is. They jump out, and they're all both supposed to be watching things, but no one's successful, so they all die.
Yeah,
together, brothers in arms, the blood brothers.
Fourth person in who does try to check him just gets instantly one tap from Plopsky, who's standing behind Brolin. So perfect arch play from the Ninjas. And we're tied early. Shush with the P250. Okay. Well, already more kills so far this half than what Brolin was able to do in the entire T side.
Yeah. I would say this kind of inflates it, but pistol kills, those are equal to rifle kills, if not more. So he's got a head start, but he earned it.
Oh, it's just giving Jabby a chance to use this Desert Eagle. Everybody else with the Glocks on Heroic. Hampus Poser. Waiting for a fight. Nice grenade.
You ever done a casting like, Hampus Poser, but he's the real deal?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Didn't mean to spoil that.
Oh, man.
Gotta be good to juxtapose it, you know, in the future.
Okay.
When you use it.
Set me up.
Yeah.
Well, here he comes. And there he went. 1 kill. And the Deagle finds its victim. Its first victim. Are there more? Remember, Brolin pressed up close. He's about to print a little bit of money, I think. A few Benjamins coming his way. With a bomb on top of it. So nice and easy. Him and Plopsky combining for the last 3 kills, and the Ninjas have a lead.
They do. They do. And then we'll have to see if Heroic can answer back. And I think it was... Again, Heroic do have one really big win. I mean, they beat Faze on Inferno on this map at this event. Very recent. I think recent is always more valuable. So they have that to look back on fondly. I think I'm going to go look at actually how their T-side went in that map specifically.
You do that. Banana fight? Ooh, maybe the Molly turns his tail. But Plopsky's still thinking about it.
They did well. They pulled out a 2-to-1 ratio of rounds. It was the second half, so it didn't play out, but they got 7 rounds to close the game 16-10. So I think they'll be feeling good.
Utility pressure here. We got 5 members of Heroic pressing into this A site. I would not want to be Rez and Hampus. They've got no support at the moment, but look at this bottom mid push. Very quick. Ninjas, it's no rotate. It's a full-fledged flank. And as long as, the players could have stayed alive, then maybe the defense holds strong. Brolin, quick on the heels of this commitment. He's got more players behind them. Will Heroic expect that many men to be this close up short already? Rez a 1 and done. Half health on CSGO and Shush. The support from Jabby up in the apartments, but an incendiary destined for the close corner, and that's going to force CSGO further and further into this site. Then the frag follows up, but too many. Oh, no, Plopsky, he lands his. It's the second nade that gets it done. Esatag with the flash, finding Shush in sight. They know Yabby's up here. He spots it, putting his head on a silver platter, trying to hold this off. Plopsky sticking bomb, and Yabby's gonna have to come through that smoke. Desperation in a 2v3 retake with the homing missiles backside.
No way, that was pristine usage. Every single piece of utility resulted in either space being taken, a kill being had, or damage being received. That is amazing from NIP. I mean, amazing from these two gentlemen in particular. And again, they complemented each other's grenades. That flash had the player blind in the back of the site. Instant kill for at.CEST when he wasn't even clearing it. He would have died for sure. Then they get the smoke off. All right. It's just the whole chicken coop. Go on. I mean, that's great energy. I don't think I've ever heard them all yell at once like that before.
What a retake.
To be honest, I mean,
utility was nice.
There's something cool about, like, you know, a round won by aim, but I don't think anything feels better than that. Like, that's a round that you Bernie after.
Yep. Masterminded.
That's a steal and dazed retake. And also, at.CEST was so careful about how he threw the Molotov that it had that perfect spread. You know, he lined that up like the 8-ball, basically. Made sure it hit that corner pocket, pushed him all the way back out, and got extra. I probably pushed him back into the HE that followed.
I was a little disappointed just because the utility was looking so good that the first frag didn't get any damage.
Yeah.
Flopsky sends the second one in. Dunked on. Of course, trying to make the most of this. Heroic not wanting to offer over an earlier lead, but it's going to keep growing unless Stound's AK can pop off. Or they find this site a little understaffed. Front site smoke. at.CEST's rotate could be crucial, but now there's a pocket of smokes here. And these pistols are meant to just run through. 15 seconds, not a lot of time to be playing with, so it's going to come down to this crunch time, and that flash that you queued up could be the end-all. Here's Plopsky in the back site, just looking to deny any type of a bomb plant. Oh, but I don't think they picked it up.
No, they don't.
They didn't pick it up in time. at.CEST is sharp. I'm telling you, any time tonight that he's been under pressure in one of those weird op shots, feels like he's landing them.
Yeah, it's like the clutch opping kind of. Like, I wish there was a better word for it. There probably is, but I guess the chaos, you know, I don't know. But yeah, he's hitting the hard ones. I think that's the best way to put it, and necessary for sure. I don't even know if they could have got this back if he died right here at this point of the round. Every dollar you save is a dollar you earn, right?
I suppose so. Oi.
There we go.
Shush.
Damn.
Peeled off of the 5v5. Early man advantage. Banana control. And a fallback from that initial top mid setup. Nade damage is great as well. Cadian just before he starts to leave the other side of that smokes. Gets a face full of shrapnel. Now looks to bring bomb into the back of his three teammates. Rez inside pit. But they have crept up quite a bit. Look at Hampus. He's not even really watching for the possibility here. Somebody's going to walk into a crosshair, and Rez gets the better of it, but he loses his support. It's a similar situation to the last time. 3 players immediately flanking. So Rez better just hold on for dear life and hell. Maybe Rez can even do this on his own.
Seriously, they're just letting him work. It's fine. They're just enclosing on this.
Ducks plucked off of both positions. Finally, something goes the way of Heroic within this site. Yabby just gets hit by another nade. The utility coming in from short is fantastic, and the momentum's clear. 5 in a row from the Ninjas.
They were preoccupied by kind of ghosts right there, trying to figure out where the next target was. Meanwhile, it was just Rez with this big wall in front of him and a smoke that they were, I guess, trying to wait out. Look at the aim right here from Rez. There was that round where he was up on the balcony and he had the FAMAS, and I was like, man, if he had any other gun, he would have just got 3. That's the kind of player Rez is with an open canvas. So, another timeout's going to be called here for Heroic. They try to put out this fire.
Couple fast 3-player mid flanks. I feel like I haven't seen that in a little while.
Yeah, it's rare for sure.
Yeah, we've gotten a couple of successful ones already. And this time, you know, arguably not even needed. Tip of the hat to Rez. When he lost Hampus, you think, uh-oh. And then he just delivers. So 5 straight. A T-side without round wins so far from Heroic. And a 21st round that will include no primary weapons. Tech 9s and a single D. At least there are grenades, at least there is armor. But they're playing off the back foot, and the Ninjas tearing them up.
They're here in the Tech 9s. They're setting up. Vanilla just peeling back now. Don't want to give them close angles. Heroic simplifying as well. Taking the space that's been given to them. Oh, a re-aggression. Is it timed well?
The nades?
Doesn't seem like oh my god, that's
perfect.
beautiful.
And then the spray from Roland's good enough. Oh, that would have served as such a great trigger for the flood to follow through. Brolin still alive and kicking. Gets hit by Stown on the drive-by. Hampus burning him, however, and no plant off the back of it. Excellent grenades onto the coffin. Perfect call out, but still, Ninjas survive.
Yeah, look, Plopsky was looking into the wall for a second, and I think he might have been setting up the coffin's flash because they were starting to push up into the smoke. And in the spot right here, teammate dies in the back. Brolin saves the day with this spray.
Oof, just getting back around the corner.
And they keep whittling them down the farther they get into the site. No plant here. 13 rounds for NIP. Looking unstoppable.
Utility pressuring everywhere. Short side, apartments. Arch and Banana.
So it'll obviously mean a ton to both teams here. We've got, 5 Danes on one side. We've got at.CEST on the other side, getting to the fall finals. If they can surmise a win.
Copenhagen not too far from Sweden either. There's got to be some in the crowd. Hampus, goes off the flash, but a follow-up from Rez. He gets the flash assist, and then gets 2 kills of his own. And poor Jabby. If he had that bomb, then I'd give him a chance. But they can just goose egg this one, sit on top of it. Even burning time off of the clock, so no element of surprise here from Jabby. He's just gonna have to hope that he can hit some real stellar shots. And the waiting game continues. And the waiting game continues. He'll wrap it back around. Let's see, anybody facing? Nope.
They're playing it boring and well.
Yeah.
If only Astralis had that energy.
Ooh. The dink is there, and so is the frag from Plopsky. So the Ninjas continue with a flawless CT side.
Yeah. Again, pretty much no stopping them. And it's been such an even strength effort here from all the players on NIP. There's not really anybody who's standing out, but we've seen rounds from almost everybody, especially Rez. He's only like between 12 and 14 kills right now, but it feels like he's been king on the A site.
Yikes. More pistols coming out of Heroic. I mean, Blinken, you missed it. This has just been an excellent CT side. It really does kind of come back, in my mind, to that 2 versus 3 with the perfect utility. And that was meant to be Heroic's breakthrough moment.
Yeah, they can rely on the highest amount of kills is 15 right now in this much of a dominating map.
All of the Ninjas have come to play. Between 15 and 13 kills apiece. No weak link.
Oh, they made that so messy for Heroic.
Hampus ready. He wants to pop back out. But with Brolin going down, he'll, think a little better. Great grenade damage. Primes Plopsky for an easy pickup. And still, that AK just can't get anything opened up. It's going to be the shush walkout from Balk. Rez between both packs of Heroic's players. And if he's not careful when he backs up, I mean, he's just going to get shot in the back of the head. He's playing like this is not even a possibility. A missed shot from at.CEST. We've just been praising his ability to hit every shot that comes his way. Well, there's a miss, and here's a chance. Heroic grab guns, and it's going to be a man disadvantage on the retake if the Ninjas want to try and throw this one to stick.
Wow, it didn't seem like there was leverage, but Shush did find a way. Getting out of the halls right there, that was the key play. Of course, if at.CEST hits a shot, they probably still win in this situation. I'm going to say it's not that tragic just because of the lead we're seeing from NIP. And also, earlier on in the round, the utility usage on Banana was so oppressive. The fact that they had them smoke the molly that landed as they were pressing up and fighting, but not overcommitting in any sense, and then getting back. Basically, if CESGO doesn't hit that instant Tech 9 shot, they're going to get shut down. We don't even see them go back to A.
Well, a curveball then. Heroic will take at least one round win. And the Ninjas can't celebrate yet.
Yeah, it's not a great sign that it happens when you're saving, but you'll take anything now, especially if it stops match point. So NIP, well, of course, they still got money here. Uh-oh. I think they're kind of hoping nobody's inside of mid. at.CEST can get shot. Yeah, that's
not ideal.
Yeah, it's really hoping someone was approaching from alt, but whoa, 2 trades back. Rez alive, but dead now.
Jabby, he was a pain in the Ninjas' side when he was on the CT half. Now he cracks it open from the balcony. Bomb's going to be a little bit late, so this could just give good time to Plopsky to come and join his teammates. Looking like a semi-comfortable 3v3 once bomb goes down. Curious to see utility timings, though. How many get burned before the plant actually happens? How many are held onto for the retake itself? Plopsky taking the long route, clearing all the apartments on his way to this bomb site. The bomb itself has dropped.
Yeah, it's not planted yet. CTs are getting into really good spots.
Volley down towards pit. They've got vision on it as well. Throw a smoke ahead of it. It's down in CESGO to be pinched inside the bomb site. Jabby trying to play around that over towards pit, and Brolin's the first to be killed. That looks like it just goes right through smoke. Brolin hadn't even tried to push through yet, and that just kind of takes everything right away from the Ninjas. A 10th for Heroic.
They'll take it, actually. So that's, yeah, dignified now with the second round in a row. That's a good take of the situation. The late Moto smoke, I think, was pretty damning in that spot as well. And of course, these days, you've got to start running early because of how big that bomb explosion radius has become. But they all will get away safely. So Heroic with majority alive. And I thought that, you know, we were about to see a potential retake with the amount of time it took to get the bomb planted in the first place. Let that long flank through the halls get into position. But
I want to see that down kill, though. From the corner box into the Moto smoke.
Oh, he just shot back. Okay.
Yep.
Brolin asked for it.
Yep.
He wanted that.
Ask and thou shall receive.
Well, that works out. A couple of good kills here and there from Yabby. He's kind of second on the board behind Stown.
Game on. A duo of Deagles here for the Ninjas. They split them between the bomb sites, put rifles nearby, and allow Plopsky to get aggressive, but Shush shuts it down. And he's not alone there on Banana. They're going to try to follow through. CESGO takes a ton of damage. And Hampus has the smoke to cool off Heroic.
Oh, they want to fight so badly. It's a great defense from Shush up on the car after the flash came through. They know about the op, even though they know this is a save based on what they've heard. That in and of itself can be a little scary. And oh my god, NIP, they've read this. Hampus is getting into a better spot. The call from him is perfect. Bomb in this direction. They've got one Halls lurker. They're in a spot where Yabby could search. In the Halls, though, it might be scary for him to come out. So if they're going to commit B here, this could be tragic.
Oh. They could still leave. Jabby's thinking about coming out of the balcony. Yeah. Yeah, good job. That danger sensed.
Wow.
It's still not a confirmed A site, so with the speed here from Jabby, I thought maybe Ninjas would send some players back, but they're still expecting that commit into the A site.
Yeah, this is kind of risky from Heroic, so if they're counting grenades in this spot, Heroic don't have anything to get back to the A site. They don't have a flash for mid. If S-Tag was posted on Arch, that was a free kill. So that was a brave call to make for Heroic, but it was the right one. They went off the info. They said something's not right here. There's too many bodies still. Hampus is getting really comfortable in the B side instead of playing a rotator spot. Let's just see. Let's just see if Yabby not hearing anything is a sign. And even if he doesn't see anything, no footsteps inside a pit, no flashes being thrown, no one running towards Arch. So
a lifeless bomb site.
Yeah.
Shush. Almost caught there by Plopsky. But last there we have it. That's 11 to Heroic. Luckily for Ninjas, they hang on to the 4 guns. The rebuy is going to be made easy. It's going to be gun round after gun round. But you know what? There's been a few maps where I feel like Cadian's calls have definitely kind of been highlighted as win conditions so far this event. And that's one right there that pays off.
Yeah, I think he's willing to take risks. And I think that sometimes it's easy to say, oh, let's just do this. But they're also able to organize really quickly behind the calls. And I think that's hallmark to what makes Heroic what they are.
No hesitation. Killer instinct. Pack mentality. At a 3-round gap here as they try to catch up to the Ninjas. Oh, Stound right through the smoke. Brolin just got clotheslined. And that's going to serve as an invitation. Frags exchanged, 1 damage. Stound doesn't give a damn.
Yeah.
Plopsky's pulling all the way back.
Is Stound going to lurk all the way in, man? I think they threw this nade so he could just take as much space as he can. Frontside smoke comes out. Oh, yes, he will get his. This is a beauty from Stound. And there's nothing else to do. They know this site is open.
Scrambling back over. Hampus. Gonna need that 3rd gun if it's gonna be a flawless rebuy in the next.
They just got absolutely played right there.
Wow. Smoke spam.
Yeah.
Brolin and Plopsky playing dangerous games and paying the price this time.
I really thought, I mean, obviously, game looked like it was over at a certain point. Now Heroic with 12. They were doubting themselves. Maybe that's gone.
Look at these hunters on Heroic. Yeah, if you think these are freebies, think otherwise. 8 players alive now. We'll see how many stand at the end of this. It's going to be a clash inside the A site. Rez is out. Hampus trying not to go down, and they clear the entire board. Excellent situation now for Heroic. They got full momentum. They've got a blossoming economy, and they've got Ninjas in a very tough spot.
Yeah, that is way harder than it looks. Now, I think economically, listen, that's a little bit of luck right there, but it's Brolin shooting back for the exact same player. It's going to happen that happens too, but it's what Stound does after that. Immediately comes through the smoke, knowing that there aren't 2 players swinging. Has a smoke to jump out to Belt, takes all that space off Banana. They throw a nade at Car, and anytime you throw a nade or a molly at Car, that usually indicates that you're working on map control, but you're not going to pass it. You're just going to kill anybody that's up there, and that provides some cover for him. And I think Campus, or whoever's still there in CT, as they continuously layer on this, what looks like default utility, just allows Stound to get farther and farther ahead inconspicuously. So some good layers there.
That's 4 in a row. See if things change towards Banana. Brolin. Oh, he gets the better of Stound. A taste of his own medicine. Oh, but the dunk comes out from Cadian. So back and forth. Fighting for Banana. More utility exchanged, and Plopsky sticks around for a second. Cadian scoped in on this. Molly's burning Plopsky. Smoke's gonna confirm it. Can Hampus get him out of here?
Yeah, he did.
Nicely done. Quick flash at an exit. Plopsky disappears.
They were just about to jump on him, so flash couldn't have come sooner. For Heroic, that's 2 confirmed on B, but they'll just wait and reset.
What's the call, Cadian? What's the move?
Yeah, there isn't much for Ninjas to do in this spot. It's not a terrible position to be in, especially with this op-up. Hampus has a smoke for himself. But if they molly him, he's going to be forced to turtle. And he is alone for the moment.
Gonna try those coffin nades again. Nobody home. And one off the mark.
Wouldn't have killed him anyway, looks like.
Now here comes the fire.
All right, so we'll see. He actually leaves, goes to Emo with his smoke still in hand. Oh, there it is.
Backside. He's got the cover for the time being. 10 seconds. Oh, Plopsky through the CT smoke. Bomb's not yet on site. Shush is trying to find what he knows is the player backside. Hampus comes wide, kills the wrong player, bombs down, rounds live. Carnage inside the B site. He just wanted to deny that bomb plant. A labored spray versus another player, and it goes down. TESS right there, and a point-blank headshot into Esatag. And Esatag's been so clean in those moments, but he didn't even get a chance to pull that trigger. Now Rez has to manage somehow an opening, and instead he just swallows his pride and walks away. 5 consecutive for Heroic.
That is insane, man. That I thought that Hampus, excuse me, made a really strong play that was going to work, because, you know, if you go and tuck into a smoke and you've got a teammate to watch for, then that can be a bad move. But by himself right there, they were really confused about exactly where he was, and he even created a little gap in the right corner where he had the chance to get a frag. But then Plopsky, I think, took a duel earlier on. Of course, we were kind of laser focused on this Hampus move, and the bomb gets planted in the smoke the whole time. So they were really smart to put that down, honestly. They could have planned it out in the open and thought, oh, we'll just have Shush scale to the back and make sure that Hampus can't get this frag. But as we saw, if there was no smoke on the bomb, he would have ended the round right then and there. The game actually gets one step closer. I don't think there's anything, you know, objectively bad about the way that NiP are playing it right now in terms of the style that they're bringing, but there is a lot of volatility with some of their B setups. Brolin gets his kill, he dies. Sometimes he dies without getting the kill, and that's just such a good early start for Heroic. I think they feel very happy to have Brolin try to come at them. Him and Stown have kind of been dictating where the round goes. But more often, it's Brolin not staying alive after, even if he gets a kill.
And that seed of doubt growing in the back of the minds of the Ninjas. I'm still curious what exactly went down with Plopsky on the CT cross. I know he got one through smoke.
Yeah,
then it looked like smoke faded. The player on oranges, I think, kills Plopsky. That's what takes away Hampus's attention.
Oh, if Hampus killed him faster, then maybe Plopsky lives.
Not sure.
Oh, well, okay, a half buy here. As NiP look to buy next round. They still have the rifle up on Rez, but early on, almost 100 damage, over 100 damage done here to Plopsky and Brolin.
Tingling feeling of an incredible comeback.
Yeah.
If anyone is feeling electricity right now, it's got to be the Danes. Tight match, but no standout performance barring Stown. 24 kills to his name.
As per.
Everybody else, you know, doing their job, putting up numbers. Right now, he's making the difference. Try to wield him towards this B site yet again.
I think this one was called out of spawn. They don't have any contact here. The CT's coming in, and they're throwing additional smokes to make it feel like, okay, you should go B, but group up's going into the rifle now.
That's what Rez is looking for. Chance for impact. No kill. Oh, Jabby.
Okay.
Doubles down on the headshots. A site free for the taking.
Nicely done, Jabby. Wow. And he touches 20 with that one as well. Putting up a couple of good maps here at the fall groups, even though I did struggle some last series. Bomb has been planted. That's 14 with confidence. And they can go and hunt if they want to. I mean, they don't maybe know how many guns reside in the B site right now in the save. But it doesn't seem like it'll matter for Heroic. Cadian sitting on 8,700 bucks.
Yeah, got the money to play around with. Again, if they knew, they probably let this slide. Why not? Just oppress them, suffocate the economy of the ninjas. 3 easy kills. They lose 1 in the process. Nothing to be ashamed.
Yeah, and we look back on that round where they killed 3 who were, you know, in that post-plant save on the A site with like optimal spots, and Heroic pulled off a full retake to get them all dead. Oh, it's like that. Damn. Yeah, Rez kicking himself a bit. He's been pretty clutch, I think, over, you know, on the CT side in some of these rounds. Couldn't adjust for that last kill, though.
I can't believe this is a 30-round game.
Yeah, seriously.
Felt like we could have just autopiloted to a Ninja's, you know, 16-8.
And this is no choke, you know. Heroic are playing really well. But I think I extend that same compliment to NIP. It's just less often in these last few.
There have been some really critical exchanges on these smoke grenades, and it's almost like they're mirroring one another. Oh, but Hampus haphazardly walks across the gap. Cadian's gonna punish that one. Could be a golden ticket to hit that A site, and that's what the Ninjas are thinking as they pull Plopsky back over to the A. We've got to see something from Brolin. Remember, he's the one working with lesser health. He's the player who, while has been getting kills, isn't necessarily putting up multiple.
Yeah, he went from 3 kills in half number 1 to 18 now.
It's a great recovery, but this is a critical round.
Yeah, these ones matter the most, absolutely. Now it's often been the... Oh, Rez.
Make a play.
Yeah, he's found a way to get out of halls. Yabi's inside of middle. This will be confusing for the CT side.
Oh, things are going to get weird. We've got a flank for each team, and they may not even know about each other. It could boil down to timing. 35 seconds, bomb drop, TESS in the pit. Brolin can't hang on. Delivered on a silver platter, and the headshot can't connect, but Plopsky sure can. And now they're gonna get squeezed. Yabi still getting through that CT spawn, trying to find his impact, attempting to make contact, and there's nobody home. He finds it, and an exit. Bomb given to him, and he is gone. An excellent performance previously on Inferno, and now a critical clutch could come through. He has mere seconds to spare as he gets into this site with a safe plant and a 1v2 at hand. 15 round wins on the cards. And he feels that pressure from short, slides and sees the Opper. at.CEST connects. Op impact from the Ninjas. They finally find 15.
That was a heart-racing round right there. And a great attempt as Cadian relays the bomb over to Yabi, trying to get to the A site. That would have been a real good play. If he crossed that line, it would have been actually so difficult for Ninjas with 1 extra player of cover to get through to go for a retake. But Plopsky does a lot here. Brolin does enough by getting his 1 kill. And I think most importantly, staying alive to the point that he can get that clutch kill on the site. But at.CEST comes through. And they can take a sigh of relief as they're somehow the team to get to 15 first. Based on the streak we just saw, it didn't seem like that was going to happen. But this game is definitely not over. I mean, this is 1 round in the last 6. A drop in the bucket, even if it's when it matters. Heroic can look forward to overtime if they can pull out round 30.
No reason to feel deflated. They've already pulled this one so far back. 1 more round win seems like an easy task.
And that was the play from Cadian. He got to the end of halls by 1:23 with his op posted on the Hampus rotation. It was like, whoa, how did he do all that? That was the big move. Oh, and at.CEST picks one down for mid.
Yeah, he ends the last round and he starts this one off with a bang. Big pick as well. That's down. We've been touting his value this entire half. Him alongside Jabby. We'll see if the newest member of Heroic can deliver when they need him most.
We've seen how important the 5v4s have been. This would take an abject failure here from NIP sitting on the site to not make this round possible.
they do have the CTs on the A site calcified. No one is willing to move just yet.
Scary game. Plobsky, a warning shot over the bow.
Big shot. Well, that's an interesting move, and that actually makes Azatag move to Arch because there's no op now confirmed.
Yep.
Inside of middle. He's got open lines.
He's feeling like he's got space to play with.
And this allows Hampus to rotate out.
One bullet. And Hampus trying to piece together the picture to give Ninjas a round 30 win. Here it comes. The commitment at 30 seconds. The raid on the cusp. Plopsky, not yet needed. Brolin, one from the backside. Player going over. Shush is dead as well. Cadian cut off, and it falls only onto Yabby. An incredible comeback attempt. 6 rounds straight the moment Ninjas get 14. And now it is nothing but utter desperation from Jabby as he sprints into his death. And the Ninjas survive this deadly dance. That can't feel too good. Not as good as it would have had they just clamped down an easy win, but they get there. And at this point, when we're playing for a spot at the fall finals, a map win is a map win, but it's not yet a match win. We'll see you soon for the second.
I remember being at a tournament, we land and we're hearing this update.
When I think about it now, you know, it's
All you care about is money.
10 years of CSGO, 10 years of CSGO updates. For better or for worse, at times. And that's what we're here to discuss in a little bit more detail.
It's the update that removed the Molotovs slowing people down, and that removed the ability to throw Molotovs across the whole map.
That is a boomer one. Ooh. Yeah.
I went way back in the time machine.
Yeah, that's good though.
Imagine today's game if Molotovs slowed people down.
Yeah.
That'd be a nightmare. Or you couldn't extinguish them, because that was an update too. I don't know if it was the same one.
I think the best CSGO update is always new maps. I think it's always interesting. So yeah, for example, the last time Asia came out and trying to work on that map, I always love when there's a new map. It just throws me into a hole of trying to figure out the maps.
Personally, I wouldn't have liked Train to leave the map pool, but I feel like it's refreshing to get a map that no one had any clue of. People usually want maps to get back into the game, like Tuscan or Cobblestone maybe back.
I think we could start the year in January with a new map every time. I think that would make sense, so people have time before the major to do it, and then people have time in the Christmas break to kind of figure out the map, and the first tournament would be in February to kind of test the waters.
I think the best update, and which is not a specific one, but it's kind of the idea of like bringing new maps to the game, but like putting them inside the map pool, so actual pro players start playing them and learning them. Focus on a new map and like start learning everything, the basics, and see how the meta changes even. Like I think these are the nicest updates to the game.
I think the best updates is dropping grenades.
You have really cute handwriting.
Thank
what
you.
the hell?
You do.
I
Thank
can't,
you guys.
I can't do that.
I think dropping grenades is really sick because for the first time we start to, I think, like dogpile rolls onto people. And a very key element of CS that is playing utility, and if you are a better utility player than somebody else, now you can kind of shine in that role. At its first release, I remember how kind of controversial it was and that there were pro players who really weren't having any of it.
DJL, that was oh so close. 6 in a row on their T side. It looked like things are going to go horribly wrong there. But was this the team starting to follow on to the rules you keep telling me about, you know, coming back to what you told them?
I mean, we talked about this before the game, like we should not give them any easy frags because they play like, how to say, like textbook CS or Inferno, and they play like really slow. So if we don't give them any nades and we take the control we need, we should be able to have the nades later on and yeah, I mean win the CT side. But as I said, like we started to like over peak and stuff like that, and I mean then it's pretty easy to play CS when you're in an advantage.
Now, in terms of what you were telling me before, right, about kind of where the team's at right now, you were getting very loud, you were shouting and screaming behind them. You feel like they're all pumped up and ready now? Do you feel like this is one way you're going to be able to close it out?
I mean, we discuss it, and I'm usually pretty loud, but I'm trying to be it even more today. So I'm just trying to give them as much energy as I can, because I can only talk for like 2 minutes. So.
And do you think your individuals are up to the test now for a game like Mirage like this? Do you feel like everyone, because this was a team performance from NiP, which we've been lacking?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. We've had a lot of talks and we've reviewed a lot, so hopefully it will be good.
After the game, I'll come find out what those talks were. Thank you.
Thank you.
Things got dicey on this first map of Inferno, but this absolute nail-biter, it slides the way of NIP. A very back and forth first half, but coming into that second half, Maniac, really a game of streaks.
Yeah, we can salute the cold-bloodedness from NIP, because that comeback from Heroic was well on its way. I think DJL hit the nail on the coffin. He talked about how when they got in a good position, they started to overpeak just a little bit of complacency here and there, allowing Heroic back into this game. But when it came down to 14-14, then that was it. They reactivate the A game and they could close it.
Started out so well for NIP on that CT side as well, and you're right, it felt like they get a little bit of ahead of themselves. You know, they lost focus on the game plan, they lost focus on the objective, on the goal, because within the first 4 or 5 rounds on that CT side, we were all sitting in the room thinking, okay, it's going to be game over. It's NIP all over, 14-8 lead. It's not even going to be a close game.
It was 7-0 at the beginning. Yeah.
Exactly. It was a fantastic CT side. So yeah, you got to give it up for NIP. You also got to give it up for Heroic, who fought back into the game. But overall, I think the better team won here.
Yeah, we are going to talk about the strengths of obviously NIP CT side in just a moment. But I do want to flip it back on over to the T side, because Hampus, damn, he was annoying to be playing against if you're on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we run the eco play? Should we show how Hampus jumped down their throat with the Tech-9 right here, right now? We talk about making mistakes. Look at this. Look at the mistakes from the CT side. Hampus destroying them down with the Tech-9. This was Heroic fully in control of their own economy. They just had won 4 rounds in a row when this happens, but you cannot allow the Tech-9 to close the gap the way they did. It just allowed Heroic NIP for that matter, sorry, a way back into this very easily. Here, I don't exactly know what kind of invisibility cape Yabi had to survive that moment. It was a little bit of a stretch, but still NIP were able to stabilize. Hampus, Tech-9, deadly duo.
I'm not quite sure why Heroic decided to do that push. You can always argue that you want to change up the pace, right? But you know you're going up against Tech-9, so at this point, right, the game isn't really worth the candle for Heroic, in the sense that when you go into a push like this up against an eco, you're already in control, you're already leading on the CT side, you have everything you need, you know the money's not good for NIP, so why do you risk so much in a double mid push like that without utility, without a Molotov for pit, without really making it favorable for yourself? I'm questioning this play just a tiny bit from Heroic.
And then we flip on over to that second half, and a huge bone of contention for the side of Heroic was that stellar defense that we saw NIP putting up to net them those 7 rounds in a row.
Absolutely. Look, in the first few rounds on the CT side, NIP were on one. They were online, they were activated, they were following each other. We have a great example right here, right now. It's going to be S-Tag getting caught just a little bit off guard. Quick trade. But see how fast the reaction comes in from Hampus and Rez. Together, they give their eyes for that long fight. It was so quick. They were so mobile, one step ahead. Scoreline 13-8. This was the moment where NIP had Heroic in their review mirror. They had no problem, and they were fully in control.
Should have been game over at this point, right? We talked about it. 14-8, it should have been game over. And then Heroic started to happen again. Stown started to happen again. Some of the players stepped up from Heroic. You see the scoreboard right here? For the vast majority of that game, it was very, very close, all players between. But when the comeback set in, it was actually Stown and Yabi, 2 players we highlighted coming into this game for not having shown what we expected from them in this tournament. Good to see Stown playing well. Good to see Yabi finding some impact as well. Had a clutch denied as well. Very close to pulling out a 1v2 clutch. That could have been a great moment for him to give him a bit of a success within Heroic. So overall, you just got to give it to Heroic. Despite being down 14-8, they were very, very close coming back.
Yeah, they still relied on a couple of individuals, I think, to unlock situations. From a tactical standpoint, I think that Hampus had Kenyan's number figured out. I think NIP were the better team overall. But Heroic finally had a couple of their key players show up massively and have some of these moments. I mean, look at the skill through the smoke. You can't tell me this is just preparation. It's just a little bit of individual success. Good frag seeking, both from Stown and Yabi. And yes, when these two got activated, we got a game on our hand.
Are we just putting it down to the individuals then to kind of start to make that comeback dream maybe looking likely for Heroic? Because they did get 6 rounds in a row. They were picking up a test run, I think.
The reason I put the individuals from Heroic under the spotlight is that I felt that NIP were the one commanding how the game was happening, strategically speaking. I thought that NIP were the ones setting the pace, but then they allowed the individuals from Heroic to shine when they make a couple of mistakes. We talk about the hesitation, we talk about the overpeaking. Overall, I thought that NIP had the better game plan, but sure, individuals will always matter.
Yeah, I'd agree. You got to break the tempo a little bit. You got to change the tide of the game in a way, and that happens from individuals, right? That happens from a clutch attempt from Yabi. It happens when Stavn is getting maybe a little bit lucky through the smoke, but having a bit of that preparation, having a bit of that skill. You got to have players who are able to change the direction of a game, and I thought Heroic had that in this time around. Good to see Stavn stepping up, and I think it's very important coming into map number 2 that Heroic made this close. They now have a feeling that despite losing the first map, they actually finished, like I would say, the better team in the vast majority of the second half.
Yeah, let's continue to move the conversation on to map number 2. That is going to be Mirage coming into the mix, the pick of Heroic coming into things. First of all, can I just get some opening thoughts? How are we kind of weighing up both sides of the equation on this particular ground?
I think Mirage can be a map that suits Cadian's style in terms of, I want to say, momentum and playing fast-paced Counter-Strike whenever they catch on fire. Inferno's map, that's quite complicated for that. Doesn't matter how good of a situation you're in, you still have to respect the smokes, you have to be patient, you have to hold that tempo as you were talking about, Jacob. On Mirage, we've seen Heroic play the fast Counter-Strike whenever they can, and I think that suits them.
Yeah, it suits them a lot. There's a player I want to put under the spotlight here just a little bit. We talked about him coming into the game as well. It is our boy Cadian, a player that so far in this tournament haven't really lived up to the expectations. We talk about NIP being a team that have one role where we question it a little bit. In S-Attack on the AWP, you see other teams can sort of like take advantage of that. I would say initially Cadian is a better AWPer than S-Attack. We just haven't seen that on the server so far. In this tournament, they've been quite equal, and that's a problem for Heroic. Because I think in terms of raw firepower, you have players like Hambush, you have Resh, you have Plopsky for that matter as well. Great Mirage player. Again, it would be nice if Cadian could be the difference maker. It would be nice if he could lead the team by example, find some openings with the AWP, roam around and make it tough for NIP. We just haven't seen that Cadian in quite some time.
Isn't it time for us to jump that boat, to leave that boat, you know? Shouldn't we give up? I think it's high time we give up on Cadian as an individual, making the difference for Heroic. I think it's 2 and far and few between.
He's done it for a year though, right? That's the thing.
I know, but we haven't really seen it materialize ever since we got back to LAN Counter-Strike. It's been a very few games here and there where he popped off massively. I think the answer comes from different players inside of Heroic.
Yeah, and I like that we're kind of bringing the AWP equation into the mix, especially when we move on over to the other side of the server and take a look at NIP's AWP. Obviously, S-Attack taking up the mantle, not his traditional role when we're coming into things. And of course, we're going to be looking at him to be stepping up on this Mirage too.
Listen, last time he played Mirage for NIP in the group stage, he was struggling massively. I believe 14, 15, 16 rounds into the game, he was sitting at 3 or 4 frags. So that's an issue for NIP if he's not feeling comfortable. He likes on the CT side to be in CT spawn. He likes to play it a bit passive, and I would like to see S-Attack, you know, just own up to it. Yeah, you're not the best player on the server. Yeah, you're perhaps not the best AWP player on the server, but find your impact where you can. There's no point in sitting back and waiting for it to come to you. You may as well go out there, be proactive, seek it a little bit, and then get it done if you can.
It really feels like he's dependent on whether or not a move has been organized and structured by NIP to make him shine. I have a couple of maps in mind, the Overpass, the nukes of this world, where he, when put in the right position, can be impactful with the AWP, just passively waiting for lines or maybe going for a very well-prepared peak, then he can shine. I think that S-Stack struggles a little bit more when you leave him on an island and you say, listen, do your best. That is just going to be you with your AWP. You have to shine, you have to make the difference, you have to feel it intuitively, because he is not a born AWP. He had to mold into that role, and that is where you feel the difference between Simple or S-Attack. It's the ability to, out of chaos, just create something, create an opportunity, and have that flick and flag with the AWP.
Well, we're going to see if it is his time to flourish indeed, as this could spell an NIP 2-0. Is Heroic's pick, however, coming into things and potentially a last lifeline for them to hold on to their spot here at the full groups and potentially claw it to the Royal Arena. We're going to see how it goes down with Scrawny and Launders in just a few.
a nail-biting end to that first map, but a 16-14's locked in for the Ninjas in Pajamas, and now they can put that behind them and full focus here onto the second map of Mirage. They are very much the Betway favorites, understandably, with a map lead in this series, and also with Hampus promising that if this does go to overpass, can't lose 3 times.
Yeah, can't lose 3 times. They have a good veto from here on out for sure. I guess the entire veto is good for that reason. It's 100% win rate, but that's a little deceptive here for Heroic because they played it 3 times in a Pinnacle Cup, won those games. Actually, were those LAN matches? Because there was the Pinnacle Cup Championship. It was, but it was versus Fnatic, MIBR, and Big. And the overtime game versus Big. Whereas that's not very recently. And NIP have played it, and they lost to Liquid in overtime just the other day. So I don't know. I know NIP can be good at Mirage, and I think they showed some signs of it here. So it's potential that they are able to pull this off. But for now, it's Heroic's pick.
They showed us wonderful things on Inferno. Had us convinced that it was going to be an easy close. Only for the stars of Heroic in Stown and Jabby to turn things upside down. But here we are. Pistol, #1, map #2, and the first frag's Brolin's. Rez gets pinched between Palace and Connector, still just turns it. Oh, that is 3! R-E-Z! And then suddenly Shush falls down into the back of the site. But what hope does he have with a god like this nearby?
Oh, put on your good shades, son. That was nice. Put him to bed. A clean 3rd. Not P2K propaganda.
Oh, that poor soul.
This one was hard enough.
Bah! Wow. Sit down, Stown. And the Ninjas feel good after that.
That's nothing short of enormous. A lot of good moments today.
Yeah. Well, when push comes to shove, man, when it matters most, when it's fall finals or fall showdown.
Yeah. If you're saving up, now's the time to use them, for sure.
Oh, shock and awe. All right, Heroic. No bomb plant, so an inevitable force. A little bit of damage there versus at.CEST. But so far, no real footing here for Heroic to get things moving. Shush is thinking about maybe calling players over. He could time something nicely out from Palace. He would have Brolin to deal with over towards Khan. Rez next to him. Hampus not far. Kind of sneaky from Heroic. Finally going to start using some utilities here. Whispers of their presence. Hampus, he was asking for a fight. Oh, and he gets one. Are you kidding? Stown with a deeg shot through smoke, straight to the face. Then suddenly Brolin's at bat. Rez has got the element of surprise. He's surrounded and only able to put 1 kill up. They've got their opening. They've got their plan.
Oh, and Yabi almost dies, but he gets the bomb down safely. With info. Ooh, Yabi got some huge leverage with that kill. Rez was on for the multi for sure. And now can they even win? at.CEST could smoke spawn if they'd like to.
He's the one with the kit. Frag for Yabi. Done. Dealt with. Dusted. A duo left, both towards Ticket. Plofsky point blank kills Shush. There's a question about Cadian. Sprays off the mark. at.CEST off the defuse, and the MP9 catching Cadian just with seconds to spare.
Wow, he'll have it. Yeah, and the smoke goes down on the bomb. It's a nice kill from Plofsky. A great nade from at.CEST. And again, some further good utility usage overall. We've seen some fantastic utility usage on Inferno. Like, honestly,
watch this.
Refreshing. Okay. I know you are there. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's, you know, kind of sounds like a little bit of nervous laughter. Because that one was going south. But they push it onto the scoreboard. Little half by this time from Heroic. Something electric into the B site. They'll go. Jabby's caught and Rez killed. That's over towards A. Traded. Plofsky right in the middle of the pack.
Oh, man.
Triple kill with the FAMAS.
This is what I'm saying, dude. Plopsky, when he was playing versus Liquid on the B side, yeah, they lost the map in overtime, but he was not the reason at all. He's been one of the best B anchors recently. It is showing.
Now Cadian in the no man's land, swept under the rug for the 3-0 start.
It all comes down. I mean, the flashes were really good, right? They had the cat player blind as they crossed up. Tech9 could have made that real hairy, but Plopsky's nice little reposition. He was over at the van, made a tiny bit of presence, had them following ghosts, comes back and takes 3 out and helps out Bro, and I think they all even stay alive.
First buy on the cards comes through round 4. Mac 10 for Yabi, AKs for the rest. Plopsky, after that 3K, yeah, go ahead and hang on to the FAMAS. Go for the top mid control, smoke to the window. S-Attack has to give up line of sight. And Stown with a quick check of the underground ensures there's no one creeping.
No pause breaks in this game. Just a lot of action. Testy situations, even with low buys. This one's full guns.
He's inside smoke, knows one's gone by. That gets dealt with though. So 2 kills, but then there's a little bounce back. Cadian versus Plopsky locking horns inside the van. Plopsky's losing teammates all around him. All the other kills happen while we're watching Plopsky in the thick of it, and so we're left with S-Tag in the 1v2 clutch attempts. Shush planting on the front end of the site. Molly's on his feet, flushes him out, but not quite into S-Tag's crosshair. And so the retake still needs to be teased together. He's got a smoke, he's got a flash. And he's been given a little space. Through the door he'll go, ready for Cadian, who's got the cover. It's gonna prime Shush to start working, coming at it from the other side. S-Tag, fumbles the ball, starts playing with the silencer, and it's Heroic on the board.
Why shouldn't you be able to disable that, by the way?
You should be able to,
yeah.
100%.
It looks a little messy from Plopsky, but honestly, I feel like he found a way to be creative. Making a play like that in a world where there's almost nothing left to do on B-side. Mirage except drop your fan pillar smoke and play behind it. And his teammates were dying in that situation, but he stayed alive for so long, had some opportunities to frag, and only when everybody died did he have just nowhere to fall back out of. But I thought brought some good energy. That would have been really funny. That would have been really, I mean, you know, not if you're Heroic, but it would have been really funny. Yeah.
Luckily, Shush survives it. Barely. 10 health. We got a pack of players behind those boxes. CTs with nades? No, no frags.
Oh, Brolin didn't see him. Maybe a weird smoke rotation from him. Opportunity missed, and they'll start to fast crawl. I don't know if they're going to expect this. Look how quickly they moved. And it's actually off of Cat.
Oh, he's trying to get eyes over it, but nope. No gap, no angle. Plopsky could deter a commitment to the catwalk, but nope. Instead, Jabby just rounds the corner, takes his head clean off. Hampus has got an answer from the back of the B site, though. Cadian quickly slipping into the connector where he came from, and that's B cleared.
I think Prius is going cross-eyed trying to spectate this round. They're taking both sites at the same time. And I couldn't tell if Cadian was going to be the first one to see him or if it was going to be the B site hit, but well, the frags are there for Heroic. That's all that matters.
Got to be careful, you know, with crossed eyes and webbed feet. DJ's going to start swimming in circles. Rez, sorry, bud. Oh, no. Da-dum. Da-dum, 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 da-da-da! Okay. No knife. No, sir. And no survival either. Poor Cadian loses his hand. S-Tag, clutch that up. Clutch it close. Oh, denied. As we get Heroic killing everyone.
They grabbed it too? Did they need to?
I didn't see if they got
a
it.
Cadian one, right? So they wouldn't need to, but Cadian died in the hall, so yeah, maybe they did need to. Oh man, that bounce.
This was nice from Cadian though. Chasing down 1 kill. Gets away. Rez could feel the eyes on the back of his head.
Seriously.
And now it's just pistols. So excellent here. Heroic, right back at it. Rez dead in an instant. And we should be staring a tied game at 3 rounds apiece. Stound's gonna make me
Okay,
dizzy.
come on.
Whoa, get off of him. No, don't watch him. Cadian's got the headshot. So all is going swimmingly. This is a perfect round for Heroic. But then again, Ninjas shouldn't be able to do anything at all. Sure enough, they get 1, and they'll take 1. Better than nothing, but we are tied.
Yes, so their claws are in early. This is a pretty fantastic start from Heroic, all things considered, especially considering how few they've lost, and I think how cool the defaults have been. I mean, the way they've spread out, things are already looking a little different. That play where they grouped up at the top boxes and then exploded around Connector and Cat, I thought that actually looked great. Obviously, that's a position where you could be the victim of a lot of nades, especially if they come lined up from the window. But if you don't think the team's going to do it to you, absolutely something you might want to try.
Ooh, Stound going through that?
Yeah, but they're going to escape out of it. Actually, Rez is moving up forward. There's no support for Rez in this position, so this is instantly a bad play.
He's in a pocket, though. Yeah. I mean, you know, silver lining. He at least gets to take a fight top mid before he dies.
He does, yeah. I wonder why he signed up to do that. He could have obviously gone to Connector. Maybe had a misread on what default was coming. But this is what Heroic want, basically.
Stound would love for at.CEST to keep crawling forward. Oi, he actually gets dinked. Falls back. Frag. Barely hits at.CEST. Looks like it had a bit too much oomph on it. And a smoke for top Connector to potentially enable Bomb to split up the catwalk into that B site. Now, Hampus has taken a forward position on Cat, while Yabby and Plopsky are about to duel on B. And again, it's an invitation to hit this B site. Hampus, he's ahead of the bomb though. He goes back at Cat, takes down 1. Cadian with the close range op, but here's at.CEST coming out and catching him off. And Yabby hadn't managed to get through that door just yet. There's a timing. Oh, at.CEST! He gets the headshot, but where's Stound at? On the flank, and he doesn't know it.
Yeah,
he's getting from cover to cover. Now he knows. And he's got a health advantage here. Time advantage too. Reconfirming Stound on the exit. at.CEST 1v3.
Yeah, that's a big clutch from at.CEST. He came in. There was no hope there. That was a desperate situation. Absolutely. The last man to linger in through that doorway, and he ends up fragging out. Like, this is a huge one for the Ninjas to take again, especially considering how good this round was for Heroic for a 4th time in a row.
Am I crazy? I feel like we're playing Battlefield with the amount of fights that are happening all across the map at all times. There's like airstrikes, there's tanks, perks, I don't know what. But it's never just little one and dones. There's so much simultaneous action.
Yeah, that's why it's so fun to watch Heroic play versus anybody. They force you to do that, so...
God, carnage.
There's maybe another one of those situations.
Here they come. Out the ramp, full commit, full speed ahead. Jabby's got nothing yet. Brolin comes around from the smoke. A ton of damage, but not a second kill. 2/3 of the way there. And that could set up Jabby for a multi-kill. at.CEST scoped in. He's got to go grab bomb, though. Not ideal for the T side, but they've got time. TSS creeps from bottom mid. Set of eyes in window. Oh, Rez. No, lucky to be alive. Hampus, he'll come back, pick up the slack, and push this to the 2v4. It's low health on Rez. 3/4 for Hampus. And Shush is in the sight, but the bomb's not. Nice wallbang. Could have done it right then and there. A second finds the mark. Grenade goes too far, and it's enough to just serve up that final kill. The Ninjas deliver again.
Maybe you noticed that Brolin almost got the first FAMA spray transfer in history. He was this close. That was, but this is all because they came out fast, and that is, you know, it's a gift and a curse to be able to be comfortable playing this aggressively. But of course, that means you do have to skip some stuff. And even though they mollied under Balk and Brolin smoked it standard, they forgot about him, and they were worried about other things. They were running to scale past stairs really quickly. If they took a couple extra seconds there, they would have had a much cleaner round. And then you have TSS, who can't find that window player, and I think that's where it's just a bridge too far. 3v2 swings the other way. An NIP closeout. Put Heroic on these pistols. Mixed by. still a force. Wow. Now, this actually, I think, is all to escort down into the window, maybe, but actually don't take the space off of that. I'm not sure if he tried to get in or not.
Boy.
But Heroic just used a lot of utility, are kind of left with nothing. I feel like something went wrong here. But they get connector.
Finding a little footing. Those shots obviously heard. And Jabby's thinking about walking this one up. One of the limited players with the Deagle. Brolin. Oh, not ideal. Shush shaving him off the side of ramp. Look at that. They pull everybody out of the B site. Jabby decides to strike. Ton of damage. Hampus just got shot in the face, but survived the Deagle somehow.
They're so confused right now.
Again, it's another one of these wild rounds. Rez has managed to get through underground, but because they get up jungle, are they going to commit to B?
They're still committing B. Wow. And then
Plopsky just gets wrecked.
It might not matter. What is happening?
Hampus fully split. Rez wants to get into the action. He finds them at a distance, and that bomb carrier still got a chance, but he's been found by Hampus. And Stown, you've got 12 seconds to make these kills happen. You'd think Rez could just hide, but they play it in the off chance Stown's coming. Instead, he goes and saves that op. What the hell are these rounds?
I need like a timeout for myself to figure that out. I think, all right, if this is like an ultra sick read by me, I think what happened was, if this, I mean, this might be, you know, maybe not. When they killed Yabby, they wanted to go B because Yabby is always lurking on every map. Hard lurking too, 4-1 setups. So I think what they thought was that ninjas are going to overthink it, leave the B site after getting that frag, go back to A. But obviously on paper, just based on that kill alone, it makes perfect sense that Nip rotate to B. So, you know, underwater, upside down, 4-dimensional chess, but maybe.
Just maybe. When Plopsky gets completely just shut down, running through the marketplace, scrambling over towards that A site, I thought Hampus is doomed. You know, it looked like Rez was going to be just 3 seconds off the mark, but he ends up flustering the bomb carrier, who kind of jumps out into the site. Hampus delivers.
Yeah. And Rez pulls out the single most important and like best rotation you possibly can have in a situation like that in going underpass. As you clear out the B apps and you start a flank towards A. All in one go.
So another round here with limitations for Heroic to try and overcome. But Stown's got the op. Some say the best op in Denmark.
Yeah. That's Nikadas.
Oh, right. Careful, Hampus. They're close. Dangerously close.
He said, "Jump on in."
Come on, guys. I'm waiting. And he will continue to wait. Cadian kind of gives him a warning sign with his little hands popping through the side of the window. Hampus wants a little bit more action, and they'll go ahead and shut down the entirety of that mid-play, op included. Only Rez dead thus far. Shush trying to swing with the Tech 9, but no, sir. It's the Ninjas with another CT round win.
Yeah, they're making DJL proud today. There's been some great CS out of NIP, and this one also kind of stands in the face of the statistics that they pull it out. It just does feel like a map that Heroic probably should win. It's not been a great map recently for NIP, but the CS they're bringing today, this Mirage, they are looking very good. And the 3 rounds that Heroic won also looked very good. This kind of feels like Inferno in a lot of ways. But this half is completely getting away from Heroic. Another save.
Nade for no one. Roland trying to suck it in. Minimizing behind boxes, and there's no commit, not yet. That's fine, plenty of time, but then they lose Tesses. Rez keeping things sharp. The B lurk also removed. It's not Jabby, but instead Cadian. Now the sad reality of the situation sinks in. Nothing to work with, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. An inevitable push forward into a primed Brolin, but he actually drops off, so a little space here. Get a headshot, you got a bomb plant. Wait too long, Hampus will kill you.
I accept the trade.
Here it comes. He's got them all. Or at least the first. Oof, there's the kill. You know, that's the headshot they want, but in reality, you want that forward facing towards the bomb site, so maybe the plant also can connect, but not this time.
They're in cruise control right now. I mean, they've already overcome what looked like a really strong start from Heroic. Now they're just eclipsing them in rounds. They're still on CT, which is their strong side, but they're meeting their quota. They have Inferno to look back on, say, we know we're playing well today. They've all been talking a lot. There's no bottom fraggers on NIP right now, which, you know, regularly if we like zoom out to like a year, that would be like Esatag and Plopsky would be the two, you know, lower performers overall. And Raz for the better part of the year playing really well. Hamp is probably the best player on the team, I would say, for all the value he adds. And then Brolin is, you know, not actually playing his best these days, I will say, but today and overall, you know, one of the stars. They said the best player in Sweden, they picked him up, right? They made that the banner. But Esatag and Plopsky have been doing well, very well. And I think that's provided some considerable stress for Heroic in figuring out which site to end on.
Oh, with guns back in their hands, see if they can extinguish the momentum and the fire Ninjas are currently burning them with. Mid control's kind of been troublesome. We get to see Heroic bottom con at times, but following through either up cat into A gets stamped out more often than not. So let's keep things classic. Full-blown exec into the A site. You know, see if Brolin can do something special. Body box of smoke. CSGO with a clear route into defaults. Down finds Brolin.
I think he just gave it a shot.
Yeah, and he was standing on the ticket. Thought he was going to catch him off. Here comes Jabby into the jungle side. So just full exec works wonderfully for Heroic.
Yeah, this is too hard. You lose your CT player that fast, yeah.
Beautiful.
That's it. Comes down to just like 3 bullets in a row from Stown.
Kind of feels like, you know, we're talking about how aggressive they've been and how crazy and wild and zany these rounds were. Well, this one, they kind of just stop, take a breath, go to the exec.
Oh. You see it pretty quick, but...
There's one. There's two.
No, surely not.
Bombs at the halfway point. This is winnable. We saw some incredible retakes go down on Inferno. There's no way Cadian's comfortable, but he's still fighting tooth and nail, and he's got Stown with him alongside TSS. So things get sketchy for a second, but 3 standing as Heroic find a round.
Yeah, a good effort. The problem with losing the CT player so fast is just like, even if it does, the T's don't go there, like I think he just starts shooting, yeah. Stown's just so good at that. And him and Brolin seem to go head-to-head in that regard all the time.
Yeah, all of Inferno down banana.
Yeah. But, you know, smoke spams and stuff like that, huge part of the game. That's why he does them so consistently. But, yeah, you lose a CT player that early, and no one can be sure that they haven't pushed CT. That's where it's just like, do a retake. But they had that big flank coming in, so made sense that they tried the commitment. Still some money here for Nip. Op as well. Op is posted over on the A hall, so they'll retest Plopsky, who does not have a molly for himself.
But has been playing very well. Does Hampus have a nade to help? Could come from short.
Yeah, he's got a full kit, so he can drop that where they jump out. It can come down to, if he's blind, he can't throw it. They've been throwing some really good flashes on this attack. Plopsky keeping his eyes in the sky right now.
T-side throwing out the mid-smokes.
Trying to drag Hampus as far as they can before execing.
It's working. Too far back, and he loses his sight anchor. Next duel almost goes the way of Jabby, and then as Hampus is throwing a flash out, maybe trying to set up Brolin from market, there's another casualty here versus the Ninjas. It's only Esatag over on A site, so that goes exactly how they wanted, right? That little bit of utility towards mid puts Hampus in an unoptimal spot, and a 5th for Heroic's T side.
Yeah, they peached up Hit Plopsky there for sure. That was a really sick clear from Yabi. He's actually already up to 10.
It's a good series.
Yeah. And it's kind of key entries sprinkled in here and there that are making the difference. And he wears a couple of hats, right? He's not always the entry. In fact, most of the time he's hard lurking, but on this exec, he was the executioner. Quick ones there from Heroic as they look to stabilize.
Went exactly how they would have pictured it. Couldn't have asked for a better result. And at a pretty important time as well. Final 2 rounds of this half coming at you. And the Ninjas, their economy will dry up. Numerically in the lead no matter what. But you know they'd love another. These guys gonna try to scramble back, and ooh, Shush down, Katie and CSGO. Give one to Jabby, and we got the team ace. But instead, CSGO is gonna take 2 servings. Man's gotta eat.
Yeah, Nip playing for kind of max 9 here, but you know, perfect time to save. They'll come into the last round with their full buy up again. Some great, I mean, it's been a very fun half. We've seen some great ideas out of Heroic. And even though there was this early start, you could see, well, it was actually an early start for Heroic and then a huge streak from Nip. So you could always see that Heroic were still in the game. I feel like we've seen 15 different set plays out of Heroic. Maybe they've repeated an A hit twice, but overall a ton of variety.
Plopsky versus Yabi. It's a fun head-to-head, to be honest.
It is, yeah.
But there's no support here. Hampus, he's not even up catwalk like he was last time around.
Yeah, they're actually not pressuring B-Abs at all in any of these rounds, and I think they're getting too comfortable. Okay, well, there's that pressure.
Yep. Little X factor on this one. Cadian, he hit that shot, but he didn't get the kill. He sprints for market. Where is he going?
Hello?
Cutting off rotates. What is this? Cadian goes so deep that Rez doesn't have a chance. Now, Bomb is actually top mid. Plopsky, they've kind of lost track of him in all this. And he could very well pull one with him, but he won't. Now, the CTs, they start this retake as if Bomb's about to go down. Little do they realize they don't have to rush this. But Shush gets shaved off. Health advantage and man advantage, the way of Heroic to close.
Oh, the bomb.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see. Okay, all good.
That's the way she goes. Cadian, no bomb needed when he's pushing through market with an op like a madman.
Hello everybody, here we are. It's the Coinbase hot swaps with Rez and with Apex. It's a Liege, it's Hunter, Cirque, I'm joined by Kerrigan. It's the fall season, boys. The fall season of 2022. Way more roster moves than some people can keep up to. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on roster swaps, negative and positive.
Vitality. Let's say Vitality. Yeah, I think positive, probably Vitality.
I think the Vitality change with bringing Spinks reminds a lot about the Faze with Rob's joining. An upgrade in kind of the role and the position and the philosophy of the team.
For me, honestly, Vitality signing Spinks, I think it's a very good move because Spinks, I know he's a really good guy and really good player, honestly, and that's the piece they needed.
I didn't really think that like ENCE was doing too bad. Like maybe they needed to change something to like improve them, but you know they were like a top team like this entire year. Sure. So to see that change was pretty surprising for me.
Took I think one of the best lurker right now, who is Spinks Lotan. He's been fantastic for the first 6 months in his role, and we try to not change his role at all almost. We try to put him in best condition when he arrived into the team.
I thought Dexter to OG was a really big one, where it's like, you know, he had Lisbon as a stand-in, and then he got the permanent spot over Montu, and I mean, after the major run, after what they did, I mean, nobody had OG playing in the playoffs of Lisbon, and
I think, yes, I mean, Dexter is a really great player, great topper, and next, I think he's very happy that he's working with young players, young guys, so they will just listen to him, they will trust him.
If they can like get back to you know, that point where they were before with Dexter and like that level of confidence, then they could be a really strong team as well.
At the beginning of this year, we brought Remy, X-Stars coach, we brought Alexi, new IGL, and new Oper Monesi, so we needed to start from zero.
I think I was kind of thinking the same thing as you, where it's not like you need like a blockbuster signing. Like you already have like 3 insane players with Nico, Hunter, and Monesi.
I think G2 on the paper is like people are like scratching their head, like thinking it could make sense, but it could also like when you look player for player, it looks worse. But we all know that sometimes a player change or philosophy change changes the whole team, right? So
yeah.
I think it's a high risk that they actually let LXCB go.
I think JKS is insane. I think Uxie is maybe a little different style than Alexi,
So I think having Uxie will be a really great add, but let's see how we'll adapt to everyone.
I have mixed feelings, honestly. I feel like he did a really good job in ENCE, and I think he was like a core piece for them. Maybe he didn't have the insanely good highlights, and maybe he didn't have insane stats or whatever, but I think he, like if we watch the games, I think he did really well.
This has been the Coinbase Hot Swaps Season 2 of 2022. We'll see you guys in the server.
So the mayhem and the bedlam, it all settled down. By the time we got to the end of this first half, of course, we've still got the Ninjas with an edge, but Heroic bouncing back and showing us a ton of different looks across that T side. They'll now swap over to the defense as they hope to keep their dreams alive. They want to dodge the showdown, and there's only 8 rounds between the Ninjas and them stealing that away.
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot that they can feel good and bad about. I think the fans won in that first half. Lots of really cool rounds to look back on, and interesting sways of momentum. But now we swap over to CT, and they haven't played, I don't think, with Yabi. They haven't played with Yabi on Mirage yet, and it looks like he's getting his spot over on Cat.
Oh, TESS. Oh, TESS.
Oh.
No kill inside sight. That's a flood of the Ninjas right into B. 5 versus 3. Decent amount of damage, but an 11th kill for both Esatag and Brolin with those openings.
Yeah, O is right.
So another pistol round win, assuming the double man disadvantage is enough to close with. Plopsky versus Cadian. Oof, nicely done. Cadian and Shush, in fact, they start to get this going. 4-5. You are kidding me with the 10-second defuse.
Yeah, that's big. Hit the Bernie. He's got the mute down just for his teammates. Oh my God, I can only imagine the obscenities he just screamed.
5v3 in a post plant, and Cadian kicks it off with that.
Yeah, they all just hit some great shots right here. Man, this one.
Oh, that's Shush.
That's disgusting. Hey, a few bullets got missed there from NIP, but that was capitalization with a capital C.
Oh my. Oh, game on. 8-all. What looked like a surefire pistol win instead nets them a single AK for Brolin, Mac 10 on Plopsky. At least they've got grenades to play. But I mean, that's gonna fire up Heroic.
Yeah. What's funny was NIP have a really strong pistol round win percentage. And as soon as they got that 5v3, it's like, oh, just another one that they win. They're like up to 70, even though they've lost a lot of their maps. That one might tilt them. Love the amount of utility coming into this round, though.
Cadian with a bit of a takeover here, leading Heroic, 16 frags. Hell, leading the server, in fact. Nice forward setup from Heroic towards top mid. Stown's keeping an eye on Underground. Jabby's waiting for Brolin to round that corner. And as the utility's thrown out, you can throw all the utility in the world, you're gonna have to circumvent the double M4. They peek at the perfect moment, but Hampus draws this back. His Tech 9 is something different.
Yeah, that was well done from him. 3 spotted, still TESS alive.
Yeah, didn't expect the peek out from TESS. Plopsky grabs bomb back. He could just eject and try to join Esatag in middle. 30 seconds, not a lot of time, but at least the AK upgrade comes through. Maybe Esatag unarmored can do something spectacular. They face him off Cat. He gets 1 down. Plopsky, he's gonna miss his chance to kill Jabby. 22 seconds on the clock. Stown tucked into the triple box, and that ends that.
Yeah, that's the end of that. That was kind of a crazy round. I mean, it's a good setup there from Heroic. They, again, a lot of utility came into it, and it looked like Hampus maybe was going to put together 2 kills and make that possible. But the armor plays a factor overall. Heroic setup was really good. They were playing close to the players who were throwing utility, so they did have an edge when it came to swinging. They made sure to take up Roland before his gun could be steadied. And now they'll take a lead in this game as well. But yeah, that also, you know, maybe there's some upside here for, like, in terms of the switch with Refresh, because some people were, you know, saying, oh, statistically, he was a lower rated player for Heroic, but also spots-wise, it's a 1-to-1 fit, like here on Mirage, for example, where Jabby just gets to play exactly where he wants.
Not this round, though. Hampus somehow managing the kitchen wallbang onto Arch with a Deeg. It's not every day those happen, but you take them when you can get them. Sure, it feels like a bit of a shame that it comes in a round that should be a waste. They throw out that last piece of utility for the Ninjas, one of the very few. Pack of players top mid, a duo over on A site. Right now, Heroic stacked appropriately. There it is. Klopski's been seen.
Oh, he just got by.
Acadian, point blank, easy. Finds himself 3 kills with the MP9 and just evaporates any hope there from the Ninjas. A Glock on Essa tag, not much longer. It's double digits first here for Heroic. Momentum after that 3v5 pistol.
I could hear him from outside, downstairs, just barely. I just missed that, wow. Okay, well, CT for Heroic, and no questions. Probably less questions for themselves as well. Again, integrating someone into the T side, I think, is a lot harder. Oh, Tessa started connector here. Oh, this is interesting. I mean, just off of, they have full buy, but just off of spawns. They're all in brand new spots. Heavy mid control, a totally empty B site.
It's kind of ballsy. But it's also a good call out. Nobody sussing out the B site here for the Ninjas. Rez gonna be working on his own if he tries to start challenging some of these angles.
Oh, this is a weird one from him. I don't know if they're drawing attention. Not really, no. Tessa's just sitting at the bottom connector because they have top mid watched. Oof. And that's the whole point. But at least Brolin grabs this. Stairs peak could come on.
Yikes, Hampus caught with nades out. Plopski, same thing. Good double from TESS. Just finishes what he started against Hampus. And Jabby comes out from the hidey hole to give a comfortable 4v1 to Heroic. So far, CT side, rock solid.
There's a bit of a mismatch on the spacing there between Brolin and Rez. If Brolin had got that window kill first, and that was a pure duel where they were both holding for each other, and then Rez came out after, you know, Tessa's either wouldn't be there anymore, or he might be distracted at top mid, and then Rez could get the kill. So I guess wrong order of operations, or I'm not sure if they thought something else was going to happen, but Heroic very comfortable in that position.
Yeah, 3-round lead. Nice and early. Tons of money starting to grow as well in their back pockets. So Ninja's going to have to show us something or we start looking towards overpass. Idea was there, but we'll see if they can tidy things up. Here, Plopski, he just gets taken down without even a gun in hand. Sent scrambling by the fire.
Save their timeouts, actually, for the T side. I can't help but feel like that was intentional. Give some room for DJL to get in there. And he is.
I think recognized as one of the elements that's improved NIP's T sides.
Yeah, as with Exist on Heroic, it feels like they've benefited greatly both from their coaches. The new two.
And a tough spot here for the Ninjas. AK for Brolin. Pistols elsewhere. And a quick flood of Heroic players. Again, they're going to try to play for that top mid. Now remember, we had a completely unstaffed B site last round. Nobody from the Swedes went and checked it out. Well, right now, CSGO is being pulled off already. They fully assume this is the A setup.
And Yabby gets S-tag on the way to B.
Yeah, 2 players down. It's not ideal, but at least they'll get a chance to challenge CSGO while he's alone. He just rocks their world, though. Rez dead in an instant. Plopsky's going to pick up 1. Ooh, make it 2. And a bomb plant. That's something to work with. Not even.
Oof.
Stound finds him in the middle of it all, but I felt a little nip magic.
Yeah, that was cute by Plopsky. And I think the huge worry, this would be for any team, but going up against Heroic, but like Heroic are already, without conditioning, without feeling out the map or anything, are very comfortable taking things over aggressively right away. They've been in top mid every single round. They have left the B site entirely. That makes the map feel tiny if you're not in the spots that they're not covering. And right now, NIP aren't. They're not putting forward aggressive pressure on the B Absoler. They aren't even noticing that there's no one in the B site in the first 30 seconds of the round. And Heroic are still doing aggressive things that are working out beautifully. Getting a bit outclassed now.
Oi.
Look good to me.
Just a little too quick. Yeah, you can just feel that like confidence, that electricity. Cadian's P250 spamming through a smoke because he knows that TSS and Jabby are just going to pick up those fights. Oof. And then Stound finds another into Plopsky. This, so far, is a perfect CT side. Cadian will get dropped. But what more can S-Attack truly do here? He's got a fight on both sides of middle. Shush looking to add himself to this fight. So a trio of players, and it's only Jabby needed. Again and again since that 3v5, it's nothing but Heroic wins.
Yeah, I think Inferno in the first half of this Mirage, I couldn't really tell who was actually playing better. They're keeping up with each other, but so far in the second half, it feels like Heroic are way far ahead of NIP. I'm not even sure if they're kind of prepared. And again, the big concern is just the idea that some things are happening right now that NIP haven't even learned about yet. They haven't even learned about yet. They haven't tested. So now they'll have to save again, going up against 14. And it looks like they might restart this one.
Yeah.
A couple of tic-tacs in chat. But they're awake, sitting upright. They're talking, they're energized.
I think he just had his mic muted. Guys, my mic broke. How long, what's the longest amount of time you've ever sat in a TeamSpeak thinking you were unmuted when in reality you've been muted the whole time?
Oh, yeah. Definitely a game, a whole game.
Full game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And I just think like, man.
Everyone hates me.
I really thought I was funny, but none of my jokes have landed.
Yeah, or people just are not like...
Guys, I called for rotate.
Why didn't you flash for me? You know, why don't you love me? These are questions you ask yourself.
15 rounds later. Ninja's starting to smell a desperation. They got some pistols. They got an early foothold here inside Connector, but Brolin versus Shush, AK versus Tech9. Hampus, always good for one, of course. Brolin, not so much. Hampus already down to sub-half health. There's a walkout potential here for Plopsky on ramp, and if Cadian's caught with nades out, that could have been the end of him. It'll need to be the quick scope. And he falls into the cover. Gonna play it safe.
We'll get to see if Nip can really lose 3 times in a row on overpass, maybe.
Hampus promised Hampus promised us it wouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Hampus to be a liar.
But he is sneaky, though. He is sneaky.
Well, he snuck his way up Cat, snuck his way to an M4, and now he's dead.
The shortest Wikipedia article of a life.
And as expected, the pistol players follow suit. Heroic will show no sign of slowing down on this defense.
Prison, racism, death. I mean, tell me why Nip are gonna win now. Help.
I can't.
You're supposed to be the optimistic guy.
I'm pretty optimistic.
Cap.
Optimistic Heroic's gonna close this game 16-8.
All right, now that's definitely not gonna happen.
Stown falls away from window.
It literally was.
I've used my casting wizardry. Gonna try it again, Brolin. He almost got into jungle last round. Ooh, TESS clears out all of apartments, so it actually pulls the players off of B, but then they go up cat instead.
There's just this vacuum of map control that's happening right now.
No way.
This is so awkward.
An all-in cat, unspotted. They're like, how is this going to turn into an A exec?
Now you're just coming in from cat. I mean, they just fully think it's A now. TESS doesn't see a thing. Okay, this is the game they were playing with the gap of information, of course, that they've been leaving every round, but this is the first time that NIP have found their way through. And now they're confused too, because TESS is alive.
Just hilarious that this is coupled with nothing inside apartments.
TESS is here for the retake on A. He's ready.
Oh, all right. Little game of cat and mouse, and in this case, the mouse gets away.
He walked the entire way to a safe.
That's boring.
Yeah. That was funny.
But it is just a breadcrumb of a T side so far. One round here for Ninjas.
And they left a little tricky top connector smoke with a gap just on the left side there for Brolin to get a kill.
Round win's a round win, but it is a weird one. 4 players walk cat. TESS calls, no way it be.
That was cool.
Stown's legs get caught.
This was a confusing one, probably for Yabby.
So it won't be that flawless CT side. You know, it was once NIP got 14 rounds that Heroic got their first on Inferno.
It's true.
That ended 16-14. Fortunately for the Ninjas, it's not looking as promising, and Happus, he is not destined for anything other than the flames. Frag grenade follows. That'll take him down to 2/3 his health. Rez wants a fight, but Cadian's gonna pull this one back.
Well, fortunately for Rez, I don't know if he was spotted on the jump peak there from Cadian, but I don't know. What can he leverage out of this? They're already going to start clearing out halls. They're like, yo, Nip, we don't have all day. If you want to just play this round out slowly, we're going to clear everything else. If you're in B, we're fighting you. If not, you lose. And, yeah, double full flank coming out just past a minute, so real early here. And everybody's just ready for the A hit now. That I don't even know if Nip know this is coming in, but they're just getting flanked from everywhere.
Rez about to be dead. TESS keeps it nice and clean. And all the while, we've got Stown wrapping around T-spawn. So, unfortunately for at.CEST, his destiny looks the exact same. We will get something back, but there it is, right? at.CEST tries to peel away, thinks maybe he can go elsewhere, and we've just got heroic players everywhere at all times.
Yeah, right now they're just way better. I can't even think of any solace here for Nip. I just think they're so outclassed. They're so far behind. If this played out 30 rounds in the second half, it feels like Heroic would win 25 probably. I think the Inferno, of course, there was that comeback, but I think it was predicated on seeing some life out of Heroic in the first place. And it's not that Nip are like doing anything badly. It just don't look good enough here on Mirage right now. So I don't know. One full buy to potentially end things, to change our minds, and a really hefty grenade that actually catches 3 on the cross straight away.
Stown pressing in. Brolin's right there. Gets a rotate on the smoke and gets an opening kill. So, Heroic not going to give the Ninjas what the Ninjas gave Heroic on map 1. A chance to bounce back on a T side. Looking highly unlikely. Jabby confirming numbers. Teammates nearby. Puts out the fire. He'll just hope. Minimize himself. Oof. But Essetag.
2 legs.
They both exchange shots. Both operas still standing. Gonna try to maybe flex their way up cat. That's the one thing that worked, was walking 4 players up catwalk. The only difference is this one has definitely been spotted. B site heavily stacked with the 2, comfortably inside it. There's no reason for Heroic to move. They'll just wait for the confirmation. But even now, it's down a little hesitant to move. TESS, he gets 1, and Jabby gets nothing. So it is in fact still open for the bomb plant. Stown just made the window jump, I think. Yep.
Wow.
And Essetag posted on the angle, but Stown's got the right side peek. An advantage, and a massive advantage in HP as well. So, Heroic, congratulations. I mean, this Mirage map, this is just damning.
Yeah, you think it's over?
Oh, I think this is over. Plopsky, he's got nowhere to run. Although now there's 4 of the 5 players, incredibly low. It's going to be Hampus versus Stown, huge health advantage. And there it is. Ooh. Nice and easy. Exactly what Heroic were hoping for, to rebound off what felt like a lost cause. A near comeback on Inferno was no easy pill to swallow once they lost. But this one, well, this one sets us up for an overpass map 3. A map that Hampus said they can't lose again. But we've seen the struggles for ourselves, and we'll see if he can change the course of this BO3 after the break.
I couldn't even see him. What the?
Let's go flames.
To be right now. Window and B.
Smoke AC. I might. AC failed to smoke. Can smoke on the right, we double swing. Let's double swing. 3, 2, 1. AC left side.
1v1.
Was Zaibu. Bomb is not for you.
No kit, man.
Parle français. Je regarde des faux, je regarde des faux. J'ai le spawn. Je regarde des faux, y'a rien. Je pense qu'il va être côté appartement.
Ouais.
You can play kitchen if you want, bro.
He was 1 HP, eh? Yeah, I'm playing kitchen.
Ziwu, 1 HP. Can you check from time to time short and be up silly, I'm just hiding.
Yes, I'm checking something.
Attends un peu avant de planter, Kevin, qu'il est ton appartement.
Pour un spawn.
Prends bien l'appart, Kematou. Check again, il est. Planting,
He's checking.
Planting. Matou, t'as une mollo.
I have CT. CT?
I can flash CT.
TTT, right side. Last, ticket.
Cache-toi. Défaut.
Ticket last.
No, hiding ticket. Pas de kit, Kevin. Il t'a vu avec la deadcam.
Peut-être pas.
Nice! Good job.
Sick.
Rushing, I'm blind. Mola.
Down. Low.
Dead.
Okay.
We can play kinda aggro on ramp, guys, we're 3.
Let's nade sandbags.
Right. I smoked the one to peek. I'm peeking with you now.
Great him, nice. One off, nice.
2 ramp.
One more.
Ramp, 1 more. He's looking Ivan. Nice. Ramp.
Nice!
Wait.
Rush B.
Okay.
Nice.
I
bait you, Jackie,
They're not coming.
They want.
Yeah,
they want. They're in.
Dead tunnel.
They're in.
I'm flashing the door smoke. I'm going through.
Xbox. One dead, I'm full blind.
Xbox.
2 car. Tunnel.
Nice! Sick!
Smoked.
Smoked.
Monster.
just a solid style on Mirage this time around. The 11 rounds in a row, even with the break in the half, not slowing you guys down. Did you feel like you had a bit of a refocus after, you know, nearly making a comeback on the first map, then everyone feeling pumped up?
Yeah, I think it was really important for us to get some rounds together there on Inferno to go into the second map with some more confidence and stuff like this. It helped a lot. I think we played much better on the second half on Inferno, and after that this has been clicking. The comms has become much better. So yeah, I'm happy with the performance now.
Were you a little bit nervous though with Inferno, what you spoke to me about before? You know, were you starting to see kind of the same issues that you were hoping to get rid of?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think on Inferno we were also very unlucky a few rounds, like, or not unlucky, but NIP did some really nice plays, like Hampus with that Tech 9, and I think Eastag has a nice no-scope or something. But yeah, I'm happy now for sure.
Now Overpass, right? They have been picking this over and over again. It's not looked so good recently. We've seen a lot of holes in their gameplay. But even for you guys, right? It's a good map for you in general, but some of the spacing was off yesterday against Liquid. Is that something you noticed? Is something you're ready to be prepared for?
Yeah, I mean, we have talked about the T side, especially on Overpass. I think it is probably our best map, and we've been doing really good on it in practice. It's also, historically speaking, a very good map for NIP, so I'm hoping for a good game, but yeah, I think we're very confident going into Overpass.
There we go. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
16-9, and a CT side looking mighty fine for the Danes. They managed to equalize the series scoreline with one map apiece and leave us waiting on the doorsteps of Overpass. Very excited to be getting into that one, but we do need to break down Mirage before we dive into it. And it looks like Heroic, they wanted to get the job done with an incredibly aggressive CT side.
Yeah, that was a very great reaction from Heroic. That's what we were hoping to see. The first half didn't start great. I think they took a little bit of time to warm up into it, probably off the disappointment of that quasi comeback they experienced on the first map. But once they took control, once they took the reins, they never really let go. Hampus struggled massively on the T side to find a solution, which is a problem that we have noticed when it comes to NIP. Heroic, they just had all the keys.
They suffocated NIP on that CT side completely. You know, they got the payload in front of the mouth and just kept on holding the pressure until there was no NIP left in that game. It was a genius CT side coming out of Heroic, and that's what happens when they're feeling it, when they're in this flow state where everything is working out. You have so many different players who like to be aggressive. You look at a guy like Kaden, he loves to be aggressive with the AWP. You look at TeSeS, love to be aggressive as well. Stown, on the scoreboard, not really up there, but he won 5 out of 6 opening kills. So you can talk good about every single player from Heroic. It was a bit of a weird start, sure, but after winning that pistol round in the second half, everything just turned into Heroic.
Talking about the second pistol round, I think it's time to show it. It's time to talk about it. And if you're NIP, it's going to be hue and cry about that situation because you had everything you needed. Look at this. Look at that B execute coming over. The first kills coming in from the Ninjas. The Swedes in a perfect position. 2 opening kills to get that B side. This is supposed to be everything you need. You have all the cards. Great frag coming on from Kadian. Staying alive meant the whole world. And in the meantime, it's Shush doing an incredible job from that market position. 3v5, perfect retake from Heroic. And you can see what it meant to them. You can see and you can hear it. We could hear what it meant to them. They knew what just happened here. They had won 3 rounds in a row in the first half, and they just turned around an impossible situation. They put NIP in their graves, and they jumped onto the train.
Realistically speaking, it's an unlosable round, right? You have
it's
B-side
impossible.
control.
It's 3v5.
You have the perfect position in B-apps as well. Kadian is walking into, I'm not sure who the player was, but he sort of like peeked into Kadian. Kadian hit a nasty shot, and everything fall apart from NIP. Not only in this round, for the rest of the game, they couldn't win a single round on the T side, as we spoke about. It was a little bit too silly for NIP, let's be honest. You can lose a pistol round like this, but as we spoke about it as well, the T side from Hampus on Mirage has been a little bit troublesome for NIP for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, if Kadian hasn't lost his voice after that reaction, he has an iron voice box, definitely. But he was making noise inside the server as well. He was somebody that we were putting into the ring and saying, you know, we have to step up as the AWP player. Yeah, you were ready to jump off the Kadian train.
No, made a liar out of me.
Almost too close.
And I don't mind. I don't mind to be made a liar of. I called him out. I said we should have given up on him having these kind of games, and he answered the best time possible. I think that pistol round on the CT side really triggered something in him, and then after that he was way more assertive. He had impact with the AWP. He was changing his positions from being passive on the CT side, CT spawn, to then being way more aggressive and involved in the middle side of the map. He was here, there, and everywhere, as Jacob likes to say. That was a great performance from Kadian.
The thing is, you weren't wrong at all. You were right to call Kadian out because he's not been playing well for quite some time. time, but this game is a reference game for KD, and this is what we usually saw from him in a long period. He played good Counter-Strike, he was assertive, he was the guy, or one of the guys, making the difference on the server for Heroic. So now he reminded us what he can do on the server. He reminded us that he still has it in him to be, I guess, the guy who can dictate the game with the AWP, especially the way he was calling on the CT side as well. Not only does he call the rest of the guys to be aggressive, he was also taking part in it himself with the AWP.
I'm very happy that this does go to a third and final decider map, not least for my selfishly predictions, but we do get to see Overpass going down between NIP and Heroic. Two teams that, I guess in the words of Jeremy, they got shut down by Liquid the last time we saw them playing on this particular map.
Yes, and if you ask me right now what team or which team has the better game plan on Overpass, I would struggle to give you an answer. We've seen both camps over here being in struggle city on Overpass. We've seen both camps break their teeth on that T side, being stopped time and time again. You mentioned some stupid numbers about NIP's poor performance in like 4 rounds, was it? In 2 sides they've played on the T side. Heroic also got shut down at some point against Liquid. So what does that leave us with? What kind of insurances do we have? The knife round, if anything, I think is going to be paramount for the third map.
Yeah, it's not often we talk about the knife round, but it is very important to get to start on the CT side now. My problem for NIP is that we've seen them play it twice, as you said, 4 rounds over the course of 2 maps, 2 T sides with only 2 rounds. The problem was they lost it in the same fashion. They didn't change much from the first Liquid game to the second game where they couldn't get it done. That is my issue with NIP. Do they not have a plan B? Do they not have a plan C? If Hampus can't figure it out in terms of how to take mid control, how to gain, I guess, access to the map when he's on the T side, what can we really expect from NIP? To be fair for Heroic, we saw the same thing happen to them against Liquid, but we only seen that once, so they haven't had the second shot yet. I'm curious, you know, but I'm also a little bit scared on behalf of NIP.
And I guess the caveat to it is, sure, Heroic did get just 1 more T round against Liquid. They did.
So what you're saying is much better.
Well, no, because I'm going to flip the script and I'm going to look at the CT rounds as well, because Heroic only able to post up 5 versus Liquid. NIP almost made a comeback work in terms of that as well. They did get a pretty decent amount of CT rounds on the board. So, I mean, if you're looking at NIP and saying they were doing the same thing over and over again, they should surely know what they've done wrong on their T sides, Jacob, and surely be able to fix that.
I mean, yesterday, Heroic played like a bag of potatoes, to be completely honest. They weren't on the server. They didn't show up at all. So I'm going to discredit that game just a little bit. Yeah, you can argue that the CT side against Liquid weren't good either, but I think it's going to be a different version Heroic we're getting in now, especially after I saw them play a Mirage. That was more so the old Heroic. All the players contributing, all the players having impact, KD playing well. So I expect us a much better game for Heroic, and I still have them as my favorites to win.
Do you know who I like so far as well? That man we have on screen right here. I feel like Yabi is slowly but surely having a great game. It could be turning into one of these reference now. He's got the third map in front of him. It's a great opportunity.
He could potentially be a difference maker coming into this third and final deciding map of Overpass. We've seen both sides struggle coming into the offense of this, and hopefully they've made changes coming into this deciding map. A Royal Arena spot is on the line. It's coming down in just a few.
Well, all's well that ends well, and this series will end here on Overpass. You can forget about whichever map you didn't pick up. You can forget about the fact that you nearly lost on Inferno to what would have been a heroic 2-0 off a comeback. And the Betway odds now favor Heroic as we jump into this third and final decider. It is Fall Finals for one, Fall Showdown for the other. Heartbreak, misery, it's all on the cards. But first, a knife round. It's not every day we get to see the knife rounds anymore. It's actually
Yeah,
because
they suck. They're stupid.
You think they suck?
There's no point in just do Zeus rounds.
I think
everyone just runs away. It's so annoying.
No, it's gladiatorial. Okay, it's just gory. And Javi's about to clutch it.
Fat chance.
Yeah. Javi's got it in the bag.
Good. Pause the music. Put it back on. Done. All right, we're done. Congratulations. Yabi won the game. What is happening?
That's what overtime should be.
All right, time for a smoke?
Yeah. Oi, oi, oi. Look at this. A whirlpool.
I hate these knife rounds.
This looks awesome.
Cap.
Man, I think I would have torn it up on a battlefield in the 1300s. I've just got a hunch.
With knives?
Well, I wouldn't be.
Did anyone at any point in history just have war with just knives?
I mean, listen, bro, at some point we were probably having war with rocks.
Yeah, but once you can make a knife, you can make a sword, right?
No, swords are long, so you've got to, it's got to, it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder to make a sword than a knife.
Like, where would you find a piece of steel just lying around in nature like that?
You got to smelt that bad boy.
Yeah. Smelt it longer than usual.
Smelt it. With, if RuneScape's taught me anything.
What has it taught you?
Tin and copper. Pretty sure that's how you make steel bars.
Okay.
Send you back to Lumbridge.
What's that?
The spawn town.
Oh, okay.
It's where you go when you die. Here we go, folks. Without further ado, the final map between Heroic and the Ninjas. A lot on the line. And a lot inside this B site. 4 CTs stacked up. Terrorists ready to hit it. Little bounce molly from the Plopsky.
Like that one.
Lands on short, keeps TESS stuck, so they want to fight in the site. They're going to get a fight in the site. We got kills the way of Heroic. Ooh, Javi kind of loses himself in the middle. Stound will be found out. Here comes Cadian. We saw an impeccable 3 versus 5 on Mirage for Heroic. Well, now he's all alone. Outnumbered, outgunned, and soon to be outdone.
I can just imagine how loud he's going to yell if he wins this one.
Oh,
that's going to be
God.
the single most motivating factor, I think, for NIP right here.
Shut this guy up. That's what they're shooting to do, but listen, Ninjas are making some sound themselves. DJL, he's been hooting and hollering.
Yes.
And
he does look like more animated, more impassioned. I like that. He's, I like his interviews, too. Kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say he reminds me of like Blade, but it's kind of just dry about the way that he says things, but very serious and just, I think, just kind of seeing black and white, but I think he's just got this kind of composed energy, I guess.
Composed energy.
Akin to the man. And it's kind of like when Blade says something, like when Blade says, I remember once Blade was like, Ents, they're pretty good. When he said that, it was like, damn, Ents are sick, And I feel like that's
good point.
I feel that same thing out of DJL. Like, he doesn't really over emphatically say things about people or things. Get too excited about moments or anything like that.
Oh, like, that's a grenade over the roof.
Yeah.
Not his kind of style.
Yeah, he'd be a terrible caster. That's what I'm saying.
5 Galuls on the field.
Bye, Moses.
See you, man.
He's going home.
Damn. And we're not going to see him because it's the last day of the groups. Honestly, good riddance.
Good riddance. Thank God that guy's gone.
Oh, my God. Now we just got to get rid of Pimp.
Finally relax. Hate that guy.
Easy conversion here. Ninjas, 5 Galils in, 5 Galils out. Jabby and Cadian can save, and the 2-0 has been secured.
Looking at recent matches, of course, tongue-in-cheek, Hampus was saying, you know, we can't lose Overpass 3 times in a row, but of course, you know, there's a modicum of truth there that their Overpass is really good, and that it's kind of unlikely based on the matches before that they would have some really bad streaks. So that part makes sense. But then when it comes to Heroic, they have a super solid win rate. Plus, most of their wins, their opponents aren't even getting 10 rounds. You know, like they've got very, very strong wins recently. Okay, thanks, Pimp. Just flipped us off and gave us water.
Man.
So don't even know how to feel.
We got a...
But I'm happy overall, I'd say.
Team effort around here.
I'm unfazed. God, thank God that guy's gone.
Stop. He's going to come back. He threw a French fry at you yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Headshot.
Maniac said he stopped him from coming in here with a cheeseburger. But enough about those folks. We've got talent.
Talk about that cheeseburger.
Too.
Where are the pickles, SpongeBob?
Nice Deeg. Nice Deeg indeed. Ooh, Stowney picked up the pieces, tried to fall back, but I mean, that's audio for Plopsky. He times the door swing perfectly. And what was a man advantage is not.
Okay, Gandalf.
2 players in the pocket up here.
Everyone's on A.
Ooh, nice pistol dink. That was the lesser of the pistols as well. Shush, just the USP.
Did he see Tessus earlier? Well, now they don't. I mean, he's dead now, so.
They know that Jabby's down long. They don't know where Cadian's at. Cadian did get that rifle.
Yeah.
But the bomb plants will go down no matter what. So a round win, highly unlikely. Another kill, perhaps.
Still seem to be very scared. But they get to good post plants. Not a whole lot of counterplay here, even though there are 2 Galils. And they'll scare them further with the smoke that goes down, but it's not on the side of Yabby. Whoa, hold on a second.
No kid.
They can actually cross up, and they have to stick this right now, but technically,
he's on it. Oh my God, he's on it.
Is he late?
I don't know, but Esatag's gonna just blow him away point blank. And so they'll get their 3rd round win. Don't think the bomb blew up. So it should have been 1 rifle move forward as Heroic make things sketchy for a second.
They do.
Look at this one, though.
A lot of frags.
Bada boom ba.
That was cheesy.
That one was set up by the USP dink of Shush.
Dope. Now I'm just making sound effects.
Things get weird as the night goes on. We got plenty more Counter-Strike to come. These 2 teams done after this map, no matter what. Rez, there goes Stown. Now, CSGO is still committed to this fountain spot.
Yeah, he has Cadian behind him.
But no one's watching for this walk around.
Oh, he's looking for the jumps. Oh, it did come in TSS. Oh, he'll take the helm.
2 clean headshots on the TSS fallback. And then Shush adds another to the tally. Damn. Ninjas were probably feeling a little bit comfortable there.
Yeah, that was, I think that, you know, Cadian was looking for someone to jump spot, probably on a timing the slide. And that never came, so he didn't think anyone could cross. But they still didn't know how far up TSS was in that spot.
Now it's about a recovery. There's a chance Plopsky and Happis can walk into this site and somehow stick the landing. I'm sure they'd rather not have 3 CTs ahead of them. But that is the situation. Smoke Celine, Hampus into the site. Front sight smoke. It's going to open a door here for Hampus. They can make sure nobody comes peeking up along the water, or not. TSS through the edge of it. Finds the kill on the bomb plant attempt. It's 2 additional kills and 4 alive for Heroic.
Yeah, I have a feeling that NIP are going to be very grateful that they got this fast 3-0 start. Because this was a super solid round out of Heroic, with just not many gaps. Very fearsome with it.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Come new, bro.
There's a lot of yelling back and forth as these teams can see each other, which is awesome.
Yes, love that about the studio environment.
All right, time to bring it. This map decides who goes to fall finals. And I don't think NIP just expected to 2-0, so I'm sure they saved some in the reserves for overpass here. Probably see this coming from a mile away. And Heroic have had a whole map to think about it if they weren't already.
Got Jabby posted on the short pipe angle, waiting for Rez to walk into it. Here it comes. Oh, he's actually up on the railing. Angle's a bit more shallow. Yeah, shot in the legs.
Blasted.
Plopsky dies though. Glock finishes the job. Shush. Ooh, that's the tag. Nice 2 kills. In fact, he swaps out to a Glock to finish that.
If he gives his team a second, they can get guns. And now Ninjas are in an excellent position.
There's life left in this one. The all-in monster play. Brolin's gonna bring up the rear end with just the deagle. Contact made and Rez taken down. We're even yet once more. That's gonna bring Brolin back into the action. Also gives him a gun. 6 rifles standing, 15 seconds left. Down, minimized, crouched, but killed. Brolin, he's got the frag. Cadian gets tagged. It's low health for 2 of the 3 ninjas, and 7 seconds as that bomb's going down inside the smoke. They've got the post, and Cadian's got the high angle. Doesn't see much. TESS up ahead of him. Brolin's gone deep on the play, and that just feels like the thorn in Heroic's side.
What a call out here. Just saw Cadian in this exact position, and now he could literally knife them both if he wanted to, but he'll take the frag right away. Unknowing of TESS's position.
Wait a second.
He's just kind of out here. I don't know. There's a kit, but I don't know if TESS can even really get on this. And he'll fight a trade, pick up the op as well for Cadian to take back. But Ninjas win this because of Esatag and his short water antics. The op shot into the self-assist, Glock kill of Yabby, and then swinging out with the op of the second kill as well. And that is just one half of the map open wide.
Yeah, beautiful presence of mind. You know, keeping up the possibility of Shush being in the corner. Stown was dealing damage there, but had very little to shoot at. Woo! Almost landed the cartwheel. Of course, Heroic still in a decent spot to try and bring one back. Op in the hands of Cadian. No forward aggressive A setup this time from the CTs, just TESS towards party. It's 3B early. Short water belonging to the ninjas, and Plopsky's gonna contest for connector pretty quickly. Pretty electric out of the spawn, but then ninjas take a pause. Here's Cadian, playmaker's position. Snaps it back.
Wow, he's got just a huge line of sight. They're not pressing him from the stairs. And he could die, and it's actually kind of hard to trade Hampus. He flashed him back. They have the door open. That was a huge risk for Cadian to be there, but it was the right one. I thought that was Esatag actually opping in the stairs, but it was just Plopsky on the rifle, so I wonder why he didn't swing back and instantly try to go for the trade.
Ooh, another one. The waiting game continues as the smokes trickle down, and TESS. Everybody seizing the top of connector now. Plopsky's been sat here waiting and waiting, and he gets a reward for it. Now, there will be that question, who else? Where else? Jabby, Stown, both behind him.
Oh, he makes noise.
This puts pressure on Cadian and on Shush inside sight. Plopsky, though, is back exposed. So short water entirely to the CTs, and Shush silences the 2 in sight. Here comes Esatag with the op. 14 seconds as he takes Jabby down. We get this push up from Shush into the water. He could use the ramp to get a good angle. Oh, Esatag trying to keep this one low. And Shush, man of the hour, shaves off 3 players within that bomb site to give Heroic another.
It gets a little hairy. I wonder if they actually needed Plopsky in that position. I mean, He was doing great there in the stairs. Of course, we can see on X-ray that there's more players coming in his direction, but he's also in like a really good post-plant position on top of the fact that we do finally see that pressure come. Another short player flanking, but that does mean his teammates would have had to get the rest of the frags on the site. So there were a number of things that went wrong in a row, and actually Ninjas will take a timeout right away to chill for a second again. I think we saw that on Mirage. They kind of held on to a lot of their tac timeouts for the T side. Of course, they're starting here now. Did not do that. I was immersed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. And excuse the Ninjas as they get aggressive into the short water. TSS up above and down. Man, Heroic sure do love a push. Hampus limited to the Desert Eagle. TSS isn't getting too frisky. Ninja's running a risk.
What?
Rolling.
What is this play off the tack?
I don't know.
Well, they've overrun the B site. It's theirs.
They stampede in.
Oh, the bomb, awkward spot. They could die in this position. And oh, never mind. Never mind. I take it all back.
Roland recovers. I thought he was a sitting duck. When they dropped that bomb, it looked like things were getting awkward.
Yeah, look, I think the guy with the bomb jumped into pit by accident.
A little too excited.
And look at where the CTs are now. I don't know. We've seen a crazy retake or two out of Heroic. This might be a bridge too far, though. They can't even really hold their exits from here. Of course, they've got the kill in CT and no one showing themselves from heaven, so it's kind of a stalemate, of course, in favor of NIP.
Go ahead. Get the hell out of there. Collect a 5th terrorist round win in 7 rounds and an op.
Yeah.
They came in here with limited weapons, and they walked out with a demanding B hit.
I think I'm eating my words here. I really thought that Heroic off that first win, they were looking really good. Esatag talking to him now.
Let him know.
You can switch back to Danish.
I want to see this next headshot.
Yeah, so not only could he have absolutely died there, but then that retake would have just been different. I mean, an op up in heaven.
Oh, man.
They probably wouldn't have been able to plant. So that kill was good looking and important.
Oh, man. That one's going to bruise the ego, but only for a little while. Early timeouts called. Heroic wants to stabilize. But shout out to NIP for just cranking this tempo, striking with speed off of their tac pause.
Yeah, that was cool, man.
They knew what they wanted. They took it.
They did.
That's life.
And I think, yeah, like when we looked at Mirage, like that's what they were missing entirely, right? Here we see Heroic not in a place. They vacated an area and then just instantly punished them for it. Over on Mirage, there was just none of that at all.
Rez collecting information via audio.
He's heard a lot. I mean, I think he knows that these were 2 pairs of feet.
Of course, they're going to start pushing up, attempting to set up the AK and the MP9 inch by inch. Here's the thing, though. Oh, that's hurt. They know he's here. He gets 1 kill, some damage in, serves as an activation for the A hit. And Cadian's cleared from behind boxes. Shush gonna sprint up. Desert Eagle, not meant for much. While TSS hangs on to the AK, he's just met by a smoke grenade, so very difficult entry for him. If Jabby thinks he's gonna get an easy save, Hampus has another idea.
So this could be a world. I mean, it's still early, but this could be a world where both, Heroic and Astralis are in the showdown competing against each other to get to the fall final. The homestay of the Danes. And I was talking to Stown in a piece of content the other day, and like we were going over, we were talking about his best moments in Blast, and the only LAN that he played was the Blast Fall Finals, where they basically just got booed off stage.
Yeah.
And I was saying, you know, you're probably going to have more fans this time. I feel like they would this time around a year later. They've been fun to watch all year. They've made improvements as a team. And in general, I think it just got more visibility, which was their biggest issue, I feel like, last year in terms of competing with Astralis, for example, for some of the share of attention here in Copenhagen.
What did he think? Did he have the same
He said, "Yeah, you think
expectations?
so?" I don't know. He didn't seem like he had given it much thought. I think he was so traumatized by last year that was like a breath of fresh air to hear that. But that's what I really think.
Yeah. I hope he didn't get his hopes up.
Well, I mean, I think I'm right, but
oi, Cadian. There's like 14 pieces of utility on his screen, and he gets back.
But the interesting thing would be if Astralis weren't there and they were there, well,
then what?
Then what? So for that reason, there's a lot in line for Heroic, right? They've already got Astralis in the Showdown. Most people don't make it out of the Showdown, statistically speaking. It's hard.
Fair. Very fair.
So, well, we'll see. Here's a good start. Opening duel 1 versus Hampy.
TSS would have heard that scope. He's inside bathrooms, knows Esatag's nearby now. Oh my god. Oh, Esatag. You asked for that one,
Yeah,
Bucko.
Just had no idea, actually, that TSS could have been around bathrooms for some reason.
Jabby's playing it deep. Oof, Rez wins the duel. Lots of damage versus Rez right away, but he still manages the kill. Frag goes out. Could have finished off Rez if he was right in the proper spot. More utility raining in, but it's the bomb that's planted. Makes things interesting. They could go for the boost in a 4 versus 3 with low HP on Rez, but they want to make sure they can also attack around the side. Oh, there's the nade for it. And the boost nets them a ton of damage versus Brolin. Bomb halfway gone. There's eventually a flank coming through Monster. That's going to catch Brolin off. He won't bring anybody down with him. It's Plopsky in from short side. Time is of the essence. A molly on top of him. He peeks out, gets the kill, burning alive. They jump on top of it, but is there time? It comes down to the wire. Oh, and Cadian with Heroic's third.
Whoa, that molly, man. That was, it looked perfect. Somehow there was a little pocket. It was painted into a corner, but that corner was just enough to keep his feet wet. That was so close. Thought Plopsky was going to actually win the clutch from that moment on. I mean, of all this damage, and it's even harder to see him because of it. Fortunately for Heroic, they lock it up, grab a third.
Nice!
Yeah, and they could just take a sigh of relief.
Good game.
It is.
Ninja is obviously a nice 6-3 T-side lead. Wow. You love that 9 rounds in. But at least we got guns back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic's T-side's also fantastic. It's not one of the maps where I'm like, oh, worried about their T-side. That's like an overpass generality, but with Heroic, it's just such a good map for them.
Let's get it.
There'll be a ton of pressure, so.
Man, in comparison to some of these previous rounds, there is just vacancy on this A site for Heroic. Cadian all the way back.
Yeah.
And all alone.
Just having stairs is solid. I don't know if, I think Yabby may be outside the short water like he has been doing, watching short tunnel, but. Ooh. Yeah, okay, now the rotation comes in.
But they could get close. I mean,
yeah,
just missed that timing.
This is a nice tempo for Ninjas. They are not noticed at all.
Look, playing with grenades and whatnot. When you've got guys on flower pots, gentlemen,
they're just trading cards.
There are terrorists on your front door. And as TSS tries to peek out the window, delivery, 2 kills in from the Ninjas. They swarm that A site. No damn chance so far. Esatag, though, he's going to get dropped by Jabby. We get the bomb plant from Rez as Plopsky turns back. He misses his first chance at the kill, but will follow suit. And now we've got, of course, Hampus coming to help. So Stown will get pinched between 2 Ts. And Shush in a 1v3.
That was Furia-esque. And it's not like Furia in terms of their energy, but there's a specific round that Furia play where they walk the entirety of bathrooms, which is so unlike Furia, ironically.
Right.
But they do it a lot, and that's basically what Nip got away with there. They just cut noise, walked up, took a risk on where Cadian might be. Like, this is a round where if we want to visualize what that would look like, if it messed up, if Cadian peeked mid, if Cadian started bathrooms, if Cadian had the divider angle, he will get a kill in this kind of...
Oh my god.
In this kind of round. They assembled so fast. It was a minute 46 they were up there. So I was like, oh, but they didn't get the kill. But either way, what was the perfect call just to pause by the flower pots?
Yep. Wait a second, wait a second.
Yeah.
Hampus knows how cheeky that one is. All right, little limitation now. Ooh, Ninja's pulling away with something special. I mean, like you said, heroic, good T side. We don't have questions. But I mean, 3 rounds so far on the defense.
Yeah.
No reason to not believe Ninjas can't win more.
This would say a lot for the overpass. I think Maniac put it really well on the desk. Just, you know, they've both been really good at overpass. Both had downturns in periods. Heroic are one of the most innovative teams on this map. Ninjas, it was their best map by far. It was like, you almost identified overpass with their logo. Like, that's how much they played it. But now they're more seasoned and have changed a lot.
Rez puffing his chest and trying to be bigger than he is. Very much alone on the upper side of the map. CT's pulling back. Shush. Oh no. He doesn't take anything down, and that's one of the few rifles that Heroic are working with.
Oh, spotted.
Stown knows he has to put the smoke down to keep himself alive. Buys time for cavalry to arrive, and he actually goes over, but is sent packing nonetheless. That's going to put the M4 right into his teammate's hand. We got a deep spot from Brolin, and Cadian wins the duel on smoke. TESS in a pinch. As there's a lull in the action, he tries to remove himself from the front side of the site.
Oh,
excellent
the flash.
Flash assist. And that's going to vacuum an 8th one onto the scoreboard for the Ninjas.
Damn, that's nasty. I mean, just good entry work, right? That was a pure duel from Hampus. The pre-aim is right. Shush just can't win it. And they get shoved out. They're getting beast moded. I mean, and even if Heroic's T side is good, Nip's T side is definitely better than their own T side, so. Wow. This could be a huge day for Nip that we're witnessing.
Hampus promised they wouldn't lose it 3 times.
Yeah.
With a T side like this.
Did he promise, or did he say we can't?
I don't know. I make stuff up all the time.
You do.
I misquote players.
Yeah, but I'm actually curious. Which, yeah.
I'm the wrong person to ask.
Okay, just the only guy who knows that he said this at all.
Yeah, I like to stir the drama.
We're winning overpass point blank period. Hampus 2022.
16-0, no chance, no bomb plants, nothing.
Stress. That's what this is. It's just so much easier to get the job done now. You know, just that idea alone adds a ton of pressure. Another awful buy here for Heroic. Just the guns that they save, basically.
Ooh. Rez made a footstep, though. I heard the boots in the mud.
That's going on Harry soundboard. Okay, are you Harry? If you're listening, please post this.
And then they stall in a 5v4. We've got a chance here for TESS and Cadian, maybe, but Brolin. Oh, he's got a He's no longer has a teammate behind him. And he falls away. Doesn't like that. A little too nerve-wracking, having lost tag. Stown walks through. This could make things interesting with the P250. Hampus recovers. The AK is simply too strong. There goes the heaven smoke. So it's going to fall on Jabby with the AK on Graffiti. He's facing, and he's got Plopsky dead to rights. How many more? He'll be able to stay safe in the corner. Takes a chance, hoping somebody peeks over, but not necessary for the Ninjas. They can just lean back in a 3v2. Hampus is nearly dead. Thanks, of course, to the push in from Stown. We've got no kit, but a smoke. Jabby with a little bit of curiosity, pressing into this bomb site. Bombs at the halfway point. Rez prepared for the fight, but he loses to Jabby, and then that smoke comes down from heaven. Again, no kit. So you gotta get on it sooner than later, and they don't like their chances. Cadian's over towards the barrels, and now he's gonna get swarmed. Brought out by Hampus, 9 to the Ninjas.
That was massive from Brolin. He not only got the kill on Jabby, but he snuck up to the pillar, so it was impossible to refrag for Cadian as well. And in those final moments, of course, we're in the territory where no kit, no win. But they were close there for a second, and this down frag actually could have mattered as well. What? Okay. Did he say stop it?
I don't know.
I wonder what he said.
I don't know.
Love that energy, though. Okay. He said Stown's name. Yeah. Oh, the dink.
Come on, Tessus. Nice spot.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
Goes back, though.
Thought Plopsky was alone this time. Sometimes he is.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Feel like more often than not, really, but this time around, there was a pack of them. Cadian. Oof, gonna be tough to get out of there. Playing upper bathrooms, nobody else on this A site. Jabby may have to snap that scope. If Esatag misses, Cadian could be set up nicely. That's the only player on long side. Now Cadian becomes a real problem for the Ninjas. They're gonna try to press into him. Cadian, he gets a second, dealt with by Hampus.
That's kind of enough. I mean, they have...
Oh,
okay.
my God.
No, it's down. He gives that away. There's still one on the site. It might be unanticipated by Hampus, yes. So the shush rotation is enough to ensure this.
Okay, so 4 rounds heroic. Still working with the minimum, but room to improve to 6. And ultimately, I mean, I thought Cadian was going to get hit from both sides. Long player on his own walks into it. Cadian's good for 2.
Yeah, he does enough for sure.
If he doesn't survive, they're not going to have a goodbye in the next round.
Man, it feels like they know where he is.
If he dies after time, it'll be even worse.
They know where he is.
He's scoped up. Jabby's going to shoot him in the back of the head. And so, Esatag, no money for the follow-up, which just, again, kind of creaks that door open further for heroic.
Yeah. Which is good. It's going to provide the best viewer experience possible. Let's get a banger here in map 3. See how far we can take it. Actually, only a second timeout called here. It's crazy how little, New Age Overpass has to do with Monster.
Yeah, true.
It's used to be a part of the map that you could use every round sometimes. I think I remember a map where Virtus Pro used it like 11 rounds in a row or something.
It feels like that's where the most dominant overpass performances came from.
And it's kind of the same map.
I think it's exactly the same map.
They haven't really changed anything. Maybe they should just remove it.
They didn't change. We changed.
Yes, exactly. The players have found new ways to move on it.
But there is that limitation. Starkly seen with Esatag on a Desert Eagle. Again, a little recovery towards the end of the half, and Heroic have given themselves at least a little more leeway. Double op here between Cadian and Stown. Oh, blinded. Nicely timed between Rez and Hampus.
Oh, seamless.
Yeah, be stretching for that op. Puts down another smoke on Monster side. We get no movement out of the A setup from Heroic, and also nothing shown by Ninjas that way. It's a creep and crawl from Yabby. He's gonna have a head right ahead of him. Ooh, but he opts not to go around that next corner.
Yeah, he's between two minds, you can tell. You know, moving forward and backwards and misses a shot, but he gives himself a way to leave.
Tries to. Shush. Oh, blinded. The flashes this round are fantastic. Ninjas just overwhelming. And while Jabby's fully white, he takes one with him. A jump shot. It doesn't quite land. Rez hit by 2 nades, still stands. And with it, we get the save call. Heroic pulling the plug on another retake attempt. That's the Ninjas in pajamas with a 10-round T-side minimum.
Damn, they have been so good. Like the flashes you mentioned are the reason that this round is won 100%. But just their cohesiveness when they're hitting the B site, they've never really fumbled it. Just getting all together, getting across it. They've shut them out in every retake situation, except for maybe one. They have very much earned this 10-round half so far. You know, well deep into map 3 in this series. It's already been a long day for these guys. And the Ninjas are sharp as a shuriken.
Shuriken? Yeah.
Look at that flash, man. As the door opened. It was like milliseconds from being blinded. But I guess it would have landed over the door anyway.
Superb flash plays.
And Plopsky has been flying all this half as well. He's having a good T side for sure.
Good event. Good event.
Yeah,
for
good
Plopsky.
event. Very impressive event, man. Yeah.
Nice to see this. Again, those calls for a roster change getting louder and louder, and now Plopsky putting up big numbers when, again, Fall Finals is on the line. Do not want to have to play the Showdown. Grueling event. And you don't want to miss Fall Finals either. Big crowd. Home soil for some. Stown's alive, but sitting on 60. Got 2 faces, make it 3, pressing through the monster. Oof, shush. Felt like he was gonna pop up into the spray, but instead he takes a bullet to the face. Jabby, a 1 and done. Famas now up, and there it goes. Rez with a couple clean kills, and the Ninjas with a phenomenal T-side so far.
What can you say? You know, you don't want to overcomplicate it. These entries are ridiculous. They haven't even been doing entirely full execs. They haven't been stopped at the choke points. And just with the tiniest bit of freedom, they've got the most.
Is Esatag gonna stab a man? No. Catches TESS on the side of it. It's gonna have to be Cadian with a 1v4. We've seen it happen in the past. But right now, he is pinned into the position and oh so incredibly desperate. Considering what we saw previously from the Ninjas, this is a phenomenal T-side. Stark improvement. And when it matters most, Cadian will be swept away. And in this very short break, he is going to have to re-fixate the troops and try to bounce back again in map 3.
No, this ain't good.
How is he doing that?
Defensive mode, guys!
Oh, how?
I think he's cheating.
That is a scandal.
Oh, I don't know, my crosshair was on him.
I said, where did he kill you, boys? Come on!
Thanks to Betway, we're here with West Ham United, and I'm about to be joined by Jared Bowen, David Martin, and Mikel Antonio, and we are going to play some Counter-Strike, and they've got to go up against the Betway bot. Will our players be able to stop the bot? Let's find out.
Wait a minute, he's got AK-47, I've only got a little pistol.
Oh, you'll be able to get your weapons. You'll be able to get the different ones in there and choose what you want.
Well, basically, they gave the most powerful man.
You guys need some tactics, right, to be able to take him down. This is 3v1, it should be easy. So how are you going to coordinate this? Just spray. Spray and pray. You're not even going to talk to each other on it, you're just going to go all out for it. Have you heard of Counter-Strike before? You know what it was?
Nah, not
at all. So in terms of first-person shooters, it's just Call of Duty you were playing?
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, you shoot me.
Boys, gotta stay together, mate. Say it together. Let's not go individual yet. He's meant to be decent. It's 3v1. Try to stay close. Let's go.
Bosh.
Getting nervous now.
3v1, it's going to be 5-minute rounds, and you've got to take him down as many times as possible. If he gets the round against you guys, we're going to lower his difficulty.
In that one, was he the highest in that one as well?
Yeah, everything was on highest, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's fine, mate.
Oh, okay, confidence.
Don't
All
worry
right.
about that.
The Three Musketeers, here we go. Boom,
We're
now
off,
it started. 5 minutes, 3v1, you've got to fight him.
you.
Now, 2 of you joined up together already. You're just bashing up the glass. All right. He's going to be the guy, the red guy. You killed him last time. Oh, okay.
Mate,
He
wind
started
me
off.
up.
Wait, he done you
Where are
quick.
you?
What's my health?
Oh my God.
So you didn't
Right,
expect
that's
how
it.
quick that
Nah,
was.
I haven't it no more.
Let's see, I told you it's good.
Nah, this ain't good. This is not good. Oh, I wanted to knife him. I'm used to pressing the analog stick in.
I wouldn't recommend trying to knife.
All right, you're defensive mode, guys. Get in the corner.
Stick together. You want to change up the weapon?
No. This is my weapon.
You're trusting on this one? At the moment, you've got random weapons going through.
Oh, how? I
Ooh.
shot him about 3 times.
It's going to be an uphill battle here for Heroic. We've got a set of Danes already sent to the Showdown, and now there's another pack of them on the brink of defeat. Tough stuff to have to deal with after 11 rounds.
Yeah.
11 rounds on that T side.
We're seeing a fantastic nip. I mean, this is an amazing nip we're watching. Like I thought early in this half, Heroic, they're going to be great. Their CT side, it looks strong in a couple of situations. The nip actually ran over them like it was Mirage. They just had such good entries. They kept it clean. They made T side overpass look easy, which is like the hardest thing to do these days.
Pistol will make a world of difference. A sigh of relief if Heroic can pick this one up. We've got Berettas on Plopsky and Brolin. And Hamp is starting to run. Oh my God, a flying jabby headshot. Ooh, and another. Rez gonna try to bring it back. We've seen beautiful things from this P2000 today already, but distracted by the guy up long. Jabby, 3 kills. He is on for a pistol round ace when Heroic need him and it more than ever.
Ooh, and it would be a beautiful one too. That first jumping headshot.
Brolin walk up. Tesses. Oh my God, he's looking the wrong way. Oh, wow. He just gets around the corner. Now the bomb is planted for Bank. And unfortunately for Brolin, Plopsky shouldn't be able to offer much. 6 points of health.
Go off, Yabby.
Brolin goes deep. Yabby's got 4. On for the ace. A single bullet will get the job done. Yabby! Hook, line, and sinker.
That was money with the whiteout as well. A classy ace here from Yabby. And a necessary ace? That's how it began?
You're kidding.
Wow. And then he did everybody else in with Hampus's gun. Wicked.
Very nice ace. Critical pistol round on top of it. Now, again, long road back into this match. But every great comeback starts with a pistol round win. Armored pistols here for the ninjas. Ooh, Brolin, he's just tucked inside connector. That is a weapon offered to him.
Oh man, he gets away with that.
No, look at all the damage, Mahone.
They even took it, yeah, they distracted a little bit here at the top of stairs, and he's about to be able to go up the ladder. That is just a huge amount of space. They've, nearly lost track of him. He comes back.
3 of 4 players half health.
I think he's worried that he's being camped out potentially. And yes, HP in this situation plays a huge factor.
Man, that is a shiver down Heroic spines. From an ace in the pistol to 3 players. Oh! Make it only 2 that are still tagged. Yabby 100 health.
They'll need him again, I think.
Bam, a dig to the face from Hampus.
Taking it quickly up long now, 30 seconds. They're rattled.
Not only is low HP gonna play against them, the clock, but Essetag just kind of caught crossing in the open, not ideal. B players need to scramble up. Hampus maybe slows them down here. Stound's about to walk around, but he just moved his crosshair at that second. A saving grace to Heroic's favor, a nade that lands on the rotators, and now you'd think that Heroic have survived this test. Little gap on the side of that. Plopsky trying to serve up a distraction. Bank players soon to strike. Rez tries to slide into Katie, and his MAC-10 finds its victim, and Heroic survive.
Oh, they threw that one away. Big time, man. They even, I mean, that was every single player basically took the most awkward choice. So after this kill, they could have instantly moved off into the corner of long, but there was still time for Heroic to get here. Of course, that's what they were worried about, so they should have done that sooner or not done it at all. They could have just maintained any crossfires and cut these 3 players down easily. This could have at least definitely been a 1v1, you know, kind of at worst. So, I don't know. You don't want to let an opportunity like that slip. Now, with everyone dead, no armor rebot in this next round. Heroic can start to grow in strength. Lay a foundation that starts with a good economy.
First 2, easy. Jabby's starting to rack up frags now.
He is. Man. Yeah, 19 frags. I mean, with that ace, and it's just Yabby, who looks like a player that has played on the team for some time, right? He was struggling for a bit.
Now we're getting regular performances.
We're getting the Yabby that I think, you know, I'm very much a Yabby believer, and I think everybody who's watching the Flames kind of understood his value as a rifler on that team as well. And it felt like, okay, maybe the fit isn't exactly right there for a few days, but it's still early, of course, and now it's starting to shine through the cracks.
Buying time as well for maybe some other pieces to kind of throw themselves to the mix. Remember what went down on Inferno? We had ninjas, every single player performing, like the entire pack with like 2 kills in between in terms of a difference. But it was Stound and it was Yabby. Those are the 2 guys from Heroic that really brought it back. And right now, we're getting the Yabby show. Stound is still struggling here on map 3. He's got time.
He was whiffing. He was whiffing a lot. Actually, I think Stound, the funniest part about Stound is I think his aim is actually the thing that gives him the most trouble. Like, funnily enough, like some games he has great aim, but even in like his high kill games, he'll miss like a high number of shots where he could have had way more. It could have been, you know, from 30 to 35 or 30 to 40 instead. And here are the signature Heroic grenades. Of course, no one there to receive them.
Yabby going for the water control. He's got Resin Plopsky to deal with on the right. Oof. Cadian tries to set it up with the flash. Wallbang comes through from Monster side, and it's not going to connect. It's a man disadvantage the moment ninjas have guns.
Circling around and spawn right now. Oof. This is something you also didn't really see when Nip were playing that first half. Just giving away a kill and then walking around, right? It felt like Heroic were never able to make him do that.
Stound gets offered to the gods. But nobody's home. 3 players leaning up on this A site. Very little map control for the ninjas. Kind of playing this one a little bit blind.
Yeah. Bro on an overpass here on the A site is an absolute monster. When they play passive spots, there's very few players who can do as much as him in this position. So I think he probably plays these passive spots too much, but for whatever reason, he gets away with it.
Oh, Molly down. Critical amounts of time. Bomb dropped as well. Cadian, he's going to have to pick that up. He's going to have to run in with the bomb on his back and his sniper in his hands. He's got TESS and Shush inside the site. A wide swing from Hampus goes down. 3v3. A push perhaps from Dumpster. Essetag. Wallbang just a little off the mark. Bomb is planted, but he burns. And it's going to fall onto the shoulders of Shush. Versus 3. He's worried about the flank first. Nothing there. Everybody is over on this bomb site. They're starting to move in on him. And he still has an element of surprise to play off of. Now that Essetag's on bomb, it's going to elicit the peak, and that peak is his end. A 12th for the ninjas.
Hey, well handled, you know. And when they played those passive spots, they did let Heroic get close, get onto the site, get the bomb down, and get into a post plant, but they had the fallback utility to make sure to get those kills as soon as possible before they could leave. And that was the key point. So just enough here with the 1 kill from Brolin, and then Hampus getting flushed out of position. There's actually no problem with Rez helping himself out with the molly and the spray down on top of it. And so Nip keep a meter stick between them and Heroic as we round out this series into the final 10 rounds. If we even need that many, it'll be on Heroic to show us otherwise. And they have bought him out to bank accounts.
Jabby doing his own thing here. Nobody to help. No flashbangs sent in. Just contact and a kill and a half. Does that draw anybody off of the A site? Yeah, no. In fact, it's the opposite. Brolin comes sending right back up.
Yeah, and again, that's a symptom of the fact that he's hard lurking a lot. Inferno, Mirage as well.
Yo, Brolin.
Holy hell.
Keen to take these fights. Wasn't even really a follow-through yet coming from Heroic, but now counter-terrorists, they've got the big picture. Brolin down to 40. Oh, Essetag traded instantly, but at least he brings one with him. Brolin still hanging on to the opposite side of truck. He sees the shadow, shoots above. 2 kills come through for the Ninjas. Tesses to the 1v3. And he's got a little pocket on this side, so he thinks. Hampus emerging from bank, and the Ninjas getting closer and closer.
Damn, yeah, that was not one to inspire confidence from Heroic. You see DJL ramping it up now in the energy, and that's because NIP have an enormous chance. I think if we're seeing signs of weakness, like I said with Nip on Mirage in that second half where I didn't really see them coming back into it, I'm starting to feel that from Heroic. Right here, 30-second mark, they don't have long control. They're coming up onto the site. Essetag can take the right angle on the back of Dice. Everybody's comfortably moving into position, and it's their fights. They're the ones in the domineering positions. They're getting Heroic to sign up to unfair battles. And that's not normally the pace at which Heroic set on their T rounds. They have the CT scrambling, losing space, losing control. And right now, time is on Nip's side.
Crunch time now. They're gonna have to let another one slip through their fingertips. Heroic have come back in this series already, but never with the pressure this high. Double flash, double smoke, unarmored pistols. Bleak chances for the Danes in round 21. And it was always gonna be bleak after such a commanding first half. The Ninjas putting in so much work on their own offense.
Heroic literally have to flip a switch and take it to a new level. Like they did in that Inferno comeback. They somehow pull out this pistol, that'll be another story, but I think at best they're looking for a plant to go down. They know the space is here to walk up with. Scaling flash getting readied here for Cadian.
Oh, not the cleanest first one, but a nice recovery. 3 kills, 4 for Brolin. Oh, it's actually Essetag sniping him down in the middle.
Wow.
Which, in hindsight, is huge because Brolin's missing shots on that first player.
Yes.
I thought he finally got it. It was Essetag that lends him a helping hand.
Right. Some warm-up ammo here.
Right. Oof. But he recovers.
Yes.
I mean, these poor suckers. Walking out of a smoke point blank versus Brolin's M4.
Somehow that flash does nothing. I don't know if it goes way deep into the sight and Blind's truck, but Brolin's like fully looking forward and he's fine. Good spot to play. And now he's going to test the waters a little bit, operating alone at the top of bathrooms.
Oh, that's Plinko nade.
He's new.
Give him time. Time is running out.
Yes.
2 rounds away from victory. 2 rounds away from the fall finals.
And we got another game of no bottom fraggers here from Nip. Such a tight score line kill-wise with everybody. And, like, look who's on top, man. Plopsky, again.
Sick event from him.
Sick event. You know, you look at the... Honestly, if you look at the kills, overall, he's probably not got any, like, that many top frag maps. Probably not that many maps, even over 20. But he's playing unsexy spots that he's doing way more than he should in. And he's actually improved his Seaside performance a lot, visibly. The work's been paying off, and it's paid off for Nip.
Oh, Brolin. Poor TSS. His back fully exposed to this flank, and there's nobody else here. This could be an easy 15, unless the 3 versus 4 on this B site comes through. A good flashbang, gets Rez off his initial angle, but Plopsky shaves Jabby off the bomb site. Down yet to come around the pillar. There was his chance, and he's dropped like a sack of potatoes. Cadian has nowhere to run. He tried to get his men into that B bomb site, but a total shutdown from the Ninjas yet again.
This might end in a murmur, man. That's domination here from Nip after a fantastic T side. A wicked CT side, the prophecy of Hampus comes true. He promised overpass, and he's potentially delivering that inside of 1 round. And a ticket booked to the fall final on the horizon.
Plopsky quick to catch Jabby on sight, and then you could see how that instantly kind of puts Stown into a stutter. Stalled behind the pillar for a second, and in that second, the Ninjas continue to clamp down on them. And this third map got way more tense. You know, we're hooting, we're hollering on Mirage and on Inferno.
That's true, yeah.
This has just been cold, calculated, killer instinct from the Swedes. And Heroic have had nothing to cheer about just yet. And this buy, ugh. If they can win with this, it's beyond my ken, beyond our understanding. Brolin moves in. Looking for a grenade. That could have been a chance for Cadian to pounce, and sure enough, he's here. Esatag turning attention. Hampus is in sight with a helping hand. Man advantage continuing to kill them every step of the way. And sure enough, they have survived the test. A very, very difficult last map from Shush. He will end 9-16, and the Swedes stand tall.
Straight up beautiful game. So many great things to talk about. A huge congratulations to Nip. They have been building brick by brick this year, and there have been downturns in that growth. But this is a perfect time for an upswing.
That it is.
A huge qualification and a fantastic result.
And unfortunately for Heroic, misery loves company. All of the Danes basically sent down to the Showdown. When you are playing for a spot in the Royal Arena on home soil, to have 2 Danish teams down in the Showdown and only 2 spots with a lot of hungry rosters hoping to take those places away from them, it's going to be a bloodbath, as it always is. But the Ninjas don't have to worry about that, not one bit. Securing this here and now, you can see the smiles on the face of DJL. Shout out to him as well. Awesome T-side, stark improvement here on Overpass. We hand it down to James.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got Rez alongside me here, and I'm going to start on the pistols. You know, the little interview we had last time? It's funny how you win a pistol on all the maps, but the map you win both pistols, you lose the map. Is pistols not really that important now?
We don't really care about that anymore. I don't know, we can't rely on them, so yeah. Yeah.
You definitely can't rely on them. This overpass, though, right, looked a lot better. There's smiles on your faces, things have worked out, but you guys were telling me that something didn't feel right when you're playing the other games, communication wasn't there. This was a team performance in the maps you won, that you were winning as a team. What was the conversation like before you went into this one?
This game felt completely different than all the other ones. Like, the energy was on a whole different level, and the communication was insane, and I'm just happy. This is I feel like we're really close to our A game right now, and if we can keep this up, we can win this.
And what was the conversation that DJL was having with you? Because I remember when you just lost to Liquid, I saw his face. He wasn't very happy, and he said there'd be a strong talking to. So what did that conversation look like?
Yeah, no, a lot of talking about pistols there again, but you know, yeah, we have a lot of ups and downs at the moment. We're trying to switch things up, and Overpass work really well now because we switched things up there, and I think this is a good look going forward.
Now, in general, as a team, you guys are a little bit more quiet. We saw Cadian screaming and shouting, but DJL behind you at least is giving it his welly the whole time. You like that little back and forth motivational battle?
Yeah, I think it makes it more fun. The game is becomes more interesting, and it's nice to see him triggered.
And how much of a much needed confidence boost was this just for you guys in general? Because it has been an up and down ride, like you mentioned.
Yeah, of course. I think at the moment we're looking good. We're on a good path. But yeah, we're working really hard, harder than before, and we just need to keep this up.
Need to keep it up for sure. Well, Rez, congratulations on that one. We'll keep things moving forward.
Despite it going the full distance, NIP get the job done. And what I would say was a pretty decisive round of Overpass, a complete kind of 180 from what we saw going on against their opponents of Liquid. They make it through to the Royal Arena. Maniac, I thought it was going to be famous last words from Hampus when he said, surely we can't lose Overpass for the third time in a row. No, they get the job done, and they get it done decisively.
Yeah, the argument wasn't really theoretically strong, but in the server, they were strong. If we talked about the T side, if we talked about their woes previously in the tournament, none of that bullcrap here. That was a pristine T health. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they have changed, but whatever the hell they figured out, it worked out beautifully because they had Kenyon's number and Heroic's number, for that matter, figured out all the way.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what the talk were all about, you know, in terms of they changed something up on the T side. We're saying now it's a great outlook for Overpass all of a sudden. You played 2 horrible T sides in this group stage. You got a total of 4 rounds and 30 rounds on the T side, and all of a sudden you come in against Heroic, who notoriously speaking is a great CT-sided team, and you run them all over on that T side. So something has changed. You know, we can maybe look into the demos, we can look into some of the positions, but the way they were playing on that T side, that was the NIP we expected coming into the tournament.
At first sight, we're going to have to talk about the B pressure that NIP put on Heroic. It seemed to work time and time again. It wasn't a matter really of timing, because I think they varied greatly if it was early in the round or if it was late round, but whenever they decided to strike on that B side, it was relatively clean, not a whole lot of utility, but the first wave of attack was so strong. There was so much percussion in that first wave, and Shush, who's usually a relatively stable piece of defense on the B side here, had a bit of a tough game. He struggled massively to stop that first line of attack, and I think that's the main reason why NIP got away with it.
What really impressed me about the NIP T side as well was it was a real team effort, particularly when we're looking at the kill distribution coming out of that first half. There was literally barely anything in it. Every player chiming in when they needed to.
14 rounds into the game, you had 10 players at 10 kills and 1 player at 12. You talk about a team performance, you talk about an even scoreboard. You don't get it any more streamlined than just that. You're right, Freya, when you're saying that every single player from NIP contributed in terms of the fracking distribution on the server. Good to see for NIP. Good bounce back. You know, I'm happy it wasn't the last famous words coming out of Hampus right here. They showed some progress. They showed they're able to, I guess, change during a tournament, change during a rough time, and that is a very good asset to have as an in-game leader.
That was a good close shave of a map for NIP, honestly. Great team plan on the offense. The defense, they stabilized when they had to. They even stayed in control in some of these post-plan situations where previously in the tournament, we have seen them sometimes give them away. Here, none of that. They were very disciplined, very strict. We had a bit of a 1v3 against Shush that could have gone wrong, but no, everyone had the right utility. They knew the spacing and the trading. This was an NIP that I hadn't seen personally in quite a while.
Yeah, as we can see by the scoreboard as well. Plopsky and Brolin just kind of sneaking out ahead in terms of those frags, particularly coming into that CT side as well. I mean, we've given a lot of words to the T side. What were you particularly impressed about from the CT side of NIP to really be, you know, decisively closing this one out?
Well, you know, I really think they made a difference in the first half, so I struggled to see. I think they knew the advantage they had, and they played away with it quite well. I think they allowed themselves, they gave themselves the time, they didn't play with any pressure, they weren't impatient, they were passive, because I think they realized that Heroic were the one grasping at straw, they were the one trying to find that second fresh of breath air, and that wasn't the case. So NIP did what they had to do in the first half, and they run away with the advantage.
Yeah, I would like to highlight Plopsky as well. We see some highlights coming out of him. We were questioning his position within NIP. We were questioning his performance as well in this group stage. Him and Brolin stepped it up in this game. And again, Plopsky, he is a point of conversation, right? Is he good enough in the role that he's in? I think this tournament, he's proven that he's trending upwards right now. It's getting better and better game by game for Plopsky. Good to see. Brolin, again, had a decent game right here in Overpass, but we're yet to see Brolin really take over the server. We're yet to see Brolin unfold that massive potential we've seen before in Fnatic.
I do have questions, though, for Heroic going forward. Unfortunately, with that loss does mean they're banished down to the Showdown. And that does not spell pretty things when you think about just only one of the other teams making it to the depth. It's Astralis. At least one of those is not going to be making it to the Royal Arena, as there is only one spot in that European qualifier. I mean, it could be neither of them also in this situation.
It could be neither. We already have Big that's right there, and Big have shown a better face during these few days here at Blast, so there's no guarantee at all that actually a Danish team would make it through to the full final. They're going to have to fight for it. And for Heroic, I guess the resume is kind of hard to paint a clear picture. I think they've been inconsistent in the level they've had from map to map. That's my issue. There was never an actual series that was coherent coherent in the level we've seen. Right there, you talk about the second map. This is much better, clear skies, and here on Overpass, they fall flat. So we are struggling to find a middle ground for Heroic right now.
I'm worried. I'm very worried for Heroic. Every single time.
Jacob.
Nah, yeah, maybe. I hope so. The problem is that we now have 2 Danish teams into the Showdown. There's a possibility Vitality as well could lose to G2.
Yeah.
And
Don't you?
there's a lot of Danes all of a sudden in the Showdown. Yeah, I'm just saying. No, but I'm worried for Heroic. Every single time in Heroic's history, we've seen them make a roster change. They go into this honeymoon period. It happened with Shoes and Refresh when they came in as well. They won their Pro League group. They went on to a win streak, winning 11 maps in a row or something like that. This time around, there's been no honeymoon period at all. They started out in Cologne by being disappointing. They come into the group stage right here, albeit 12 teams, 6 spots for the finals. Heroic is supposed to be one of those teams. They don't qualify. This is the first time we see Heroic struggle massively. And let me once again put it into context for you. The reason why they removed Refresh was that they were not okay with just being a top 5, top 6 team. They were not okay with coming into the semi-final at the major. They want to win the major. They want to win trophies. Right now, Heroic has never been further away from winning anything.
Well, Pimp, you mentioned the name of Vitality, and they are coming up next in our final matchup of the day, battling for that final spot here at the full groups through to the Royal Arena. It's going to be the main card matchup and a rematch on the cards as well, as they're going up against G2 in just a few.
A rematch that'll fill Vitality with confidence, but they will still need to be on their guard as the Samurai Sword is always sharp.
Sammy's on high alert, just gonna body bag each and every one.
But will it be deadly?
Kills will be needed when the battle goes down again. G2 want to avoid the showdown at all costs.
We'll be cut down by Nico. Nico's even better.
But how much have they improved in just 2 days?
So Danny, looking at the game taking on Na'Vi, right? The changes that came in, especially on your Mirage, looking at Spinks coming into a roster, how do you view it considering obviously you were still able to put up a good fight and challenge one of the best in the world?
It's not to take anything away from Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi is one of the best teams in the world, and if not the best when they're really hitting on all cylinders. But I felt that we could have played better yesterday. I felt we didn't play as good as we did against G2. So in hindsight, it was looking back at it, it was a bit difficult. But also we are in early stages, and it's always good to know that you could have played better. And we did some communication mistakes and some misunderstandings. But all in all, it was a good fight. I think, especially on Mirage. I think we really kept it going compared to some of the last games. So it was a good game, but still feel a bit
We could have done a little bit more, you know, want a bit more out of it. But when it comes to this rematch, your last game you played against G2, it was such a weird one in the sense that every game was just dominant from one team. Was there much you can look at and when you review it and say, okay, look, this wasn't acceptable? Because it seems a bit less tactical, a bit more just you guys throwing at each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams are going through some critical changes one way or the other. So we have to rely on our own game style, not so much about them, and playing on intuition, daring to take some duels here and there, and not playing so tactically in some sense. I think we'll see some of the same similarities again. People just going a little bit crazy, trying to get some multi-kills here and there, and playing aggressive. I think that's at least what I expect from T2, alongside also a bit of tweaks from the last game.
Okay, and in terms of Hooksy, right, obviously they memed about his performance, but it's just not been there. Is there something that you could play into that where you want to target him a bit more?
I'm a bit superstitious when it comes to that. Hooksy for me is the best player in the world right now. I don't want to jinx anything. We've tried that in Astralis when we were playing in Cologne against Na'Vi with Zeus. And I think it was the second time in his career that he ever got 30 kills because we were trying to exploit him. So never again. So Hooksy is the best player in the world right now, and we'll try everything to avoid him.
So you're not messing into that. You're not just going to run at him. You're not going to try and abuse him. But have you noticed something, at least from that other game, something you can take away from it? And also, what do you think is going to go down in this veto? Because I think, is it just going to be the same maps? You obviously know it already. You can fill me in. You can let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely we're not going to pick Nuke again. I think that was, we just wanted to test the waters and see how we were performing. And we know that G2 normally don't like Nuke, but they were destroying us outside in that game. So I think we'll try and avoid it unless they pick it. Maybe they'll pick Vertigo again. I don't know. It's one of those games where you're like, okay, this didn't work out, but we can change and adapt to something new. And then hopefully they can for their side they can get a better game this time. But yeah, I mean, we might also try and pick something else this time. Who knows?
You got a little smile on your face there, Danny. All right, well, I'm going to be waiting and interested to see how that one goes out. But also I saw that Apex was getting a bit loud like he does anyway, right? But directed a bit more at Manasi in this one, trying to put the young star down a little bit. Are you guys enjoying this studio environment? We can see a bit more of that?
Yeah, it reminds me of my old days in 1.6, where we were just sitting and screaming at each other, and then obviously being friends afterwards. But yeah, I think it's really cool to be back in that environment where you can, whenever the glass goes, transparent. It's just a joy to see some of the players go crazy. But me personally, I don't want to go into that game. I just want to focus on my own team.
Okay, and do you think it's going to be more of a mental warfare from what you're saying, right? And we're going to see this again, similar style of what we had before.
Yeah, I think it can be a really brawl, but it can also be one-sided. I think. I mean, it's really up to who hits the day. I think it's a lot comes down to who hits the day individually. And if we want to beat G2, we have to play better than we did yesterday against Na'Vi, though it was a close game.
Thank you very much for your time, Danny. Good luck.
A grudge match on the cards, and with literally everything to play for. G2 and Vitality clashing heads, but only one spot at the Royal Arena is up for grabs. Of course, as we saw Vitality last time, if history is going to repeat itself, they might be in for a relatively easy ride because they did take down G2 quite swiftly. And it was Spinks that was really the man on our lips, considering, you know, he's a new addition to Vitality, and he was delivering in spades during that matchup.
He delivered big time, but I have an inkling that we're going to see a different type of series that last time. It looked very one-sided on all maps. Just as a reminder, just to set the scene, what happened was that every single team had strong CT sides to begin the map they played. So what happened is everyone got punished on an own map pick. G2 couldn't get the ball rolling on Vertigo.
Yeah.
Vitality never found the solution on Nuke, and then the third map, Vitality ran away with it. I am presuming that we're going to have a different structure of a game here, and it's going to be a bit more messy and back and forth.
I would hope so, you know, not only for us as viewers, but also for the teams as well. Test them a little bit more, you know, test G2 on their own map pick once again. Vitality to be tested on a third potential map. I think both these lineups have so many good individual players that it's unrealistic in a way not to expect that at some point it will even out, right? The skill ceiling on both teams, we've seen it so far in the tournament, is incredible high. You've seen Maniac do outrageous stuff as always. You see Nico do what Nico does the best. Saivu is back to his best shape as well. Spinks into the mix. We talked about him. He had a fantastic series last time around. So in terms of the raw skill on the server, I personally would be very surprised if it doesn't even out over the course of the series.
There's obviously an incredible amount of skill on the server, Freya. That is non-negotiable. But what we are sure as well as is that two of these teams, or these two teams rather, are construction site. That's how I view them, right? None of them are quite yet ready. Obviously, G2 bringing in Hooksy and JKS, they're going to have a lot on their plate to figure out how they want to play Counter-Strike. But even Vitality, we saw them have deep changes in their philosophical defenses. You have Apex as a RAM player, Apex as a B anchor. What the hell am I looking at? This is quite new. So that's why we cannot stand here and tell you for sure G2 is going to win this map. For sure Vitality is going to win this. Because we have a lot of questions and they themselves haven't figured it out quite yet.
That's why I feel Vitality have the edge though. I feel foundational-wise, right? G2 is building a complete new foundation. Takes a long time before the house is ready. Whereas for Vitality, they're putting in the doors, they're putting in the windows. It's just one player into a new position. So they are a little bit further in that progress.
Yeah, no, I do like that analogy. So where would you say the kind of build level is with Spinks thus far? Because what we've seen of him, you know, did look really good against G2. I feel like kind of everybody in that game versus Na'Vi struggled a little bit, even Zywoo.
I think we've seen a lot of examples so far that they're really catering towards Spinks. They're trying everything they can to make him feel comfortable. You see positions being switched up. You see Spinks get into some of the more, I guess, round-demanding positions as well, where he gets a lot of input, where he has a lot of responsibility.
He's activated.
Yeah, very activated as well. You could say the same about some of the other players, though, for Vitality. Now it's them being put into some uncomfortable positions, A great example is Apex on towards ramp, CT side Nuke. So for Spinks as an individual, he's lived up to the hype, whereas for the rest of the Vitality players, maybe more so them struggling a bit.
By principle, if you are the general manager of Vitality, if you are the coach of Vitality, or even if you're Apex for that matter, what you want is Spinks and Zywoo to have the maximum input on the server. That's what you want. You want your best player, of course, Zywoo, to keep on trucking, to keep on giving what he does, but you want Spinks to also deliver something close to what he had in ends. Mahone talked about it. He had very high words for Spinks. He said meteoric rise. Of course, that's what happened with him, but that system that Snappy had tailored was also part of the reason why Spinks was so good. So Apex has to try and find a way to get the best out of his new player.
Well, let's move the topic on over to their opponents in G2 and start the conversation with Nico and Banks.
Nico, the thing I'm going to start off with here is obviously we spoke a lot about Hooksy, but on JKS's side of things, on Nuke, you know, ramp monster, he was looking very good, looking very comfortable. But like in terms of what you expect from him and for him to be fully ready on everything in that sense and deliver the way you were expecting, what kind of timescales do you give that and what's it looking like for G2?
I think it depends on the maps. I think on some maps that he has kept the position from the earlier times. I think he's feeling like very comfortable and very confident in it, such as Nuke Ramp. I can't remember now everything, but yeah, on the most of the maps like that he kept position, he's feeling very comfortable. On some of the maps that he's like new to positions, he's a bit more like hesitant. He's a bit doubting too much of himself. I think he's focusing on like some things like what he should do, what he should not, like trying to help more team. But I think we just want him like to be type of a player like Rob says, you know, just anchoring, lurking around and like closing out the rounds. When he has the space, he takes it, you know, and that takes time with the new positions. But I think he understands what we want from him, and he's like he's also the type of player, you know. It's just it's something is new for him on some maps, but I'm pretty sure that he will deliver very soon, and we are all believing in him. I think he trusts himself as well. He trusts us, and it's also super nice. His communication is super good, obviously, and I think that's what we have been missing in past lineups. So so far we are really happy with him.
Now I want you to try and explain to me in the best way you can this last time you faced off against Vitality, because it wasn't exactly tactical warfare, it was a lot of running, gunning and just absolute craziness. Obviously you guys don't want that side of things to happen again, but what did you look at when you came back to that game?
Yeah, I think that the result doesn't really show the real story of the game. I think that game was much closer than results show, as I say. I think on Vertigo we have lost so many rounds with advantage where we get an entry or 2 entries, or where like we know where they are but we don't rotate on time or properly, or we don't make the right plans. So I think Vertigo we just lost to ourselves, honestly. I don't think they looked amazing. Obviously they were, I think one thing that they were really good at, they were really good at shooting. Like they were not missing a headshot, and that was probably the key for them. But I still feel like that we kind of outplayed ourselves a bit in that game. And then obviously on Nuke, everything went our way. We were the ones who were shooting this time and dictating the pace. And then Inferno as well, I think we started kind of like very similar, like on Vertigo, you know, like losing some rounds that like we could have and should have won, where we got an entry. And then I really thought after this clutch from Ilya that we we're gonna get at least like 6 or 7 rounds. But I think the round that broke us is just this anti-eco that we lost on the second half of Inferno. And it was very hard to come back after that. But honestly, I think they were the biggest problem in that game was like they were really on point, like individually. I feel like they were really shooting hard, and everyone needs to step up from our side individually if we want to match the firepower.
Great to get to hear from Nico, and very interesting to see that map veto rolling in, because Danny, last time we saw these two teams face off on Vertigo, G2 weren't looking so hot.
Yes, they were not, and Nico even mentioned it in his interview that they were just getting these entries and just losing these man advantages. And I have an example of that exact round, or one of them rather. So here we're going to see a round 7-1. Nico gets an entry on ZywOo, and Hooksy gets one as well, making it a 5v3 situation. Now, typically in 5v3 situations, fundamentally, you really just want to group up and trade out the last few kills. That's the easiest way to do it. And we're going to see something completely different from G2, really. So pay attention to Hooksy here and Nico here. First thing we'll see is that Hooksy is going to go here towards this alley position alone. He gets Molotoved off. He dies. And Nico, who's fighting towards ramp, he's not really close enough to really be able to do anything off that kill. That's still okay, though. 4v3 situation, they're still in the advantage. But the key thing here is what they do at middle. So Hunter and JKS, they're both going to come up here towards this middle position. And we're going to see the same thing. They're both separated. JKS going to go over here towards this B side. And then Hunter, he's going to come here towards this mid position. They're going to do the separated. And you're going to see what happens here. You'll see that Hunter, as he comes in towards this middle area, he gets into a duel. He loses it. And JKS, once again, he's in a spot where he's not able to trade Hunter at all. He's not close enough. He's simply not close enough. He comes in to clear the B site. He does kind of a half clear. He's only cleared this portion of the site, leaving spots unchecked, like Dupree over there. And ultimately that leads to Modesty thinking that the site is clear, and he has his knife out, he dies, and then Nico, his spacing is not quite close enough to Modesty here, so hence he's not in a position to really kill Dupree right off the bat, and ultimately that puts JKS in this 1v2 situation where he gets double teamed. So something that turns from a 5v3 turns into a 2v0, and this is all because they just didn't play together. So something I'm looking to see from G2 is them playing a bit more cohesively when they get into these man advantage situations.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. Yeah, really great insight into some of the issues that G2 faced up against last time around they played Vitality. Another issue, though, for the side of G2, we do unfortunately have to throw the firepower into the equation for this team.
There's a big disparity between what you're seeing right here. Obviously, Nico and Modesty, they've been firing on all cylinders. Hunter's a little bit in the middle right there. Hasn't been good, hasn't been bad. Used to. Yeah, I mean, given the fact that he had the best CT side he's probably ever had, you know, that Dust 2 CT side with 26 kills, to see him only +5, he's not really having the best tournament overall. But the big problem, Matthew, is of course JKS and Hooksy. The firepower from those two, it's gonna be a problem, because if you compare them to Vitality, they actually have 3 players right now performing, both in Spinx, ZywOo, and Dupree.
Yes, pound for pound, it doesn't seem to be enough for G2 right now. We're all hoping to see a reaction coming in from JKS. Of course, it was one of the hot topics, the idea that he could replace Jax and just immediately provide an input that is superior, which which we haven't really seen so far. And when it comes to Huxley, look, we don't need to cover it. We've been over it over and over again. Whatever he needs right now is a little bit of confidence, a couple sprinkles of confidence, because it's been dry for Huxley, and I'm hoping we don't get to extend the meme, because this is going to turn into a nightmare.
Yeah, he does just need to reset. Full focus coming into this one, as it is last chance saloon to be making it smoothly into the Royal Arena. It's Vitality's pick coming in once again, and it looked good for them last time around. We're going to see if they can repeat their form after this.
And so we've got a banger to end the night, my friends. We're not just ending the night, we're ending the event. The Blast Fall Groups comes to a close with this here best of 3. 2 great teams, both post-roster change, and the Betway odds favoring Vitality. Why? Because they have already met in a BO3. Pretty much blowouts in all 3 maps, but Vitality picking up the first and the third. They exchange each other's map picks. Now we've got different maps in the equation. We're basically getting to see, 5 maps between these 2 teams over the 2 different BO3s.
Yeah, which is great. A lot of variety here. And I think it's awesome to start on Vertigo, because we got like a lot, I think specifically out of G2, where we saw one day of great Vertigo, another day of kind of messy, disoriented Vertigo. Like the round that Mahone picked was the perfect example of where it doesn't look good. And I think that was actually a round that happened a lot that one game. So it wasn't just a flash in the pan. So we'll see if they've cleaned up their act a little bit. And they'll be starting on T side as well.
Let's get it on. G2, they've shown us a nice B split in a pistol round. Speaking of Mahone and the ones he breaks down. Also, shout out Mahone. Great event again.
Canadian, too.
You know what? Shout out production as well. Some of the best in the business here at Blast.
Yes.
It's been very long days, very long event, and the quality never drops off.
Never drops. You can't tell.
Take a bow, boys. Take a bow.
Yes.
Dupree ready from the CT spawn for Hooksy to come for the split. I like this little boost trying to get an angle, but they actually never get vision of him. Hooksy somehow just slides past the crosshair, and we've got a good old-fashioned 5v5 post-plant here on Vertigo. And Vitality, they're going to go middle. They're going to try to figure out... Oh, man, poor Hooksy. Just the moment he sees Magis, first bullet headshot, down he goes. Ooh, but the same happens to Nico. It's not just a Hooksy thing. JKS, 2 kills, Glock up close, and now it falls to the shoulders of Hunter. As he comes back to the other side, he catches Dupree. It's him versus Zywoo, and both guns go empty. Knives are out, and Hunter reloads. No honor, but a pistol's more important.
Did Zywoo not have any bullets left to reload?
Oh.
Because he could have had that shot right there, and I think it would have, maybe the time was out. There was maybe no kit on him, so potentially it didn't matter. But
we'll see.
Think about, Yes.
But these headshots, man.
Yeah, quick ones. I think Hunter actually had a rough day the same day, that we were talking a lot about Hooksy, and that definitely deserves his fair share of criticism. They will need him to be performing well. So a lot of the top performers in this event are actually on G2, funnily enough. Zywoo and Spinks are the 2 best of Vitality, but m0NESY is the best player at the event right now overall.
Wild.
Averaging, I think, 1.34 rating.
Yeah, we still have the Mersk MVP up for grabs.
Yes.
And Brokey made a hell of a statement for it.
He did.
Earlier today. We'll see if m0NESY can compete with that.
Well, it's m0NESY is still way far ahead, actually. So it kind of comes down to Nico, m0NESY, and then maybe Zywoo.
Maybe Zywoo. Oh my god, how can you forget about the Woo?
The Woo.
Free bomb plant this time as Vitality took a gamble not to play that B site. They will catch Nico, and therefore a little MAC-10 picked up. Apex survives with 2 health for now.
And Yakinder within reach. It's a lot of good players. A lot of the good players who sometimes are on different teams, but still doing really well.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't speak enough about the fact it's not just that Spinks comes into the team, but like people would have, if he did average, that would be good. But he's actually carried most of the time with his new team. It's unreal.
Kind of nuts.
He's in Phenom territory. He's like came out of nowhere and just keeps climbing, keeps getting better.
Shout out too, because he comes from a region that just has very little representation.
Yeah.
And I feel like that makes it all the harder. That's why we look at the Brokies. We look at the Yakindars. We look at the Spinkses.
The Flamesies also had a pretty sick event.
Yeah, true. To be honest, putting Israel on the map in terms of Spinks and Flamesies. Big impact. Little flashbang. Gonna keep Apex inside smoke. Keep him honest. Not much can be done here by Vitality. We have to repeat it, of course. In their last showing, it was, again, a Vertigo map pick by G2. I believe a 16-7 for Vitality. So they just couldn't keep up on their own map pick, oddly enough. Nico drops 28 kills in the second map of Nuke. And we go the distance in that series. Expect lots of solo Nico play at the bottom of this ramp. That's what we got last time around. Always kind of doing his thing. For now, they've taken a lot of damage. m0NESY down to 50, Nico 34. And these aren't just USPs of P250. It's armored deagles and still utility to go at 50 seconds.
Yeah, they are being scared a little bit. And I think another thing was like right off the debut with Hooksy, they almost never ran out of time at all. But then on day 2, they were starting to come into time trouble a little bit. So there's some
oh my god,
potential growing to do. Okay, well, I mean, they know the site is clean now.
There's nowhere to hide.
This does save you time a little bit.
Even if you wanted to. Nowhere to hide.
All right, yeah, they had more than enough time with all these great mollies that came out. So that's pretty solid.
Nice exec.
Yeah, it's just nice and directed, and it felt like, oh, precarious spot for a moment, but then with all of the lineups, they kind of know exactly how much time they need. And they run into no resistance.
Tu parles français?
I said it in French, yeah.
Ah ouais, c'était vraiment magnifique.
Garçon, oui, oui.
Ça arrive des fois, j'oublie que tu parles français.
Ça va bien.
Dupree is
Does
a
that
name.
make sense or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We'll give you the green light.
What about Dupree?
What about Dupree? Dupree, I think, is again, as eyes fall on Spinks to kind of plug and play and dominate quickly, and we all have expectations for ZywOo. It's been nice to see the Danish boys kind of offer that next level performance again lately.
Yeah.
Dupree notably, Magisk also not too far behind. It's you know, a potential tournament contender in Vitality right now, and it is still very new.
Yes.
Of course, Na'Vi made that gap very clear. We didn't get to see the Vitality versus Faze show, but I think that they can genuinely consider themselves contenders for third for now. Unless G2 have something to say.
Yeah, no doubt. A second best of 3 win over them. I just put him firmly in that position, so. Okay.
Cements it.
Ooh, that looked like a good HE, but it didn't land on him. Whoa, JKS. Poor Hooksy.
Man. Nico. Oh, he wanted a little bit more. ZywOo's gonna get the wall bang. 4 versus 2. Gun round equals round win by the looks of things, but Hunter and JKS can still reel back. See what they can string together.
Oh man, they made it so murky there. They just made it a swamp of smoke grenades and flashbangs and spams, and then they even convinced them to kill each other. That's how ugly it got there for a second. They are just lost now, no position. On a very desperate big flank in the 2v4. But there may be a timing here for Hunter. But time overall is another problem. And they're just running away from him, and the bomb is not in a position to go over to B.
Hunter versus Spinks, perhaps. Sure enough. Now, JKS could have gotten to that B site had Dupree not been deep in the depths of the tunnels.
And that's the only reason that their B player left.
Yes, sir.
That flank going down, so it's unfortunate. I think Hunter could have read in that situation. There's not much you could do there. 10 seconds. Time bleeds down. They're within range of finding him, but I don't know if they will look.
Worst case, he still has 5,000 bucks. Time expires, no push. 1 survives here for G2. Vitality take their first round win.
Super solid A ramp hold. That's just what it is all about. They had G2 trying to fight them while their smoke was still up, so that's obviously really rough. What the hell? That didn't even look like it was... Oh, it was like a... It was like an improper counter strafe, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like an inaccurate bullet. You know, but then once he was dead and out of the way, that did open up JKS to spray down.
True.
If anything, it's kind of an obstacle.
Yeah, he just used his blood to power up.
Honestly's got angles from this ramp.
Australians be doing shoeies and drinking blood.
Yikes.
Why do we find them so charming?
Ooh. Wow. Nice snap. Oh, I love that.
He's just back.
Yep. Oh. And he catches Nico too.
That was cool looking.
A moment ago, he's on the shelf. Looks like he hangs a left. Oh, U-turn from ZywOo. And a roadblock on ramp. Hunter. Just right back where he ended that last round. Kind of crawling around with no teammates. As he tries to press into the ramp room, ZywOo's over in the corner, but that is ZywOo himself. 3 kills this round. Hunter? Imagine a world where he gets that tap open, A-site, bomb on his back.
Lots of HP.
Could have gotten wild. Instead, Vitality closed the gap. 3 rounds still for G2.
Yeah. Well, we've clearly seen Vitality are powered up, or just playing to their level. They already had a really good map versus G2 last time.
I'm down, let's go!
Okay, yeah. If there's one person that's definitely benefiting from facing their opponents, it's got to be Apex. Feeding off the energy or lack thereof of their opponents.
For Nico from Apex, but it misses. Not interested in the nade.
3, 2, 1.
Go. ZywOo gets a collateral here. I can feel it.
On the minute mark?
At 54 seconds, 54 the collateral happens.
Okay.
Yep. 6 seconds from now.
All right. I think they heard you. Well, at least they're unpredictable.
They're stagnant. They sit back.
Nope.
Oh. Hooksy just getting pelted. Little pieces of utility here and there.
Okay.
There's the first one. No reason for ZywOo to be afraid of this ramp fight. And Apex also going to get the damage in. So, I mean, this round just completely fizzles out. We're at 25 seconds. Nothing has happened.
Nothing has happened at all.
Nothing.
Nothing. Not a single thing.
Nada, zilch, zero. Apex starts to sweep away the little that remains, and it's Hunter versus Dupree for a bomb plant attempt. Oh! Magisk not far off. 3-all.
Okay. It was almost a 500 HP round there. Until the golden bullet hits Dupree in the head. That was pretty chill for Vitality. Hanging out with the boys, getting frags.
All in a day's work. I mean, I expect these guys to be sharp. They've been waiting for our previous best of 3 to end.
Yep.
Finally get a chance to jump into the server. So far, sharp. Guns back for G2. And it's a very close Nico doing his own thing. He's got Monacy a little further behind him. Frag off of the crane. That'll soften up Nico nicely. Priming those M4s. Meanwhile, open B bomb site. It's just Dupree on construction. Don't worry about this.
Just gotta cancel.
Y'all didn't see it.
Yeah. I pretend not to look.
They'll find their route in the end.
It's, I mean, they could literally walk in if they wanted to. But they don't know that for sure.
Spinks is opping.
Yeah.
JKS will pressure him with the flash. No longer certain who or how many players are top mid. Is just JKS for now. But this is another round. We're at the 40-second mark. Not too much has happened.
Are they going to do their anti-eco?
Is that the full molly exit?
I mean, maybe, I guess they don't even have mollies.
Yeah, they've got one.
They have very few pieces of utility. Here's one.
Little smoke for mid. Molly into flash. Hooksy seeing how far he can get, and it's not far at all. Spinks with the op inside B. 17 seconds. Nails a second shot as JKS attempts the cross. Through the box, hits Nico, and then Monacy's got an answer. Nice headshots from the kid, but nothing further. Dupree puts Vitality in the lead.
That was not very good.
Yo, why you be speaking the truth?
Oh, man. I feel like they've regressed somehow. I'm not exactly sure why. Like, it's not like Vitality is like pushing them in every turn and forcing them back and making them wait.
I feel like Vitality applied zero pressure.
I mean, go watch the demo from, day one Vertigo. That was sick. And then their game versus Big. And then watch the game versus Vitality. That wasn't great. This is like a step back from that. So
I mean, the CTs on B site was Dupree here on construction. That's the only pressure that was... That is no pressure. This time they run in much faster. Desert Eagle. Ooh, and the P250 from Monacy. So just taking some aim duels, and that's what you need.
Holy smokes.
Little bit of X Factor from Nico. It's the Kovac versus ZywOo. Smoke right ahead of the Frenchman. Sensing out his entrance. M4 pressed close. The thought of a wrap around this wall. As the frag pops, he gets through. And he's ready to fight, ready to kill, ready to clutch. T's fall back, bomb halfway gone, and it's an upgrade to the M4. He's got a Molotov, he's got a smoke grenade. He's got a kit as well. He's got Nico down for the count. He can just cover off this defuse. It's not for the ramp whatsoever, and he gets them both. ZywOo is a machine.
Wow, He just calculated them instantly, and perfect Molotov for the zoning. Got him to fight. Hit his shots. After a blazer of a round at a Nico.
What were those headshots?
That was crazy.
I want it from his perspective. 2 bullets, 2 kills. Oh. There.
Two bullets, a kill.
Here we go. Look at this one.
That was nasty.
Crack-a-tow.
It's going to look good in the frag movie.
Yeah, just cut off the first one.
Yes.
Add some epic music, maybe a crash zoom. Uh-oh. Apex up already.
Yeah, he's already up. Quick 5 from Vitality. Zaiwu at full strength. Yikes. He wasn't even at full strength the last time they played. Honestly, last time they played, it was like Spinks 90 plus ADR. Everyone else 70 or below. Mostly 60 and below.
And still a 16-7.
Yeah. Well, that was across all 3 maps.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah. So I guess they only won 2 of them, but.
So 3 16-7s. Ooh, Zaiwu. He loves a fight. Tarp player serves up a great distraction. Apex still alive, albeit very wounded. Let's try this one again. There we go, boys. Good thing they chose that boost, because their alternative gets hit by the utility. Magus, looking for a little something, gives it to Nico, just as he tries to challenge around the ramp. Now, we still have a player tucked in Tarp, that's Hooksy. Bomb is currently not possessed by any of the 3 remaining players. Dupree, blind as a bat. JKS, nice flashbang to set up Hunter, but again, no bomb. 45 seconds, someone's gonna have to go grab that.
It's gotta be Hooksy, yeah, he has to go back now. But now they've got a lot of delaying to do. And that spot already runs his course. I don't know. Yeah, I think he felt compelled that if the smoke came out, that he was worried about getting cleared, so he had to get a kill early. I think that made sense on paper, but yeah, ideally, of course, they're in a better position to just get this down.
Still, low health on 2 of the 4 Vitality players. Flashbang to try and get Hooksy to the site. JKS attempting to give cover. Apex, he's right there. And remember, he's low. Dunked on. Hooksy's on the board with a nice frag kill. Little climb up from Zaiwu is punished. JKS, oh, he's got it! 3 kills from behind the boxes, gives G2 the round.
Oh, an enormous multi as he's perched up on double. Beautiful round from out of both of them, honestly. Like, the utility usage there from Hooksy allowed for the cross to take place. Yes, it got a little scary when Hunter died as he was pushed up. They took all that space. But this did begin with some good chemistry between JKS and Hunter in getting Hunter escorted up into that corner. Then JKS is scaling flash to kill Dupree, trying to cross the quad. And then as they got onto the site with their smoke safely, buying enough time for Hooksy to get into position. And he doesn't play it scared. He just throws his utility as standard, lines up a good flash with 20 seconds left, gets that bomb down, then pick good spots and work together for the last 4 kills.
Surprised to see Zaiwu get caught jumping up onto construction like that. JKS is just given an easy first one. Little repositions. Little dip, little dive, little dodge. Gives G2 number 4.
Yeah.
Now we got limitations. Dupree's with the MP9. We have no kits in this round from Vitality, so after that streak of 5 round wins, it's G2 to answer. And they've got that economy on the brink of disaster. Fast push by the looks of it. Oh, nice nade over the top.
Oh, they set up perfectly for this.
Immense utility damage. And that constant threat of another nade. Now, sometimes Spinks does this. Him and Dupree get Spinks down the stairs, and he just kind of floats around on his own. We've seen him stick around longer than he just did this time. But he seems content to concede.
It's a small early round victory with the utility damage here, and they heard all the steps too. I think they could see that there must have been players that got hit. And they've got their attention on the A side as well. The duel is not won though on either side.
Spinks killing Hooksy on the first attempt at a cross. JKS is low. Even lower now. Apex will not win his duel versus Hunter. 45 seconds. Hunter's gonna press up along the wall. Double smokes go down for G2. CTs lose their entire vision. Monacy's going for the plant. Spinks slides out, catches 2 additional kills, and that is Spinks in with 3. Dupree cleans up. Vitality 6-4.
I think they baited for the push as well. I think they did. As Spinks came around the outside of the smoke, Hunter was watching it up on the side of Jenny by the smoke, and then he starts shooting at something, so that was just really perfect way to set Spinks up for success. And just no one looking in his direction as he clears the board. It's a huge move. And another round 1. And again, that early game pressure and all those utilities, the utility that came through on the A ramp, it just was exactly right for the call. They knew what G2 wanted to do. That they're getting testy, they're already getting frustrated, they've already seen some success going fast, they're probably going to try that again. We've already seen that G2 have looked their worst going slowly. It seems almost purposeless sometimes, the way that they're waiting around. So now we're already seeing those layers in reaction from Vitality, punish them for that. It's obviously really bad when you appear to be predictable, especially this early on, but credit to Vitality for setting up properly.
Closest G2 has come to cracking the money of Vitality. That chance will slide by. But mid is open. There's a gap here. Ooh, they catch Magisk. Blind as can be.
Interestingly, yeah, I think they want to go back to A. Like, they were running over towards the B site, but they see Magisk as one of the A rotators leaving. Now ZywOo knows, okay, last time we saw ZywOo in this spot, he let all the nades come down. He sat here in this exact position and then just like multied. So that was a scary part about the A site. But as long as they've got this rotation locked off, they have some counterplay, but they're going to wait it out. They're still at 5v4. It's not a wrong call by any means. You can't overinvest in one piece of information. But Spinks, he's in a new spot.
Hunter walks up, not ready for that one. Spinks will not be able to double down. Sent soaring to his death. And there's nobody else really in this site yet. Dupree absolutely scrambles to try and throw up some kind of a defense. He drops the bomb. Molly in front of the pack as well. Not ideal.
Oh, they're going to boost.
Oh, but they're getting called with the spam. Tons of damage connecting here. Hooksy, oh, double headshot.
Let's go.
And he's got ZywOo not too far off. So, very fast out of the spawn. G2 challenging top middle, like you said, catching Magisk. Thinking about maybe A, but they had the CT kind of scrambled back and forth.
Yeah, that was the perfect aggro from Hooksy and a very nice 2K. And the round overall, you know, beginning with that mid pressure, it was also a great call. It was like a way to be fast without an overcommitment. And they ended up getting that kill, playing the 5v4 with the advantage, taking it to the rest of the round. And again, without overcommitting, not just rushing into things. Made that one look very composed, but also like stylistically like G2, you know, like you think of G2. On the upside for G2, I think we have seen some rough rounds, but numerically they're keeping up to Vitality here. Monacy hasn't really even entered the game yet. There are still, you know, still more potential for him.
It's not fun if you're Magisk. Check this out. Woo! Quick little snap. Yeah. Frustrating for Magisk.
There is something about Vitality that they almost never have 2 people in B. And that's not weird, but there is also a huge gap between the B anchor and the next rotator, to the point that Spinks dies on the stairs. That's like early warning. And the next guy in is like scrambling to get into heaven, to get into place. So
running full speed.
And that's something that we've seen from Vitality. They're also very comfortable leaving sites on Vertigo completely open for big periods of time.
Second chance now to break some CT's cash flow. Bombus, MP9. Little 1-round lead. Can you recall how many rounds G2 got on the T side in their last matchup? Very specific question.
No, that's okay. I mean, they got 7 in total, right?
I believe so,
So
yeah.
I'm going to guess 4.
Okay.
And then I'm going to check.
Ooh, synchronized climb. Again, though, this super underplayed B site.
They just leave it. Yeah, it's good.
And it's been targeted multiple times now from G2, so I mean, we're going to have to see some adaptation from Vitality. Clearly getting targeted in a round like this. Vitality have no other choice but to concede in a 5v5. What a round.
Oh, wait, it was 16-4. Okay, so they actually... And they got 4 rounds. On the money.
Dead on. Well, this one was weird. We're all tied up, 6 apiece.
Yeah, 5v5.
Some good calls. Good calls. Got to give credit where credit is due. You know, you got very recent game tape on this map specifically. It's the only map between series to repeat. And after you get smoked 16-4, confident of G2 to try and do it again. Already an improvement. Still 3 rounds to play. Apex finds a pocket to play within.
Considerable damage on Nico early with this utility. He has been pelted down a couple of times. Such is the life of a, you know, A-ramp defaulter, of course.
Free wants some. Oh, Hunter, nicely done. Tracks him on his way down, sends him packing. 3-player group top mid as Nico peels back to join Hunter on ramp.
They're being very pragmatic right now, like looking towards V again. Getting their kill here. Oh, good utility damage, but no frag.
Molly makes things awkward. Oh, 2 kills. Hunter, he's so deep within. How does that go down? Spinks dies on quad while Hunter's already wrapping the bomb site?
Yeah, I'm not even sure exactly.
Gonna need a top down. Regardless, excellent result. Again, G2, they know what they want. That B site is being hit.
Yeah.
Repetitively.
Let's just watch an evolution within 1/2 here from G2 in terms of their progress. They've just got everything together. It really felt like they were going to spiral out there for a second, but now they're in charge.
Jeez Louise,
That's
Nico.
good to see. And they're kind of exposing, you know, Vitality for underplaying this B site. Walking around, they're looking sharp. We got a JKS 1v3. Okay.
We got a game.
We got a game.
Nice to see improvements already. What's this?
That's great. Oh, it's Magisk, right?
Like I said at the start of this game, best production in the business.
Yeah, that was hilarious. They layered on Magisk's voice?
Yeah.
With the, oh, that's awesome. Ooh, yeah, mentioned Monacy.
Yeah, best of the business. Monacy heard me talking and decides to offer us an early kill. I say best. You know, that's only his 4th frag so far this map.
Yep.
So it's been kind of quiet from him, but hey, you've got a lead. You work the lead. Comes off the back of Hunter, who again, you know, alongside Hooksy, pretty quiet last time around.
Mm-hmm.
So an improvement on an individual level results in an improvement on a team.
Whoa.
Ooh,
this is
Magisk.
This is when you start drooling a little bit.
Salivating. Oh, Magisk, you've got the whole team ahead of you. These Deagles could serve up. This could be it. This could be big. Magisk taps. That's the first.
Oh, he's out of ammo?
Oh, he didn't realize the gun was already dry. Now it's the Deagles on site. They've got to serve up something. Monacy, in the meanwhile, goes back, kills Magisk. That could have been huge. Nico recovering as Spinks goes down. Zywoo 48 health and nothing further from Vitality. He never reloaded the gun.
I think he never knew how far they were from him.
So he couldn't justify the reload.
He thought they could have been, any turn. So I think based on the way he was shooting, he was fully aware of how much ammo he had on the one hand, but maybe he wasn't drooling as much as I thought, knowing that, okay, he's going to have a chance to get a kill, but, not spray anyone down.
Man, I didn't notice. I got so tunnel vision because that looked like such a sick moment.
It's tough.
Awkward.
Yes, he walked the whole flank right. Didn't even make any noise picking it up.
Now, after all this time, they're going to go for the ramp smash. Zywoo's been wanting this fight, and he's going to find it. JKS with the quick trade. Apex a little further back. Magis scrambling in to try and help. Molotov, that's destined for JKS, but they send them both ways. Whoa. Utility all over the place. They're going to go for the two guys short side. JKS is still in this corner, hanging on the entire time. More mollies, more pressure, no bomb plant. It will go down inevitably. We've got 2 incendiaries, 2 smokes, and a flash for the retake. Kit? No. So it's going to have to be fast. JKS finally gets to see people now that there's not fire and smoke in front of him. Spinks has got the trade frag right back. Nico, he's in the pocket to make the play. Sees the jump up from Dupree, walks it back, lines him up, and sends this half packing. G2 with a stark improvement from the last matchup.
We're kind of lower. Yeah, I mean, we all have pretty similar sensitivity in our team actually, which is pretty low.
Pretty sure he said he was around 1.7 cents, same as me. That's pretty low.
Let's go for lower. Yeah, lower.
Rain has higher.
Yeah.
Oh, the chemistry is ruined.
Floppy.
Okay.
Floppy.
You for sure know his sensitivity.
I know his sense. Ricky's, or Floppy's higher.
Higher? Higher. I have confidence higher.
That's correct.
Oh, that's good. Dude, this one's hard, honestly. I'm trying to think of ways that I can figure it out, but I just don't know.
I don't know, bro. You don't know? I don't know, bro.
Do we have a 50-50 option? Higher, right?
Let's go lower.
That was a blind shot right there, fully flashed.
I want to go lower with this one.
I think
he's closest. Yeah, lower.
So lower.
I think Electronic's going to be lower for sure if he is higher than Floppy.
Yeah, lower. I'm pretty sure Electronic's higher. Yeah. Electronic higher? You know this one.
Yeah, this is higher. I think he has the highest sensitivity of all players.
I think he's higher. Okay, let's go like that.
Let's just try.
Yeah,
Higher.
Oh, easy, bro. Surgeon sense is
He's
low.
low, right? Yeah. Super low. Especially you can see the way he moves. Like,
yeah, it's super low, I think. So
seriously lower.
Seriously lower. What? What?
Is your stats right?
Stown.
What does Stown play with? I think Stown is like a 2.2 guy or something, right? Like a 2 guy, a 2.2.
I think it's lower. You think it's lower? Yeah, I think it's lower. Yeah, I think it's lower. Lower? Nice.
Stown lower.
Stown higher.
Lower. Easy, bro.
Stown, I'm pretty sure he plays high. I don't know if he plays now.
I don't know.
Nav, lower, 100%.
This one, I don't know.
Actually don't know as well. I think he's higher.
Let's try.
Let's try.
Unfortunate.
Okay, now lower. Nice. Nico has a really low
sense, yeah.
I think like around 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5.
Like I think 1.5.
I think he changed his sensitivity like not one time ago. A bit higher.
I would say this one is lower.
Lower. Okay,
let's go lower.
Okay,
Lower.
Yeah, lower. Locked in.
I'd say Nico, maybe. But Nico higher? Nico higher, but a little.
Config has like highest. I know Config has higher sense than Nico.
Higher. I think he has higher
2 or something.
Yeah.
It's higher.
Config higher than Nico.
Yeah.
Nice.
Easy.
Smoke for bomb, so.
Une mollo pour le Phelps.
No bullets.
Yeah.
Nice. You have smoke for bomb.
Bad plant.
Good shit.
Nice.
Not even close. You have the
Oh.
if you want it.
Nice try.
Six round, Nico.
Nice shots. Oh, good.
What's funny about that is like everyone was assisting in comms except for Apex, and then he just screams at the end.
Yeah, that's his contribution.
Yeah, that's so good. I love that.
Gun is empty.
Yes.
You have Molo.
Bad plant.
Smoke.
Smoke for bomb.
Got it.
Last one sucks.
Vitality, a little less to cheer about than the last time these teams met on Vertigo. G2 going to be comfortable with this map pick. They did what they had to on that offense.
Oh, yeah.
And then some.
And then some.
And then more.
And then extra.
Plus.
Also.
Now they're walking up. Nico, he's not waiting for your execute. He's just going to execute you. Oof. Little gush comes out. Zywoo's down to Hooksy. And Apex comes in from the short side. We got Hooksy and JKS on the jump up. Elevator players hit. So little HP for the 3 CTs.
He could still
stand. Dupree's got his first assist thanks to Apex's close. Priming all the assists in the world. There's 2. And there's 3. Apex gets the job done. Dupree does the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
And Vitality will close that gap with a pistol win.
I don't know. I don't know what he's saying.
There's a direct correlation between Apex saying things at the end of the round and Zywoo, or sorry, not Zywoo, excuse me. Zonic just like trying to quiet the team down.
Yeah.
Every time. Those are the 2 things you can guarantee at the end of a Vitality win.
The counterbalance.
What do you mean? I don't know, man.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's true, though. He did dink everybody.
Oh, is that what he was saying?
I think it's ding, 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 ding.
Man.
Yes, Dupree. Nice shots.
Indeed. Now it's the force buy attempt to bring it back. Double digits on the line for G2. Ump in the hands of Monacy. Point blank. Ooh. Ding, 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 ding. Apex.
You did once say that he is better than Monacy.
Did I say that?
Well, you're allowed to misquote people, so I can too.
Oh, okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fan of French CS, but I recognize the real ones. Ooh, I like that, Nico. Beautiful. Just crouches, crawls into the corner, whack-a-mole, and the mole bites back. Lining up some wall bangs, but there's nobody there. Pulls out the ump. Magisk up next. Nico pops forward. Hooksy sets him up with that flash. Now they've lost the ump, and they've lost Nico. Could be problematic, but Apex is barely alive. Zywoo, well, he gets there in the end. But Hooksy on the short side, 5-7, looking for more. He's done a really good job at softening them up for JKS. But can the Deagle, nope, not make a difference. Quick headshot from Zywoo. And Vitality continue to close.
Yeah, he's clearing. I mean, Zywoo's 18 and 7. He had a number of really huge op rounds. And honestly, when he stopped getting kills, I think Vitality stopped winning rounds. It was G2 started avoiding him over on the A site. And then he had one retake, 1v2. But outside of that, it was just the B special over and over again. And they were winning that way. So, man, this game is getting very close. I mean, this is... I don't know. Like, nobody knows who's going to win this game. None of these teams, none of the fans. It's just impossible to tell. There's so much development going on. I mean, inside of that one half from G2, they went from honestly atrocious to great. And that was also very fun to watch. So, looking forward to seeing how this half develops as well. Don't take too long.
That spinks out. But you are dead on. I was very nervous for G2 when we started to see some of those early B hits. Very uninspiring out of the gate.
Because
but,
it was like depressing, you know, like you don't want to see anybody really play badly. You want to see everyone play really well. So that was worrisome for sure.
You are right.
Yes.
But now the guns are up. Monacy onto the op. Magisk hangs on to a Mac 10. Someone's getting to 10 rounds off this one. Oh, that could have been much worse. dupreeh will still be primed for a single A1S headshot.
And stylistically, we'll see Vertigo be played in a more vanilla, structured, and reasonable way from Vitality. They don't try to push the envelope too much. They get ARAM control, they exec very well, and I think they press the T advantages in the most sensible ways.
Monte's posted though. Ooh. Kind of gets caught there by dupreeh, setting a few bullets through the edge of the smoke. Monte and Nico pressing into the close side. ZywOo's ready, at least for the first, but the second catches back the French op. And now Monte's got another teammate to work with, but does he really need him? Because in terms of kills, it is all Monte. Missed chance at the third, still stands. Oh, and Magisk just bends that bullet around the edge. Hooksy kills Apex in the background. Spinks is creeping as JKS, thunderous footsteps from that B site, draws Magisk to the other side of the map. And Spinks, ooh, he doesn't get what he needs. Now he's taken a lot of health off of Hunter. Hooksy's on 37. Magisk, it's clutchable, but the time is gonna be this added element of pressure. Hunter's just tucked behind Big Green, 10 seconds. If Magisk attempts this plant, you'd think Hunter comes running, and sure enough, he goes down. Now Hooksy in a critical 1v1. And Magisk comes off into the post plant, health advantage, but he doesn't know where Hooksy's gone. And Hooksy caught in the open with the headshot from Magisk. 1v2.
Yeah, well done from Magisk right there. I honestly, man, that's a hard one to kind of calculate because Hooksy's low behind Hunter. But typically, if there's not enough time to plant again, that's the time to push. So you could say it's Hunter who overplays it or pushes a little bit too early off of this fake. And, you know, could have gotten a few bullets in, but Magisk didn't go for the plant and let's see if they push. He went for the instant fake plant. So he got his gun out well in time to make that kill happen.
And with 10,
I think Hooksy kind of got hung out to dry there a little bit. Is again, a very like kind of time sensitive issue that's hard to calculate in the moment, but
only pistols now. There's a player behind dupreeh. Oi! Hit for 99. Falls back, gives an AK to Monte. Now that's a dangerous game to play. Also, before we forget, shout out Magisk. 3 kills in that last round, 1v2 included. That really sexy shot around the side of the crane as well.
Right.
Hunter's CZ sits beneath construction. He's got a lot of bodies coming at him. What can he deliver? Ooh, headshot on the flying Apex, but ZywOo, quick recovery. Nico in from spawn as the bomb's in the dirt, and Monte hunts. Oh, ZywOo, that is just so incredibly clean. Vitality on fire.
Yeah, that was fast. That's pretty good. So this T side could rain terror here for Vitality. And they, oh shoot, they have to play much of it. Yeah, they didn't even have to play much of it last time. So we'll see what takes place now.
It is a question mark, but it starts with an exclamation.
Yes, 5 straight. See if they can stop this lead just for the sake of a good game.
Had an awesome first half. It would be a real shame if this one just fizzles out. Monte does not want to allow that to happen. First kill goes to G2. I feel like Spinks has got a deadly mid walkout.
Yeah, he's had some pretty powerful lurks for sure.
That's what he's designed for. That's what he was brought in for. Right now, Hunter's trying to keep eyes on both sides of the mid walk-up. Oh, but Spinks very quick on the headshot. And suddenly that's like a potential threat to the A site, but also JKS is going to feel like he's completely alone in this universe.
Dude, he's like an armored tank right now. Like you can't even really approach him because he could be anywhere. And oh, he doesn't even get that. Oh my God.
Missed chance. However, recovered, because Magisk is sharp. Then, Monacy, again, adds another kill to the tally. We've got ZywOo in for the clutch. Now, Bomb is on construction. He's got no utility, but look at his score. 22 and 8 already. You know what kind of ZywOo you're getting this evening. HooXi's trying to flank him. We'll see if the timing can work out for G2's new in-game leader. Frag grenade certainly helps, and sure enough, HooXi strikes from behind to give G2 10.
Yeah, well done. And just harm that scoreline of ZywOo a little bit. Take him down a notch because he is absolutely on fire. And here's a good opening kill. This play happens sometimes. We saw Nico try it in the first half. And I wonder if dupreeh was frustrated because he thought something else was going to happen or if something went wrong from the grenade protocol's perspective that didn't assist him properly. But either way, it's free for Monacy, and he's able to climb back into the game as well. So that's like a lot of tilt here for Vitality off of just losing this one round. Yeah. I mean, dupreeh can look as mean as he wants. I'll never believe it.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yes.
But then again, you know, it's that like animalistic change.
Yeah.
Happens in Warriors. Once they're in the ring, man, their eyes glaze over. I know dupreeh outside of the game.
A couple of beautiful donuts. Glazed. Oh.
HooXi's looking aggressive.
Ooh. Yeah, so, okay, we saw HooXi make this play a couple of times already, but they don't hang out here a lot. And I think we've seen HooXi just kind of fall back out of this position. And it's not fun to stay down here, but sometimes it is the best course of action. They can also transition into a flash. And they're drawing attention away from him. So he does his job, and now he can camp out here, which is very strong.
Oh, that flash.
Bomb's in an awkward spot. T's running around. And Hunter thinks they're splitting through mid. Oh, he still kills Apex onto the last bullet.
The last few shots, but they land where they need to. Now Spinks is waiting for that elevator play. Last time it was Nico who just came like running around that corner. Spinks missing the shot. This time it's half of HooXi, then Nico. And HooXi gets the kill.
Okay.
Great round from HooXi. Oh, even better. 3 kills. Shuts down the mid play. Shaves one off the bottom of ramp. And ZywOo again completely outnumbered. Tied game 11-all.
This might be the first time that we just had like a HooXi MVP round. You know, there's one round on Nuke where he got the 2K and Mini. I mean, this one he has control of. We got the multi-frag, we have the opening duel.
That might be HooXi's first 3K on GT.
Yeah, no kidding. Like that's not even a joke. I was looking at multis and I didn't pull up the stats, but I was like in memory. I don't even know if he had any, honestly. But we could see the world of difference it makes for the roster if you can pull it around like that. And I mean, straight up just took Spinks down coming into his angle. Like that's just no small feat. So, all right. And ZywOo, I mean, as strong as he is alone. And that'll be G2 climbing one step forward. Again, already achieving way better than they did last time they played Vitality on Vertigo. Showed a very good first half. Have stopped the streak in the second half.
He's just set up to succeed.
Yes.
He's a very critical piece if he throws himself to the bottom of ramp. He needs to deliver that first one or it's 4v5.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he goes 2 better. Look at the result. That saved op from ZywOo. And pistols surround it. Apex eats the nade. Utility pressures Vitality off of what could have been an initial fight. Where'd that smoke go?
The 50th floor?
Fell through a crack.
Oh.
Somebody get the sealant. ZywOo finds Nico, but we've already lost 2 players from Vitality.
Oh, ZywOo's not buying the smoke at all.
But look, it opens him up. Tries to climb around it. HooXi gets the kill. Off goes flying off the building. HooXi tries for the spray down, almost getting Spinks in the background. But another multi-kill here from HooXi. Spinks with an AK, caught off as Hunter slides through, and G2 Esports in the lead.
You know, it is hard to talk about Hooksy because you had to be there to watch the first couple of days. A lot of people were. You don't want to sound condescending talking about him, but obviously, I'm just going to put it plainly. It was that bad. And so a lot of the conversation is around him right now. So I don't know. Hyping up these small moments, I think, is important because he has to kind of do better than he has even in the past on his other lineups. But like, as soon as you can kind of stop talking about him, then you have G2 like aiming for a situation that makes sense, right? As soon as he's in that 15+ kill range, then it's like, okay, now you have one of the most stacked lineups in all of Tier 1, that kind of thing.
With an in-game leader who's done great things with lesser pieces, right, etc.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah. So I won't harp on it too much, but I wanted to say that. So we got the boost over top of the smoke here on the stairs.
Great flash.
Wow, they timed it so well right there, just as it was fading. They must have counted that down.
Timing to a T. And again, we didn't really get to see much of Vitality's T side the last time they played, so we didn't know if it was going to be great, whether it would struggle. Right now, it's trailing. JKS, opposite side of Tetris. He's got Hunter in the orange boxes to help. 45 seconds here. Shoulder spotted, but Spinks is actually the victim. Ooh, and Hunter. That's going to be 2 kills. Magisk in the back, and Hunter, a multi-kill spray down to continue G2's winning ways.
That was fiery. And already liking their B side a little bit more than what Vitality were bringing, you know, a few rounds ago. So again, right here, as the smoke's fading, boost is getting dismantled before they're even thinking about it. G2 strike perfectly. And the B site is not often about having 2 people there. It's just about having someone in that flashing range. It's so wide open. It's really easy. And also, it's just necessary because it's hard to go from the good piece of cover out of the site without getting spotted from the stairs. So those flashes that come in from heaven and CT spawn are imperative as support to make it feel like there's, you know, a really fortified defense.
He opens up. That potential threat of a scout is now down. G2 about to queue up a 14th round.
That's crazy.
This is sick.
Yeah, it's been a whole movie for them, you know, in this one map so far.
Honestly looking for something. Nico very much stuck behind this piece of tarp, and it's not thick enough to save him.
That's got to be the most annoying way to die.
Now, Spinks has an armored M4. Dupree's with the Deagle and the Scout. Monacy's going to crack that whip. And a 30-second 2 versus 4 left for Vitality before they come back in with a buy. Wonder if they could use that M4 and just call it quits here. You know, like what do you consider the likelihood of actually getting onto this site? Hunter kills Magisk. Spinks has got an answer, but Hooksy is right there. G2 on fire. CT side, mere rounds away from the win.
Insane. Both teams looking at 5-round plus streaks here inside of half number 2. And they might turn this result on its head if they pick up Vitality's map choice. And they played a series already, but that one was inconsequential. This one is for the fall finals.
Yes.
This is the one that matters.
That it absolutely does. You know, we've been trying to kind of paint Vitality as like the world number 3, attempting to challenge the top dogs, and now they may very well lose at least a map. JKS, oh, he wants a piece of that, but USP means he's doomed. So Spinks with the quick trade. We've got another player above in Hunter, and he too peels back. It's going to reactivate the other side. 3 CTs trying to press into this ramp. We've got smoke soon to fade. Ops on both ends. Oh, man.
I can't believe he papped that way.
Nico.
What a madman.
Absolute animal. And he draws them into Monacy. False confidence for Vitality, thinking they could chase that kill. Instead, man down. And potentially more to come. dupreeh, half health. ZywOo's got the kill back, though. That's HooXi taken out. The Opper on the other end, still alive and kicking. And with it, a challenge. We've got a ZywOo versus Monacy moment. Nico playing on the short side. And ZywOo decides to come at this from another angle. Monacy just gives up his line of sight. Nico catching Spinks on the attempt to push in. And it needs to be a 1v3 or a call to save. Nice snap from ZywOo. Monacy retreating back towards Shelf. Hunter on an inevitable flank. And the Counter-Strike calculator has a 1v2 on his hands. He gets off sight. They lose track of him. Point blank. Oh, missed shot. And G2 secure 15.
Ooh, doesn't hit that shot. It's the easier of the two. The last one. They needed a lot from him, though. He already got 2 kills in the rounds. But this one is about how G2 are able to encapsulate them on the A ramp without showing themselves too much. And I think in the past, sometimes you'll see, you know, a staggered attack, not 3 players peeking at the same time, sometimes an overcommitment from 1 or 2. And in this way, they made sure to have presence off short, presence on the side with Monacy, and then, you know, kind of pulsing, coming back in for a fight, disengaging really well, and delaying, most importantly, without dying. And finding these picks, I mean, Monacy's just been chewing them up like chiclets, basically, every single round. You can't shoulder the kid. He's going to hit you. They've got something left. This is the round to show it.
6 straight from the G2 camp after that 5-0 Vitality start. Yeah, maybe inflated by the fact that it's a pistol and conversions. But we thought, oh, damn, G2 just don't have it on the defense. Total turnaround. And while ZywOo's been waiting to shine, Spinks right behind him. You know, it is a quieter one from dupreeh. We saw decent things in the first half. We're waiting. And they're running out of time. JKS has support behind him. In Hunter and Monacy, this B site not looking too comfortable for Vitality. Second player jumps up. Oh, wow. dupreeh gets the duel over top the wood like that. Now, bomb will need to be retrieved, so it's not going to serve as like an instant trigger, but it's still going to keep G2 interested on this side of the map. An exit route.
Yeah, they had dupreeh in an awkward spot. I think he made the right choice in leaving, but they lose this position. Now they still have the numbers advantage.
Again, it's Spinks versus HooXi. He has improved, but can he keep it consistent as Nico bests ZywOo? Top fragger by far from Vitality is down. And so is dupreeh. He tries to climb over top. Hunter on the fallback gets away. 24 seconds between Vitality and defeat on Vertigo. A beautiful bit of revenge being dished out by G2, it seems, but now Vitality have the push. 2 kills back. Hunter onto quad. Tries to tap to Apex. Bomb's picked up, and Nico's on the lurk. He's on the flank. He's on the hunt. He's got Apex pinned. Spinks incredibly low. 8 health, and Apex keeps it going.
Damn, he ran that one with confidence. Apex swinging, knowing exactly where Nico was coming from. And Spinks played that so slowly, I was wondering if that was going to be a problem. But he joined in the fight just in time. Won that ever-important duel versus HooXi inside of mid, and that's just allowed the round to take place. I mean, Hunter could have won his duel, and they won. There's some very, very close moments here. No doubt. But it's also just a close scoreline. You know, it's at this point in the game, even though it's been a streak from G2, they are in danger, of course, at all times of this going to overtime.
Ooh, ZywOo was not a piece of the last round. His teammates managed to pull it over the line, but he's down to 16 health already. Tim versus Monacy on ramp. Missed the flick up. Apex back into the kill feed, but at what cost? 22 health. dupreeh out of this one, thanks to JKS with a little bit of aggression. Spinks versus HooXi was a bit of a turning point last round. It's primed yet again. Basically mirrored positions.
Yeah, and he knows He knows that someone's here. He can feel it in the default. He's trained on this angle.
Spinks, stoic, statuesque, as he waits, and as does ZywOo. JKS walks into the scope. Man advantage vitality, but 2 of the 4 still low.
Footsteps, I think, are trying to encourage them to rotate around themselves. And it is unclear, you know, where they're going. Could they cut noise across the 45-second mark? There's 4 up, but 2 are low. And this duel could make the difference right here. 2 full HP players.
Somebody check Spinks' computer, man. He hasn't moved this entire round. Finally starts to activate as the hit comes into the B site.
Hooksy wins it.
That's a big duel for Hooksy to win. We've got Nico in sight. He's got the cover of the smoke. Apex hones in, and it's Apex again. Low health with his 2nd kill. As he gets past that one, Monacy's being drawn over. Magisk to 76, and Magisk goes down.
The ball.
Oh, Hooksy's nade! 6 seconds! Apex pushes in, he's got the fight, he's got the clutch! 1v2 is huge to keep them in this!
Oh, he baited the shot and then swung like it was no one's business. Monacy down with no time left.
Oh my God!
The 4th quarter clutch from Apex.
With like 20 HP the entire time. Look at that, a drone strike from Hooksy.
Dude, that shot from Monacy, he has the God angle in CT and he hits the cross. That is so fast.
Look at pistols. It's pistols.
Jesus.
What a game. Nico down first. No time to plant. 20 HP, he baits out the peak.
I said don't shoulder the kid. Apex found a way.
Well, Monacy though.
Yeah.
Don't get caught slipping up. Apex yet again, instrumental in these last few rounds. Utility's gonna buy some comfortable amounts of time. CT's trying to push. Uh-oh, we've got the pistols in.
But he's seen everything. They're running it now.
They flee back to the B site, clear for the taking, they know it. All the room in the world for this.
This should be a near impossible retake. I mean, they're buying next round no matter what, so they might just try it. Vitality might be the scared ones, but I don't think G2 have many odds. Let's see what they can pull out of this. Man, a lot of smokes down. This can make the situation very complicated. Oh, they do let one by.
Fake plant. Dual Beretta's denied. Next up, Hooksy into Spinks. They cross paths and Magisk gets a bunch of kills. JKS reels back. Just like over on that A site, it's aggression within smokes that makes things weird. Vitality, hang on.
I think one of their smokes didn't land in the right spot, and it created a weird situation. And that Dooley player nearly made that happen right here. That was Hunter. That was close as hell. Oh, that's, you know,
legs.
He stops. Yeah, I mean, that could have just been a dam breaking open if Hunter gets that and Magis finds his way through, no one to kill him. Whew. Sweat off the brow. Crazy round 29. A third time. They're saving a timeout for overtime, Connor. Well, let's go. Round 30 is what comes down to everyone with the guns they want. Oh boy. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who's going to win.
Locked in. G2 with revenge on Vertigo. Right here, right now in regulation. Or we get a little OT sprinkled on top. ZywOo doing his own thing down at the base of ramp. Early presence on B for both teams. That's a lethal pack right there.
Oh, one dropped off.
Hooksy at least gets it. Yeah, that's a big one. Ready for the next. Oh, Hooksy and Hunter, they lock it in. Just like that, round 30 could be the solution. Hooksy no longer a problem as he is on the brink of 20 kills. Another multi-frag in a critical time. But it's Spinks and it is ZywOo. And if Team Vitality have anything going their way, it is these two individuals, time and time again. 27 and 22 frags apiece. And right now, G2 do not know where they're at.
Yeah, they see the bomb. And funnily enough, this can scare you a little bit. Oh, Spinx is taking some damage. They know they're trying to camp this out.
40 HP, he can't get back. His teammate not too far off. Hooksy, an ominous lurk, perhaps.
He's getting into that position where as soon as they have to commit, if they take too long, he will be the checkmate.
Oh, they're all right there. Molotov, that could actually scramble Nico and Hunter. The Kovac sit behind green. And they've got m0NESY to support just behind it. ZywOo misses his chance to best the other opper. m0NESY won't miss his shot. 20 seconds, and G2 have stuck the landing. Wow. The best game from Hooksy yet, and it's victory, nay, revenge over top of Vitality on a map that last time they met, it was a blowout. Total turnaround from G2, one map away from the Blast Fall Finals, and we go to Dust 2.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion.
Just like that.
Hooksy, you managed to get it this time on Vertigo, but my, oh my, that was close. It looked like a round that you had closed out, and Apex pulls off some insane magic against you and m0NESY in that one. Did you feel like it was starting to slip away, or did you still feel like you had some control?
Oh, I have a lot of experience playing close matches on Vertigo. If you go back to the last major when we played against Imperial, it was a pretty close game as well. That was slipping away from me, so I was not nervous. I just kept going with initiatives, and in the end it worked out. So.
And now we're going on to Dust 2, obviously a map where it's not the most comfortable when it comes to you in particular, but I'd say for your likes of m0NESY, Hunter, Nico, this is something there's a lot of bread and butter for them. How confident are you feeling going into this one? Obviously they may have picked into it, but you guys have had some good games, especially that one against Big.
I feel pretty comfortable on the map because the other guys are comfortable, so I already learned a lot about the map from them, and I think that we'll probably bring up a good fight at least. I expect us to win.
You expect us to win. What do you think of Vitality's Dust 2 though, right? And what's a key thing you need to look to shut down there? Because I think Manassi, he's got his freedom on it for sure. He knows what to do when it comes to that battle with the Orbs, but it's going to be a lot down to these rivals maybe pushing onto the A site.
Yeah, they definitely have an advantage because they have a French side yellow and I'm Danish. And when it comes to Dust 2, I think that the French guys are pretty good on that map. So yeah, I think they have a little bit of an advantage on the map, but in general, I think we can take it.
You're losing confidence. I'd like to see it. Let's see if it gets down server. Thank you.
Looks like Hooksy had a plan for us, and turns out he was dangerous. A complete team effort for G2 to be closing that one out, and a complete role reversal from what we saw last time around on this particular map. Let's not forget, they lost out 16-4 when they brought this into the pool versus Vitality last time around.
I told you we would have a different movies in the cinema tonight. This map changed. This wasn't the G2 that was lost for solution on Vertigo. Hell no. They did their homework. They realized the weaknesses in the defense of Vitality, and they abused that B-side time and time again. Shout out to Hooksy, not only for a strong and sound game plan, but also for a much better individual performance.
Yeah. The way they win the game, they're going to be very, very satisfied by, right? We've seen so far in the tournament that Maniac have had some standout games. We remember the Honda CT side on Dust 2 against Big. You remember Nico going off. This time around, there was not a player per se that went off on the server from G2. It was a team effort. You see it on the scoreboard right here as well. Every single player contributed. Hooksy may be bottom on the scoreboard, but he had plenty of impact, especially in the second half on the CT side. So I think right now G2, of course, super happy for winning the map, but the fashion they did it, for the first time we see G2 as a unit and as a team.
You talked about that kind of exploitation of the B site going back to that first half for the side of G2. You have a couple of rounds that show kind of, I guess, a high-risk play coming out from the side of Vitality in terms of leaving it open.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. We may as well run him, right? You see in the very first pistol round already here, none of the players from Vitality is on the B-bomb side. They're basically just giving it up and playing a retake scenario. You see some very crisp headshots coming out, one from Dupree here in middle as well. And at this point, you know, Vitality are thinking to themselves, this is going to end fine. Actually, it's down to a 5v2 at some point. It goes back and forth. Honda finds himself in a 1v2, and he will clutch it out as Honda does the best. A nice shot right here towards the player. Now, in a 1v1, Honda can do it by himself. Now, what I want you guys to look out for right here is we jump into round number 12. They do the exact same thing again. Look at the minimap right now. You have 4 players actually towards the B-bomb side, towards A-bomb side, and then you have Spinks left alone in middle. You're giving up B-bomb side. We run out the clip right here. We play it further along, and you can just see G2 walking into a complete free bomb side. You cannot, at least in my book, do this in a buy round. It is virtually impossible to retake the bomb side when the terrorists have so much utility. High risk, high reward, sure. They maybe got fooled into the idea that you could do it after the pistol round, but doing it twice in a game like this, I don't like it.
Yeah, I also think there's a strong and deeply rooted difference between having your pistol round being a gamble that you decide. You say, listen, guys, in the pistol round, we're going to do retake. We have that smoke, that kit. It's going to be all right. The round that you just witnessed came after a couple of failures of holding the B side. It felt to me like more like a reaction, like an abandon, a giving up, saying, listen, it's not working out. Dupree, who was stellar in his first game against G2, looking down that B side, struggled massively here to hold it. He was a little bit disconnected from Spix. That duo wasn't exactly working as it was the first time around. And I think Vitality just tried to come up with a solution like, what can we do? Let's try to play retake.
And then we came into that second half, and it was quite streaky to be starting things off. Some heroic plays from Apex to try and keep Vitality's life in this map of Vertigo. Unfortunately, not paying off, but it does, end out in quite a close 16-14. What do you think, G2, in terms of their kind of play style, having the edge coming into that second half?
I think the first issue for Vitality started when G2 put up guns. They had the full utility, and Vitality could not take any map control on A. And for that, we have to give a shout out to Manassi.
Yeah.
Even though when it comes to the stats, he isn't exactly sky high. He's not stratospheric. I think as soon as he put his hand on a big green, he stopped any progression for Vitality on the A side. We saw Dupree a couple of times peek through that smoke, couldn't work it out. We saw Nico shut down as well a couple of A ramps, and then Apex for him, it was a little bit back to square one. He had to redefine a game plan, kind of got balled towards the B side, and then G2 had him.
That's why I want to give an awful lot of credit to Hooksy as well. He was being very dominant, I'd almost say, on the CT side. Moving around, being the, I guess, missing piece on both bomb sides, being the glue that kind of glued the entire thing together right here for G2. He was constantly moving around, and you could see in the player camps as well, talking a lot. Even in the very, very last round, you could see him flanking, talking, constantly making his teammates aware of what to do, when to pound. Everything Hooksy did on that CT side was done with an idea of what was going on in the Vitality camp. I really want to stress it right here. Hooksy with 19 kills, that's nice because we've been franking him for not killing enough, not having enough productivity.
Much better.
But the calling he did, the way he was the glue between the team right here, that was the biggest asset of Hooksy.
Yeah, and the willingness to get involved with the action as well. Huge props to Hooksy for coming out. I believe he only ended with 3 kills in that first half as well, so it kind of speaks volumes to how much impact he was able to have on that CT side too, as we can just see in the highlights coming out here.
But it's kills everywhere. Look at this highlight reel coming in from Hooksy. It's kill down towards A-ramp, it kills towards middle, there's going to be kills towards BDB side as well. He was everywhere on the map. When you have a player like Hooksy that is in-game leading and is willing to throw himself into all these different duels, all these different positions, it helps out the teammates so much.
And mostly he actually got the upper hand over Spinks a couple of times. And that is massive when you know what kind of impact Spinks can have if you give him the space, if he wins that 1v1 and kind of interjects into that middle side of the map. Hooksy put him down 2 or 3 times in good rounds, and that's a massively impactful kill.
I want to flip the conversation to looking at Dust 2, though, obviously the map that Vitality have brought into the pool. I know the kind of narrative around bringing Dust 2 in as your map pick. Nobody is really a huge fan of it. Are you seeing this one favoring Vitality, considering it's their choice?
Look, I'm not a big fan of picking Dust 2. You know me, I've made that quite clear, but I also think that Vitality are in the process of figuring out what the hell their map pool is. What can they actually pick? They tried Nuke last time against G2, faced an absolute wall on their T side, and I think they probably try to find a map where this wouldn't happen. They try to find a map where their weak side arguably could still be viable. Would that be Dust 2? I'm not exactly sure. I also think that on the CT side, there are some questions that are left unanswered.
We may not be the biggest fans in terms of picking into Dust 2 if you're Vitality, but for the entertainment value of this game, it's gonna be great. You have so much skill on the server. You have the duel between Saivu and Monisi, 2 AWP players who love to play Dust 2, 2 AWP players who love to take duels on the CT side, whether that being on long, in middle, on short. I think this game is gonna be a banger. Whether or not it's a smart move for Vitality, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, just as a Counter-Strike fan, I am so thoroughly excited to see Dust 2 going down between G2 and Vitality. Potentially last chance saloon for Vitality to hold on to their last full group's life and grab that spot hands-on in the Royal Arena. It's going to be going down on Dust 2 after this.
Blast Fall Finals, ready for another team to be locked into the event. G2 are the Betway favorites coming into this second map of Dust 2. Only one map away from sending Vitality to the Showdown. And they wouldn't be alone. They'd be joining the likes of Astralis. They'd be joining the likes of Heroic. It's going to make for a stacked event. But of course, what we saw in that first one was a stark improvement from both Hooksy and Hunter. The last time they played on Vertigo, those guys went missing. This is the G2 formula that is enough to beat what's meant to be a top 3 contender team.
Hunter had Hooksy had as many kills as Nico last game.
That's all I'm saying.
And he had a huge impact even as the pressure rose towards the end of the game.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we talk about Dust 2, the thing is, Hooksy got 3 kills in the one map he played with G2 on Dust 2, and he also never played it in his career.
Right.
So this isn't a map that we can expect him to play well, you know, with the extra pressure of all this stuff and already having a great map today. Maybe a bit better, maybe a bit more comfortable in general, but map specifically, Vitality will make it really hard for him. Now, they did do well versus Big, who are a great Dust 2 team. But part of that, and a huge reason, was because of Hunter's 2.0 rating in that match.
You know, and the reason they won a map versus Vitality was crazy performance from Nico. So we know that when it comes to the co-batches, it's quite the uphill battle. Dupree, he's got one. Magisk, the other. 3v3 inside the B site. JKS, little space to work with, but he doesn't need much. He's got a teammate on the flank, and it's Nico with the last one. G2 from map 1 win to map 2 pistol victory.
That was icy, and we didn't even talk too much about JKS. He had the 1v3 on Vertigo as well, and that was a game where every little bit mattered. 16-14, of course. JKS is just not someone who I'm worried about in terms of getting comfortable, you know what I'm saying? I think there is a bit of like overinflation with how much people expect from JKS because of like he was the best player out of Australia, but in even on the Renegades in terms of like his overall rating, it's not like he was up there in the 1.20 across the year or anything like that. He was he still broke top 20 in 1 year, but just barely kind of. So, but they still need the JKS obviously himself. He was talking about after taking a long break, it's hard to get back to being reintegrated. But at his best, he's extremely good, and we're starting to see that again.
That we are. And he'll be left to his own devices over in that B site for this map. Kind of doing his thing, finding his groove. Helps that the pistol kicks off like that. But you get Modesty on 32 health retreating. Dupree 47 with the Deagle. Bomb left outside of the tunnels. And a pack of Vitality players still lingering in spawn.
And we're also already seeing Hunter being pervasive, which is what we saw last time on Dust 2. He was in lower a lot. He took some good off angles. I did a demo review of Hunter, and honestly, it was one of the best demo reviews that I've ever done in terms of watching one individual play throughout a half. His CT side on this map on versus Big, worth watching back if you want to watch it yourself. There was so much to learn, and there was a lot of ingenuity from G2 in terms of the way they used him, different spots they played. That off angle he had in front of the Xbox inside of mid, with a Hunter setup, that was something that was like brand new to me and looked extraordinary. And that was just one of many things, a litany of things that they did that were cool.
They're going to get out of the tunnels here, Vitality. They've gotten Modesty off of the plat. He comes at it from a different angle. Remember, JKS towards car, so that's really the emergency plan. Oh, and now it's an emergency. Spinks with a kill, Magisk with a double. Nico catching one inside of CT. Little health for the other 3. But the fact that JKS didn't get anything there off of the car means that Vitality bounced right back.
Yeah, they got smoked. And before this game started, you were like, is this the last map? Like wondering, is this, like, can G2 actually pull this off? Because they don't get Nuke again, where they were, very good versus Vitality. And the only reason I wasn't entirely sure is just because there were such unbelievable things that happened the last time they played Dust 2. That, like, expecting a 2.0 performance back-to-back. I don't know if that's ever happened in history. So, on the one hand, Hunter's better today overall. On the other, Hooksy is not expected to have output on Dust 2 in general. It's just not having any experience on the map. And it's G2, of course. There's Modesty, there's Nico that can all have huge pop-up games. But in terms of Vitality, we know they're comfortable. And here's the first sign.
Tough one already. Deflating for G2, but they've still got some pieces of the puzzle. M4 for Nico, Scout on Modesty, MP9 Hunter. Just a tough pill to swallow when you're thinking off of a map win, you've got the pistol and momentum, and it just gets ripped away. But it was Magisk who did that. The 2-shot kill to JKS on Car. You know, m0NESY was really relying on that M4 to deliver some kind of a B-hold. Nico looking to make that first contact. Dupree crosses over, gets away from the duel alive. m0NESY could opt to go for some kind of a mid-hold, but then he'll be met by the scout of Apex. Oof, not far off the mark. Little flash for the cap peek. Magisk and Zywoo gonna go carve a route towards A potentially, but that draws m0NESY back up the ramp. It's Hunter with the MP9 inside of sight. m0NESY gets onto the long corner. As long as Hooksy can maintain long doors, these two players in sight can wait.
It's entirely possible with the time left on the clock that they do run it back, but it feels like they've got an inclination to make this into a B split. Now we're all following the bomb actually. On top of the Xbox, dropping down now and entrying. Uh-oh. Don't want to lose.
Boy. Nico, just the one. JKS, oh, he sees the gun fly by. Hooksy's down by a bunch, trying to flank.
Just
get away. At least he's alive. You know, time is critical. He's still surviving, bullets flying all over the place, but the B site clear for the taking. And ultimately, Vitality get away from what was a wild set of engagements. Magisk can go ahead and kill Hunter at the base of middle. And m0NESY, despite his best efforts, not able to connect too much. So Vitality, there it is, 2-1.
Yeah, they survived that one pretty damn well. Couple test shots here from m0NESY. So he gets warmed up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Apex right there for him. So all 5 down to the G2 players. Vitality early T-side lead.
I think the best kill matrix from this these last 2 maps is Apex versus m0NESY.
They made the smoke.
That's awesome.
They're coming now. The one is on HP.
They missed the smoke? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. Your eyes will fall out of your head.
Yeah. Or get stuck.
Big old conga line of players through middle.
Okay, not bad.
USBs, apparently that's allowed to happen. That's 2, in fact, with just the vanilla pistols. Nico's gonna get killed by Dupree on the flank. Very quick one from Vitality, but G2 knew what they signed up for.
Yes, indeed. So on the rifles again. So curious, man. What version of G2 we'll get, how good Vitality will look on Dust 2. Good to watch Spinks on this map as well. And it's not often that, like, when you put Oppers head-to-head, that actually has any meaningful impact on the way the game plays out, because Oppers are not looking to attack other Oppers. That's like a queen attacking a queen. Like, you're trying to pick off weaker pieces most of the time. But on Dust 2, there is a lot of situations where the Oppers will meet each other. And m0NESY and Zywoo both have that confidence. I think m0NESY's better when it comes to picking the door, picking the cross, attacking it. I think he's figured out this new Dust 2 better than anyone, honestly. I said it.
Say it loud, say it proud. There's nothing there, though, from G2 on the mid doors. It's Long instead that has m0NESY.
It's the Alexi B bait. It worked. They made it. It's the jump to make it look like they're jump spotting across.
Right.
And
draw Spinks right in.
Yeah, shout out to Alexi for that one.
Just jump on the doors, bro. Towards Car, we've got Nico. On window, it's JKS. Ooh, JKS wins the duel, loses health, falls down into the site. Look at Dupree, just tunnel visioned on the player inside the site. Zywoo on the recovery. There's no assist here for Nico. Flash in, he hides to the corner, gets one, and then Apex flies down on him into the 1 versus 2 from the 1v3. Don't talk about that.
Sorry.
Frag on the door. Won't make it across. Tries to jump and gets clapped.
Sorry. That wasn't that, but I was late. That just looks so crazy. It looked like Apex jumped higher than you could possibly go.
He's just entirely off Nico's screen.
Oh, fuck, they flashed me. Oh, whoop.
Look at that.
Where is he?
Look at that.
I don't know. Everything he does is funny.
Man's got jetpacks. All right. That's a hold. Dupree, very unassuming that that position wouldn't be held.
Yeah. Magic? Was it Magic running across the site?
That was Dupree.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was in kill mode.
Yeah.
He locked on.
Like a torpedo. One direction.
Yeah, and when we talk about spots, you know, they might be like, all right, Hooksy's long. We can attack long. But just because someone plays a spot doesn't mean they're playing it alone.
In this case, it's Nico to the pit. It's a hell of a set of hands to help Hooksy.
Uh-oh.
They know he's tucked in. Nico gonna feed him to the wolves.
Uh-oh.
And not get the trade frag. But Monacy's coming over. Ooh, damn, Nico, empty-handed. So both the CTs on long go down for free. Dupree's gonna slide out through middle as JKS walks over. Whoa, right on the corner. JKS wins the duel. Brings it back by a bit. Check the HP, 46-48 between Spinks and Apex.
Yeah, time is a thing. I think Cat opening up Cat is actually huge if this A-split comes down, but they're leaving Spinks as a lurker. I think they're moving at a pretty good tempo here because Spinks can kind of be annoying. They haven't cleared out long, and this will put immense pressure on JKS, who's already been peppered down by Dupree earlier on. So look at the A players. I mean, they're tied up. They have to worry about Cat.
He's just going to tuck into the Humvee.
Yeah, this is... I mean, it's a kind of a nice risk for him if no one comes out mid, and
smoke for door.
We'll see if it works.
One flash. Oh, he's gonna tuck. Comes out. Back's turn. Ooh. 2 kills. That's pretty big.
Wow.
And the closer rotate picks up a frag. So ZywOo into the 1v2. They immediately split directions with Hunter heading in through tunnels. ZywOo just leans it back. Not sure if someone wants to take a risk and walk through smoke. Things could get a little freaky. But Monacy just getting slightly closer and making sound now. So ZywOo piecing together the picture. Hunter still unbeknownst to him. A barrel to confirm that Monacy's coming. And a quick headshot ×2.
Dude.
ZywOo on the backside. Easy.
That was dripping with intelligence. The way that he played the back box there, as you could see from our position, the 2 guys on his screen, they would have no idea where he'd be. They couldn't corroborate this information. But look what's open. The window the entire time. He finds a way to take a risk standing just somewhere on the site. And if they don't come window in this spot, he has an enormous advantage in both of those engagements, especially the door. I mean, that's just ZywOo moment number 936, right? But really cool to watch that take place. Now, I'd also like to say, star player move by JKS there to not just, first of all, Hummer in a moment like that with that HP, that's an interesting spot. You're calling out that, okay, they don't go mid to B. That's already a cool thing to try. Number 2, peeking and not just letting them swing past and then trying to kind of gimmick fight them as they go through, aiming to get 2 kills, otherwise you lose the round. And it does bring it down to a 2v1. So even though Vitality win, he actually gave his team odds to actually pull that off.
Yeah, did what he had to.
He didn't play it scared, you know? He actually swung when he felt the timing and hit his shots. So those are also
feels like
good.
We isolate JKS's, impact, and he did his job.
Yeah.
Currently topping that scoreboard. 9 frags to Justin Savage's name. And nothing for G2 to really play with here. Nico gets a deagle because he's Nico. Everybody else has got to work with the USPs.
Yeah, his perk is just getting deals for free.
Ooh. They're in the right positions here, G2. Not working with much. Good early damage, but with the Desert Eagle getting nothing, safe to say G2 gonna get flipped inside out for this one. Spinks has got that last kill. 5 alive as well for Vitality. Excellent.
There was also one thing that was a negative on the setup at long, where I kind of felt like Hooksy, first of all, I think Hooksy should have been the pit player, because the way he was playing it, he's like, I'm gonna set you up, I'm gonna bait, I'm gonna get a kill, and then, you take contact. But if you're playing blue bin, you're typically not doing that when you're alone.
Okay.
Because you can't move from there, right? You can't multi-frag that easily. It's hard to flash for you even. You have to turn from everything. So If he was going to bait, maybe he should have been one to pit. Nico blue bin. He can try to take the heat off of him. Or he just peeks second and just kind of plays it the best way possible. But
Holy
okay,
hell.
well.
They're already into the B site.
Yeah, they didn't smoke the door yet.
JKS has yet to step foot inside this site, and it belongs to him.
Whoa.
He still manages to catch Dupree. The retake utility, not the very best, but enough tools for the job, for sure.
Yeah.
And Nico starting to flank top middle. Now, Spinks is generally going to be one of these late mid plays. Sometimes tuck tunnels, as he is. Feels like Nico would know better, but oh man, this is a freebie straight up. JKS takes the chance just because he is that close.
Yeah.
Doesn't get enough to justify the retake, and G2 with no early B players get called out by Vitality.
Yeah, sometimes you start outside the site. They were heavy lean towards A, and because the doors were flipped, you can tend to the entrance to the B site and get damage off. In this situation, he didn't really. It's kind of like playing CT on Mirage. You know, it's easy to stay alive, kind of difficult to get your kill, but you have a good way to stay alive if you do. And in this situation, they're not going to win the retake. If he gets 2 kills, they could. So it's kind of the same logic as the Hummer play, I think, where he's like, all right, I'm just going to go for this. And if they don't, they just, you know, they lose 1 player and then they try again next round. They don't lose anything else, so.
Timeout from G2. First of 4. Mood in the camp of Vitality looks good.
Yeah, Dust 2 going as planned. Of course, the last time these two went head-to-head, it was Nuke as the pick for Vitality, and that didn't go so well. G2 were actually insane on the map. Hooksy had a good map. Monacy, Nico stole the show, but Monacy was tagging everybody outside. So that caused a ton of problems. Don't say it.
My lips are sealed.
Okay.
Spinks, big risk. Sent on his own behind blue. They're worried about it.
They're not mollying him. Oh, they don't think he's there.
Do they not?
That'll be a huge mistake if they just start running by him.
Boy, Hooksy still looking at it, but doesn't really believe it. Sure enough, Spinks comes in with the 1 kill. Nico's got the trade at least. So it's recovered, but it is still Vitality. Vitality.
Vitamins.
It's the French in me. Vitalité, là.
Always wanted to cast with Apex.
What a treat that would be.
You would need a cam on screen.
Actually, what a treat that would be.
Oh, the upper B push. It's coming in slowly but heavily with this op. Oh, he's going to get in front of the smoke, yeah.
Ooh, they're not going to expect this one. Nope, not whatsoever. But Apex bursting through middle with tenacity. And that is just all his teammates need. They may be blocked off by the smoke. They may have lost one to Monacy, but Apex finds that mid-timing, and it is superb. Ooh, even goes one better. Drops Hunter, pushes Nico to the 1v3. He's got to ask himself if he thinks he's got what it takes. They double peek. They decide to take him down. The Danes, an aggressive end to another round win.
Nice. They played that confidently. Just swung on him. All about Apex, baby. Monacy just kind of missed here, we'll say. You know, it wasn't the hardest shot for him, and he was in a position to maybe hold on to that a little longer. Apex dies, then that CG rotation is real. And then, you know, they can still lose trying to get into the B site, but they have a much better chance. But hey, we all miss sometimes, right?
Speak for yourself. Hunter's fine. They peel back from what was originally the 3-man long. Timing's all working out. Hooksy making a bit of a ruckus. Will be heard. Ooh, there's a lot of players. Big pack here from Vitality. Gonna drop one into the CT. Ooh, Dupree bests Nico quick. Monacy, see if he can hang on. He's got 2 more bodies confirmed up top. They know that there's somebody tucked into the CT spawn. That's Apex. And they decide to rock the boat back.
They know he's CT?
I swear they saw him drop.
He's kind of being careful about it. Yeah, the clear comes out. The flash is perfect. He takes a few seconds, but that flash is what they needed to make sure.
Good teamwork here from G2 to deal with what could have been a real problem. And JKS on the opposite side of the wall forfeits over the site, slides into the action, dies. And now we've got a curious situation. The thing is, ZywOo needs to cross with that bomb. So as he goes over, he's not going to be able to get himself a fight, but they're not far off. Hunter is right there on the doorway. Utility here for the CTs. Flashbang thrown, that's all they've got. It's a commitment quick. Op connects, so does Magisk. Last man up is m0NESY. Gets tagged through the doorway. No wiggle room at all. And a tough 20 health clutch now demanded of him. One player tagged and pinned into that back site, both towards Plat. ZywOo just ends it. And Vitality show no sign of slowing down.
Was that 2v4? So they got JKS first, and then okay, that's one situation about JKS. That's one where I don't think you push in before. They also didn't have a flash for him again this time. And then in the 2v3, they could still pull it off, but great frags out of Vitality. You know, ZywOo and Magisk, that's not just a free round because they get it down to a 2v3. That was still a pretty good situation for the CTs. And look at that. That's a round with a save. Tacked right onto it.
m0NESY's not going anywhere other than the grave. Ferocious T-side out of Vitality right now. JKS eats the flash, loses his closest support. It's a deagle from downtown to take down Dupree. That's an AK freed up. JKS has to watch both ends of this B site with nothing but a scout. Okay. Oh my god.
He's just surfing.
Just got bored. Decides to make a move.
Yeah, been there.
Flies down to bottom middle. You know, got to make a play if you want to win an upset like this, 3v4 with just Eagles on the majority.
Yeah.
But hell, he almost gets a kill.
Yeah, but Vitality, they're moving nice. They're moving composed. They're controlled things. They've kind of made this game very standard now. And they're edging out in mechanical duels as well. I mean, they're taking advantage of Nico on the A side. They kind of out-fragged, I think, everyone.
Right now, G2 simply can't hang on.
I'm surprised production didn't bring up his ADR there. Savage production.
Now
and they're holding back.
Now it's coming. No, they get a little more tame after 11. So, as the bomb goes off and Vitality take a 9th, we wait for something of a CT side here. So far, no bueno. There it is.
All right, there it is.
Oh my god,
no.
Why? Why?
He has less ADR than he has deaths. I don't even know what. That's some kind of record.
Why?
Well, I guess, actually, I think Cadian had 0.1 after 9 rounds, or I don't know. Anyways, it's low.
It's single digits.
If this was golf, he'd be a god. Well,
m0NESY's at least got the mid answer, so it's not more than one. Oof. Dangerous cross back. Nico wants to get into the action from Catwalk. Hooksy's maybe about to have 2 players coming at him on long. Nico's in a playmaker spot. Oof. It's owned by Magisk, though.
He's just listening.
Yeah. Now Hooksy's got a lot to do. He's standing up on the plat, I believe, so fully exposed, ready for the duel.
Oh, what an angle.
Definitely less common.
Yeah, he was owning Spinks on Vertigo, so.
And that's not far off the mark. Modesty trying to chase a second chance.
He'd be missing a little bit. They got him to switch sides on mid. Oh, and they throw this smoke. It's... Oh, he can actually get back into it. They don't just smoke the door. So now they cross up. Hooksy's rotating in.
He could run it at this A site.
And Hooksy grabs him.
20 seconds to spare. Ooh, Modesty lands that. And a dink on Zywoo. Look at this health advantage. I mean, Hooksy, this is his round. A couple bullets to each of these players, and he's good to go. Finds the headshot to Spinks. USP is out. 1 bullet versus Zywoo. All he needs. The head is there.
Oh, he
taps it. A clutch for Hooksy in a 1v2. And G2, a very, very necessary round win.
He doesn't always go hard, but when he does, it goes diamonds. A clutch. Only headshots here. Honestly, the gall of Spinks to stand up there when Hooksy was just spotted on long corner to kill a CT guy, that was just rude. But then he put it together. Good thing we got a glimpse of his ADR before this round, because now it's in the rearview mirror.
Right? Now we bring it back up.
Now, yeah.
We owe him that.
Yeah. And then we talk percentages, how much percentage increase it's been.
Uh-oh, that's math.
I'll let you do it.
It's up to 18.7 from 5?
Yeah.
That is a more than 300% increase.
Yeah. Great. You did great.
364% increase.
Almost one for every day of the year.
Almost. Faze decent from G2. Listen, recover it. 6-9. Hooksy gives you a oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow. Honestly, yes, I was been better so far than Modesty inside of middle. He's getting a lot. I can't, dude.
Now we've had some zany nades
No one
today.
even moved for like 3 seconds. That was like passive aggressive. Like.
Good teammates wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah.
You move along. Modesty hit on the fallback.
So painfully quiet right now. Oh. They're spotting with a flash. No smoke, obviously. Yeah. And no teammates anytime soon. But we've got a weird setup from the T side. You know, 2 outside long. It feels like a crawl's coming up the cap, but they're running out of time to be able to do that. So I wonder if they're going to go mid B and let Spinks fake. He's probably got to go fast on this fake. Just make any kind of presence. And it looks like he is.
Hooksy's not falling for it. Actually catches Dupree, throws a flash out. That's a T-side smoke. Ooh, Hooksy going through in the gun round. Gets caught out by Zywoo. We've still got Hunter in sight. Magisk alleviates the pressure, and Modesty just can't find it. Now, unfortunately for Modesty, he's also pinched from CT spawn, so no way he could get his footing on that B site. He's got to concede. And Vitality, that's double digits on this T side. 10 rounds to 3.
Yeah, well, good on Hooksy for kind of being the one to identify what was happening, even with that pressure that came up from Spinks. I feel like this one is just like slightly mistimed from Vitality in the sense of if they had a few extra seconds, Spinks could have time to work without just, you know, running out and dying at long. Not that he does that, but, you know, it's in the way that he played. I just, what is that? It's hilarious. I don't know.
Yep. Ooh, Spinks goes the wrong way. Might die.
Not today.
He's got a shield on his back. He's good. So 10-3 T side. Momentous, to say the least.
I think someone changed Modesty's sense, maybe. A little bit.
Sabotage.
Yeah.
There's a sapper out there.
Well, they're going to need him. Better time than the present.
There we go.
Whoa.
That's blinded on long corner.
Oh, wow.
But of course, that's all they've got is that op. No other weapon following up behind it.
I like how they go right to the gun.
Yeah, you want some? Feels like the fact that hasn't been picked up, even though there was time, really tells them he was alone.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's a creep and crawl to the top of mid. Magisk, more than one player about to round that corner, and he looks away just a second. Oh my God.
Wow.
There are beasts on the prowl.
They're so fast that maybe, I don't know.
Magisk is watching, but Apex stands in the way. Oh, Magisk.
Wow.
Saves him. But then Hunter grabs an AK. JKS is one too. They can't do anything about that. The AKs both dip out.
Eyes on Monacy.
He's the one who started this. Shooting for 4. Smokes onto the cross. That's going to enable it. Monacy gives himself a pocket to play with. JKS comes in. Oh, he's caught playing with grenades. Didn't expect Dupree to be set up that fast. Monacy, quick flick in. And with that man advantage maintained, 25 seconds to spare. Zywu's in the smoke. Nico's got the deagle. Magisk wants to cover, but it's going to be a tough one. Throws the molly to clear out boxes, but instead Hunter's just standing in the open. Now Magisk, he tries to tap it, and G2 have no business winning that. But they do.
They do. They got a lucky timing when they were coming up through mid, but from there on out, and the Monacy opening kill, was a lot of skill involved in like keeping all of G2 or all of Vitality where they are. And of course, they read that Vitality would go back towards long as they were flanking. So a very nice call there in the mid round. And shout out to Monacy for the forward thinking, keeping the smoke in play instead of just throwing that earlier, you know, not buying it at all, because it allowed them to close out there. Still, this game is very much in Vitality's favor. That was just 1 round. I wonder if Zonic goes, don't win this round because then we're 4-11 and then we're going to lose.
Hopefully he's not that superstitious.
Yeah.
Guys, I wrote a book about this.
Yeah.
Come on, Hooksy. All yours.
Oh!
Okay, he got away.
Yeah, no, he's
alive.
He won that. He did so much damage, got away.
I'd be nervous too.
I actually wasn't joking, but that sounded like I was, I guess. That was pretty good. They just maintain long control, 45 seconds. Time's ticking, man.
Shooting for 5.
With Hooksy still alive here, Monacy has a number of angles opened up to defend against the long take, right? Just all this ramp, basically.
No reason not to believe that T-Half could get competitive.
Oh, Nico doesn't believe it for a second.
Nah, he wants this A site held. He's trying to help out Monacy, who gets the first one. Grenades sail over. Nico just gets splattered by Spinks, but Hooksy's got the 1 kill as they tried to crawl up. Apex dives into the CT spawn. He is ended. And Magisk, 10 seconds. It's a 1v3 left over. Time is not on his side, but everybody's close enough to die. They're all right here. He just needs to hunt down Hunter. 1 second, and it's down beneath him. Again, it comes down to the wire.
Hello everybody, here we are. It's the Coinbase hot swaps with Rez and with Apex. It's a Liege, it's Hunter. Cirque, I'm joined by Kerrigan. It's the fall season, boys. The fall season of 2022. Way more roster moves than some people can keep up to. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on roster swaps, negative and positive.
Vitality. Let's say Vitality. Yeah, I think positive, probably Vitality.
I think the Vitality change with bringing Spinks reminds a lot about the Faze with Rob's joining. An upgrade in kind of the role and the position and the philosophy of the team.
For me, honestly, Vitality signing Spinks, I think it's a very good move.
because Spinks, I know he's a really good guy and a really good player, honestly, and that's the piece they needed.
I didn't really think that like ENCE was doing too bad. Like maybe they needed to change something to like improve them, but you know they were like a top team like this entire year. Sure. So to see that change was pretty surprising for me.
Took I think one of the best lurker right now, who is Spinks Lotan. He's been fantastic for the first 6 months in his role, and we try to not change his role at all, almost. We try to put him in best condition when he arrived into the team.
I thought Dexter to OG was a really big one, where it's like, you know, he had Lisbon as a stand-in, and then he got the permanent spot over Montu, and I mean, after the major run, after what they did, I mean, nobody had OG playing in the playoffs of Lisbon, and
I think yes. I mean, Dexter is a really great player, a great topper, and next, I think he's very happy that he's working with young players, young guys, so they will just listen to him, they will trust him.
If they can like get back to, you know, that point where they were before with Dexter and like that level of confidence, then they could be a really strong team as well.
At the beginning of this year, we brought Remy, Xtas coach, we brought Alexi, new IGL, and new Oper Monesi, so we needed to start from zero.
I think I was kind of thinking the same thing as you, where it's not like you need like a blockbuster signing. Like you already have like 3 insane players with Nico, Hunter, and Monesi.
I think G2 on the paper is like people are like scratching their head, like thinking it could make sense, but it could also like when you look player for player, it looks worse, but we all know that sometimes a player change or philosophy change changes the whole team, right? So yeah. I think it's a high risk that they actually let LXCB go.
I think JKS is insane. I think Huxi is maybe a little different style than Alexi,
So I think having Huxi will be a really great add, but let's see how we'll adapt to everyone.
I have mixed feelings, honestly. Yeah. I feel like he did a really good job in ENCE, and I think he was like a core piece for them. Maybe he didn't have the insanely good highlights, and maybe he didn't have his insane stats or whatever, but I think he, like if we watch the games, I think he did really well.
This has been the Coinbase Hot Swaps Season 2 of 2022. We'll see you guys in the server.
Nice. No smoke.
I don't have. I'm gonna molotov it.
But who hit it?
They don't have AVP, they don't have AVP. Careful fast tunnel, guys, careful fast.
Don't see CT.
Take your tunnel.
You wanna play to it up?
Yeah, well, yeah.
But two, they don't have
Flashing.
Plan.
Going fast, I think.
Out.
Nice. Nice. Last guy, he flashed.
Matu have door.
Go.
Nading.
Split time.
Not out.
Matu has
door.
I'm moving. Nading your play.
No one has window.
Watch window.
Have it.
Remember here, no up to save.
Nice, boys.
Yeah, we're flapping some gums on the Vitality TeamSpeak. Concentrated effort to get themselves a 10-5 half on the T side of Dust 2. It's their map pick. They wanted to take G2 here. They wanted Huxi to be uncomfortable. They wanted to smack him around a little bit, and honestly, they did. But G2 did still get a few rounds. And with a pistol and maybe a little, you know, Kovac factor, something crazy could still happen. But at the same time, it's looking real good between ZywOo, Spinks, and Magisk.
Yeah, ZywOo was controlling in that for... How does ZywOo have less kills than Monesi after that? I feel like the crazy part about Monesi was he had so many opportunities. He kind of like played positionally pretty well to like get so many chances. He just ended up missing a lot of shots, but I felt like ZywOo was controlling a lot of middle in that first half. See if that changes now.
Definitely dominated the cross. Got him here, tucked on the boxes. Magisk on the plat. Ooh, he's gonna burn alive, so try to take somebody with him as an inevitable death comes through. The Berettas, 3 from ZywOo. In what world? He just unloads and shreds them head after head. JKS, all he can do is cross his fingers.
What the hell?
This guy is an animal.
I was like, who is that? I couldn't even know who we were spectating for a second. And I was like, he's getting 0 kills.
You should have known.
And then, yeah. Like, he just had a Rage Blade.
I mean, I feel bad for Hunter.
It's an honor to be killed by ZywOo.
It probably doesn't feel like one. My Berettas go...
Yeah, like a motorboat.
Now that would
That's not what he sounds like.
What?
That's not what he sounds like.
No.
No. Oh, no.
No. Oh.
Yeah. Kind of creepy when you do it.
Yeah, sorry. It's one of my all-time favorite CSGO interviews.
Yeah.
Especially now that I know Freya.
Yes, even better.
Makes it all the better.
And like hearing ZywOo speak more.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, he definitely could have gave an interview.
Yes. No.
No. G2 on the recovery here. AK Galil Tech9 Scout. And CT's not doing anything too crazy. Leaving the Danes inside of the B site.
Zygote on the A4. Little off angle here. Ooh. Nice kind of high-low here from Dupree and Magisk. And there he is.
Damn, Hooksy almost killed ZywOo. Got the dink in with the Tech9. Almost. Down to the 30-second mark. Uh-oh. Again.
The amount of nades.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a tough one. ZywOo looking for the walkout. Him and Apex. Lock in two. m0NESY. Oh. Poor kid's getting pummeled. No time here. You better die. Better die before time.
Probably wants to. And now they're hiding. Okay, they peek him. Give him that death. He could have got away to turn cat, so swung and ended it. Okay. Now it's just punching.
It's like playing next to Dexter.
Yeah. Imagine it was just punching, though.
That's like hanging out with Smix.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Don't sit next to Smix for too long.
Love Smix.
She...
Like when she laughs?
She can really
when
slap.
She's having fun?
She can really slap. Yeah. And the worst part is when she's happy.
Yeah. It comes from a good place.
It does.
But it doesn't feel like it. Nade goes back towards blue box. That's Hooksy tagged even lower. Oh, that's a nade. That is a nade. Hooksy, I'm so sorry. The rest of your team can at least just retreat. Not that they'll have the bomb. Oh, Apex. Why not? Keep on going. They realize what was up. There's going to be a lot of door pressure, but that smoke, those frags, just deleted it all.
Did you notice that you can pick up a gun, a pistol, while in the reload animation?
Huh.
That's not very realistic.
Well, maybe if you're European, because, you know, they all play that, what is it, that football game?
Quap?
No, the football. You know, like...
Football Manager?
Yeah.
FIFA?
No, I just mean soccer. And, you know, they can, like, kick the ball up. Maybe that's what they're doing with the pistols. You know?
I see. They kind of pronounce it like F-U-T ball.
Football?
Yeah. All of them. They all sound the same.
Who was it? We were hanging out with Zipple yesterday, and he turned around in a conversation. He's like, yeah, I was playing soccer. I mean football.
Yeah.
And that's when I knew that they say soccer too.
They do.
But they just don't let us North Americans know it.
Secretly.
They want to say soccer.
It's true.
But there's just this European cult that doesn't let them do it.
Yes. Who's in control?
I'm on to you. Same way Vitality are on to victory lane soon enough by the looks of things. 3 more to go on this CT side. Let's see if the guns of G2 can turn the tide of battle.
Magisk has been a powerhouse this game, 19-8. It's interesting. Hooksy said that he learned a lot about Dust 2 from the guys because, you know, he doesn't have experience in it himself.
Oh, nice timing. But it comes with a cost. Apex from beyond the grave catches the frag kill. Ooh, Magisk in the open was meant to be caught out by Hunter. Now he is completely alone with 22 health and 3 Ts potentially coming in through mid. ZywOo wants to help out, but has to run through fire. And Magisk manages to catch Hooksy not looking. Flash towards tunnels. He could continue to hold them back. It's a great spot. Half of m0NESY's gone. Magisk finally goes down. ZywOo to take the place from window as Spinks slowly creeps in behind them. What kind of a distraction can ZywOo offer as Spinks gets closer and closer?
He could just literally stop the plant here. Oh, m0NESY will sneak by and Spinks will take an inventory of him.
He's sliding out. Almost getting the kill to JKS, but G2 hang on.
Real nice kills there from m0NESY, especially in a window. And got that bomb plant, kept that round moving forward, and stopped what was an excellent hold from Magisk. Honestly, that's where it all began, basically. Doing the most with just that FAMAS in hand. Well, looks like G2 are still very much in it. Maybe they were looking more forward to T side than CT side.
But a good T side still won't be enough. It's got to be a great T side, a near flawless T side. Ooh.
This is that Hunter position from the other day. But they had the op in the back, which is helps out a lot.
Dupree's just hoping he doesn't die before he regains vision. Nico tries to come at him. Almost, but Hooksy, that was sharp. Galil headshot. Magisk gonna take the front end of the bottom mid hold. Ooh, sees Hunter on the move. Now we've got this heavy A lane, but they're pulling players out of the A site. Looks like they want to go for the mid retake instead. Forfeiting long and trying to unroot Hunter before he becomes a problem.
Yeah, it's interesting because they don't go up cat. Wow, actually, I mean, I like the idea from Vitality here because you always have some extra time when you know it's just going to be a prolonged long play. But the fact that Hunter cannot get flanked now actually is like a counter in a big way. And now he's holding the long flank. That's very nice from Hunter.
I love that reposition. Spinks definitely doesn't see it coming. Bomb goes down. 7 rounds to G2 by the looks of things.
That was cool. I'm not sure if you could see all of that playing out in his head, but ended up being like a really good option. And Vitality don't have a way back into the round. So huge incentive to hold on to the guns here. I mean, for Vitality, they're in a position where they can win any round. One big play from ZywOo, Magisk as well.
Honestly, Magisk standing out at the moment, 21-9.
Yeah.
But nicely done by Hunter to dodge the danger of the mid retake. And honestly, Apex going out into the open of the cat ledge. Never saw that boost coming. This right here definitely alleviates any pressure that could have been.
They have room to eat that. It's not a huge deal for Vitality with the 3-round start, but
not too far off the mark. Opens up Magisk to get aggressive. Why not? And then playing like this, he's got Dupree right behind him. Hunter, expecting the push, confirms the presence. Thinks maybe someone's coming from sight, but it's actually just 2 down in the tunnels. And that smoke's about to fade, so they have to leave now or never.
yeah, but are they contained? It feels like they're just waiting. They like want to fight, see if there's pressure, but they're ready to push. Potential timing here. Lots of info being exchanged audibly, you know, from Cat and Long. And yeah, Hunter can once again kind of play a key role if it is going to be defending the flank. The CT start to curdle up, so now we get a more, you know, more understood position from both sides here. m0NESY waiting for a flash, potential for a flash out towards Long. And of course, a big advantage to G2. There is not that many guns here for Vitality.
Oh. It's going to put the offer off his angle. Magisk, bit wild on the spray. Spinks, nice dinks. ZywOo, though, now he's standing on an aisle. Kills Nico first. He's still up. Misses the second shot. Dupree will get the job done with just the 5-7. And the pistols fall back. Or at least one does. Dupree wants to round this back from Cat. Apex just waits and spawn.
He had a way to plant better for m0NESY. So there's a weird situation here where Vitality could figure this out. Killing JKS would put m0NESY in a very compromised position.
Dupree doubled back, didn't find any other utility. Oh, he threw the AK down. So now that's 2 rifles here. They're giving the guns over.
Yeah, Monacy does kind of want to fight first because of where the bomb is.
Good headshot. Finds it. Kind of a little stall in the action there. So G2 decide, I don't know what's going on, but we'll take a glance. And in doing so, they'll take an 8th. And that's only 5 rounds the difference.
Is there an op to recover here for Dupree?
No, it would be over on site.
Okay.
Unless the bomb blows it into the open. He's trying.
Looks like not. Yeah. Worth the search for sure. Oh, another shot missed by Monacy. I was wondering, I was like, who is dodging flashes in this position with everyone blind? I think you... Oh, yeah.
Shot.
Boosted, yeah.
Thing is, Magis could have gotten those 2 kills along the wall.
Yes.
Could have gotten both.
Yes.
You know, especially with Monacy missing that shot.
Yes.
Could have gotten 2.
Yeah. It's weird again because Monacy, he's got a lot of output right now, but he has missed a fair few shots.
But you know what? In that round, same could be said for Zywoo. Got 1, missed the 2nd.
True.
So it's not perfect play from the gods of Counter-Strike. And yet it is still enough for G2 to continue to chip away at this lead. No reason for Vitality to not be comfortable for now.
Really silly, but the amount of energy Nico put into his screen when they won their first round in the second half, even being down as much as they are, made me feel like they were really looking forward to the second half.
Okay.
Despite the deficit. And got a couple of rounds to prove why they're excited.
I'll say so far, so good.
Yeah. And this is just Vitality looking for a 3rd map. I mean, not even a, ticket here with this win.
Oi. Apex is going to put down the fire, but no kill for him. They will win the tunnels fight, the 2 players inside B. Look at this. G2 just kind of stranded all of a sudden. They didn't lose their tunnels player. It feels like that B takes all the easier. There's a flank top mid. Dupree gets canceled out by Monacy. Critical shot. But Monacy and Nico are incredibly low, which means I feel like this is one of those moments HooXi will need to deliver. Mandatory. And all they have to do is kill Zywoo. Kill Zywoo on this A site, you've got yourself a plant. If Monacy can do it himself, even better. Zywoo misses the first few shots, gives himself a flash for the repeat. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
That's what they need. Keeping Monacy alive makes this one feel even more likely. He gets the leg shot into Spinks. Anything Monacy can do to set up HooXi makes this a little easier. Magic's head was spotted. Monacy tries to hone in. A missed shot from him. CTs have the cover, but Monacy's alive and kicking. HooXi's been pilled off. 9 HP. Magic on the site. Misses his chance, as does Monacy.
Oh, he's coming up to default.
In the open.
And he's in the open, yeah.
Way too easy. Felt pinched, felt pressured, felt pushed back behind that box. It's close, but no cigar.
I wonder what the idea was there, why he wasn't strafing right more, basically. But I guess setting up for the shot, didn't take it. HooXi, it was a nice shot and a nice try here in the 2vx. They got the kill you were talking about, the key one on Zywoo on the site. But right now, it's the round 1 here for Vitality. They're on 14. They're in a very powerful spot.
Not every day you get to see the battle cry out of Zywoo.
No. That one was down to a 1v1, so quite an expensive round. Few players missing grenades, Spinks with none.
Yes. Tough as a pill as it is to swallow for G2. Just think about what you net if you win this one. Saves and half buys are not too far away. Round 23 will be critical. Oh, I felt like he was about to shoot. Zywoo, no chance, but Dupree picks up the slack towards mid. Apex is just pinned into the pit by HooXi.
Those flashes were insane. JKS had him blind for, a few seconds there. Zywoo on the perch. Player beneath.
Doesn't know about Hunter.
Yeah, he's actually going to expose his... Yeah, he exposes his scope right there.
Big opening, and another. Hunter won't be able to get the third. Magisk, he's got a lot of players crossing over, looking for the random shots to land. Nothing. He can hear the footsteps, he can try to zone them, but they'll get that bomb plant in with a man advantage. It's Spinks and Magisk, and Spinks found out, splattered by Monacy in the long doors, and that is 9. We were just talking about the money, and getting that last kill too?
Jeez. Yeah, that's that rifle. That would have been the only rifle in the next round. We'll see if they force. And that flash as well was perfect for the scaling. So they're looking organized here. There is some stuff here on T side that might inspire confidence. And Monacy's definitely missing less now. And I know Vitality, they just don't feel like the map is over, obviously. And of course, with this expensive round, they realize they're going to have to save, yeah. See what kind of damage they can do.
Nice dink.
Oh, there's damage.
But there's help. Hooksy, go ahead.
Rack him up, Hooksy, for the confidence.
He's almost got as many kills as Nico. Hunter's gonna rob them all. Make that tied with Nico here on Dust 2.
It looks like, once again, we might have a real match. You know, I think we're talking about 4 rounds here in the second half from Vitality, but 3 are the first 3. So it was a really good pistol. Of course, that ZywOo Dooley round, and then...
Oh my God.
2 anti-ecos.
Forgot about that 3K.
Yeah.
Shredded and beheaded. Was pretty quiet. They'll throw 1 flash over. CT's not going to be nervous about that.
You know, on the base layer of this head-to-head, these 2 teams know each other, and they're Dust 2. Oh, wait, hold on. Wow.
Yep. Big hatch.
Jesus.
He gets popped. Nico, nice movement. Jumps up. Dupree, though, catching Hunter. Apex gets tagged. JKS goes down. CTs are picking up the kills, but Nico, oh, he hid behind the box.
Oh, 3v3, and Hooksy's not getting stopped. He's not getting interrupted in the tunnels, so they have control of the site. Yeah, this is for 11, and honestly, you know, 3v3 retakes definitely favored towards T side pretty heavily of any map. Yeah, they're just not even going to try it.
They're out.
I think it's for the best. Wow, they've made this happen. That peak from Monacy, I mean, he just swings into the angle. There's no nades to assist. There's no boost that comes into it. He just, I think when they saw both Magisk and Dupree shoot, they knew that same high-low setup that we saw earlier on the half was taking place again. And that also implied that there's no off. So there's not actually a huge reason why he has to be incredibly scared. So still a confidence peak, but calculated at the same time. I mean, they brought back like what felt like an impossible game to win to now in the realm of possibility.
That it is. For the 2-0. And a very recent loss to this very same team.
And I was going to say, on as a base layer in this head-to-head, these 2 teams know each other, and they're Dust 2, and some of these players. But the advantage that G2 have is that this is a new style with some new ideas, and they might have changed some stuff that Vitality can't be entirely prepared for. Whereas for G2, Vitality are more of a known quantity, and that's also their benefit, that they've got to build on what they already have.
I feel like in the first half, we kind of talked about, even though ZywOo had less kills, it was impactful and controlling in middle, but damn, dude, Monacy's 24-14 now. T-side's been good to him. ZywOo, 4 players right ahead. He's only going to get the 1. Desert Eagle's out. Dupree softening up a couple. Magisk hoping to do the same. Apex and Spinks. That's 2 kills. 1 coming in from the CT cross. Bomb dropped in mid. No man's land. AK damage at a distance. Monacy's trying that duel and he loses. It's got to be Hooksy 1v2. So much pressure.
Not a single point of damage. He's got 2 full health players at the top of mid. And he's coming in from a position they're not watching just yet. I mean, they haven't clued into this timing. they don't actually know where he started as well, so there's a chance he finds 1v1 here. And Spinks inside of mid, cleans his clock. That's it. They lock in 15.
That's what Spinks is meant to do. Firepower, baby. Deals with m0NESY through the doorway, turns it on HooXi. Nice attempt from HooXi. He gets that insta headshot versus Apex. But Spinks is then on high alert. There it is. First bullet headshot. Absolutely rocked.
Yeah, a clean one.
15 to vitality.
He felt it. Millimeters off.
Buys right back. 4 rounds is not impossible for G2. Overtime, no reason that it's not a possibility. NiKo waits with the off. Oh, Spinks peeks into the scope. Finds a headshot. And now, in the closing moments of Dust 2, perhaps, we have to look to Spinks on the brink of 20 kills.
Haven't been talking about him. He's just kind of been quietly roaming around the map, lurking on T side. Has provided this kind of scary presence as the lone man on Vitality in most situations, but now is taking a more forward role in controlling the action.
It's kind of like the Reaper, you know, he's never too far away. HooXi bests him.
Ooh.
Revenge from the last round, and it comes at an important moment into the 4v4. The Danes are starting to push into the tunnels, though.
Yeah, they've got one confirmed more at long.
Pack mentality. G2 could just skate right past. They could go straight into that B site.
They're trying to cheat back into the situation. CTs don't have that much info. Smoke comes down inside of the tunnels. And Magisk hits his.
Finishes off HooXi, gets Hunter. JKS tagged down to 60.
Oh,
m0NESY is alive. And he's got Apex trudging at him from top mid. Bombs being planted. m0NESY catches Apex unsuspectingly. Bomb plant.
JKS!
Huge headshot. And ZywOo, he backs up. He doesn't want any of this. G2 with the recovery for 12, only 3 rounds away.
There was a map in that kill, and JKS did not know they were coming in from tunnels. Wow. It's gotten so serious.
Woof. Magisk and m0NESY, the 2 within 180 AR.
Magisk looking for 30. You saw that M4A4 spray to the window.
Nearly getting a 3rd kill against JKS. Almost doing enough damage. You know, we kind of said it about Spinks. He's been silently walking around, doing his own thing, etc.
Yeah.
Well, we just got the same thing from JKS.
Yeah. Wow.
Caught jumping by the tunnel push. He gets the headshot. He secures the kill, and with it, G2 will still play their chances. It's a scout on Apex, op on ZywOo, pistols for the rest of the pack, and a scope fight in mid.
They already kind of lost an eco. A mixed buy similar to this. And the action was in mid in that situation as well, but the flash is great, and the spray transfer for HooXi.
Let's go. It is versus a pistol and a scout. He's got the advantage, and he makes sure to flex it. Oh, and Hunter just creeps out from tunnels. So any attempt at a hold on this B site, ripped to shreds.
In an ostensible change in confidence here from HooXi. He's getting comfortable. Again, doesn't even play Dust 2. It's not even an issue of just his individual level, just not even experience on this map, so they're not expecting a lot from him. And that kill from Spinks, and the round 1, and now this opening 2K in a situation where they messed up on the eco previously. He's definitely pulling his weight. More weight than NiKo, in fact, somehow.
Tying JKS with these two.
Yeah.
They're looking to take away that op, maybe. Spinks loses the deagle. Sniper's still in play. ZywOo creates a bit of space for himself, but Hunter's about to come through those doors.
Yeah, well, they're on both sides. They are 100% going to attack him, so ZywOo's got to fight his way out, and he won't be able to.
Nope, no save there.
They don't have to worry about that next round.
Full rebuy needed, and G2 continue to close this gap. Timeout called by Zonic.
God damn.
HooXi.
No better time.
Look at this little transfer.
I mean, it's to the mark. No wasted space. on point, and they join up with him. Take the site down, third timeout used. Spare one of the bank. You know, you could see it again. Of that first rifle that G2 won in the second half, they were over the moon. And that wasn't an abysmal scoreline. All they need is one. But it certainly feels like anyone's game at this point. And ZywOo can afford another op. So losing it, and there was still the amount of money spent on it that's gone.
Look at the top of the screen. 3 rounds straight from Vitality. These little bursts of victory from G2. That trend lends us to believe they could do this.
Yeah, one was again the forced round. Spink pulls out the clutch. Takes down Monos. He stops the bomb in mid from that long flank.
2 to go. Magisk up. ZywOo not far away. Nice nade. That's exactly what you're looking for. A little bit of chip damage, but it goes both ways. HooXi's job made that much harder. Numbers the advantage. Magisk, it's gonna have to be big. First one's his, second and a half. ZywOo quick in. Cancels out the Aussie. Reinforcements inbound. Ambitious. And unfortunately here for G2, they're gunning on the stars, but one of these stars has not fired off on Dust 2. Nico, it is now. He goes for the window peek, gets tagged up ever so slightly, and as the smokes begin to fade, the retake gets closer. Spinks is going to take to the tunnels with Dupree. It's ZywOo and Apex on the other side of the doors. They've got more utility to offer us, but that's decent damage. Monacy's going to need a reload soon, and he's standing in the open. He's getting attacked by tunnels, down to half health. Nico's cleared. Vitality, they've got it. Map 3. There we go.
Oh, man, they locked it in. They made it happen. They finally clutched it out, and it was off the hold, and who better than Magisk to put it down? The defuse is there, and Magisk crosses 30, holds on to the B site once again, and force a third.
By the skin of their teeth, man. Felt like the comeback's happening. G2 clearly improved from the last showing. HooXi again with a strong performance, which means the win conditions for G2 are here tonight as we move to Mirage.
Oh, bro! And look at how arrogant I look. Today, we're playing CS compatibility. Combat what? What game do I play the most that isn't CSGO? Okay, I'm ready. Good job, man. If I could buff a weapon, which weapon would I choose? Easy Katka, I think. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready as well. I knew it. Good old times. Yep. What is my best highlight? Ooh. Good job, Emil. 3 out of 3 so far. Yeah, we're doing good. Who do you think is the better CSGO player, me or you? And look at how arrogant I look. That's why you got a heart at a smile. Yeah, I know. I knew you would actually take me. Of course. Because you are not a person who would ever take yourself into these kind of questions. I'm just like, we know each other. That's good. That's a good sign. I can eat one last meal. What is it I am eating? Oh. And I'm a guy that likes food, so that will... Are we talking food or desserts? Food, not desserts. Okay. Oh, then it's a bit tough, Peter. Yeah, because I have a lot. Yeah, you do actually have so much food, like... Okay, I'm gonna gamble. The thing is, I'm gonna go with... Yeah, don't say it loud. I'm gonna go this one. You ready? Oh, bro! That's pretty good. So good. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. You guys are doing really well. Apparently, yeah. We know each other too well, apparently. After a long and successful career in CS, what's next for me after hanging up the mouse? What will I be doing after playing?
That's actually a tough question.
Because I don't really know myself. In some way, you could think yourself to it, but I'm not gonna say more, otherwise it's...
I'm just gonna go for something. I'm just gonna gamble. I'm just gonna gamble.
Really?
Yeah.
Danny, 2 very close series this time around, back and forth the whole way. But on Dust 2, right, your confident play coming into it. Were you that confident when this comeback started to happen from them?
No, I mean, I think it's just what happens sometimes. They got momentum, and we really didn't get our money going with Saiwu not an AWP and stuff like that. So it was a bit tough, and it was something that we need to work on. But it's just one of those games, I guess. Hopefully, third map will be a bit more easier in terms from our side, at least.
You don't even seem that confident in the words you're saying just there, which is unusual for you when you're talking to me. How is the mentality of the team, and what were they like getting towards the end of that? Because even just after the victory, it seemed a little bit quiet.
I mean, I think we went from being really overconfident to being a bit scared in the end. And for me, it's never underestimate anything. I don't say that the boys underestimated them. It's just one of those games where it thinks like, oh, okay, you have it in the bin, and then suddenly they start to get closer and closer. So, I think it's fine. I think the spirits on the team are a lot better now than it was after the first map, because that was also really close. But now it's time to close it.
Well, let's see if you do it. Thank you very much, Danny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Another absolute nail-biter of a map, this time falling in the favor of Vitality. But man, for G2, that has got to be a heartbreaker, because don't forget, Matthew, they were down 13-5 at one point in this map.
They put so much energy into trying to claw back into this game. No one wants to give up, but I have to commend Vitality for staying calm and collected in these situations. We saw time and time again, they were saving in that second half. They were patiently waiting for the right opportunity. I think they gave away a couple of moments, a couple of key rounds where they could have closed it earlier, but they remained calm anyway, and they went on with the 16.
Yeah, great composure coming out of Vitality, and I feel like it's also one of those few examples where you can highlight, yeah, Sonic is now part of this team as a coach, Magic as well, Dupuis as well. One of the things we highlighted the old Astralis for was always making the best out of a bad situation. We saw Vitality do this. They went on to save in 3v3s. They went on to save whenever there was just a little bit of a chance of them not succeeding with a retake, so they really played the odds into their own favor. Sonic talked about, not having the economy going. It could have been even worse if they weren't saving as much as they did on the CT side. So overall, I think they played to their own favor. And as you spoke about, Matthew, a couple of chances, sure. But at the end of the day, Vitality was never really close losing Dust 2 here.
Agreed.
Just yeah, right, green tick for you.
A green tick? How can I do +1? Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, +1.
I know
up.
On WhatsApp you can do like an emoji, just a smiley.
Yeah, what emoji would you do for that?
For Jacob?
Just don't do the thumbs up. That's like prerogative,
That seems so toxic. Let's go back to talk about the T side, because that really was a hive of activity for Vitality. They really were a bee in the bonnet of G2 coming into that half.
Yeah, well, Zonic just had a couple of words with Banks, and he talked about Saiwu not having an ult. Well, think about G2 and their CT side. They were always in the dumps, never had any money, and Vitality, Apex for that matter, always pressured that middle side of the map into B splits, into A split from short, B split again. It was very complicated for G2 to call Matt that, and I think let's call it a spade a spade. It was Vitality all over the place in the first half.
I want to throw a name into the mix. We see it on the scoreboard right here as well. Mac is having a really, really good game.
Yeah.
Once again, coming in. We haven't really spoken a lot about him in this tournament overall. He was huge in this one. He was holding down the fort basically for Vitality for the vast majority of this game, both on the T side, but also at the end on the CT side. You saw him on the B side, getting a couple of multi-kills, really pushing Vitality to get this victory. As said, we'll talk about Saiwu, we'll talk about Dupuis, we'll talk about Spinks. Magix kind of goes under the radar, and I think the role he's having within the new iteration of Vitality is a role where he's going to take a step back and play more of the supporting roles. So it's great to see he still has the ability to sometimes dictate the game.
And you know who's going under the radar right now? Nico's quiet. Where's Nico in
Yeah.
that series? Nico has been stellar all throughout Blast group series, right? He was at the top of the charts during these first few days. I think he was the 4th highest rated player coming into this series.
MVP candidate.
Yeah, he was an MVP candidate. I mean, I still believe he is a candidate. He is in the conversation. But he's so far the lowest rated player for G2 in that entire series. No impact. We've just played Dust 2, which we know to be his home. We know to be one of his strongest maps. We're moving on to Mirage, which obviously he is proficient as well, but he hasn't been anywhere near his level, at least tonight.
And that does beg the question moving on into Mirage. Definitely some turbulent results when you look on both sides of the equation coming into this third and final decider map. Who do you see it favoring coming into this final one?
No one, to be completely
thank you.
No
So what do we do, just handshake
Absolutely
now?
No one, no.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you for playing with
overtime
us.
after
It's one of those
overtime
games,
after
one of those
overtime.
maps where it's just constantly a question mark, right? We don't really know where the teams are at. We've seen inconsistency coming out of both teams on the map. So it is virtually impossible to stand here and say, I think Vitality is going to win. I think G2 is going to win. I will say Vitality, as we spoke about, they are further in their development in terms of constructing their house. G2 is still building from the ground up. G2 was looking rough on Mirage in the group stages as well. We saw that losing twice. So I'm leaning towards Vitality, but it's just a hunch.
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that because I think overall I agree with you. But Mirage on the City side specifically, I think that G2 have already found the formula, whereas Vitality are kind of playing around. Like, you know, when you're 8-year-old just playing in the sink in the kitchen, just floating around with the water. That's what Vitality is doing right now. Apex is playing on the B side with Dupree. At times he's fighting out short, at times he's staying on the side. I still have issues kind of coming to peace with that idea that Apex is in a B anchor position. It's been an issue with them a couple of times when they played that map. So I'm waiting to see. Vitality have a lot to figure out on their City side.
Listen, I do agree with you. G2 and their CT side has been looking great. The problem is if we stay in the kitchen, the T side has been straight to the trash can, Matthew. It's been looking very, very rough for them. Every time someone plays aggressive against them, we saw that in the very first game at the group stages, they couldn't handle it whatsoever. So it will be a fight of the CT sides, I feel, and I hope G2 have learned from the T sides because they were strugglesome in the first period.
Well, both sides will definitely be needing to turn up the heat as one more map separates them potentially from catapulting themselves straight to the Royal Arena. It all comes down to Mirage as a final map here at the Blast Premier Full Groups. We're going to see how it goes down in just a few.